Good morning, welcome to a brand new day here at Hochanda. And of course, Sunday is a day that we do like to do a lot of sewing here at Hochanda, kicking things off at 7 o'clock, obviously live during the day. It's not always a sewing show, but I'm so glad that it is today, because we are talking Totally Patch, which of course, when we mention that name, you know that we've got Pat and Mark joining us via Skype. Now, I don't know if the guys are ready for us yet. They're not, they're just slipping out their onesies. So we will catch up with them in just a few moments, but you can see we have got some amazing things to share with you. You can see the quilt behind me. I'll be telling you about that one in a few moments. Loads of brand new items as well, and we do get very, very busy during these 7 a.m. shows, so do jump ahead and have a little look. Now, they've slipped out their onesies, so they are ready to have a little chat with us. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, and everybody else.
It's early, isn't it?
Well, we've been up hours.
I love it. Now, we love it when you're with us bright and early on a Sunday morning, because we get incredibly busy and you set us up for the day and everybody loves what you've brought. So we've got some lovely things that you're sharing with us this morning.
Well, yeah, we've done a really good selection of things to suit everybody. From throws, easy things, a beautiful quilt, larger quilt that's very, very easy as well.
Well, this is it, and this is the thing that I love when we were doing our preparation. Got everything from scrap bags, which are always very popular, through cushion kits to complete kits for your quilts, to your quilt toppers, just like the one that we've got behind us here. And this is a beautiful one. When you look at it, I love this because you kind of got your main image panel. Your centre of your kind of block is this incredible scene with some beautiful colours in here. I mean, this is fabulous. Tell me about this fabric. It's gorgeous.
It's a lovely scenic print of sort of like quilts hanging on lines and being in and amongst buildings. So it gives a nice little soft feel to the fabric as well.
This is it, and it's exactly that. As you look into the image, first of all, you see it as being kind of like a scene. It's a gorgeous kind of, well, it could be like a country scene, but when you look closer, you will notice within the buildings, the roofs are like little mini quilts. You'll see elements of there like the stars. I mean, some of these are absolutely amazing. It's so clever. I mean, the roofs that you've got on some of these, you've got little kind of patchwork quilts dotted around the countryside. It really is a clever, clever design, and I love the fact that you've got that as quite a substantial piece within here, because you could lose that quite easily if you chopped into it too small.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted to use the feature fabric for what it actually is, so people can see the actual detail of the fabric, rather than, as you say, cut it into smaller pieces, and you definitely would then lose that.
I love it. Now, of course, you've picked out loads of fabulous colours from that imagery and used that to complement and work with the rest of it. Now, let me explain what we've got on the screen. I mean, we're looking in and ahhing at the quilt, but I haven't explained what you're actually buying yet, have I? So in here, you have got all your pre-cut fabric ready for you to create your quilt top. Now, it's a big quilt. You're looking at 67 inches square. All comes in a fabulous box. All you need to do, really, is to add in your finishing kit, which you can get hold of as well. But this is an incredible way for you, potentially, to create your first ever quilt. Because the thing with this one, I'm looking at straight lines with this one, Mark, so it's a nice easy one to work with.
Definitely. The log cabin, or it's not a log cabin, it's courthouse steps block, is a repeatable block. So once you've got it off to a T first or second time, then it's repeating itself.
Really easy. And Pat, I mean, you've done this at such an affordable price, because we've got 3 flexi buys on this one, so it's amazing to think you could get started for just £46. Obviously adding in your backing and your wadding, but I mean, for a quilt top, that's an amazing price.
Yeah, because of the design of the fabric, we've had the print fabric quite a while, haven't we, Mark? And we've been waiting to
thinking about
what to do with it.
Yeah.
And the courthouse steps block just shows it off beautifully.
It does, yeah.
It's an easy block. It's an easy block to do as well, and it doesn't need any more fuss. Just as you said, the fabric is just amazing, and very, as you said, easy to get into, affordable price, and I just love it.
Even all the strips, all the squares, everything are cut for you as normal.
Well, this is it. So there's no measuring, but you will find within your instructions, and I've got a copy of the instructions here, that you have got all the information you need. So if you like this block and you think, oh, I've got some gorgeous fabrics of my own that I'd like to introduce to this design, then you can do that, because you are going to get your instructions with all the measurements, with all the guidelines, the quantities that you need. But obviously, in this particular kit, it is all pre-cut. And the beauty is, when you're following instructions for the first time, it makes it so much easier if you're working with the exact same fabric that's included within the instructions, because it makes it really easy. You not have to kind of think to yourself, oh, well, that burgundy one, I'm actually using a blue fabric. You can make mistakes that way. So this way you are literally following colour by colour, fabric by fabric, to make sure you are getting them all in the right place. So if you fancy creating yours, the Madison County Court quilt top, then the details are there on your screen. Very affordable price, 3 flexi buys on that one. And don't forget to add in your finishing kit as well, because your finishing kit will add the wadding to the back, and obviously you've got your backing to the quilt as well. So you can pop that into your basket and spread that over 3 payments as well. So I'm mentioning that at this point because you can see there the size 75 inches, so it's oversized for the quilt itself, and it's a brilliant size because many quilts are within that 75-inch diameter that you've got on your screen there. So that is a really brilliant one to add it. And as I say, if you've got your 3 flexi buys, you can spread that over 3 flexi buys as well. But maybe you're wanting to work on something that potentially I would class as a breakaway project. Now they've got these fabulous cushions up on the shelf by the side of me here. These are beautiful. Now these are 16-inch cushions, and you've got the ability to create these as a cushion kit. So all you need to add into these are your cushion pads, and of course if you jump onto the website you'll be able to find those as well. Now this has been a popular style before. We've seen Give a Hug previously as a kit, but these are brand new fabrics that we've got here.
Yeah, they're new fabrics, and it's a slightly different design as well. The last one that everybody loved it was completely filled in. So this time we've done a little
like a little chevron
in the middle.
Well, it's almost like a little heart within a heart, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So we thought we'd give another twist on it, and also to do the grey colour as well.
Yes.
To suit everybody really, and it's so easy to make as well.
Well, this is it. And then the grey monochromatic is a nice one if you don't know the colour scheme of somebody's house, because grey fits in with any colour scheme.
Certainly does. And also a nice gift for a man or a boy, because they give a hug thing, with the pinks and the reds might not suit some people. So, and it just works so well in that fabric range as well. So that's why we did a choice this time.
And whichever of those you're going for, you've got a fabulous price kit there. £21.48. So you're getting all your pre-cut pieces, as you can see. You're getting your fabric to go on the back as well. And it will be, I'm guessing it's an envelope fold back, one of your favourites.
Yes, that's what we do normally, and that's the same for those, yes.
Well, it makes it easy. There's no zips to insert. Now, just to let you know, we've got 2 options with this one. You've got your grey, as you can see there, but your rose rouge. You are loving these kind of antique themes, and I love this. It's got a very kind of French linen look to it, and with this particular one, over 10% of the stock is gone. So if that is your preferred choice, then you need to be quick with regards to that particular option. 228804. Of course, if you're wanting to go for multiples, sometimes you might like a pair of cushions to arrange on a different way on your sofa, then you need to go for your multiples, but you need to get in nice and early, because this is always a popular one. I've forgotten how many times it sold out last time that we saw it in different colourways. So yeah, little word of advice from me, get in early with regards to that one. Now, a very contemporary look with the next one, and to be honest, the grey cushion that we've just looked at, I don't think would look out of place. Actually, I think the one with the roses on as well wouldn't look out of place, because the colouring that you've got in this one kind of crosses over both of those cushion colour schemes. Now, this one, I love this one. I'm sure you'll forgive me for saying it's a very kind of blocky style quilt. I love this style though. It looks amazing. Kind of clean cut.
Yeah, sometimes like patchwork can be very intricate, but you can go simple as well. And the idea on this was that it is exactly that, simple, a nice contemporary design. And we've been asked from people, there's a lot of new starters with us who are just starting off patchwork. So we're trying to give a bit for everybody in all of the shows at the moment, because, there's a lot of keen people who are learning.
Definitely.
So they need to be, start at the, little bit
They want to try more than just a cushion. They want to get a little bit more advanced. So,
So we've done some smaller size throws for them to get a bit more practice.
I love that idea. And of course, these are skills that you'll learn that you can go on and create even more with these with your own fabrics. And the thing that I love about this is we are looking at a complete kit. Now, a complete kit for an incredible price. I mean, it's a good size quilt, as you can see there. Of course, you could extend it with your own fabrics if you wanted to add in some extra bits and pieces. But as a first time ever quilt, I think this is a brilliant idea because you've got your simple shapes with these. You can see your squares, you can see your rectangles, you're going to learn everything that you need to know because you've got your blocks of colour there, which kind of like your patches and your blocks, but then you've got the red in between, so that's kind of your sashing when you get to know all the terminology. So you kind of, it's almost like a quilt course in a box really, because you're going to learn everything that you need to do, including the binding and the backing and everything.
Yeah, and we wanted to put the backing and wadding in as well with this one, as you say, so that people have got absolutely everything. So open and sew is what we say, but sometimes, we can't get the wadding in the box. We have to wrap the wadding around the box, but the backing is in there and everything you need. So, the postman comes and away you go. So
I love it.
Start to finish.
Exactly. And of course you've got your full instructions there with all the measurements and everything. So if you've never quilted before, maybe you've bought some of the kits that we've seen with bags and different projects and you've always wanted to have a go, then I can highly recommend this one. And with the colourways, we've got a fabulous colourway with that red and those blacks and those greys in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. You've actually got some and when you first look at the quilt, you do notice them, I suppose. They're kind of like mocha colours in there as well, so they work really, really well. But we have got another quilt kit, which I'll be telling you about in a few moments. So if you want a slightly different look, you like the idea of the concept of this particular one, but you're not too sure on the colours, do bear with us. But if you're wanting this one, the details are there on your screen. 2 flexi buys on this one. All you need to add in is your thread and your time, really. You don't need any tools, you don't need your rotary cutter, you don't need your quilting ruler, but you are going to learn about quilting, and perhaps this is the way that you will decide if you're into quilting, because you don't want to invest in all those bits and pieces if it's something that you don't particularly like, but this is a brilliant way for giving it a go. 794846. So there you go. If you want that one, pop it into your basket. Now, the other option, you saw a little bit of this when we were showing you the quilt on the wall a few moments ago. This one is a lovely one. It's called Sprinkle Some Hope. Similar sort of concept, but completely different colourway, and I think this is going to be a very popular one. Beautiful fabrics, and lots of you have gone ahead and got hold of this one already, so much so 30% of the stock has gone. This is a beautiful one, again very similar concept, and I can notice a little bit of hand quilting going on there as well, Pat.
Yep, it doesn't need too much quilting. We let the fabric do the work really, and the fabric itself is beautiful. The word sparkle, there's some writing in it, and that's within the prints as well. And exactly the same as the other one. You can move your position of your fabrics around. That's just where mine ended up, sort of thing. You can place them in a different way or not. But again, very simple, easy to follow. And a lovely name for this quilt. Mark named this quilt, didn't you, Mark?
I did.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah.
You do, yeah.
Oh, bless him. I love it. And it is a really nice phrase that you've got with this one. Beautiful fabrics as well. Kind of got your little fairies in there as well. Those little fairies of hope, I suppose you could call them. Now, you've got 2 flexi buys on this one again. Similarly to the last one we looked at, it's literally got everything that you need, bar your thread and your time in the box ready for you to go. Obviously, you're going to have your wadding, as Pat said, they're wrapped around, because there's a lot of wood in there for this particular project. But then you've got your fabrics. You've got your feature fabrics with those gorgeous blocks and rectangles and squares that we saw a few moments ago, but then you've got your sashing all pre-cut in between, so you haven't got to do any of that. This is literally, as I say, a quilt in a box that is almost like a course. You're going to learn how to piece your fabrics together, how to lay them out and get them into the right position and complete your blocks, put your sashing in between, then of course you're going to quilt the top to the middle to the back, and then also you've got your binding in there as well. So it is literally, you're going to learn all the fundamentals of creating a quilt for an incredibly affordable price. It is a very popular bundle, this one, so if you're wanting it, 157891, it is literally flying out. You're loving those colourways, so yeah, if you want that one, pop it into your basket. Nice one for a young quilter as well, so if you are passing on those skills to somebody else. Now, talking about pretty fabrics, oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Now again, you've got your fabrics in here for you to create your quilt top. Now we're going back to where you are going to introduce your own wadding, your own backing with this one, but you have got the most delightful fabrics with these ones. And talking of delightful, you're going to be creating some delightful stars. And these aren't as complicated as they look, are they, Pat?
No, these are really easy. This is called a floating star. So, as it says, it wants to float against the background. And if it's slightly, they don't have to all be exactly the same. If they were a little bit, little bit wonky one way or another way. It wouldn't matter.
A bit wonky.
A little bit wonky, yeah. But the fabric, it's to show the fabric again. Like, you have to use your fabrics in a way that makes the best of them, and this just lets the fabric shine. This is an Annie Downs fabric, Down on the Veggie Patch it's called. Gorgeous.
Absolutely fabulous. I mean, it's a beautiful one. Maybe you've already been doing quilting, maybe you've been doing your log cabins and working with those straight lines, and you fancy something a little bit more adventurous. Well, this one's going to cover things like your half square triangle, so you're learning additional skills, but in a productive way. I love this when you're learning, but you're making something at the same time. So you're not necessarily just using little tiny bits of fabric that you might end up throwing away. You're actually making something that you can use in the process. Now, you will, of course, need to add in your additional wadding and your backing. Don't forget that finishing kit. It's 75 inches square, so more than big enough for the quilt that we're looking at here. But if you're wanting to get hold of this one, you've got 2 flexi buys on it of £29.45, which means for an extra £25 there or thereabouts, you can add in that additional finishing kit alongside it as well. So 644-593. If you're liking the look of this one, as many of you are, with those gorgeous fabrics, then do pop it into your basket. Now, another one, which is a nice little project, a bit like the cushions, what I call a breakaway project. So you might be working on a larger project that could take months for you to put together if you're taking time with it. This is something that you could literally just put together, maybe if you've got a weekend or a rainy day and you're staying in. But what a price. This is a pre-cut kit. Now, again, you've got beautiful fabrics. These are so cute. Little fishes. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Absolutely adorable, as you can see. I love these. What a cute fabric.
Just a little playful fabric that's makes you smile. Just looking at the little fishes and spotting the different ones that are on there. Ideal for a child, or even just in your sewing room somewhere, something like that.
This is it. And again, it's an educational piece because it shows you how those triangles come together to create your hexagons, and of course your hexagons can come together to create a larger hexagon. But in the centre, you've got your star-shaped feature in there as well.
Yes, it's the way you put them together. It can form different patterns. So if you wanted yours to look different to mine, you could. But and I played about with it for a while, didn't I? Like turning them around, changing the colourway. But that's the one I came up with, and it just works lovely, I think.
It is a cute one, and again, a very affordable price for those fabrics. Of course, that's the project, but it doesn't mean you have to use it in that way. You might think to yourself, hang on, I've got an idea of how I'm going to use those triangles and put them together in a different way, and even make a larger quilt by adding in your own fabrics. Got loads of colours in here, so you could easily add in some of your own stash, loads of purples and pinks, muted tones in there as well, and of course that gorgeous teal, as you can see there, featuring on that particular fabric there, and the bright greens as well, so you could add more into it. You've also got your backing fabric, which you don't necessarily have to use as your backing, but then it is one of those things that you've got your wadding in there as well. So if you're making it as a project, it's got everything in there that you need, and for £12.59, it's almost pocket money price, that one, isn't it? 366-143 if you're wanting to get hold of. Now, I've got a little bit of, a bit of information. Our fabulous quilt, where we are sprinkling hope, or Mark is sprinkling hope around the world, then this particular one has technically sold out. So if you've got it in your basket, good news, it's okay. You can check that basket out and you will still get a hold of it. But it does mean that if you don't check your basket out, then I will let people know, because there are people that have missed out on that particular one. So check your basket out as soon as you possibly can. Now, a couple of other things to share with you. So if you are an accomplished quilter, or maybe a sewer, and you're just looking for some very nice fabrics, we have got some fabulous elements here. Now, I'm going to let Pat and Mark get ready for their demonstration, because obviously we've got to get the camera set up and everything. A couple of items to share with you. So we've got this beautiful fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. These are beautiful. Look at these. Now, these are going to be popular because you've got a fabulous bundle. You've got 2.5 metres and you've got a full metre with regards to these, and you've got that gorgeous linen look. Now, it doesn't behave like linen, which, to be honest, is it's not a terrible fabric. It's a lovely fabric, but it is a tricky one to work with because it crumples and creases so much. But with this one, you've got your spotty fabric, which is brilliant if you wanted to use that for your sashing, for helping you create your different blocks if you're wanting to use it as your backing potentially. But then to complement it, you have got the most incredible fabrics here. Really good weight with them. So they are nice. If you wanted to quilt with them, brilliant. If you wanted to use them in your bag making, then you could do that quite easily as well. Really nice fabric. It is actually 58 inches wide. So if you bear in mind, quite often your quilting cottons are about 45 inches wide. You're getting a really good width with regards to these fabrics. So really nice and so pretty. Those gorgeous little roses you can see there. If I move the roses out, you can see then they echo through on the other fabric here where you've still got them, but then you have got the text there. A little bit of French, may we? There you go. I used... I sounded very much like David Jason then, didn't I? But there you go. Misspent use watching Fools and Horses. 973878 if you wanted to get hold of that. £34.99. And who would not want those fabrics? They are absolutely beautiful. In fact, you could use those in a similar way to some of the other fabrics that we've looked at. So it could be, in fact, I want to look at the instructions for some of those, because I think you've got enough fabrics in there potentially to make one of these lovely quilts behind us. Obviously following the instructions if you've gone for the kit. I'll look at that in a little while. But in the meantime, let me share these with you. Now, sometimes you like to have smaller pieces of fabrics just to play around with and really get adventurous with. So we have got your small piece scrap bag. Well, it's kind of, yeah, it's a contradiction of terms because it says small pieces, but they're actually at least 4 inches in size. So they are good size pieces with these. Now, you've got your different sizes with regards to these. So you've got roughly a meter's worth of fabric in there, but a whole host of different beautiful fabrics in there for you to create all sorts of wonderful pieces. So if it's a case of you're doing a little bit of a applique, then you've got obviously small pieces that are perfect. And with regards to this, am I allowed to, oh, I don't know, I don't like to open them without permission. Pat and Mark, are we okay to open up these?
Yes, so definitely, Hayley.
Okay, because I think we need to see, I'll do it carefully, so hopefully we can kind of stick it back down should we need to. But, oh, are we ready? Are we ready? Should we have a tumble? Should we tumble these out and see what we've got? So we have got all sorts of amazing fabrics in here. My goodness, there's loads. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, I'm still going. Still going. Now, what have we got in? Oh, look, do you recognise that fabric? Do you recognise that one? Oh, we've seen that one already today. Absolutely beautiful. We've sold out the quilt with that one, but yeah, you go, little elements there. Again, that gorgeous gold featuring on that one. Good sized pieces again in regards to these. Don't throw away these selvage edges as well. You can do some very creative sewing with regards to those as well. Nice little filler fabrics there. So of course that one's a nice little paste print that you've got on there. And I must admit, I don't know whether I'm just fortunate with this one, but lots of kind of very similar themed colour tones working with this one. Oh, that's a good size piece. Look at that. That's almost like if you were going for your charm packs. And look at that. You've actually got those pieces to complement it. So quite easy. I could take several of those and almost be making a cushion cover with those because you only need 9 patches really of that size and you can be making a small cushion cover. Absolutely brilliant. So that one is your smaller pack. Now let me just have a little look on the front. So what it's saying with this one is you're going to get assorted colours and sizes. So obviously yours will vary from what we've got here, which is kind of half of the fun. They're going to be 4 inches and smaller with this one. So the larger one, they're going to be 4 inches. Large. Is that 4 inches? Really? My goodness, it looks like a big piece. And I suppose it depends on the way you look at it, because I'm no mathematician, but that's not 4 inches. It's a huge piece there, but obviously it's more slender, so I guess we're looking at square inches with regard to these. So that one is your smaller, technically, bundle. Smaller, technically. Adding that into the title there. So that one is that particular one. So if you're wanting to go for that one, the details are on your screen. Oh, they were. We've moved over. We've gone large. We've gone large. So again, the same pricing. So I would personally go for one of each of these because that's £10.99. I think that's very affordable. I've gone and torn the label on that one. I was trying to do. Oh dear. Oh dear. Must have had extra sticky on this one. Let's peel it down from the top there, so you can get away with it there. So this one, this is where you've got, again, £10.99, but this time we are looking at larger pieces of fabric. So if that is important to you, let's have a little look, let's have a scatter. Let's see what we've got in here. Ooh, nice. Oh, there's still more in there. Come on, don't be shy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at the size of some of these pieces. Now that, oh, my goodness, you could use that to make a little bag. A little zip pouch, Absolutely amazing. Now already 10% of the stock has gone. These are some beautiful fabrics. Sometimes when you're working on projects, you know, you don't necessarily want to work with a larger piece of fabric. As I say, if you're doing things like little bags, I mean, again there, what a lovely little Mother's Day bag you could be making. You could be using this and doing an applique heart on there quite easily, but you wouldn't necessarily want to be chopping into your larger pieces of fabric. I know many of us have got loads of fabric, I certainly have, but when I've got fabric that literally is like, you've got, I don't know, meters and meters of it, I don't necessarily want to chop out a piece that size from a 3 metre piece, because a 3 metre piece I probably will want to use on a different project. But knowing I've got those kind of fabrics that I could go to, oh, I'd definitely be going for several of these. Love them, love them, love them, love them. Right, we need to get some demonstrations in. £10.49. If you're wanting these, they are flying out. 673028. Absolutely phenomenal value for money. And this particular one is where your pieces are bigger than 4 inches, but then your smaller than 4 inch piece. Again, we're busy with that one at the bottom of your screen if you're wanting those. Looking at some of these, I mean, they're quite small pieces, so you could actually use these in something like that. Anyway, we digress. If you're wanting anything, then obviously you can pop them into your basket as you go. But of course, we're going to go back to Pattern Mark, and we've got a fabulous demonstration with that first quilt kit that we were chatting about, which is your Madison County Court quilt topper. So what are we up to then, Pat?
Right. When I sit here listening, I want to keep talking all the time. About the scrap bags. Mark does the scrap bags and is very generous. And I say, what's the matter with these pieces over here? And he'll go, they're too small. And I said, no, people like small and bigger, but he likes to give people loads, don't you, Mark?
Value for money.
Yeah, he does. So they do get packed full of stuff.
Lovely.
Right, so let's try Madison County Court quilt. Bit of a mouthful. As always, we've got extra pictures on the front this time because it was just too beautiful not to do that. There. Open your box, everything's ready, got your pattern inside. All your pieces of the feature fabric, beautiful. And then we've got some of your strips in bags so that they don't rattle about in the box. So there we go, so little tiny ones. And then all of these, so that's the way we go. As always, then away you can go. Okay, working with your pattern. All your instructions, as you said, so that you can cut it again or just cut one block, use it in a cushion, or you can use up your own things. This pattern also looks nice with scraps of fabric. If you cut strips, when I move the pattern, you'll see, like the strips, if you keep one lot light, like those are, and then the downs shades are dark, they can all be very scrappy and look beautiful as well. So another versatile pattern, but you know, it's patchwork, that's what we do. So we like to keep it, it's supposed to be a thrift craft, so that, but we all know we like a bit of fabric. So Mark tells me you probably can't see my head, but you can see my hands.
We can indeed.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So I could still be in my onesie. Right. You don't want to go in that place. Right.
Move on.
Move on. So take your pieces out. They're all in your bags there. And I just put them out in front of me in size order so you can see just a little bit organised what you're doing.
Pat, do you want to bring that board very slightly towards you, maybe a couple of inches, because we can't quite see the fabric at the bottom.
Me.
Just towards you. Perfect. Absolutely
Yep.
spot on. Thank you.
Okay. This is our board from last time, improvised. We've poshed up on our board. So we've got all of our fabrics here. Follow the instructions and the pictures as to what to do. So we're making a block as always, but it's not like a 9-patch block as we know it. This is a block made of strips. It's courthouse steps it's called because it looks like steps of a courthouse, obviously. I mean, who thinks of these names? So we'll take the small pieces first and we're going to join those 3 together. So you just pick them up as normal and right sides together, and you're going to stitch a 1/4 inch seam. And away we go.
Now, obviously, the pieces that Pat is putting together, making this beautiful quilt, we can actually hone in on the area that Pat was just showing us there. So you can see here, it's kind of rotated 45 degrees from the way that Pat was showing us. But what an amazing combination of fabrics, and all pre-cut. So that's the beauty of this particular one. So if you're wanting to get hold of it, Pat mentioned about using it in a kind of a scrappy style. Well, at the bottom of this screen, if you were to go for that larger scrap pack, then you might be able to do a variation of this one with your own fabrics, and yeah, nice little idea. But of course, the beauty of this one is you've got that kind of seam, that's got patchwork elements within it, which I think is such a clever fabric. How are you getting on there, Pat?
Okay, not too bad. So I stitched my 3 pieces together. Press them seams out. When you're doing anything like this, strippy, press your seams out towards the edge. So these seams are both gone out, as you can see, like that. So that would be our first piece that goes back. So the next one, looking at your pictures, it'll look like this. So as you can see, it'll fit here. So we've just put darks on, so then we do light. So you alternate light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. That's the way you go.
Okay.
So if I take that out, I've added those 2 pieces, top and bottom, to there.
Mm-hmm.
So now these 2 pieces will go here, as you can see. Can't go wrong. So you just keep your darks going in one direction and your lights in the other.
You could put your dark and lights at 45 degrees to each other, so you can then pick from one side, then the top, and then the side again.
Okay, Mark. Whatever you say.
That's what I would do.
Okay. I'd look at the picture and just keep it.
Picture paints 1,000 words.
Well, this is true, and it's nice because you have got the full colour images. I was just going through the instructions here, and it does show you, obviously you've got your quilt featured on the front cover there, and you've got kind of like a zoomed in version of the imagery so you can see it there. But when you work your way through, this is the thing that I love about this, showing you your fabrics, obviously at the top there, your requirements. So when you start doing this with your own fabrics, then obviously you can put those in there. But just as Pat's been showing us there, the photography gets right in close. So exactly as Pat was showing us there, where you've got your darks going against that little tiny patch that you've made there, building up those steps as you go, all the way through, very detailed. And one thing, and I hope you don't mind me saying, Pat, I mean, the instructions here, it looks like quite a comprehensive quilt, but it's only over 4 A4 sheets, and one of those is the front cover, and the second one is the kind of components. So really, this quilt is constructed using 2 pages of instructions, so it makes it a very easy project for anybody that's maybe a little bit nervous.
Yeah, very easy. It's everything is straight line sewing, but for this, it literally is. You're just adding rectangles. You can't go wrong, and it's all covered in that amount of space. You don't want to take up space with loads if you don't need to.
That's a good point.
And it's just a repeated design throughout. So once you've got one of these blocks and your gorgeous piece of print, and it grows quickly as well. That's the other thing, because your next square is like a solid piece of fabric, it grows even faster. So it's very easy to follow, and as you said, it's no complicated instructions at all.
Well, this is it, and I'm thinking maybe people, quite often one of the first quilt blocks people will try is a log cabin, because it's very effective. Starts off with that square and you're attaching your rectangles. Now, if you've mastered that one, then you can certainly do this one. And I say mastered in a very loose sense of the word, because there's not a lot of mastering to do with a log cabin block, but it's a very achievable one. As I say, it's one of those ones that quite often when we're teaching people to quilt, we start off with that one because it's a nice, easy one. This is coming together a treat, though. I love this, Pat.
Yeah, so you can see I'm just following my darks along now, and I'm going to add these. This is a lovely print as well, nice, lots of words on it.
Yeah, I was just reading that. You've got kind of like love and heart and different things featured in there. It's really cute.
So this is, I mean, I've literally sewn 3 seams before you came to me, that was all. And you can see how quickly it follows through. And I always press as I go along. So I put that one on, press away from me. I do it every seam. I try not to do it, if I do put both on, sometimes you squash the other seam that you're not looking at with the iron. So I do try and put one on at a time, and then press. And it makes for like a crisper block. You've got no problems of, getting distorted or anything. And the thing is to press, not to iron.
Yes.
So you're literally pressing it away. No ironing that's going to distort anything anyway.
Lovely little
So
setup that you've got there, because you're showing that your work area relatively small. You're just moving from your machine to your pressing pad and then back to your construction board.
Yeah, and this is my workroom. I usually sit at the end of the table, so I'm sort of turned round onto Mark, and I literally sit like this. I machine and then go to my smaller pieces, and then once it gets bigger, so I'd make all my blocks in this way with my little pressing mat, and then when it gets to joining rows, then I'll put the ironing board up, because you know I don't have it up all the time. My room isn't big enough. There's too much fabric in it.
I'd rather have fabric than ironing boards, definitely.
So would I. And I also, I've got a swivel chair, and I just turn from the machine to the computer and do my typing, don't I?
Yeah, as you're going along.
Yeah. So I just spend my day swiveling from one thing to the next.
It's not a bad
So
thing. That's not a bad thing at all.
No.
Again, I mean, it comes together so beautifully. Just to reiterate, the details on the screen and what Pat is working with, and she's creating this fabulous quilt, working on one of the blocks. Now, the blocks that you're looking at, you can see the construction block that Pat's working on. The one either side of those are complete pieces made up of beautiful fabrics, and the inner detail of these fabrics is phenomenal, because you'll notice the roofs of the buildings, and in the backgrounds of the kind of countryside scene, you'll see lots of little elements of quilting. It's a really clever print, and that is kind of doing half your work, because you've got your blocks ready there. It's a square of fabric which you're going to nestle in amongst those construction blocks that you are making. But the kit has got everything cut. It's a 67-inch square quilt, so it's a really good size. So all you need to add in is your wadding and your backing. But you can see here all these beautiful fabrics that Pat is working with. So the minute it arrives, all you need to do is get your sewing machine set up, and then you can start sewing this, following those instructions very, very easily. And I mean, Pat, you've just shown us, I mean, those fabrics that are on your board, they're all kind of disappeared now.
You're looking at nothing. They're all turning into a gorgeous block, and so quickly, real time, easily, efficiently, all cut. Lots of pieces in this quilt. Mark did have a lot of pieces about it.
A lot of chuntering, I think I done.
Yeah, and a lot of chunt. So that'll go on there like that. Then we'll put these two top and bottom either side, and the block is done. And you just repeat that 24 times. You repeat that.
Wonderful. And
away you go. What you need to remember is in the kit you've got 25 of the solid squares of the print. So your first row starts and finishes with the print.
Okay.
So they're all alternate. So you've got 24 pieced blocks, and you've got 25 of the print blocks. But it tells you that in the pattern. But
so the quilt, in each corner, you're going to have one of these fabulous fabrics with the beautiful scene on. So nice and balanced like that.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Love it. Now, just as Pat's adding those final stitches to this particular block, we're very, very busy for this one. It's a very busy show overall. The details are on your screen. Now, I've mentioned everything that you're getting within this kit. You have got the ability to spread the cost over 3 months, which makes it a very affordable way for you to actually put this together. But you need to be quick with it. If you're wanting it, then what was the update on that one, sorry? Over 30% of the stock has gone. Now, the only thing I would suggest that you add in alongside this, and I will tell you more about it in a few moments, is your finishing kit. And the finishing kit is perfect for any of the quilt top kits that we've got on the show today, because it's got everything that you need in there. But before I show you that, I want to see how Pat's getting on with that block, because it must be nearly finished now.
I go slowly when you're talking so I can listen. So the last row is now going on.
Lovely.
So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Look, it just looks so nice. When we send the samples into the studio, it's like a couple of weeks ago, and then I can revisit them now, and then I get all excited again. Lovely block, and then last one goes on like so. And
Lovely.
that's the first block done, and it's only Sunday morning.
So just repeat that, and I love that because it's a kind of a small amount of time. I mean, I think we've been with you probably about 10-15 minutes or so, something like that. Of course, you don't have any cutting time because it's already cut, but it means that even if you don't have a whole afternoon of sewing, or you only have got kind of half an hour before, I don't know, before the kids are back from school or before you're doing something else, you can do this particular project as a bite-sized piece. So you don't have to think, right, I'm going to make my quilt, and you sit down and you don't stop until you finish it. It's not that kind of project. You could sit and literally make these in, well, less than an hour, as you've seen there from Pat. You can make several of them. So it'd be surprising how quickly this all comes together, because when you're making your blocks, you just set those aside until you have the time to actually put the rows together, and obviously the rows become the big rectangle, and then of course you start putting it all together following those instructions. It's flying out, this particular one. Pat, you're all stitched up there?
I'm all stitched up, I am, and how beautiful it looks.
Absolutely.
And as you said, like patchwork, it's not a race. It's an enjoyment, isn't it? It's the process that's important.
Exactly.
We all want to get things finished, don't we?
Yes.
Which is crazy. But just take your time and enjoy the process, and it's such a pleasurable craft to do.
It certainly is. Pat, thank you so much. Now, I'm going to tell everybody about the finishing kit because we're busy with this one. Don't forget, Pat's going to get herself ready for her next demonstration. We're going to be back with her in just a few moments. Now, if you're wanting this particular kit, it's flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of this. You've seen just how easy it is for you to get hold of it, but you need to be adding in that wadding as well. So, of course, with the wadding, I'm sorry, the details popped up quicker than I expected. So you've got your finishing kit. Now, your finishing kit is going to add that sponginess to your quilt. If you are new to quilting, then the kind of layer that you've got in the middle is your wadding, your squishy stuff, the stuff that makes it all warm and toasty and cozy. So you're going to use that. Now, sometimes when you're getting started with your quilting, you do get a little bit nervous about the terminology. You hear batting, wadding. It's the same idea. But what you've got is that already in this kit. So you don't have to think about the different, whether it's the man-made or how thick. It's a bit like tog rating. You've got all those different variations. But with these, you don't have to worry because it's all in this particular kit. You've also got the beautiful calico backing, super soft with regards to this one, and it is a brilliant price bundle. You've got 2 flexi buys on this one, so if you're wanting to get hold of it, you can do it very, very easily. And it's one of those ones that I would certainly have that in my crafty pantry, ready to work with any quilt that I'm constructing, because that's the kind of the finishing stage. Once you get to that quilt top created, you want to finish it off, and that's why that is such a fabulous bundle to go for. So do pop that one into your basket. Now, we've been incredibly busy during this hour, so do jump onto the website and have a little look. We've had sellouts during this hour, but of course we have seen new kits revisiting, and we're looking next at that give a hug cushion, and we've got 2 new options with this one. Pat, this is brilliant. I'm glad that you've brought these back in a slightly different way, though.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about them was great. We loved doing them, and they're very easy to make. As a lot of Hochanda customers have said, people who bought them last time, we've had pictures in showing us how well they've done and how well it went together, because it's so easy. So the same rules apply. Open and sew. Open and sew. This is the greys colour.
Lovely.
Which I think is gorgeous. I might do a bit of that next hour. Maybe.
Okay.
But I've got one part prepared, because what you can see is 2 gaps here. And what I'm going to show you is all you need to know to make this cushion. Because all you can see, I've got these pieces here. They're not fast piece half square triangles. They're a little bit different, and whole pieces of fabric. That's all we've got.
Okay.
So we've got whole pieces, and what I'm going to show you now. So this is all you do. So I've drawn a diagonal line across the wrong side of my lightest fabric, and I've put it together with a print. Now, it's entirely up to you where you put your fabrics. You can follow what I've done, which is all in the patterns, or you can mix them up or whatever. I chose to put like the same pattern here. I don't know if the camera's on here.
Yeah.
So I could put the same print there, so it was a bit matchy. I don't do matchy, but I did on this cushion. And then you can see on the cushion, on the pattern, exactly what we're going to do here now. started with my prints, showing you how to sort them out, and then we're going to do this process at the bottom. And then I've got all these little bits here that show you just how to do your binding, the border, which is a lovely border, checkerboard border, but very simply done. So I'm going to take my piece, I've drawn on a line across the centre, and I'm going to actually stitch on the line, which is a little bit different. We don't usually do that. We usually stitch either side of the line. So just read the instructions, because if you're used to getting into a routine of doing that, you often go back to that routine, but like this is slightly different, and you get some nice little offcuts from this, which is, we'll put them in your scrap bags and they'll add to the
well, this is what I was going to say, talking, because I was just looking at the instructions. So the squares that you're working with at the moment, they're 3-inch square pieces. So the scrap packs that we've been looking at, I mean, if you're going for any of those, you're going to find 3-inch squares in there, so you could replicate this, couldn't you, and use the pattern that you've got within this one to teach you how to make more of them.
Yes, definitely. And this is another thing that I do like scrappy looking things though, because that's how it all started, the craft. Saying that, you know, obviously I've got a house full of gorgeous fabric, and I've got the size of those scrap bags, I can tell you my scrap bags are like quite a bit bigger than that, aren't they, Mark? Huge. I don't throw anything away, I'm terrible. So
now, Pat, you're working with scissors here, not a rotary cutter, so anybody could do this one then.
Yeah, anybody could do any of them really, because of everything's cut out. It's so easy, and I'm just using my scissors here to cut off this bit. You can keep and do something gorgeous with.
Lovely.
And then this bit is the piece we're going to use, and I'm going to press towards my darkest fabric. So put it down and press away from me towards my darkest fabric, like so. Not this. Don't do this. Just press away from me, like so. And then this gives the heart its shape, if we put it down correctly.
So you're looking upside down.
I'm looking upside down, yeah. No excuses. I've learned to left-hand iron since joining Hochanda. Now I'm doing upside down. There's no end to my talents. I've got an hour's rest after those. I couldn't do this all day backward, front and upside down.
Oh, bless you.
This is a very easy project for a complete novice or a junior as well.
Yeah, very much. And I'm just thinking, with the time, Mother's Day, I can't remember what date Mother's Day is, but I would imagine with this one, is it the 14th? Is it next week? Ooh. So potentially, I mean, it'd be a fabulous gift to give to somebody for Mother's Day. Whether you'll receive it in time for you to make it up and give it as a cushion created, then I don't know. But yeah, nice idea for Mother's Day.
Yeah, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it? To get that, and they're ready to post. Are they ready to post, Mum?
They are ready to post.
So
yeah, potentially,
as soon as you get your orders.
Yeah, so potentially you could have it made up.
Yeah. Depends on Mr. Postman.
This is true.
Yeah. So as you can see, the piece I've just created here, it's what gives the shape to what we're doing. So these pieces have got light and print, and then it's just the other way around in the middle here.
Perfect.
But you can see that's as difficult as it gets. And then you literally join your rows, so you'd put them over like so. And as you know, this is how I work. I have my block out in front of me and pick them up, put them down, pick them up, put them down. And it always works best if you just keep your eye on what you're doing all the time, because a good example is I was making a quilt yesterday for a future show, and I got it all joined into a row, popped it out, pressed it, put it down, and what happened, Mark?
It went the wrong way around.
Yeah, I had one piece the wrong way around, and I thought I'd done everything right, because you know we don't aim to do it incorrectly, and I was really pleased with it, pressed it beautifully, and like put it down to look at the whole thing. I went, oh no. So I do, you know.
It does happen.
It happens all the time, and it's funny because you kind of think, well, this fabric's playing tricks on me because I sat there and I'm sure I did it right. But like you say, when you get to the pressing stage and the construction phase, it's like, well, how's that happened? That's why I like the work area that you're in, because if you're travelling from your work area to your sewing machine to your pressing mat, then you can easily rotate those fabrics if you're not careful. So it's a really nice little setup that you've got there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to, we call them twizzle it. Twizzling it, if you pick them up and you sew them together the wrong way, it's so easy to do it. So it's better just to take that bit of time and away you go. So there we are, look, we've got our rows, we just join our rows together and the centre of the cushion is complete.
I love it. And then the only other little patch that you've got to do is the one in the corner, which I think is absolutely adorable. So you can learn that lovely little checkerboard design in your corner there. And that's like a little mini 9-patch block. So from the tuition that you learn for that, you can actually go on and create a larger piece. Then, of course, you've got those fabulous little elements there going across there in your strips. Now, we are going to go back to pattern mark in a little while. We're going to let them get their camera ready so we can see their lovely faces to say goodbye to them. But this is an amazing kit that you have been loving. It's a brilliant kit. You've got all the fabrics that you need to create the most incredible cushion cover. Now, it's an envelope back, so if you are a little bit wary of putting in zips, then you don't need to worry, because with this particular one, it's really easy to do. It's one of Pat Mark's favourites because it's so quick and easy to do. You just edge those fabrics, hem those fabrics, and create your lovely envelope flap there. Pop your 16-inch cushion pad in there and you are good to go. Now, you've got two different options with regards to this one. I've got obviously the floral one here with your rose and your rouge, but we have got a grey version of it as well. You can see it just to the side there with the packaging. It is absolutely beautiful, and this is one that Pat said that she may well look at the grey version when she comes back to us a little bit later on. Is it 10 o'clock the next show, I think, with Pat and Mark? Oh, it's 11, sorry. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird day today because we've kind of got different shift patterns, but absolutely amazing. Lots of you taking advantage of those and loving those cushions. So if you fancy that one, then do make sure you're getting that one into your basket. More importantly, get your baskets checked to add. Now, the next quilt set that we've got to share with you is a quilt top, and this is beautiful. Gorgeous colours in this. Lovely simplistic design, and this is the thing that I love about everything that we've got on the show today is accomplishable for anybody. So whether you are a novice quilter or a seasoned quilter, you don't have to worry. This one's your red square, and you can see here you've got obviously all your squares featuring a variety of different sizes coming together with that beautiful red sashing. Absolutely incredible. Now, this is a complete kit, so usually I'd be telling you that you've got your quilt top and you need to add in your finishing kit. Not with this one. You've got your wadding, you've got your backing as well. So again, this is a brilliant one. If you're a little bit nervous about getting started, maybe don't even know the terminology of the elements, then this has got everything you need with your full instructions in there. And it's also a brilliant one if you want to give it as a gift to somebody, because it's not like a half a gift, as I sometimes call it. It's a bit like when you buy something that needs batteries, but you don't put the batteries in, and somebody gets this lovely gift, but they can't work with it because they've got to go and get batteries. With this one, you don't have to worry. Everything is in there. You just need to add in your thread. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, when it's gone, it's gone, and you've got 2 flexi buys on this one. So there is a certain amount of urgency with regard to this one. 794846. Very quickly, we've got another version of this one, which is a beautiful one, and this has proved to be popular now. Oh no, it's gone, hasn't it? It sold out, didn't it? Sorry. Ooh. Edit that bit out. We're on to Veggie Patch. Sorry, I forgot. It did go, didn't it? Yes, of course. Now, this one, again, beautiful colourways with this particular set. This one is a quilt top. So with this one, you need to add in your wadding, you add in your backing, so get that finishing kit. But you've got your squares all coming together to create these beautiful stars. And I have got the finished quilt here very quickly. Let me show you this one, because it really does need to be seen. It's called Veggie Patch, and you can see there you've got your gorgeous fabrics in there, different colours, different tones, but a nice kind of restful tone with regards to this one. So if you do like the look of this one, very achievable, and maybe something that you're wanting to go on to, because you've done your straight lines with those. So if you fancy that one, then please do. 2 flexi buys on that one, £29.45, a very affordable price, and everything is pre-cut for you. So 644593 if you fancy that one. Now, the next one is a nice little project, maybe a breakaway project, or maybe you want to teach somebody, or maybe just learn about the fundamentals of quilting, because you've got pretty much everything in here, bar the binding really, because you're going to be able to create a fabulous little project. You've got obviously your cut pieces there that you're going to put together to make your beautiful project. You've got your backing fabric, you've got your wadding in there, and it's going to make it a lovely hexagon, which of course you could make it so as you put a backing on there, turn it into a little cushion if you wanted to. Use it as a placemat. Amazing. £12.59. Details on your screen if you wanted to. Now, there's a couple of little things I just very quickly want to share with you down to the last minute of the hour. You've got your fabrics, these beautiful fabrics you've been loving. 2.5 metres and a full metre. Brilliant value for money, £34.99. Wonderful if you're wanting to use this, maybe following one of the instructions from the kits that you've bought. So if you want to know, do pop them into your basket. And finally, but by no means least, we've got the scrap packs. I'm going to stand myself in the middle because we've got two different variations of these. You've got your smaller than 4 inch as being your smaller on the top, on the side of your screen, and then you've also got your larger, where you've got your larger elements which are bigger than your 4 inches. So brilliant value and a fabulous way of making a different quilt. Pattern Mark, thank you so much. It was a bit of a rush at the end there, but you're back with us at 11 o'clock.
Yep, up until 11 o'clock. Thanks very much, Hayley. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Well, we've been really busy, so I know there's lots of people with goodies in their basket. So with some of these stock items, they are vulnerable. Whether we'll have them back at 11 o'clock, I don't know. But what I can say is if it's in your basket, please check your basket out and then join myself and Pat and Mark later on. Bye-bye for now then, Pat. Bye-bye, Mark. Go get yourself some breakfast.
Will do.
And I see them back here. So, yeah, check out those baskets. That's the only advice I can give you. And then do come back and join us at 11 o'clock with more from Pat and Mark and Totally Patched. I'll see you in a mo. I will indeed, because after the break we've got a one-day special. John next door with his Deco butterflies. They are beautiful. Then we're back with Hayley Smith, Craft Yourself Silly, before the best of crafts too.
Hi, I'm Hazel from Pink Frog and it's Pink Frog's 13th birthday. So I hope you can join us where you'll find lots and lots of new ideas, hints and tips and some great products that we've got to share with you. Make sure you don't miss the celebrations, Friday the 12th of March at 6 p.m. through till Sunday the 14th of March. I'll see you there.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I designed the brand myself to make sure that every product that comes out to you is the best quality, has an individual design, and also is versatile. I like everything to match, so if you've got a product from the very beginning of the John Next Door brand, it will match with something that you buy right up to the minute. Everything working together, which makes things more versatile and easier for everyone. I really hope you can join me on Hochanda and continue your crafting journey with me, and we can see all the new ideas, tips and techniques that we can do together. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
am Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hello there. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. John, put your guitar down. I'll be with you in a minute. Now,
You think I could play a guitar?
I love it. They're strumming away. Now, the details are already up on your screen because, of course, 8 o'clock every morning we bring you our one-day special. And it's maybe your first opportunity to see the amazing deals that we bring to you. But, of course, we're talking about a John Next Door of one-day special. So it doesn't stop at the one-day special. There is a lot more. And it's a beautiful one. I mean, John, you've done it again. Amazing deal.
Thank you. I mean, I'm really proud of this. I know I say this every time, but you know, I'm really proud of this. So what I've tried to do with this one, certainly with the one-day special, I've tried to develop.
Okay.
And I've tried to take on what I've done before and make it new for people.
Yes.
So what I've got here is, people are used to, I think by now, having my stamp and die combinations.
Yes.
Where you have a simple A6 stamp that stamps you the flowers, then you put the die on top and it cuts it out. And I thought, I'm fed up of that piece of waste going in the bin.
Okay.
So what I've done this time is, you've got two designed background A6 collage stamps.
Right.
Full collage stamps. So I've got one here on my mat.
So it prints everything that you can see there.
You stamp and you will get that, which is an A6 collage stamp we used to colour
That is
it in,
really
using
nice,
it.
yeah.
Pretty. And look, it's got butterflies intertwined in it. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
But then you've got the die
Okay.
that fits over exactly and cuts out those individual butterflies.
Wow.
So
Fabulous.
to me, I don't see all those butterflies in there particularly. When I do that, suddenly I see them.
Yes.
So
yeah.
what I've got then is these individual detailed butterflies, just 3 of them here, from
Beautiful.
that.
Okay, yeah, love it.
So I've got a 3-in-1.
You have
Because
indeed, yeah.
I've got a background stamp.
Yes.
I've got a nice butterfly die, which will cut me beautiful butterfly dies,
Yes.
butterflies. But I've also got detail, intricate, stamped and die-cut butterflies. And if you can see on here, look, you've even got the antenna.
Wow.
You can see there, even those are included. So, of course, I can then go start and put those back on or use... But that doesn't look as if it's there. If you look at that, it's there.
Very clever.
It doesn't look it there.
Very clever.
Look. So you can mount them up. So you can go to something like this where you've actually got them on separately.
That is so clever, and I love it. You can see the multiple layers there. But I'm guessing, I mean, the waist, it's
Well, there
not
is no
really waist, is it?
Because that's your waist.
Yes.
That's your waist there. So, of course, I could just take that and pop that over a nice piece, say, of the ombre glitter card.
Oh, wow.
Not throwing anything away.
I love it.
And, of course, that's the butterfly, but, of course, me being me, I had to do a flower as well.
Oh,
So
that's
there,
pretty.
and again, the idea is, in this, that to me looks like a daisy.
Yes.
You only see the white. But when you see the flower cut out, can you see you've got a completely different flower?
Oh, right, yes.
Because
yeah.
all of that outline there is hidden in the design.
Yes.
So that is the flower cut, but that is the flower stamped.
Brilliant.
So they look different. So I had to do it twice, and then of course because I'd done that, I then had to expand it and have an entire collection to match as well
this
as a
is
separate, I hasten to add.
Well, this is it, and this is what I was talking about, it being a one-day special and some, because that's the thing with this. The one-day special is that grouping of those two beautiful stamps that John has just talked us around. So you're going to get your butterflies, you can get those gorgeous floral elements there as well. Both of those coming to you with your one-day special prize. And don't forget, you're getting the stamps and the dies in there. So although you just got your one package in there, you've got everything in there. So please don't think you're just getting 2 dies, or don't think you're just getting 2 stamps. You are getting a stamp and die within each one of those packs. Now you can see the price on your screen there. You have got a saving, which is a brilliant saving. It's a one-day special, but we have got an ability that you can get hold of. Well, actually, you can almost get the price of your one-day special covered with the larger bundle that I'm going to tell you about in a few moments. But for the time being, the details are there. That £5 saving, phenomenal deal at 340919. But as John said, that was the starting point, and as is always the case, you start off with one thing and then you think, oh, I wish I'd got this, or could do with that, and that's how it grows. So the similar butterflies are appearing in the additional elements that we've got available for you. Now these are brilliant because what we're doing is we're changing the details on your screen from your one-day special that we were just looking at to incorporate your other option, which is what we've got here. So this is where you have got your additional elements. So if you're wanting to go for these by themselves, then you can do. We've got the details on your screen there. So this is giving you the ability to get hold of those additional 3 die sets. And these are beautiful. And it might be that you're not a stamper, you're not going for the one-day special. Well, this is the way you can get hold of those gorgeous butterflies, but just as dies. Is that right, John?
Yes. So what you've got here is you've got the individual butterflies, and this is my Art Deco butterfly, and I think if you look at it and you look at some of the samples, you'll see I've tried to give it a real Art Deco feel.
Yes.
There's almost, I don't want to say a Rennie Mackintosh because it's not, but it's inspired. You've got the little sort of rose in the bottom of each wing.
Yes.
And then, but what I've done as well with these, because it's the one thing that annoys me about butterfly dies. So one of the reasons why I've done another butterfly, I mean, I know people have said there's a lot about at the moment. It seems to be the feel that all the designers have got. But normally what happens is when you do a butterfly die or you buy one, you get the beautiful intricate detail.
Yes.
And then around it you get a larger die to cut a back for it.
Okay.
So that when you mount the two together, you get that edge.
Yes.
You know, that rim around it.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Okay.
So you can see the plane is exactly the same size.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
So if I bring in here, this is the large one, you can see
That's a good size.
that the detail is exactly the same size as the solid.
Yes.
So can you imagine how wrong that would look if it had a rim going all the way round it?
Yeah.
So you've got the individual, and again, what I've done is with this, you've got 4 detailed,
Okay.
4 different sizes, and they're not just shrank, they're scaled.
Right.
I know you as a quilter will understand
Yes,
that.
yeah, you can't all
I've not
just,
just gone, oh, let's make that 10% smaller. I've shrunk it manually so that it keeps its aspect ratio. So you've got 4 solids in the pattern, 4 solid backgrounds, and then you get 4 smaller butterflies as well. I've lost one.
Oh, no.
But again, you're paying for that metal
Yes.
in there. So you might as well have it.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Because the customer, if I don't include those 4, you've still paid for the metal they've come from. So let's give them to you.
Love it. There you go. So that's the concept explained again with this one, and you're getting the beautiful elements, that lovely Art Deco style frame, of course that large butterfly that John's just shared with us, and you've also got some sentiments so you can see you can dream and you can love with this particular set. £39.94. So those are the dies. Now everything is on extended delivery incidentally as well. It's the 26th of March, so yeah, these will be dispatched to you, and that's, I'm sure John will explain as the hour goes on the reasoning behind that one. But the details on your screen for those, 616-889. But what if you want some of that gorgeous sparkle card, that fabulous ombre glitter? Oh my goodness, this is incredible. First time I've seen it in the studio this morning, I was like, oh my goodness, I so need this. This is beautiful. I mean, John, what a clever idea.
This is beautiful, and I can't claim it. Our manufacturers said to us, we think we've got an ombre glitter card, what do you think? And I went, yes.
Without even seeing it.
What do you think to the colours? And I went, yes. And literally, I just the colour intensity, it doesn't come across on screen.
Okay.
But you've got so much more. That is the most vibrant colour mix.
Beautiful.
It's the same colours through the 12x12 and the A4.
Okay.
So I'm going through this because it's this one. But I was doing this yesterday, practising, and Paola was on a show opposite me, and she stopped.
Distracted.
She was talking, and she actually stopped. I went, ooh, and then carried on. So if you watch back the show yesterday, you'll see Paola sort of stop and go, ooh, because she saw it. And that, to me, is when another crafter goes, oh, and it distracts them from working. Yeah. It's like, yes.
Now, John's just been showing you the 12x12, the details of which are on your screen. But we've also got your A6. Now, not your A6, your A4. A6, where did I get A6 from? A4, and again, you are going to that gorgeous ombre. I'm going to turn it to the side just so it makes it a little bit easier for you to see. So if I move those back, you can see you've got that lighter tone going through to the darker, and you've got kind of different colourways with these. So it's not necessarily just keeping to one colour grouping, but you've got complementary colours that work so well alongside each other to create some absolutely amazing ombre effects. That is such a clever result that you're getting with those. And of course, with the assurance that you've got the quality, because it's craft artist, and you've got that gorgeous no shed. I love this one. I want to use this on my silhouette because I think it's going to be amazing. So yes, we've got A4, we've got 12x12, but we've also got a bumper bundle, which I'm sure that you've already spied. Lots of you have been taking advantage of our complete collection. Now, what your complete collection is everything from that gorgeous glitter card that I've just shown you in your A4, going right the way back to your one-day special. So you are getting everything. You're not getting John. Giving his little wave there, showbiz wave. So you're getting everything. Now, the saving on your screen is tremendous. If you're a Freedom member, you are saving £21.59 in addition to the savings that we've been speaking of, which is an additional £10. So what that means, you are saving £31. Now, when you consider, and some pence, but when you consider that at the bottom of your screen, you've got one day special for £38.98. So it pretty much means that your one day special, you're paying just over £7 for.
Yeah. I never thought of that.
£7.39.
That's crazy.
But that's your saving.
Yeah,
if you're a Freedom member, and you're not paying your post and packing, so you're saving even more. So you want to bring that into the equation. It's an extra fiver, isn't it, probably, with this one. So with that is the thing that I love about this, because imagine if I said to you, would you like 2 dies, 2 stamps that give you a whole host of different combinations for £7.30p?
I would say yes, because that would actually be less than it costs to have it made.
Well, there you go. But that's all part of the saving and the way that complete bundle has come. Now, of course, we know it's not in everybody's option to get hold of everything, so they are still available by themselves, but I just wanted to draw that to your attention. We are incredibly busy for that complete collection. It also gives you the ability to spread the cost, which is fabulous, because, of course, this time of year, often we want to do that. So if you were thinking of getting the one-day special, you would be paying £38.98. But today, for the complete bundle, you're paying £31.89, I think it was, wasn't it, or 98 pence? But it's that £7 difference. You're paying less to go for the complete collection. Yes, you've got your 3 payments on there, but to get hold of everything on its way to you for less than what you were going to be paying for your one-day special. And if you're not a Freedom member already, please do become a Freedom member, because that saving is absolutely amazing. 782730. I would add in extra of that glitter card as well, because when you see it, it's absolutely amazing. You want more of that, so you can do that and spread the cost of that as well over 3 payments as well if you're wanting to. So it makes sense, doesn't it? Details on your screen there, but we are rapidly approaching 60% of the complete bundle. So if you're wanting those, makes sense to go for them. Absolutely beautiful. And butterfly's gorgeous. There's loads of finished samples. I will go through the finished samples later on, but I want to show you everything and get to demo. So please excuse me that. I will come back to those a little bit later on. Something that myself and John were chatting about yesterday, and we had a very busy hour with these amazing brushes. Now I know John will be touching on these, I'm sure, during the course of the hour, but there are loads of different ways for you to get hold of these. Now, just the history behind these fly out every single time John brings them to us, and it's been about 7 months, I think, since we last saw them.
It was 7 months since we last had these in stock, able to bring them to people. And it's taken us that long to bring the stock back in. And from what I was hearing yesterday, I don't actually know the quantity we brought back in, but unless it's twice what we did at first, we're rapidly approaching going through them now.
Okay, yeah. Well, this is the thing now. We've got a variety of different ways for you to get hold of them. Yesterday, the most popular way is to get hold of what we're showing you on the screen. So you're basically getting your 4 sets of brushes, 2 sets of the larger and 2 sets of the smaller. And you're also getting your tool roll to keep them in. This is brilliant because this is a perfect way for you to store them and to keep them protected. John will show you his in just a few moments. So you're going to get that included as well. All for £27.95. So brilliant value for money. But if you're wanting the brushes by themselves, maybe you've already got your roll, then you can get hold of them in a variety of different combinations. Firstly, they're available individually. They're also available in pairs. And I'm going to bring this in because this is one of the other popular ways of getting hold of them, is with these beautiful petal inks. Now, this is a nice little combination because you're getting 2 of those sets and you are getting those petal inks as well with the details on your screen. £23.97. And these are brand new inks, and they've got a gorgeous pearlescent finish to them, John.
These are absolutely, the inks are absolutely beautiful. You've got 8 individual colours in here. So you've got, and these are what I call the basics. So you can see, you can't actually even see that one.
Is that
because
black
it's
one?
Black. It's true black. But each one is pearlescent, so you've got black, you've got like a purpley midnight, which is why we've called it midnight pearl. You've got like a cerulean blue, a beautiful green, a gold, a silver, a white and a graphite. So these are almost like a basic set, but they're all pearlized. I will be using them in the first demo, but to show you this I did last night. And I don't know if you can see, that's a normal card with the brushes just through the waist, but I'll be doing this in the first demo. So if you want to see how to make that, I will be showing you in our very first demo how to do it.
Love it. We'll come to that in a few moments. So yes, if you wanted to get hold of those, then you can do. So you get your 2 brushes, you would get your inks there for the details that are on your screen. But I know one of the most popular ways of getting hold of those brushes is with that complete bundle. So I'm going to move those out of the way for the time being. 80% of the stock has gone of the option that we've got on your screen there, as you can see. £27.98 will get you all the brushes and your roll there. But you'll be thinking, well, hang on a minute, I want the ink as well. Well, you can get hold of the ink. The ink is available. It's £12.95 and it is available by itself. So you can add that in and take advantage of that one as well. So if you're wanting all of the brushes and the roll details are there, but if you are wanting the inks, then I'm going to pop those details up for you as well. But as I say, £12.95. John will talk about this as the hour progresses, but sorry, £12.98, I do apologise. But John will talk about these because in the past they have been held in with magnets, but I know due to customer feedback, those magnets have been not included with this particular design, and they kind of click into place, but we'll talk about that later. 732-999 if you're wanting those inks. So, lots of choice. We're busy. We're busy, busy, busy. Website's probably the best place for you to shop, to be honest. Yesterday, when I had a show with John, we ended up with 9-minute queues. Do not find yourself in that situation. Place your order on the website, and then, of course, you can bypass those queues, and we can see the fabulous demonstration from John. There's loads there for you to consider. If you fancy some of that additional mirror and satin cardstock, do check that out as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, we've got all sorts of fabulous things that we're going to be sharing with you during the course of the day. We've got John, we've locked the doors, he's not going anywhere. So make sure you settle down and enjoy the day with us. So what are we up to first then, John?
So I thought what I would do is I'm going to use the butterfly stamp and die set together.
Okay.
Yeah. But I want to show you 3 ways to use it.
Right.
I want to show you, as you know, and I say this a lot, I'm a lazy crafter if I can be. I love the process, but I want things easier for me.
Okay.
I'm not the best drawer, I'm not the best colourist, but I like to try and design the products so that realistically, if you have never done anything before, you can do this.
Okay.
So you can get something really amazing. So all I've done is, this is just plain white normal card. There's not any shiny to it. I'll show you that because I'm going to use the inks. And all I've done is rip down a piece of A4 into 4.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's literally 4 1/8 lengthways and 5 3/4 or nearly 6. 5 7/8 that way. Cut it into 4 because I design everything to work on this sort of A6 size, because if this was a little bit bigger, you'd only get it twice out of A4.
Yes.
And I'm cheap.
Yeah.
As you know, I want to get the best
But the
value
thing
out.
is, that has a knock-on effect with the price that our customers end up paying.
It does. It really does, and it costs more money. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to stamp this one in black. So I'm using black VersaFine standard stamping ink,
Okay.
just to show you, really easy. I'm using my press to impress because for a large stamp, I mean, I don't use anything other than this, but for a large stamp it's so much easier. So I just go down. I've missed a little bit because of having that magnet in place. So there's one. There's your background stamp. Easy,
Beautiful.
done, simple. Yeah. What I want to do then, I want to take a second one, so I'm just going to put same size piece of paper in exactly the same spot. Okay, and I'm just going to again ink my stamp, same ink, stamp that through. Okay, really simple. But now I want coloured butterflies.
Right, okay.
So not quite got a good impression, to go back down. That's what I love about this. There we go. So I want coloured butterflies, but it's quite difficult to... Could you imagine trying to cut those out by hand?
Oh, I would need, and they wouldn't have antennae.
Some
They'd be
of them, like
bumped
that
into
one.
everything.
I couldn't actually even see where that finishes,
That's
where
a
it
good
merges
point,
in.
actually, yeah.
So I'm going to use the die to cut them out, and it's really simple. I made sure that the line on the die is right on the edge of the metal. Yeah? So you can see there, it's right on the edge of the metal, which works, which means that I don't have that rim. So I can look through. So these are some of the things that sound a bit crazy, but that I have to think about, is just making sure, if we'd have had the line a bit further out, you wouldn't be able to see through, and I'd need marks on the stamp.
Right.
Well, that then ruins the stamp.
Yes, yeah.
So you just look through and you can see your butterflies, and if you're off a bit, don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry in the slightest, because the design will make up for it, because there's plenty of bits around it to stop it.
It's really good, yeah.
So I'm just going to cut it. Obviously, I'm going to cut it in my Kaleido.
That's right, yeah.
But these fit through all leading die cutting machines. You know, they're not just designed for this. It is part of the shame that the Weekend Wow went, because
It is. I mean, it's sold
obviously
out
these
so
stamps and
quickly.
dies look amazing foiled.
Well, yes, and then some of the finished samples have got foiling on there as well. I mean, you're showing us earlier on, and yeah. Apologies for that. The Weekend Wow, I'm sure you will have heard, it flew out literally the second hour, I think it was, the second live hour that we had, the complete bundle sold out. And yeah, the one day, not the one day, but the Weekend Wow, it's similar sort of way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think actually, no, I've got that the wrong way around. The complete collection sold out, didn't it, initially in the first 15 minutes, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. It kind of, yeah.
That's crazy. So there we've got 7 individual. Now I know I've paid a lot of money for that. For something with that, with the antenna on, with that sort of level of detail. Imagine doing them in vellum. I'm going to show you a little bit later, or maybe at 12 o'clock, doing them, you know, heat embossed. So much more we can do. But of course I have this piece left.
Yes.
And I said I wanted coloured butterflies. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move my mat out of the way. Actually, no, I'm not. I need my mat, honestly. I'm an idiot. All I do is take the waste and drop it back over.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm just going to tape that down, just to secure it. I'm going to grab my ink.
Right. All the
and I grab
inks.
a couple of my brushes. So, but the thing I love about the roll, because that went so quickly when we first brought it in, I've stored all my brushes in this roll for 7 months.
Wow.
And they're not damaged.
Yeah. See, this is the thing I
Because
was
it
chatting
rolls
about.
up and it protects them, and any other way that I've kept the brushes, you can get things jammed in, you can really mess them
Yeah,
up.
I mean, naturally, when we were kind of putting things out, I mean, they're so soft, you just sit there and stroke them, they're gorgeous. But the thing that you would potentially do is put this into a pot where you might have your craft knife pressing in there, or you might put them into your bag, and again, something could be pressing against it. So you could quite easily find that when you actually take it out, those bristles are distorted. So I think the storage of these is key. So by keeping them in the roll, you're keeping them in the way that they should be kept.
It is. The one you've got there is not a brand new one from a packet.
Oh, okay.
That's one of mine that I took out yesterday. We had it sanitised and it was laid out for the show.
Yeah.
But that's actually been in one of the rolls for 7 months.
See, it looks like
That's
it's fresh
not a
out
brand
of the
new
pack.
brush. That's a used brush of mine that's been held
Brilliant.
in there. That's what I love.
And of course the beauty of these is you've got the solid head there, so you're going to obviously get the application that you need, but you've also got the flexibility of the handle with these as well, so you can apply a different amount of pressure.
We had the handles. This is the difference that we put in. We didn't reinvent the wheel. You know, these are available, you know, as different products.
Yes.
We know that. What we did was had the plastic made a little bit more flexible. That's why it's blue. It's why it's our colour.
Okay.
Because we had this made so you've got flexibility rather than tough.
Yes.
So all I'm going to do is I've taken out the cerulean, or the purpley colour, and this is the difference. We had, when we did these before, these inks,
Yes.
and I wanted to mention this, and because I told you this one yesterday.
You did, yes.
It's quite important to me. A lady messaged me and she was quite upset because she has a pacemaker, I believe, and she can't work with magnets.
Yeah.
And they were held in before with little magnets on the base.
Yeah.
So when we've gone for new colours and new set, we actually asked them to take the magnets out, and is there anything they can do? So, look, it's still, won't fall out.
Yeah.
Now, they clip in.
Look at that, yeah.
So it's a little plastic, and they clip
Clever.
and click
You can hear that click.
into place, yeah? So again, perfectly safe, not going to contaminate each other, but now we've taken the magnets out.
Wonderful.
So I'm going to take a little bit of blue on my brush, and I'm just, you feel sometimes with this as if you're achieving nothing. Because you don't see a great deal, and it's almost a great reveal, but don't be careful. All we're doing is there. So I've gone on then with the bluey colour. I'm going to go on now with a green.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to take the green. If you want to clean your brushes, microfiber cloth is one of the best ways in between colours.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just takes the excess off. And then, I mean, I use those for everything all the time. So I'm just going through with the green now, and I'm just randomly adding a little bit of green on. Again, you'll feel like you've achieved nothing at all. And then I am going to switch brushes because I'm going to the gold, and I don't want to contaminate that because I'm going down a shade.
This is why it's such a good idea for you to literally get several sets of these brushes, because you will find that you'll use a variety of different colours. I know in some of the shows, there's quite a few of our guests say if you're working with yellow, to keep one for all your yellows, a true yellow, so it doesn't contaminate with regards to the others. So yeah, if you want one to go with those brushes, we have got a bundle where you can get your brushes with those fabulous inks. We've also got the ability for you to get additional brushes as well as the brushes in the roll at the moment.
I mean, your roll will actually take 15 brushes in safety, and that's what I tend to put in mine. But we didn't want to put 15 brushes in the set because it makes it really expensive, and it's a choice if you want more, and you've got that choice to do it at a later stage. So that's it. Yeah, messy, looks a bit not done anything. We take that away.
Oh my word.
So if I hold that one
fabulous.
up,
oh, look at the pearl.
you can see you've got individual pearlised butterflies.
That would be so tricky to do. I mean,
Can you imagine trying to colour that by hand?
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's achievable. You could do it, but it certainly wouldn't take the length of time that you've done. And if you're making your cards to sell or fundraising for charity, then you don't always have that time that you can literally colour them individually.
So all I would do with that is probably just mat and layer it onto a card blank, because that to me is all it needs. Let's take just one. So I'm just going to take one of the individual butterflies really quickly. Remember which one's which. So I'm going to go a little bit of the blue, swipe through the middle. By doing it this way...
Oh, John, could you... Oh, it's all right.
Sorry.
No, you're
Here's
okay.
me, you know... I just like to make things difficult for poor Chris.
He loves it.
You know.
Keeps him on his toes.
But again, I can get a more intense colour when I go directly on.
Yes.
So it makes them pop out a little bit more. Whap the gold at each side. But look how these blend. This is what the brushes do.
What mat are you working on,
This is my water medium mat.
Wow.
We'll have this on the 10 o'clock show.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Apparently I'm on, off all day. Nobody thought about it, and I'm on at 8 and 10 and 12 and 4. Sorry.
Always like a presenter show.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah?
But
An
you
hour
can
in
see
between.
there, that looks butterfly-y.
That is
That little bit of
beautiful.
iridescence, and all I do is take something like a paintbrush
Yeah.
or something and just curl your leaf and fold over. But when you've got that, nobody, to me, would believe you hadn't bought that.
No, it does look like you've got, I don't know, half a dozen in a pack or something.
Yeah, you
Paid a
did.
few
And
pounds for them.
I've bought them in packs like that before. When I first started, you used to buy them. You remember on the black card, the MIC, and you'd get 4 or
Yes,
6
yeah.
stuck on a pack for like £3 or £4 or something. But yeah, I can just, I'm not even going to put that in the same place. I'm just going to go there. But you can see then, we've got that flight.
Beautiful.
I'll hold it up, but I'll hold it on because I've not glued it. But there, you can see.
Cute. I'm thinking about cutting these, stamping them and cutting them out of acetate as well and glittering
Beautiful.
from the back.
Oh, no,
like little
yes.
stained glass butterflies.
You could use your eye zinc pigment,
Yes,
the dropper
yeah.
ink bottle at the bottom of the brush, which will give you the jewel tones. But again, so simple. But then we've got a background stamp coloured as if it's stencilled and flowered on. And of course, if we don't stamp it, that's what we get if we just go through without the stamping.
So, well, this is the thing, because you've got obviously the mask that you've created a few
Yeah.
moments ago. You can go on and use that over and over again.
So you've got, and then again, put that onto something else, and there is another background. So we're not wasting anything.
No.
So 2 products, but giving us 4 or 6 different items from it.
I love it, and that's what John was talking about, that sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you need to find more ways than those things we've used in the past, maybe, and that's what John loves to do, and I love it, but similarly to the way that I work as well. Now, we're talking about our one-day special. Of course, 8 o'clock every morning is a time that we dedicate to our one-day special, and here we have got your fabulous set. So you're going to get your 2 sets. So the butterflies that John's been working with, similar sort of way the little flowers work as well. So both of those coming to you with your one-day special price. Now, you've got 2 packs, but within each of those packs, you've got a die and a stamp. So you're actually getting your 4 elements. So this is what you're getting. You're getting your die that's going to cut to perfection those butterflies. So no white edges with those, no kind of bleed as we sometimes speak of, but you're also going to get the fine detail like the antennae cut out. But it's cut out from a usable piece, which I think is brilliant because you're not wasting the elements that are left behind. You've got that gorgeous background there. And of course, you could just use it as a background stamp if you're wanting to. And that works in a similar sort of way with the flowers. But of course, the flowers, I mean, you look at the background, you see those daisies, but you don't necessarily see that outline edge, which of course you do when you use the die. Really clever combination and absolutely amazing value for money. It's a one-day special, that's what we expect. But the saving that you've got on your screen is a saving that can be carried forward to a larger bundle, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. So if you want a new one-day special, the details on the screen for the time being. 340919. Do pop that into your basket if you're wanting just the one-day special. The only thing you need to be aware of is extended delivery with regards to this one. It's the 26th of March. Can I just speak to John about that? Because it's not something that we regularly see from yourselves, extended delivery, unless you sell out of something. So what's the reason behind that?
What we've got is, first of all, we've got the Weekend Wow.
Yes.
And that has to be packed and go out. With COVID and everything else that's going on, we have very limited stock. I mean, to be honest, in the warehouse, it is the family.
Yes, I know,
I mean, you know, it's the Smith family. You know, you've got Mark, you've got Jane, you've got Peter, you've got Mark, Jane, Peter and Penny and Linda. That's the 5 people that are in there packing everything. With COVID, we cannot and don't want to bring anyone else in or make anyone else unsafe.
Yes.
So you've got those doing all of that. So we needed time to get that out. Plus, what we've got on the dies is they are in the country.
Yeah.
They are here. They've just got to clear customs.
Yes.
Yeah, and get to us. We know the problems that we're getting in the world at the moment. We know what's happening, and we were faced with an option of either over-promising and under-delivering, or under-promising and over-delivering, and we'd rather do that.
So we could potentially, I mean, I'm not saying making any guarantees, but I mean,
even
that date, obviously that date is the extended delivery, and that's the one that we're working towards. So, yeah, that's the date. It will definitely be in dispatch by, so there you go. Just to let you know that information. I'm not going to say any more than that, but... Yeah.
Yeah, I would hate to overpromise, but that's the thing, is we need to get the stock in and out and out to people, and we'd rather do it fairly.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain it because, as I said, it's not something that we regularly see from John and Crafts too, so I just wanted to mention it. So, One day special, spoken about that, tick. Now you've got obviously your set, your additional set. Now your additional set you can get hold of, this is an item number, you can get hold of all three of those fabulous dies there with the frame, with the butterflies, with the larger butterflies, that gorgeous kind of Art Deco look to them. £39.97, there's a £5 saving there as well. Brilliant bundle, lovely to go for. But again, hold fire for just a few moments because we have got that complete bundle. You've also got that gorgeous glitter card that John's been working with, the ombre, and we've got it in two varieties. You've got your A4, but if you prefer to work with a 12 by 12, you can get the 12 by 12 version of this one as well. So yeah, we've got lots of different things we're bringing to you. Now your A4 set that we're looking at, which is this particular one here, from here, the complete collection runs all the way back to the one day special. So if you can't choose, then yeah, this is one of the things that you might want to consider going for, because you are going to get everything. So you can get your A4 ombre card, which of course you can get more of if you wanted to. You can get it in your 12 by 12 if you wanted to. 12 by 12 is proven to be a popular one. It's at the bottom of the screen there, $14.99. And like I say, if you've got a Cricut, if you've got a silhouette machine, absolutely perfect size for those, so I'm certainly going to be getting myself some of those. But the complete bundle includes the A4 right the way through to your one day special.
And the 12 by 12, Hayley.
Oh, does it? Oh,
the 12 by 12 is included in the complete as well.
So it's, oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah, it's not just the A4, it's the 12 by 12.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
that is my mistake. I do apologise,
I thought
folks.
then.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's everything, apart from the brushes, it's everything on the counter.
Oh
From the 12 by 12
no
up is in the
wonder that we're in the
complete.
situation that we're in.
I mean, what we try and do
sorry.
is, I always promise we will give a bundle that's under sort of the £50 mark for people.
Yes.
You know, not everyone can do that. I'm not a fan of saying, oh, it's a 200, you
Yes,
know.
yeah.
I don't like that. So we've given everything, the one day special. Then we've done a complete for those who want it. But we've also made sure there are individuals of everything if people just want the individual. I like people to have the choice, but yeah, I mean, when I looked at the price, I went, well, doesn't that mean I'm getting the 12 by 12 pad and the A4 and one of the dies? Because I am a Freedom member,
Yeah.
literally for nothing sort of thing. So I liked it. But the options are there.
Love it, absolutely love it. Sorry, I do apologise. So you're going to get all of that. What that means is should we show you actually, because it's easier to show you because my arms aren't long enough to show you everything. So that's what you're going to get. 12 by 12s, your A4s, you're going to get your one day special and those additional 3 dies there. So the savings that I've talked around with these, you're going to get in addition to obviously the saving on your screen. So you've actually got a £12 saving, but you've got what was the saving overall? An extra £10, that's right, because it's £5 on the one day special and 5 on those dies. So you have got overall a £22 saving if you're not a Freedom member. But if you're a Freedom member, that goes up because you are actually saving £31.59, which when you consider the one day special is, well, just where am I, £38.90 something pence, you're paying about £7.30 in effect for your one day special, which I think is brilliant because the saving is covering the cost of it. So if you want your bumper bundle, £86.34, phenomenal value for money. 3 flexi buys on that one, and your flexi buy, your first flexi buy if you're a Freedom member, it's actually less than what you would be paying for the one day special if you were going down that route. And I promise you a few finished samples. I'm going to show you a couple of these because we've got some beautiful butterflies that have been used. The design team, you've done so much. We are going to go back to John though for a demo in a minute, but you can see here the gorgeous butterflies coming together. Of course, you can use the dies by themselves. You can use the frame to create the most incredible boxes, as you can see with these. Talking about, oh, sorry. Oh, there you go. Talking of boxes, this is beautiful. This little hat box. What a clever idea.
This June, she made the hat box, and she wanted to show how beautifully the butterflies work decorating things that we already make.
Yes.
Things don't stand alone. You know, the hat box isn't mine. The paper isn't. It mixes so well together. And what she did is, if you pull the hat box up,
ooh, okay,
it's filled with little Easter eggs.
Oh my goodness.
And she's even made a box, a hat box for the hat box.
I just
which is
saw
down
that
there.
Yeah.
But also what she did was she actually supplied an extra bag of the chocolate eggs.
Oh, I
because
see.
she knows Adam eats the chocolate from the samples as we go
Oh,
down.
does he?
So she sent an
Right.
extra bag so I could either refill or just give those to Adam to stop him eating the ones in there.
I love that idea. I love the hat box.
And
that
they're
comes
still
with as
here,
well.
June, I hasten to add. Says John, trying not to show you the thing. Sam and I didn't eat them because she threatened us that we shouldn't eat them.
I love it. And I'm just going to bring in some more of those finished samples because, I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. The backgrounds as well. I mean, this one, obviously you can use the background stamp just with other things that you've got within your stash as well. Oops, in fact, I think, which way is that? It's like a picture frame, this one. Clever idea.
Yeah, so this is Mrs. Duck, and you wouldn't think, I would have thought that that was a big stamp or a background paper. I would have thought she'd used one of her pieces of paper.
Well, I hesitated to pick it up because I wasn't entirely sure.
But it was that she's just used 2 colours of ink, 2 greens, and repeatedly stamped it to make that background. But that's how it was designed.
Yes.
So that you could actually work, and I have to say thank you to Mrs. Duck, because the text that's on this is from Mrs. Duck, supplied me years ago, and it's called Immortal Beloved.
Oh,
and it's a letter from Beethoven to his beloved that was found after he died, and he hadn't sent it.
Oh.
So if you actually, and it is readable in the stamp, which is why we have the stamp section made in the UK. But you can read it, and you will read it says Immortal Beloved, my love and thoughtfulness. So there's actual genuine words in there, but it's real, and I like them to be real.
I love it. Now, this it's a totally different look, as you can see there. And again, using that stamp, using your embossing powders, using the dies. Again, don't forget everything here, bar the sentiment, has been used. And obviously, you've got your little bits of foliage in there as well. This is a nice idea. Very, very quickly. Can you see, very subtly, you've got an embossed background with that one? Because, of course, you could get that effect with those as well.
Yep, she just used the dies onto a piece of card and embossed card over the top of it.
Beautiful. Now,
very classic idea.
I could spend an hour going through the finished sample, so I'm going to apologise to anybody that didn't get their finished samples shown, but thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see some of those a little bit later on. But the complete bundle that we've been chatting about here, over 60% of the stock has gone, so if you're wanting those, get them quick. John, I'm going to come back to you, because as I say, we're really running out of time quickly.
Right, so I'm going to be really quick. I had this sample from Rocky, which I just thought was so beautiful.
Oh, that's cute.
Because doesn't that look like one of those old cabinets they used to pin butterflies in?
Yeah, and thankfully...
Please don't pin butterflies, use mine.
Yes.
Please don't.
Definitely.
So, but this is, I designed the frame so that it wouldn't, it doesn't cut out, it cuts in.
Okay.
Because I don't like it, you're restricted if it cuts out to what you can do. That's all you get. So all you get if it cuts is that. And you then have to piece it in.
Right.
So it doesn't do that. So what I've done here is, I will give these measurements on Facebook, but basically I've made myself a box lid. Yeah, okay. I've made the folds. I've actually got one, I don't know where I've put it, that I've already got sort of cut down and trimmed down, but what I'm going to do is, the die is 7 by 5. Yeah, so the die will fit through your smaller die cutting machines, but obviously for this I'm going to need a larger one, so I'm going to use my my GoPro.
Okay.
But to go through it, so all I've done is make sure you put your folds in first before you die cut when you're trying to cut something into a lid. If you don't, you do move, as you know, when you go through a die cutting machine, you push lines out.
Yes, yeah.
And your card sometimes warps, so you want all your folds done first. So that's just running through. But while that's running through, what I've done as well is taken a piece of the satin in the bright gold.
Lovely.
From the gold and silver packs of Craft Artist card that we do.
Cool.
Okay, and what I want to do on this one is, so take that out, you can see there, I won't flick them at the screen as I did at Paul Scott last night, and they were hitting that. But you can see there, we've got that simple Art Deco look. But I want to do some paper piecing with it. And the 2 things I want to paper piece is, number 1, I want to put some gold bars in, as if you've got it gold.
Nice, yeah.
So I take the die again, and this time I've got a piece that I've cut just over 7 by 5.
Okay.
Yeah, so that I've got another frame so I don't waste it. So again, this shows you every die will go through your A5s.
Yes.
I only used the A4 machine because I needed that.
Yeah.
To cut the larger piece of card.
Yeah.
So
that
again,
makes sense.
It's why I have 2. I mean, it's been a nightmare for me. I've been saying this for the last year. I've been hiding this every time I do a video.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Because it sits on my desk there.
Oh, and of course we
because
couldn't
I use
know.
my A4 for my bigger things. If I want a small sentiment, I don't run it through that.
And that must have been so tricky, because if it's your go-to machine and then all of a sudden you kind of move into another machine to
Well, look at the plates.
Oh wow!
You know, look at the plates.
Yeah.
That's used. You know, that's been heavily tested. You know, I didn't say, oh, I'll have new ones for the show. You know, I'm not like that. So what you're not supposed to do is do what I've just done.
Okay.
Which is flick all of the bits out.
Oh, because you wanted to keep those.
Because I wanted to keep those, so hopefully I'll find them all. But
no.
so the next thing, because normally I would give this section to you, wouldn't I?
You would, but not.
And we're not allowed at the moment to prick all of the bits out.
It's over a year since I've been a little handy
I know,
helper.
it's crazy. So I'm flicking all the bits out again I need, but what I have got is, when it comes to paper piecing, you may want to paper piece that.
Okay, yeah.
And if you do, then off you go, enjoy yourself, you know, have good times with it. Personally, I've done it once, and I don't have as much patience for that.
Some people do like a technique where they put like a sticky sheet behind it and then put the other die on the top and push them
and push
through.
it through. Yeah, I've done that quite a few times. But what I wanted was you to be able to have the ability to easily put a different colour in there.
Yeah.
So in the die set, I included a separate solid. That's included with the frame.
I see.
And that is exactly the same size as that.
Right.
So obviously I want 2 of those in gold.
Yeah.
So most people would say, well, why have you been mean, John? And why have you only given us 1? And the reason is quite simple. To give you a second butterfly would make the die more expensive.
Yes, naturally,
But you don't need 1.
Oh, okay.
Because of how well we have our dies manufactured, because it's a simple shape. This is 2 pieces of the satin 350 GSM card.
Right.
The reason I'm not taping this down is it's a magnetic base on the Kaleido.
Of course, yes, yeah.
So it actually holds it in place, but it will cut 2 layers. So I give you 2 dies, and it costs you
That is brilliant.
£1 or 2 more.
Yeah.
I give you 1 die that cuts 2, and it saves money.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it.
And that's the idea. So,
very, very quickly. Can I just quickly ask you, talking about the machine again, when are we expecting to see it back? I know people have missed out on this. So.
We are expecting it back. I believe they're either on the water, or they're about to leave on the water.
Okay, yeah.
So we are expecting them back towards the end of April, beginning of May.
So we'll look out for that in our
and I'm sure we will do a show on it as soon as they're back for everybody that missed out.
Yeah.
So if there's something you want to cover a minute, just while I pick these little bits out, that's great.
I'm quite conscious of that. Just while John's doing that with these, can I show you some of these examples? I mean, the way that people have used it, and this is the thing. I was just saying there, and joking apart, one of the finished samples I went to hold up, and I was like, oh, I don't know if that's been used with the one-day special, because the different techniques that people have used. I mean, so many amazing designs. I love these 2. I mean, this is kind of where you got your in and your out, isn't it? Because obviously the background has been created, the die has been used to obviously cut out the elements, and it's been done twice. So the complete background has been used on this one, with the butterflies that have been taken from that one crossed over, which I think is such a brilliant idea. I think that's the way that it's been done. There's no names on the back of there, so I'm doing a little bit of assumption there. This is a nice one. Again, I can always spy a Mrs. Duck card because I can't figure out how she made it.
Yeah, that is a definite, and that's a classic Mrs. Duck. It really is. But again, what she's done there is she's used a piece of paper that she's got with butterflies on.
Yes.
And the dies work because they're true butterfly dies.
Yeah.
If you look at the butterfly in the top left, or I'd be top right, wouldn't it, at home? I'm terrible at it.
I don't know. That one.
So look at the one on the paper.
Yes.
And then look at the die-cut one.
Yeah.
They're virtually identical, but that paper is a different design.
Yeah.
Because they're real, true butterflies.
Very clever. Again, I mean, this one here, this is a brilliant idea. No stamping gone in. Oh, no, some stamping has gone on with that one. But amazing, as you can see, multi-laying those up. Just using the stamp by itself. I mean, such a quick, simple and easy card. And, of course, changing out those colours. Again, the butterflies look absolutely amazing. And, of course, the butterfly from the frame being used there. And then, of course, you are going to get the gorgeous flowers that work alongside. So it doesn't have to be you working with your larger larger cards. You can be doing your smaller ones as well. A few little examples there of how those have been used by the design team as well. So thank you to everybody that's designed and created cards for these, because they're absolutely phenomenal. But as I said, because a week of Sundays, as they say, or a month of Sundays, actually showing you those.
All of them have been photographed, and there's a gallery of all the samples on the Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2 Facebook group. So all I've done now is I've just taken the bits out, and for speed I've used spray glue.
Okay.
Yeah. But look, I'm just going to drop these gold butterflies behind, but see how easily they fit. And again, without me including that extra plain one, then it wouldn't fit. So if I hold this, I turn this over.
Oh, look at that.
There we've got, hold it up.
That's nice. That could be the ombre glitter, couldn't it?
The ombre glitter card looks beautiful with it. But it's so, that screams Art Deco to me.
Doesn't it?
That little corner. So again, another little spray. I would be using power tape at home. I'm going to pop a piece of acetate in, and I'm going to do really simple paper piecing, because to me, I think that, you know, when you've got one of those cabinets, they're always picked out in gold.
Yes, yeah.
You know, so I'm just going to take, there we go, these are the pieces scrap from this frame that I will use for another card that fit in, and all I'm going to do is just add a little bit of glue, and we hope I've got all of these pieces now, but if not, I've got one that's ready done in a slightly different way. But then but look, that's easier. That's got to be the easiest bit of paper piecing I've ever had to do. That's brilliant, because it's almost like a 2-for-1, isn't it? Because you're using the elements that have come from the other one that you're slotting into place there. You have, but you would think if you looked at the die, well, how's he got the gold behind that? Has he actually sat and cut it out? Yeah. No, I haven't, because life's far too short. So I'm 2 pieces missing. Oh, well, I'll leave you doing your jigsaw puzzle. Do you want to go through a couple of samples? Because I'm going. Well, actually, tell you what, it's really. Oh, they're in the die. Oh, there you go. You got them. There you go. Because I'm an idiot. Not at all. You get so thrown out with doing this, don't you, at times? But there, I've got almost like a corner box. Yeah. If I hold that one up, that is lovely. You can see. That is brilliant. I love there it. Is your cabinet. Very effective. And the blocks are what said the Art Deco to me. So I'm just going to finish this off as a lid if you want to go through a couple more samples. Well, I just found a card using the exact same die, and this is that you could be creating a box like that to put a card like this in, which is amazing. Obviously, it's a slightly different colourway, but you can see the frames being used. But those butterflies, look at the depth that you can get when you double cut those and layer one on top of the other. And I love the crispness of the white with regards to this one. Again, finished samples from these, phenomenal. Going away from that frame, have a look at this. I mean, this is beautiful. Again, using it alongside other things. Don't even need to look at the back, do I? Mrs. Duck. But beautiful. Don't those butterflies look like you've bought them? It reminds me, I mean, we have loads of fabulous brands here at Hochanda, and we see all sorts of different paper pads and packs and different things, but especially in that kind of format that we just looked at there, really reminds me of some of those papers that we see. Now, this is a nice idea as well. Yep, so what she's done is heat embossed it. Oh, okay, right. On that one. So this is Leslie. She's heat embossed it. Then she's coloured the butterflies with pencil crayons, but then she's gone over the top with glossy accents. Beautiful. And of course what you can do is you can use a piece of waste over the top to give you the line to put the glossy accents on. Of course, yes. So it just, again, and that looks like a sticker, it looks like a bought background. Amazing. And Leslie, if you are watching, I hope you're okay. I know you went and had your jab a couple of days ago, so yeah, I hope it's all okay. Yeah, she's a lot better. Her back's feeling an awful lot better. Good, good, good. Have a look at this. That's beautiful. Again, using those flowers, but how amazing does it look there, as you can see. And of course, there's loads you can do with these. These are kind of some of the examples from the one-day special, but then we've got even more. I mean, look at this. I saw this one on the website. Looks amazing. Look at that. I thought we were going to start with John looking through this one. There you go. Look at that, ready for a ball. If only we could go to a ball, but we can't. But we're ready. Yeah, so I've got the base, which I've made a little bit smaller. I've used some gold in it, yeah? But again, this is where the butterflies come in really handy. If you're using some of the beautiful Craft Artist satin card or the ombre card for mats and layers, have the butterflies out on your desk. Okay. Don't gut card. Yes. When you gut card, it gets ugly and it loses its strength. Yeah. I always say, don't gut, die cut. That's a good phrase. So I've cut butterflies out of that because I'm going to put one of the backgrounds in, stamped. Nobody knows I've done that, and I've got 2 gold butterflies spare. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and I'd rather have a box of butterflies on my desk of made in nice card than random bits of squares that you throw in your stash box. Yeah. And when you gut card, what you tend to do is you throw it in the bit box. We don't go to the bit box until we've run out. Yes, yeah. So this is the background, and again, I've just stamped it this time in vintage sepia. Lovely. And I've got some pencil crayons, just a red and a brown, coloured it in a bit and then gone round with a bit of ice ink, walnut ink, to make it look old and aged, yeah? And then last night I showed you how to pencil crayon butterflies. Okay. So I did, if you watch on Rewind, the 8 o'clock show last night. Brilliant, okay, yeah. It will show you how to make these butterflies. It's literally just stamping it, scribbling over with pencil crayon, going over with a water brush, and then cutting them out. Oh, okay. So I'm going to go with just 3, because I've got 3 is the magic number, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Yeah. They say groups of 3s. And we've got 3 minutes left. Hey, perfect. So I've got 3 pinned butterflies. Oh, this is my base, wasn't it? Well done, John. There we go. But there you go, pinned in. If I hold that one up, there we've got our little box of butterflies.
Beautiful. Love it. Amazing. Love it. And of course, the elements that John's been working with are using the elements from the one-day special and those additional frames. Now, they are available as separate entities, but the best way to get hold of them, because you're going to get that gorgeous ombre in your A4 and your 12 by 12, is to go for the complete bundle. So the ombre, I mean, this is a game changer. When it comes to die cutting and creating your beautiful backgrounds, then this is beautiful. I can't wait to get my hands on some of this. 3 flexi buys will get you your complete collection, but your complete collection saving that you can see on your screen is your starting point. You're actually going to get an additional £10 saving, because you're saving £10 on your one-day special and you're saving £10 on this set of dies that we're looking at the moment as well. So that £10 saving is added on. So for a Freedom member, you are actually saving £31.59, which is brilliant, because you are saving around £7.30 less than the price of your one-day special. So it's almost like you're only paying £7 odd for your one-day special, which I think is brilliant. But it means you can get hold of everything. Now, we have got extended delivery on this one, so just bear that in mind with regards to dispatch of this one, but it is going to be worth the wait, because you have got an incredible amount of things coming to you. You've got dies, you've got stamps, you've got your gorgeous cardstock to work with, and I cannot wait to see what you guys have been creating with these. Now, of course, as we say there, we've got loads of finished samples, but of course, if you're wanting to see them up close and personal, I know via social media is the best place to go, really, isn't it, John?
It is, yeah. We have the Crafting with John next door on Crafts 2 group. We take photos of every sample, and we have separate galleries for each release and range.
Okay.
So you'll be able to actually go onto there, onto the Facebook group, and you'll be able to see all the samples in detail, each one photographed individually, and a few close-ups. So all the inspiration is there. And again, for this one, I think there's well over 100.
There's loads.
There are so many on there. I mean, just down to things like, and I'm pulling them in, but from Sheila, this is beautiful.
Pretty.
And behind you, you've actually got a banner made entirely of butterflies.
Oh, the butterfly banner on
made
the window.
by Sheila, which is just absolutely beautiful.
So cute.
But all she's done is mix colours, but she's used from the large butterflies, she's embossed them. But it just looks so nice and different.
Doesn't it? It's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Now, John, you're going to be back with the one-day special at 12 o'clock, but we are going to see you in a little while.
We are, yes. We're going to be doing a best of. And if you missed out on my 3D embossing folders, we've managed to find some stock for that show.
Brilliant. So make sure you do stay tuned, but don't go anywhere. We've got Hayley and Yanis coming up after the break. I'll see you a bit later. So yes, we're going to be crafting ourselves silly before we come back to the best of crafts too. Then we're going to join up again with Pat and Mark Totally Patch. We've got a fabulous day ahead of us here at Hochanda, so make sure you stay tuned.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All and Create shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
I love the fox at the end there. We need to start adding. You can add like a.
Oh, you want different ones every time?
Yeah, well, not different ones. You could add like Janice. You know, just mix it up.
Okay. Do you want to be in
like
as well?
Hayley, just popping in at the end. Welcome everybody. We have got a great hour. Craft yourself silly. Can I introduce you to the lovely Hayley? Hello, Hayley.
Hiya.
Hayley.
I'm just over here.
By the way,
just doing stuff over here.
Everybody needs to follow Frank the Duck on Instagram, Hayley's Duck, because no way of getting around this. There's a video game. There are lots of video games out there, but if anyone knows Mario Kart,
a plumber-based car racing game.
Okay, that's good.
There.
Mario Karts. Other games are available. You've done it with your duck,
we have,
effectively.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say. Just find it on Instagram. It's hilarious. Anyway, something I've got to talk about: the rulers.
Yes.
Now these, I remember. I didn't do the show with you, but I remember watching it, and we had this first ruler.
We had the first one, which was our fast. This is my original one, my fast quarter fast track. Wish I hadn't named it that because it's incredibly difficult to say. So this was
fast quarter fast track.
Fat quarter fast track.
Oh, there we go.
Because it's designed to work with fat quarters.
That makes more sense.
Yes, that's why it's as long as it is. So we brought this one out, and it was just designed to make your 2.5 inch squares, which will, once it's sewn in, will give you a 2-inch square.
Okay.
So I'll go through on the instructions how to do these in a little bit, and it makes 3 different kind of styles of square. And you've got some of them on there. You've got your half square triangles. You've got one side as a half square triangle.
Make them quick.
Make them quickly.
How many times? No, I'm saying it allows you to make it quick.
Yes, it does. It allows you to sew a piece of fabric together and make hundreds of them really, really quickly by just cutting the right way.
How many times did it sell out?
About 3.
Okay.
We then thought, well, that only makes one size. Let's make some others that make all the other sizes.
Perfect.
So that's what we did.
Ba, 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 ba. You are getting, and we need to pause for a moment and just appreciate the savings, because that £24 is great. You're actually getting a better saving because you can buy all the rulers individually, and all the rulers have savings individually. So your total saving is £45. £45 total saving, $59.94. You got 2 flexi payments, and you are getting all of these. I just don't know how you were able to do that. And the
because
size
we
of
can
these
do them.
rulers as well.
Because we can do them all together. That's the only way that we can do it.
Okay. So when we see these in action, you're going to realise why the first ruler sold out 3 times. And so that is back. You can, as I say, you can get all of these individually or go for the complete bundle. Complete bundle, though, that is where the maximum saving is, £45 saving in total. And I want to give you an idea of how hotly anticipated these are. We are 3 minutes into the show. We've literally spent, what, a minute talking about the rulers, and 10% of the complete collection has gone. Say what? We're busy, Hayley.
So, well, I'm very happy about this because obviously we do put a lot of time and effort into making these things, so it's good to know that it is well received.
Well, it has been very well received. I think the best way to do that is see it in action, and we're going to be doing that. Let me just go through the individual options as well. Well, the individual size, sorry. We'll leave that with the big details because that's where everyone's going. The individual options we'll put at the bottom of your screen. So first you've got your 2-inch.
So it says 2-inch, but when you actually cut it out, obviously it starts out at 2.5-inch because remember you're going to be putting a 1/4 inch either side, both sides, and top and bottom as well. So that includes your seam allowance. So that is your 2-inch finished size when it's in your quilt.
Okay. Starts off at 2.5, but when it's finished, it's 2 inches. Okay. Then you've got your 2.5.
Yeah. So that starts out at 3. Finished size 2.5.
Okay. Then you've got your 3-inch.
You get the picture. I don't need to keep.
Then you've got your 3.5. Sorry. Then you've got your 4-inch. And then finally, you get where we're going, your 4.5-inch. Showing you all the different ways that you can get the most out of your rulers as well. You have to see it. So do stick around. We're going to be demonstrating these in just a moment. Have got flexi payments. We are very, very busy for these. The fact that you're able to achieve such quick and easy blocks from your fat quarters, and fat quarters is something we all have in our stash. Hayley, I know you're not on talkback. We are 4 minutes into the show now, and we're nearly at 20% of the stock.
Oh dear.
Busy.
Oh dear. Well, these were just such a simple thing, and there's no need to kind of measure out a certain size, because sometimes for people that's where it goes wrong. Is, you know, you're measuring something, you start out at maybe 3 inches on one side, you end up at 2 3/8 on the other side, and it's all gone a bit wonky, and that's what we've tried to take out. We've tried to take the maths out, so you can literally just cut and go with these.
That's what we like. Okay, I'm going to move on. The rolls here, there is such a great story behind these, and I haven't seen anything like this before. So you developed these because this is what you were working with to create your samples.
Yes, so this is what I used to create samples, and we had a couple of rolls cut up for us, and we're sending some out to our design teams as well because they're so useful. It's the jelly roll width, so it's 2.5 inches wide.
Yeah.
So let me get that's my fat quarter fast track, and that's 2.5 inches wide, so you can see that's exactly the same width as that. Right. So they're jelly roll width, but rather than having, we've seen jelly rolls before which have been all separate pieces which you would then have to still piece together to get your borders and your edges and your binding. Yeah. This is a continuous piece of fabric. Wow. Please tell me to stop because I'm going to have to put this back on.
Please stop. Well, you can see
no
how
joins,
much you're going to get.
One continuous piece of fabric. It is, well, these are a prototype for us. Yeah. So I think the instructions or the description, not instructions, that's what I mean. Description will say 50 metres. We haven't actually kind of checked the rolls, so a lot of them are coming in at 54, 55 metres. So this time round, you will get extra just because we haven't cut these rolls down.
Well, they're a prototype.
We've said 50 metres, and these are our kind of prototype ones because this just seems to make so much sense to me. Yeah. Because it takes out all of your joining. You've got all of those strips there ready to go. These ones in particular will work with your fat quarter, fast track, your 2-inch, and I think your 2.5 it might work with as well. Let me just double check it. 2.5. I'll get it.
Got to tell you, These are absolutely flying, and you've brought them on
yes,
before and
your
they
2.5
sold out,
one.
right?
No, these are brand new. It's, I had them with me on Friday when I was in,
Right.
and we kind of gave you a little sneaky peek, but they
Okay,
weren't
sorry, I started
available
confused,
at that point.
Okay.
But yes, these are just one continuous roll of fabric.
I've never seen
54 metres.
I've never seen anything like this before.
But think about your borders around quilts, and then, you know, obviously you don't want to have joins in those. And the only way to do that would be to take say a 3 or 4 metre strip of fabric and just cut strips off the edge, which maybe you don't want to do.
And joining them as well. That's
you don't have to join them. One continuous strip of fabric, and there's 3 different colours, which I believe you have over there.
I will show the colours. Look, what I want to point out, and it is worth pointing out, so this is a new concept for Hayley and Craft Yourself Silly, and what you're seeing here, they're effectively the prototypes that arrived in the Craft Yourself Silly warehouse. They were originally meant to be 50 metres. We are selling them as 50 metres. You will absolutely get 50 metres, but when Hayley checked a lot of them, they were coming in at sort of 53, 54, 55 metres. So you will be getting possibly a bit more. Hopefully you will.
This is the only time you'll get the extra, because in future we will be cutting them.
Really strict.
Yes, we'll be stricter.
Can't just say 50 metres and say, hey, you got 55. Here's an extra 5 metres.
An extra 10%
We'll go through the options. So we'll start here. This is your first option. That's your cream. Then you have your white, and then you've got your black. Black, ooh, 60% of the stock.
Oh my gosh.
Has gone.
We're
Very, very
trouble,
busy.
aren't
We are in trouble.
Well,
Rulers
this is something that I mean, if people are behind this is something that I really want to take forward, and not just make jelly roll width ones, make ones that fit with all of the fast tracks, make ones that are all sorts of different sizes. So if you've got a particular project in mind, you can just get that strip. So, I mean, I'm looking across at the quilts that have been done by Totally Patched, and there's such a lot of sashing in those. Now that, with those rolls, piece of cake.
I mean, there'll be viewers at home were hearing that, and suddenly the harps is like, oh, it's that eureka moment. Like, yes, yes, especially making your big quilts. Okay, if you want to go for the full 9 yards, why not? We were talking about this because you were educating me about 9 yards. Look, we're really busy. It looks, I'm hearing my producer Emily saying they're all going to go. So $24.99 is your price. They are all busy. I think a lot of crafters really appreciate the innovation and how useful. Black is now limited stock. This
I don't know how
ridiculous.
much innovation there is, because I'm just cutting a big long roll, but it's just
one
long roll. You don't have to keep piecing it together.
They say the best ideas are often the simplest ideas.
Well,
because I've seen jelly rolls and they're all cut up, but here, so you're saying if you've got a large quilt, why go to the time of like piecing them all together?
Exactly. And sometimes you don't want the joins in there. You want it to look, you know, kind of really smart and as one continuous piece. And to do that with a piece of fabric. Now, we did do the calculations before we came to air. So what is on here is equivalent to 3 metres of just normal fabric.
Okay.
So if you had that 3 metres and you cut it up, and you'd have to cut it up 20, no, not 21. I'm trying to work out how many times. Hang on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll work it out. I'll come back to you. Do something else. Quick.
All right, I'll try. I feel pressure. So here we go. 035 531 your item number. Very busy for this option. We've got something else to share with you. Oh, here we go. This is the whole 9 yards. This is what I was just alluding to. I got ahead of myself. So this is your Craft Yourself Silly, the whole 9 yards bundle. Quilting cotton, you get your medium weight calico, and you're also getting your super, super soft batting. Oh, that's strokeable. $39.94 saving. Just look at that saving. And this is something, it's an essential. We all, as sewers, actually I say we all, it's sewing something I need to get into, it's the royal we, but I know sewers.
You've done some sewing, we made something for you, Mum.
I've done a bit, thank you, and I really did enjoy it. You're getting all of this, and this is an essential. It's something we will,
it's never going to go out of fashion, it's always going to get used. You've got your what we call our super soft batting, which is a proper kind of Goldilocks one. It's not too thick, it's not too thin, it's not too difficult to work with. It's a real good catch-all batting, that one. You've also got your calico, and again, that's a medium weight. It's not too heavy, it's not too light, it's right in the middle, so you can be able to use that for a lot of projects. And you've also got your quilting cotton, which is exactly the same weight as all of the stuff we print on, and the rolls that we've cut in big long rolls.
So just as, I mean, when you think about this, you've got a beautiful quilting cotton And I'm thinking, like with your quilting cotton, especially if you have a bright, let's say K-facet fabric, and you just want to separate
needs either a black or a white or something, you know, plain to go with it and work with it. So
something like that, perfect.
Or even just backing quilts and things.
Lining, perfect.
Perfect.
Calico, fantastic as well. And you've got your back. I think this is a really good bundle. And that price, it's just something every sewer is going to use day in, day out.
Absolutely.
So why not take advantage of the savings?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
There we go. 087071, your item number. We have got queues on our phone lines. We are really busy. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. We're going to have some fun. What we're going to do now, I was talking about the rulers, saying the best way to really get your head around the rulers is to see them in action. And that is exactly what we're going to do. Hayley, over to you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is show you the instructions first. Now, these ones I've printed a bit larger on A3, but yours will come normal A4 size, but this is just so the cameras can see them a little bit more easily. And I think this is the clearest way for me to show you how it goes together, and then I can actually get to the demo where we actually cut bits up, sew them together and cut them up again. So this is for the original one, the Fat Quarter Fast Track. Now, on that one, you need your 2 1/4 inch strips. You cut all of those, but you don't need to measure your 2 1/4 inch, because if I'll just pop this piece of black underneath it, because this one's actually got marks on the top and then that mark on the bottom as well. So if I just measured from the top, so if I pop that to there and then just cut that out a little bit off, that's going to give me my 2 1/4. So your measuring lines are all on there. You don't need to go away and measure 2 1/4 inches, because that's usually where it falls down.
Perfect.
So you cut your strips. Once you've cut your strips, you're going to stitch them all together into a big stripy, but essentially a stripy fat quarter that's going to come back together. Once you've done that, you're going to turn it 45 degrees and you're going to lay your ruler on the top. Now the ruler has got lines scored into it, so if I pop that back on there again, you'll be able to see it's got lines scored into it. So you line those lines up with the sewn lines that you've got, and then you simply cut across. So you cut it into long strips. Once you've cut it into long strips, then you're going to do that final step that's at the bottom there, and using the ruler in the opposite direction, so it's black ruler, using the ruler in that direction, you're going to cut those back into squares.
Right. Okay.
So that creates your half square triangles.
And all the rulers work exactly the same?
Yes, all the rulers, the instructions for the rulers are all exactly the same. The only difference will be at the top here, you'll have slightly different sizes at the top there, which I'm just going through the ones for, and we have fixed there was originally a spelling mistake on this, and we fixed it. Thank you. So 2 1/4 inch again, but rather than all long ones, we're going to have 6 of each of 2 different colours of the smaller ones as well. We're going to sew all those together. Cut those lengthways to make kind of, again, those almost like a checkerboard. And put the long strips in between. Now, if you want all of your half square triangles to come out the same way, as in, you know, the half square triangle, the left side will always be the light green and the right side will always be the dark green, then you put them together like that, all on top of each other. If you want those to alternate, then you do alternate strips, and all you do for that is you take the top one, the next one you put in, you just rotate it 180 and pop the next one. Sorry if you can hear that, that's my tummy. And then you alternate those with your full strips.
We've got some breaking news.
Oh, have you?
And it doesn't involve your tummy.
Okay, good.
But it does involve the rolls. Have they all sold out? Look, 15 minutes into the show, they have all sold out. They are gone. That's the bad news. The good news is we have brought them back on extended delivery. 10 days. It just gives Hayley time to obviously get them sorted. So 10 days extended delivery, but you can get hold of them now. All options are once again back in stock. So if you wanted to go for your white, your cream, your black, go for whichever option. $24.99 your price. I can't believe that, Hayley.
Well, this was a kind of concept to us. We thought, well, does anybody want that much on a roll?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. But I think if you are doing your bigger projects, and if you are working with your jelly rolls, and if you are working with the kind of things that we're showing you here, then they're really, really useful. So, you know, it's we thought they were useful. So we just brought you the 4 colours initially, but we'd love to hear from you. If you want other colours or you want it in patterns and things like that, tell us, and we'll see what we can do.
That's what I love about yourself.
Always
You
give
really
it a go,
do.
won't we?
You
Always give
listen
it a go.
to feedback. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd got as far as putting the panels together, and this is the quarter square triangle. So this is one side half square, one side quarter square.
Okay.
So then we'll do exactly the same again, but this time you're just making sure you line up with the bottom of those squares as you cut. You cut exactly the same way into strips, and then from the strips you cut them into their squares, and that makes your one that's got, you've got some on there actually, which the ones on the, I don't know, that side, yes.
Yeah.
The that's your, what we're classing as a quarter square triangle. So you've got one half square triangle and then two little ones on the other side. Now, if you were going to piece all those little tiny pieces together, you'd be there for a while.
You really would.
You really would.
Yeah.
But that is a really quick and easy way to do
Don't
it. And
work
the
hard,
final
work clever, eh?
trick it does, it's like a newsreader.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Dun, dun, dun.
I don't have any news. Same thing again. You're going to cut your strips, put your strips together. This time, you're going to cut them all into long rows.
Yeah.
And then, as we said about the other one, just rotate the alternate ones to create that checkerboard effect.
Nice.
Once you've then sewn all those together, exactly the same principle. Cutting it through into strips.
Oh, I like this.
And then at the bottom there, you're going to end up with those hourglass pieces.
Could be
as
my
well.
favourite. I love that.
So you've got 3 different ways you can use the rulers to cut these, and what we're going to do is just show you some of those being cut now. So
Before we start, Hayley, now we sold out the rolls.
Mm-hmm.
We're busy. I know we had a huge amount of stock for the rulers. 18 minutes into the show, would you be impressed if I told you 20% of the stock had gone?
I'd be panicking.
Okay. Well, how would you feel? It's slightly awkward now. How would you feel if I told you 30% of the stock had
I'd be
gone?
panicking a bit more.
Okay, still awkward because 40% of the stock has gone.
I need to ring Steve-O.
Okay, all right, I think you do.
I need to ring Steve-O.
We are very, very busy. Look, 40% of the stock has gone. Just for any benefit of any new viewers who have just tuned in, with the rulers, and obviously we are about to demonstrate them, the big bundle, I know it says £24 saving. You're actually getting £45 saving. I'll explain why. Because if you were to go for any of these rulers individually, there is a saving. What we've done is already factored that saving into the price. So you're actually saving £45 off the regular retail price in total.
Roger that.
Over,
It's a little salute for you.
over to you.
Okay, so with the, I'm gonna start on the 3.5-inch one, and then we'll move on to the 2-inch one, because they're the 2 bits that I've got ready to go. But every single one of these works exactly the same way. The first step, now the reason I've started on this 3.5-inch one is because this one has one of the bigger gaps. If I just pop that under there, one of the bigger gaps between where you need to cut, which is this line here, and where you need to sew, which is this line here. So what we're going to do with this one is we are going to push that down so that that cutting line lines up with the edge of the fabric. And then you can either use a rotary cutter or, because I've torn these as straight lines, I could just put a little snip in there and then tear this off as a straight line. So once I've got all of those and I stitch them together, then that starts to create my piece. And obviously the more pieces you put on, the more pieces you can cut out at the same time. Then it does help to have a mat, because you can put a 45-degree angle on your fabric, which will then allow you to keep your ruler straight. And can you see, I might have to just move it back and forth a bit so you can see those. Do you see the lines kind of popping in and out as I go across? Those lines line up exactly. So if I straighten this along with that, those lines will line up exactly with your seam lines.
Right.
So that's what you're using as your guide, and then you can either draw lines with a pen and cut it out, or you can use your rotary cutter to go along and cut
Zero
those out.
measuring.
Zero
Lovely.
measuring.
No math, no complication.
No.
You just line up the lines.
And what I'll do is we'll get the little one, show you that works exactly the same. So this is the 2-inch one. So that's your 2-inch one. Again, I'll just use the mat, line it up on there, and then can you see again, if I just give this a little wiggle, can you see them just popping in and out of there?
It's a good wiggle.
And then again, see, I'm not a big fan of rotary cutters, so I'm going to have to stand up, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to lean over it too much. But you have to, because that's what you would do to cut it straight. So line that up straight, and then I'll cut that along there. So I will do that with scissors, because I've had too many accidents.
Didn't you have, well, you had quite a bad little nip with the rotary cutter.
Yeah, I'm just not careful enough. I get too easily distracted. I'm like, oh, it's shiny, and then oh, finger gone.
Yeah, where's my finger?
It was nearly finger gone, I tell you. Okay, and then from there, we're going to take the ruler in the other direction, and can you see how those edges just line up, top and bottom? So we need to kind of line that back up straight with the mat, get there, and then line that up with the edge. There you go, and then we cut down there, and that gives us our perfect. I'll just mark it out with the pen.
Okay.
Let me just get it.
Nice. I think it's so easy to do, Hayley.
Yeah, it's super easy, and you're going to get exactly the same size every time. There you go. And you can cut loads out of the same one.
Yeah, great way
Now,
to get the most out of your stash. And
You
for block
also,
building.
when we've been looking through this, you don't need to do the same thing every time. So if you want a variety of them, so maybe you're just doing a quilt that's kind of maybe just graduating colours, you're going to take 2 fat quarters, you're going to put the first few rows of it together like that, so you get half square triangles.
Right.
The next few rows you could put together like that, so you get some quarter square triangles.
Nice.
And then the last few rows you could have like that. So you could cut all of those in one hit.
You got me thinking now.
Oh, here we go.
On a
This is
quilt.
dangerous stuff.
It's never been done before at Hochanda. But imagine all of those little blocks incorporated in the quilt would look amazing. But as you're saying, if you were to do this traditionally, it is quite time consuming. With the rulers, they're not called fast track just for the sake of it.
No.
They really are a quick way to achieve those.
They are very quick to achieve it, and you know, you don't have to use them just as blocks. This is taking some of those quarter square triangles and some of those half square triangles, and just with that little bit of sashing in between, and that is half the width of this. So that's just cut in half and then sandwiched either side.
Amazing.
So you can make some really, really quick blocks with these, and then just build it up and up and up from there. And all of the sizes work exactly the same way. All the maths is done, so all you need to do is just have a look. I'll pop that behind it. It's difficult to see when this. All the maths is done, so those lines that we cut in there, those diagonal lines, will match up exactly where you need them to be.
No measuring, no having to get bogged down with maths. You were just lining up and seeing it actually. Hayley just demonstrating how easy it is to use the rulers. This is the first time that we've brought you a complete collection. So just to give you a little backstory, Hayley in the past brought out the first ruler, the 2-inch ruler with the fast track. And so it's the fat quarter fast track ruler. It sold out 3 times. She's brought this one back, but now they have friends. So you're getting the complete family going through. So we've got your 2-inch, your 2.5-inch, 3-inch, 3.5, 4-inch. You get where I'm going. 4.5-inch, but it really is the possibilities of what you can achieve with this. $59.94. You are getting the lot. I mean, when you think about this, the size of the rulers.
Yes, it's
how much a
big bit of plastic.
Well, it really is. When you think for a quilting ruler of that size, how much you'd pay just for one, the fact that you're getting all of these for $59.94, and they allow you, because fat quarters, it's something we work with all the time.
Yeah, it's something that you sometimes get, and then you think, it's nice, but I don't know what to do with it. This will allow you to take those fat quarters, either work them together or work them with some plain fabric and just get them to go a lot further, and you can cut them so quickly as well.
What impresses me is just how easy they are to use.
Yeah, and the other thing is that all of those diagonal lines are obviously slightly different, and they get incrementally slightly wider.
Oh.
So you couldn't just use the 2-inch one to make a 4-inch block, because if you take that 2-inch one, put it down with the 4-inch one, or 4.5, then you'll see the lines are actually very different.
Oh yeah, you can see that there.
Yeah. So all of those are kind of worked out and spaced out specifically for the sizes that you're going to be working with.
So, and that's the thing. Work with the, I mean, that complete collection, it's got to be a consideration.
Yeah, watch out there, because it's a bit slippy.
Da-dum. $29.97 today. That is your first flexi payment. We are nearly half the stock, and we're not even halfway through the show. So that gives you an indication of how busy we are. And this is your only show today, Haley?
Yes, just the one.
Wow.
I've got very important duck obstacle courses to make this afternoon.
We're hearing the story. With regard to the rolls, they're also extremely busy. And again, just for the benefit of anyone who might have tuned in, the rolls, they all sold out. They actually sold out in 15 minutes now, so they're all back. On extended delivery. It is a 10-day extended delivery, but once we have them, we get them straight out to you. You can get your black, your white, or your cream. One thing else to point out, and this will not happen again, this is only for anyone who buys today. Do you want to explain the story?
Okay, so these were a prototype. These were cut for me, and we're sending some out to our design team to just make, actually, you know, making our projects a lot easier, because obviously there's lots of quilt toppers, there's lots of quilts, and often all we need to do is either binding or an edging to them, and we're done. But it takes a lot of time to cut all these pieces out. So we were using kind of jelly rolls and things like that, but then with the jelly rolls, you're piecing stuff together all the time. So we thought, well, hang on a second, why can't we just take the whole roll and just
then
slice
cut to the length you want. Yeah,
exactly. So this is this is how they'll come to you. So they'll come to you with a little piece of it's like a cling wrap around it, just to stop it unraveling in the post. So that's how it'll come to you. We have got some nice snazzy packaging on the way, but it's not here yet because these are prototype ones.
Okay.
So the reason that they are still prototype ones as well is because we put down that the rolls were going to be 50 metres. When the fabric's been coming into us, it's actually been 53, 54, 55 metres. So we're guaranteeing you 50 metres on your roll, but there is a jolly good chance you'll get more than that.
I mean, 50 metres is a lot.
We haven't chopped it off, we've just yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, but you're saying, like, let's just say hypothetically, and there is a good chance you're going to get more than 50 metres, but as Haley was saying, we're guaranteeing 50 metres.
Guaranteeing 50, probably more.
If you get 5 metres more, that's an extra 10%.
Yes, it's an extra 10%, and we've worked it out. So a full 50-metre roll like that is equivalent to 3 linear metres of fabric. So if you went to a shop and bought 3 metres of fabric, that's what is the equivalent.
Okay. But it's on
it's on one continuous roll.
Continuous roll.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I can do it again.
There you go.
And it just keeps, there's no joins, it just keeps going and going and going and going.
Keep going.
So if you want to do bag handles,
done.
any length you like, you're not restricted to the width of the fabric. If you want to do borders, edges, bindings, I mean, obviously this is a quilting weight. Oh no, I've made a right mess now, look. There we go.
A great way to social distance.
Yes, I know, it could be 50 metres apart.
Yeah.
But if you're wanting to do, you know, bindings, you can create your bindings with it as well.
Ooh,
if you want to do your sashing, your borders, your bag handles.
The little binding tools. You know the one where you run your...
I'll make some.
Yeah. But that would be perfect. Continuous roll, you're like, ooh, love it.
Now, it obviously wouldn't make bias binding because this is cut straight, so it wouldn't be any good for kind of going round corners. Straight corners on a quilt, yes, that's fine. But if you're looking to go around curves and things, so say you're dressmaking, you're looking to do necklines and things where you need curves, not quite right for that because this is straight.
That's good knowledge. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, can I re-roll it in a certain way to get bias binding? I'll deal with that later. Too much thinking. But so useful. I mean, there's quilts behind us, well behind
totally patched,
yes, in front of us, which are totally patched, I've had on, and there's a fantastic little design, but so much sashing in there. And this is just an absolute no-brainer. So we've only got 3 colours for the minute, which is the black, the white and the cream, because we thought those were the most kind of popular. But we'd love to hear from you. If you've got an idea of different colours or different widths, because the plan is to start cutting different widths to actually work in conjunction with the fat quarter fast
tracks.
tracks.
Exciting. Now, I've got a question from Sue, and actually this is a very good question, Sue. So she's asking about the black. Is it light fast or colour fast?
Yes, absolutely, both.
Okay, great.
There's
yes
all of
and
it.
yes.
Yes and yes, all of it.
Yeah,
it's
good.
also all over my table. Oops, I'm just going to leave that there.
Okay. As you're doing that, if you do have any questions for Haley, we would love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. Like Sue demonstrated, and I have to say, we always get... Do you know what I like when we say sending questions? Because you at home, you think of questions that I wouldn't have thought of, or the team hadn't thought of as well, and they're really good. So please keep those questions coming in. We've also got the 9 yards bundle for you as well, proving very busy. This is a core essential. Half the stock's gone, and I'm massively backing this, because all I'll say to you is, because quite literally, because it's backing. No, you're getting everything here that you're absolutely going to use. So the super soft batting, how often do you use that in projects? You've got this beautiful quilting cotton, and then you have your calico. So if the answer is, yeah, these are core essentials that you use day in, day out, why would you want to pay $73.94 buying a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit more? Buy in bulk, save £34. I mean, it's very close to a 50% saving there. So great saving on the bundle, really good quality as well. And you can feel it from the quilting cotton there to the super soft batting to the calico. And as we all know, and I always say here at Hochanda, I feel it's my job, my duty to be your hands, because the first thing you want to do, if you see a batting, you want to give it a soft feel to see how soft it is. So I promise you, they all are great. Now, we are busy for Freedom as well. A lot of you are putting Freedom in your baskets at the moment. Don't blame you. So what we're going to do is just show you a very quick video about Freedom. We're going to talk to Hayley about stock, and we'll be back in a moment.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
A little bit about Freedom there. So we've been focusing on the ruler system and also the rolls, and of course the 9 yards bundle. Everything is busy, and what Hayley's brought, I think, what I like about Hayley, she is a crafter, incredibly knowledgeable, but she always brings us things she would want as a crafter, and that to me is a really good starting point, because she sees a problem that she's discovering as a crafter and thinks, well, how can I solve that? And once she finds a solution, she offers it to everyone. So here we're looking at the Fat Quarter Fast Track rulers. It started with the 2-inch, and that was really, when Hayley brought you the 2-inch, it was to gauge how you'd respond to it. And with this, the ruler, when we first brought that out, by the way, sold out 3 times. So obviously there was a demand for it. So Hayley thought, okay, well, let's expand on the range. And now she's brought you the 2.5-inch, the 3-inch, 3.5, 4-inch, and your 4.5. So you're getting the complete collection, and you're able to make blocks with ease. So looking at Fat Quarters, and look, it really lives up to the name, fast track. So the instructions, I think, highlight it beautifully, how easy and different permutations you have to work with these. What I enjoyed watching Hayley working with the rulers, no measuring whatsoever. You're just lining up the etching, the engraving on the ruler. That is it. So you're not bogged down with measurements and is this here or there. It doesn't matter. Line up the ruler, cut, and you are done. $59.94 your price. You're not saving £24. You're actually saving £45 in the complete collection, because as a Freedom member, sorry, I wonder why as a Freedom member. I was looking at the postage and packaging. Sorry, forget Freedom membership. But no, there's savings on the individual rulers, and they're already factored into the price. So you're saving £45 there. Okay, so we have got queues on our phone lines. Website is the best place to order. We are at 50% of the stock for the big bundle there. We've also got the rolls as well. Now, these have been very busy. So a continuous roll, cream, white and black. I'm going to be quick here because I know we want to get back to demonstration, but they all sold out. They are back on extended delivery, 10 days extended delivery, but the good news is you can still get hold of these now. 035531. And of course, you've got the whole 9 yards, which we took a look at. So your soft, super soft batting, you've got your quilting cotton there, and your calico. So enough from me. What we're going to do now is head to Hayley. And so you've got the sewing machine out, Hayley.
I have got the sewing machine out, but I do need, I didn't have enough left on my little bit to cut as many triangles as I wanted. So could I have 2 of your blue and purple triangles?
2 of these?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
What I'll do, I'll leave
they'll
them
magically...
there, and then I'll disappear.
Okay. I know they'll magically appear. That's fine. So I'm going to do a 9 square patch with these, but what I'm going to do is use this straight from the roll.
Right.
So I'm not chopping all the bits off. I'm leaving it as a continuous roll.
Straight from the roll.
Straight from the roll. So I'm going to pop that onto there, because then you've got 0 waste as well. Pop that straight onto there, and put my 1/4 inch seam on, and then because these are going to be exactly the same size, I can use the lined up edge from there just to snip that off, and then straight onto my next one.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, actually, hang fire. I need to put them together.
Okay.
I need to put them together, don't I? This one, that one in the middle. And then that one at the bottom.
So, Hayley, what kind of response did you get from the design team when you started sending them out the rolls?
They love them, because it just makes it easier. It makes everything easier.
The rulers make life easy. The rolls make life easy. The batting, the
That's
whole
what it's
nine
about.
yards
It's
make
about
life easy.
making it so you get the enjoyable part of it, not the boring measuring bit.
I like that.
Nobody wants the boring measuring bit. Who wants that?
Alex?
Hang on a second.
Alex has sent an email. Is
Here.
this our Alex?
Right.
Oh,
So-
I thought it was our Alex. But Alex, I love the email. You are our Alex as well. I was talking about presenter Alex. So Alex sent an email saying that she loves the rolls so much, she's gone and bought all 3.
Well, it's not a bad plan. I'll be honest. It's not a bad plan.
Yeah. Now,
Because
Alex
these are just a fantastic option, and by getting them now, you get your extra.
Well, cool. I would absolutely say.
I'm not putting a figure on how much extra is, but there's definitely more than there should be. That's all I can say.
Alex, you've done well. You have done well. Now, Alex has got a really good idea, so please get in your ideas. She was saying, and this is actually a brilliant idea, Alex.
Okay.
What about a rainbow ombre roll?
I'll see what I
just
can,
have it like an
I'll see
ombre.
what I can do.
That would be good.
Let me see what I can do. I'm not promising, but I'll see what I can do. Okay, so if I want to continue putting these together, because this is, I mean, I haven't really sorted out my triangles in a nice format today. I'm just slinging them together. But if I now want to join this one onto here to make a row, then I can do. And even longer bits as well, you can do straight from the roll. So you haven't got to deal with those huge bits lying about. Actually, that's what we'll do after this. We'll sew 2 of the rolls together, but still on the roll, so you don't have to have
your
huge
style,
long.
working off the roll, just on the roll.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
There's no reason you can't. And then that, oops, to get the right size now, we're going to need to cut it, but we're going to need to fold. Just fold that back. It's black on black. I'm really sorry, you can't really see. But I've just folded it back so I can see where that seam allowance is. Oops.
Just had a thought, and I apologise because I was referring to Alex as a girl, only because presenter Alex is here, so I hear the name and I think girl. So if Alex, if you're a guy, I'm really I apologise, buddy.
It's okay. I think you've covered it. I think we're covered. Good work.
There you go.
Okay, so that one. And then my last one onto there. And you can see that's going to put us a little block together so quickly. And again, for this seam allowance here, all I'm doing is folding it back onto there. I mean, you can measure it out if you want to, because you've got the fat quarter fast track ruler there. And this needs to be, obviously I've lost my 1/4 inch seam, so I would line that 1/4 inch seam up with there and then just cut it there. So I'll do it that way, just so we've done the other way.
Clever.
Pen, oh, it's a black pen on black fabric. This is going swimmingly. Oh, I can just see it.
Taxing your eyes.
It's fine, we're good. We're all fine. There you go. And then just sew those together to create a block. But you can work bigger pieces off a roll as well. So I'm going to clear these out because I know we've not got a huge amount of time, and we'll work the 2 rolls together.
So you've got
okay, let's do it. Oh. Right, so this is how it comes to you, and it'll have like a little plastic film around the outside, and that's just to keep it in place and stop it all getting away from you. Okay. So if we're going to work 2 of these together, now I would put these on the floor and let them kind of spool off up over, but we're going to do it on the table, and hopefully it will be all right, because it's better that it pulls off up than pulls off to the side.
If you had like a behind you or
like a pole?
Yeah, or just a broom or something like that. You put it on the end of the broom.
Do it.
Maybe, well,
It's excessive, isn't it?
Well, no, we might have a broom. We could do it off a broom.
I'll invent one so we can have a stand to just sew them from. I'll do that next.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. I can't do it today, but I'll invent one for you, just because you've suggested it.
Tim was
But
saying you could use a large loo roll holder.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect. Loo roll holder. And just spool them off.
Don't get too confused.
Or one of those, you know, one of the little stands that you have for the spare ones. Perfect.
With regard to, this is the age-old question, when you put the toilet paper on the loo roll holder, is it over the top or is it behind?
I think that always depends on if you've got a cat. I prefer it coming over the top, but I think if you've got a cat, then they get hold of it and there's chaos. So I think cat people like it going over the back.
Okay.
That's what I've learned. So
Feel free to send in your answers. We'll do a little Hochanda poll.
Oh, we can just go all day now, can't we? Look, just sewing in a straight line all day, forever. 50 metres, let's go.
Well, you say that, over 50 metres.
You what?
Could be over 50 metres.
It could be 54 metres, 55 metres, who knows? But yes, because I'm pulling it off this way, that's why it's twizzling. If you come straight off, you'll miles easier. Or yes, if you can get something to put it onto so it can spool off properly. I mean, I don't know how long you want me to do this for.
You just keep on going. We've got 13 minutes left.
I'm not doing this for 13 minutes. But you can work it straight from the roll if you want to, so you're not having... You don't have the wastage, you don't have that kind of cutting or guesstimating. You what?
Just the other side, say.
There you go, that's just the black and cream going together there.
Nice.
But yes, you can kind of go on and on and on.
I'm only teasing, don't go
Okay, I'm going to cut it off.
Yeah, okay.
But then, you know, you've got those big strips, so if you're wanting to cut into it and just sewing them together and maybe just cutting a 9 square patch out of it, you can do it so quickly. So let me just cut this off. And when you want stripes put together, like we've shown you for the hourglass, where you put those stripes together, then you cut them apart and sew them just to make a great big checkerboard. So easy to do now.
Have we got time to do something like that?
Yes, I'll give it a go. I'll see how long we've got.
Okay.
So let me get these out of the way. Luckily, I haven't unravelled them all this time, Maddie. She's been very good. Just going to press this and then we can cut them and put them back together. Now, one thing I will say though, which I didn't mention, is if you are using the Fat Quarter Fast Track rulers, what I do recommend you do is press everything, I don't know if you would get this, press everything open. Because if you press to the dark side, what will happen is you've got 3 layers on one side and 1 layer on the other. So if you're trying to get a rotary cutter through, sometimes it can be a little bit bumpy. But if you press everything open, I've just ironed my finger. Oh.
You okay?
Yep, fine. I jammed it in the car boot before, so, you know. It's fine. I'm tough. It'll be okay. There we go. So that's those two together. Let me just shuffle this out of the way. I'm just going to go exactly in half, first off. Take that, pop that onto there, and stitch that one together.
Okay.
And then we'll cut it and checkerboard it up.
Nice. If you were in the A-team, you would be BA.
Would I?
Yeah. It's the way you can knock anything together in a few minutes.
MacGyver. The MacGyver of...
Leave you in a room, you'd find a way to escape. Sewing machine, a roll, you're done.
All I'm doing is taking the maths out. That's all I'm doing. The maths and the joining. I'm just trying to make it easier.
I think when people, not everybody, but a lot of people hear maths, you're like, it's a little bit daunting.
Yeah, because you've got to work some stuff out.
Yeah. You don't just want to get straight to the fun bit, like this.
See how quickly that comes together because we've got the strips already cut and they're so easy to use. There we go. A little bit of a finger press on that one. So then these would need to be cut down. We're going to end up with 2-inch. So these need to be 2.5-inch strips again. So I can use that 2.5-inch fat quarter fast track and just quickly pop those in. Ooh, with a bit of a wibble. Watching me drawing lines isn't that exciting. Sorry. Oh, happily it's 4. There we go. So I'm going to cut these out Oh, it's going to be a bit of a race against the clock, but we'll see what we can do.
You're doing well, don't worry. We'll do as much as we can.
Okay.
Still got 8.5 minutes.
Is this the royal we that my mum uses?
Yes.
You can just, you know...
I'm enjoying the show.
Were you? Oh no, it was Scott that was admin.
Ah.
We kind of, you know, when you go and you do your numbers.
Yeah.
Yes, Scott's. We've called it admin now.
I couldn't.
And then
think of a
Hayley called it
better
housekeeping.
person. Yeah.
So we need a term for you for
I've got to
doing
start
it.
doing it first. Normally I come over and I start saying a silly story rather than doing the job I'm meant to do.
Oh, I'm up for a silly story. That's
Yeah.
fine. Have you got any?
Not really.
Oh. You always have silly stories. How have you got no silly stories?
Well, I have to think of one.
Is it one that's suitable for this time in the morning? Is
It
that
might be. I've got some silly stories for you that I will tell you after the show.
okay? I look forward to that then. Okay, so I'm going to take these and I'm going to try and find my bag with my pins in. Right. Is there a bag with ducks on? Ah, it's over there. Side pocket, the green side pocket. Just other side. Sorry. Carry on. Pins. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Well, I wasn't expecting to start putting all these together.
So just as we're doing this, to let everyone know, we're working with the rulers. We're also working with the rolls as well, and perfect playmates. Because obviously, Hayley, the rulers and the rolls, they kind of born out the same idea.
Yeah, exactly. So this is how it is, and it's just been cut. And when we were saying earlier about making those quarter square triangles and things, that is what you need to do. Just that one and the top one to get that checkerboard. But when you first look at it, sometimes you think, oh, well, how does that go together? And then they're going to be folded, and just going to pop some pins into there.
Got a bit of the Queen's Gambit about it.
I've seen that. It's very good.
It's very good, isn't it?
Very good, yes.
Other shows are available, but that one is a real good one.
Yes, it is.
Do you know that took the writer 30 years to get made?
Really?
He was pitching and pitching,
Well, I
and everyone
suppose
was like,
when
well,
you
we're not
literally
gonna...
look at the subject matter,
Yeah.
it's chess, and people are like,
But it was
meh.
and the actress was incredible.
Yes,
Actually, all the acting
she's
was
very,
great.
very good.
Did you notice the cameo from the Dursley from Harry Potter?
Ah,
Oh, the Dudley.
I'm not very up on my Harry Potter.
Oh, okay. What about the kid from About a Boy? He was in it as well.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, was it Love Actually?
Oh,
I'm not doing very well with
there's,
this.
I don't know what you mean. There's still controversy over the fact that I've never seen The Lion King.
How have you not seen The Lion King?
Or Frozen.
You haven't? Well, okay. Frozen, I'm not
That's
going to...
that's after my. I think that's after my time.
I'll accept, but Lion King is totally within our generation.
Okay. Should I do that this afternoon?
Yeah, that's all, no prep for this. Your afternoon should be watching The Lion King, and then I expect a 50-word essay.
50? That's not very
I thought
big.
I'd keep it low.
Yeah, please. Okay, so these two are pinned together. What we got? Oh, we can do this. We can get these sewn together. Oh, get that through. Lovely. Okay, so they're going to be done and sewn together. Now, I've pinned on the where the kind of joins are, because you want to keep those as, you know, spot on as you possibly can.
Just found out that our floor manager was born 2 years after I graduated uni.
Oh.
I could literally be her father.
The floor staff are always quite young, though.
You know why? They have to be young and sprightly.
Oh,
the only person who bucks the trend is our Ben, who,
Backstage
if you've
Ben.
ever seen him, Backstage Ben,
Yeah.
he's like Benjamin Button. He seems to get younger through the years every time we see him.
It's true.
He looks like he's 20.
Well, he does, and I don't know how he does it.
Maybe
It's a very good
41 this year.
moisturiser.
Very good.
Very
well,
good.
he says he doesn't let his face see the sun.
Oh.
There you go.
Is he like a vampire then?
Yeah. He sleeps during the day.
It's gone weird, hasn't it?
A little bit.
We lasted quite a long time, though, this time.
I think we've done well.
We lasted quite a long time before
50
it got
minutes
weird.
before the stupidness happened.
Well, it's not... I don't see it as stupidness. I just see it as us entertaining ourselves.
Oh, well,
as
okay.
well as
There we go.
hopefully somebody else.
I mean, the emphasis should be on entertaining the viewers at home, but hey.
Yeah, but if we can have a nice time as well, then that's all right. Okay.
Well, you're doing well. You've got about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going as quickly as I can.
Okay.
I've actually, fessing up, pinned these on the wrong side. Normally, I would pin the side that's going to go through the machine. If I can just twist that round a little bit and just show you there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I've actually pinned the second side that's going to come through the machine. It's that first side that you want to pin because that's where your seam allowance is liable to kind of fold back on you and twist. So, a bit naughty. But
that's okay, we're rushing
it's a do
you,
as I say, not as I do
Yeah,
situation.
we're rushing you.
Okay, so those two are done. Now we're just going to press those out and get those together. So have you got something you can do for a second while I press these out?
Yes, I can give you some updates because the ruler's immensely busy. First time you've had an opportunity to get the full set. Do you know, we've had queues, I mean on and off, but for most of the hour we've had queues on our phone lines. So thank you so much for tuning in. I really hope you've been enjoying the show, and I hope you're excited about the rulers because as a sewer, a soft crafter, these are going to make your life so easy. You've got the complete collection ranging from 2.5 inches to 4.5 inches. So you get 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. But it's the way you use them. You see the lining, and this is just for the benefit of anyone who might have tuned in. The lines here, all you do is line them up. That is it. There is no measuring, no bogged down with math. You would just jump straight to the cutting and you get full instructions on how to use them. So you create your strips and then the magic happens. You can create 3 different looks from these, from your half square, which you can see there. That's your half square. And then you can, this is just 2 of them. And I think we're going to have a look at the hourglass now. I might put Hayley on the spot. Those are 2 different looks, and you can also achieve an hourglass look as well.
Yes, the hourglass is the third one. Your half square triangle, you can again get 2 different looks out of that by depending on which way you cut it.
Yeah, okay.
We're nearly there, look.
Yep.
See, it's coming together.
Nice.
And then there's just that final one to do. So again, we'll pop that on there, stitch that on, and then that's our very last one. So do you think I've got time to finish it?
You've got 1:45.
Okay.
I want to see the cutting.
I'll see what I can do. Ah! I've not got time to cut it, but I've got time to put a ruler on top of it.
Yeah, okay. You can do that. Okay. You haven't got your rotary cutter, have you? And you've got to start getting comfortable with your rotary cutters again.
Well, okay, maybe you need to invent a Haley-proof rotary cutter. That's the answer. That cuts fabric, not fingers.
Wow.
That's what I need.
That's a great tagline.
Okay.
Rotary cutter cuts fabric, not fingers. I mean, there is a solution to it, Hayley.
Although we've got the marketing, we just haven't. I'll invent it.
Just pay more attention. Always cut away from yourself. Cover up the blade the minute you finish the cut.
I was cutting away from myself, but my finger was.
How long are your fingers?
Well, just normal size.
Oh, okay. No, he had one really long finger that was just...
Oh, like that eye thing. Have you seen an eye where it's got one really long skinny one? I'll show you one later. No, my fingers aren't like that. Right, that needs pressing back out properly.
Okay.
And I need, this one is the right size for the 2 and a... I've got my plastic on it. Oh. But if I then put that on my 45, and then, I don't know if you can quite see that those are lining up there. And then I would cut through, start at the top, take that top piece off, just get it lined up. There you go.
Plastic's not helped us, Hayley. I won't
No,
lie.
it hasn't, but this is how they come to you. So this is why I always leave a set with some on, so you don't get confused and then think, well, that doesn't look like that.
Okay.
It comes in plastic.
Hayley, thank you so much. Been a busy hour. Time to rest. Thank you all for joining us. Can't wait to see what you make with these. Plenty more, though, coming up here at Hochanda. Don't go anywhere. So, John has got another fantastic hour lined up. The best of crafts 2 not to be missed. Then the fantastic Totally Patched will be here. And after that, John next door, Deco Butterflies. Ooh.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So if you watch Hochanda, you'll see us put together and decorate our designs to inspire you so that you can make your own crafting projects. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we have got an interesting hour. Now, you may well kind of put a ring around the time and thought to yourself, I'm going to tune in because this is now that's dedicated to our weekend wow. We've had a lot of jiggling to do this weekend. So this show is somewhat kind of slotted into the schedule where the weekend wow was meant to be, because of course it did sell out. But we have got a Crafts 2 hour and we have got the fabulous John with us. So yeah, there's a bit of jiggling gone on.
There was, yes. Well, I was basically, because the weekend wow went on Friday, I went home on Friday night and I was asked to pick out my favourite things.
Okay.
I said, what can we do as a show to fill the time? People want, you know, expecting you to be there.
And let me guess, it was raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens.
No, it really wasn't.
Okay.
No, it was chocolate in big tubs with big spoons, comfy sofas, you know, white bedding, that sort of thing. No. So I was able to go through everything that we've had on air, because I don't people know, but with COVID and everything else, at the end of the show I take all the samples home.
Yes.
It's a good job no one knows where I live, so, you know, but I was, Chris does actually, our director does, so but I was able to actually go through everything on Friday night and pick out, you said it best, my desert island crafting.
Yes, yeah.
What items have we done in the last 6 months that are my essentials?
Yes.
And spend some time on them.
Yeah.
So I was able to do that. And the other amazing thing was when I got the message through from Peter, who owns Crafts, to the MD, he said, I found a box each of your embossing folders.
Because these were crazy. I mean, we've got those as the first item. Yeah, exactly. And these are brilliant. We've got them on the counter. Obviously, we're going to go through everything. So if you do want to jump ahead, by all means, please do so. These shows tend to get very, very busy, especially when they're items that John has picked out for his own personal choices, because you always like to craft alongside the same way as John does, and he has got such a brilliant eye for those different products. So here you've got a set of 3 embossing folders. The detail on these is looking incredible. Well, three-dimensional, I suppose.
It is, yeah, they are, they're 3D. So a 3D folder is different, but if you look at that one, this one is my favourite. It's like an illusion. I can see now a star, like a star flower.
OK, now the one that we've got on the screen, just to, sorry, John, sorry to jump in there. We've got them individually coming up on the screen to start with. We're just trying to sort out some details with our computer. So we're going to go through them individually to start off with the daisy. Now, the daisy is part of a trio that we've got for you as well. But you can see it's back in stock because it did sell out. Now, the daisy, this is a pretty one.
It really is. This, I mean, they're all hand-drawn by me, which is why, you know, they've got my name on them. I don't put them on unless I've drawn them. The daisy is my classic symbol. You see it everywhere. Yes. I mean, I know the sort of logo is a jelly baby, but I put a daisy in everything. It's the first ever range I designed for a craft audience 7 years ago.
No way. My
goodness. It was a daisy. Wow. And I've kept that theme running through everything I do. Okay. So when I did my first ever 3D embossing folders, it had to be a daisy. Yes. It matches in. The first die I ever drew in part of the set was a daisy as well. But you can see here, but you can't see it quite as well because of the colour.
OK, well, I've got some here. Shall I show what I've got here?
If you show some samples, that probably helps a little bit.
Incidentally as well, this beautiful cardstock that I'm showing you with this example, we have got this on the show as well. This caused quite a stir when it came to us. So if you missed out on it previously, do jump ahead and have a little look. But it's beautiful because with an embossing folder, with this 3-dimensional kind of capability, you've got obviously the depth and the relief, which you can see instantly with that. But what it means is whether you're using it as a positive or a negative, an innie or an outie, if you so please, then you can see the kind of results that you are going to get. And I mean, when you're working with things like your mirror card and your satin card, because the light is your friend with this one, it really does give you the ability for you to kind of get that really depth with this one as well. So just to mention that, obviously we mentioned the daisy by itself. We have got obviously the bundle back on the screen now. If you want them individually, the 3 different items are available on the website. So the twisted one is another one. It's at the bottom of your screen, and obviously you will have your third and final one, which will swap all the details around. But the bundle is the way that you're going to be making those little savings along the way. And if you want in all 3 of them, of course, you're saving on your post and packing with this one, really. Sorry, John, back over to you.
I've literally just run this through.
Wow.
But this to me looks like the image on the packaging.
Yes.
But it's not. This is a piece of the satin card actually just embossed with a 3D, and you see the difference with the 3D.
Wow.
A normal embossing folder is flat. When it embosses, as you remember, it's got a flat finish. These aren't. These are 3D, so the domes, the dots, can you see them? They're perfect dots, like you've used pearls.
Amazing.
That was what was so different. And I designed this to give you this 4-panel and the frame. But each one is different. Each one works in a different way, and each one was sort of to match what I wanted.
I love it. Now, of course, that one's the daisies that we touched on a few moments ago. Another of them is the twisted. Now, the twisted individually, lots of you have been taking advantage of this one. Was that over what did you say to Hey? Over half the stock. I wanted to make sure I heard you right there. Over half the stock of these ones individually. So you can see that almost like quilted look in the backdrop there. Let me bring in one of those ones with the satin card, because it really does show it off absolutely beautifully. And I love this one because the design of this one, you could have it standing that way if you wanted to, so kind of standing to attention. Or you can have it going horizontally as well. So you kind of got a couple of different ideas with regards to that one. And again, you can see why that satin cardstock works so well with these. Again, a lovely one. Geometric shapes. I mean, we do love those geometric shapes, don't we? Because it's kind of all neat and tidy. And I'm finding it quite ironic looking at these little shapes in here, because that's something that I've been working on recently myself. So yeah, very familiar shapes with these. Love the little dots that you've got in there as well. And of course, as we mentioned, your innies and your outies. So here you can see where it's kind of been turned the opposite way round. Yeah, it's funny because on the screen, I don't know, I think it is coming out actually. plays tricks with your eyes, doesn't it?
Really lightly.
Yeah.
He actually did it in the Kaleido, and he did it with a 3D plate, 3mm plate, not the 5mm plate, which gives you a lighter impression.
Right.
When you do it with a full impression, you get that. But to me, it could be barbed wire, it could be fish.
Yes,
it's just so different. And this is the illusion one, because I see in there, I see at the moment a star, a 6-pointed star, but there's a Rubik's Cube in there.
Yeah, when you look at it, you've got little cubes there, as you can see. Or like you say, with the star, it depends on which point you look at it, to be honest. But whether you're using your regular cardstock, again, if you're wanting to use your regular cardstock, you can see that's obviously your innie working on that one, because you've got your outie on the other side there. But my goodness, these really do show off these, don't they? Love these. Now, most of you are actually going for all three of those together. So we've got the details up on the screen, £20.97. They are back in stock. They sold out very, very quickly last time we saw them, and lots of you taking advantage of these. So yeah, you've got your three, your daisy, your twisted and your diamonds with these. Whole host of different ways you can see that you are working with these, but when you take those and you transfer them over into your cards, you can see what those finished results look like. I mean, these are beautiful. Here again, I'm looking at this one, I'm seeing the star, but now when I'm holding it up, it looks like the little cubes.
Yeah, different every time, but they really work. The small patterns work with these sort of cards. But you can extend it like I've done there to give you something really, really dramatic with it. But I love them. The 3D makes such a difference. It adds so much more texture on there. And to me, it makes it look a little bit more classy.
Doesn't it just? Absolutely amazing. Whether you're using your mirror card or not, I mean, even with your matte card, you can see the kind of results that you're getting. Fabulous result. And can we do all those different techniques that we know with our embossing folders, kind of like letterpress and all those different things?
We can do all the letterpressing. I will do that in the first demo. I'm going to show you a little bit of a letterpress when we get into that.
Okay, so if you fancy getting hold of yours, details are there, 960718. If you're wanting to get hold of those. That's our first item to share with you. We've got lots to share with you. The next one is a bumper bundle. You're getting 27 dies. So, John, why would you be taking these off to your desert island?
These are my constant use dies, because I've got the beautiful press cut nesting dies in these shapes, but in this sort of one box, I've got, this is your 5-inch, but in here I've got it's designed to fit a 5-inch card, so I've got a 5-inch plain.
Right.
I've got a 4 3/4-inch stitched.
Oh, so that's like your mat and your layers.
Yeah. I've then got an insert for that with little diamonds that punches out.
Okay.
So that's my 5-inch square. That's my 5-inch rectangle, and that has an insert that does circles. That is my 5-inch circle, which gives me, again, plain stitched, and then gives me, which either debosses in or cuts out the circles depending on the pressure.
Brilliant.
So I've got equivalent there. I would have to have, to get that look from that board, I would have to have plain nesting circles, stitched nesting circles, decorative circles, plain nested rectangles, stitch nested rectangles, detailed inserts for rectangles. I would have to have plain squares. I would have to have stitched squares. And I would have to have a detailed set of squares. I would need to have 9 die sets.
Wow.
And I've probably got them in different bits. But I'd have to have 9 die sets to do what I can do just with that one plate.
And I like it that you kind of put them in groupings of sizes, because that's the thing you think of straight away, isn't it? What size card am I going to make? It's not a case of, I'm going to look at these dies and choose that way. You start off with your bases, don't you? Your envelopes usually.
Yeah, you start with your size. So we do a 5-inch, we do the 6-inch, and we do the 7-inch.
Brilliant.
But effectively in here I've got the classic sizes we use as card makers. 5, 6 and 7 from 9 die sets on 4 boards in one box. So if it comes to desert island crafting, that's it. You know, that's how I keep them at home. This is all I need. Because then I've got the equivalent of 9 sets in there.
It's your washing machine and your microwave again, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? When you've got 30 cycles on your washing machine, but there's only really about 4 that you use regularly. Well, that's what John has done. He's narrowed these down. All those dies you could have, as he says, in the 9 different sets. But he has taken out the elements that he uses all the time, that are always out on his desk, and you can get hold of those as well. 27 dies there, 2 flexi dies are £22.49. Open up your flexi order, which means if you do want to go for those dies that those embossing folders we were looking at, it's only an extra £7 on those. Was it 2 or 3? Was it 2 flexi buys on this bundle here? It's spun round, so I can't remember. Oh, it was 2. I've got 3s and 2s and all sorts going on in my head. So you could add in those additional, and you're looking at, was it £10 and 50 pence, something like that, if you're wanting to add those in alongside. But you can do the maths. In fact, the website does it for you, doesn't it? 510-411 if you are wanting to get hold of your 5, 6 and 7 inches in your circles, squares and your rectangles. And of course, you've got all that detail, the stitch detail, the dot detail, you've got all that wonderful straight edge detail as well. Rather than going for your 9 different sets because of the different styles of dies you've got in there, you can go for just your 3 sets here with all the fundamentals that you need, and that's it. I think that is the basic, the top and bottom of it. Don't go for all of those if you can just go for what you need. So 510-411. If you fancy popping those into your basket, you're going to have a nice rectangle die that you could be using for creating certain elements. So why not team it up with this particular one? So this is a lovely set, as you can see here. You've got your panels with these 2 dies in here. So I'm guessing we've got ease and outies with this one as well, John?
Say again, sorry?
We've got 2 dies in this particular set.
We have. You've got 2 dies because it works so well, and this is...
Oh, it's not an in and out, it's 2 repeats.
It's 2 repeats,
right,
but
okay.
they're technically... they're almost not 2 repeats, but they are, and I put 2 in simply because you can actually make a square.
Oh, I see, right,
But you can
okay.
make a square that way.
Nice.
And this, I've actually pulled this out, I'm going to show you this. This says current.
Okay.
So this is my current folder.
Right.
So this has all the dies in it that I use all the time.
Okay.
So this has got things like the twigs from the Christmas range in it.
Yes.
This has got my flags from my shutter card die, which is back in stock soon, thankfully, because that went ridiculous. It's got my 4 seasons. It's got something you can't see.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Quickly shut it.
When I was asked to sort of pick my favourites, I thought, I'm going to grab my current folder.
Yes.
And this is the one that means this is the stuff that I'm playing with all the time personally.
Yeah.
And this was in there, and I thought, I love this die, and I've never had enough time to play with it.
Okay, I don't think I've seen it before.
It was on with the reveal card, so it was just,
right.
it wasn't on its own featured. But I just thought, there's so much I can do with it. If I was Desert Island crafting,
yes.
if I've got my nesting dies, I've got everything I need with this because I can make rectangles and squares and circles. And so I thought the combination of those and that would just be perfect. So it genuinely is. I could do so much with it. I mean, you've got samples, and there are so many more at home as well.
The samples show you so quickly, very speedy, because obviously we're going to get back down to John in just a few moments, but have a look at this. Now, this shows you that those small dies can be, well, put together to make a larger backdrop or insert, as you can see with this card here. It's a good size card, as you can see there. But then you can be making your smaller cards with these as well, just using that die side by side. And of course, as John shows, you can see there, you can go stripes, dots, dots. But then, of course, you can start playing around with it, start introducing your inky backgrounds with those if you wanted to. But don't forget, if you've gone for that set with the squares, then of course you could be creating something like this where you've got your mats and layers that are going to work with it. And then here again, if you wanted to do it side by side, you've got your little gatefold cards with these. You really have got a wealth of opportunity. I love that idea of making a frame with it as well. £9.99, how affordable is that? That is going to be one of the most useful elements. That's like your favourite pair of scissors or your favourite that you go to, because it's just so useful.
It is, yeah. And as I said, this is my Desert Island.
Love it.
This is my Desert Island crafting.
Fabulous, there you go. £9.99 at 593 953 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Do pop them into your basket. Now, the cardstock, that incredible cardstock that I was showing you with those 3-dimensional embossing folders. Have a look at this. Now, John, this again caused such a stir when it arrived.
It did. This was amazing. I don't think any company has ever done 13 different colours of satin and gloss card, or mirror card and a satin version.
Yeah.
There are 13 different shades covering everything. You can see the rainbow there. We go from red at one end to the beautiful sort of vintage copper at the other, but through the pinks, through the purples, the greens, the chocolate box colour. There's different blues in there. We've got different silvers, black, gold, vintage. Every colour is in there, and I know when I said when we launched this on the show that I had ordered myself 2 more of each of them.
Yes.
I won't tell you which colours, and the reason I put this into my Desert Island, of 2 of those colours I ordered 10 packs of each.
Oh, John.
Because I loved it. And when I say ordered, I mean ordered and paid for.
Yes,
You know, this is, you know, not to say, there's no great cash craft machine in the world. You know, I can go, I'll have 10 of that, please, and they just drop down. But I love this. So this to me was, endless things I can do with it.
Oh gosh, definitely. And it's lovely because you've got that tonally correct cardstock. And this is the thing, by buying it in the bundle that we've got, you're not going to get a bad match. And a bad match sometimes is worse. I'd go for a contrast if I can't get a good match. But here you've got tonally correct, so that beautiful creaminess that you've got of the satin card there, you've got that gorgeous mirror version on the back there, and here again you can see that being used, and you'll recognise these embossing folders in the background. But again, you've got tonally correct, so if you want to go down the palette of your pastel tones, you can do that very, very achievably. But if you're wanting to go in for that power of colour, instantly you can see you've got those strong colours in there as well, and of course both mix beautifully together, whether it's a stronger or a lighter tone, and of course it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now they are available individually if you're wanting to. Now when you're going for them as individual packs, you can jump onto the website and find them. They're 250 GSMs, they're really good weight, and with those you're getting 20 sheets in total, so I'm assuming you get 10 of one and 10 of the other, because that would make sense. So you can see they're absolutely beautiful, £10.99. So if you're a little bit like John and there's a specific colour that you find yourself using over and over again, then you can obviously go for those. So if it's a silver that is the one, or maybe it's that jet black. I mean, jet black as a mirror and also as a satin finish, that's a tricky one to find. But if you wanted to get hold of those, you can. Now the biggest saving is if you are going for the bundle, you can see here, you're paying usually £10.99 for a pack of 20 sheets, but with this one you're actually saving £11.50. So it's like you are getting a 20 sheet pack as a bonus within here. But if you are going for them completely, and if this is the first time that you've gone for them, I would encourage you to do that, because you're getting the complete palette, and it's kind of the easiest way for you to see the full range. They're all beautiful, so you're going to use all of them, but then you'll probably find yourself topping up on certain ones as you use them, because of course they are going to be a regular item on the brand section of our website, so you can go back and get hold of those. So 730947, you can see there £59.94 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Don't pay a £5 for post and packing, become a Freedom member, because in hours like this it doesn't make sense to pay the post and packing. Pay that extra £1 to become a Freedom member. Well, I say £1, it's more like 97p or something like that, and it means you won't have to pay any post and packing for this hour, but also for the whole calendar month. You can cancel it after your first payment if you want. You won't, because, well, I'm a Freedom member, I know John is, and I use and abuse it. Well, the thing is, you only need to place...
Because I use it every month.
You only need to place an order twice a month. And let's say you're paying £3 for your post and packing, okay? Twice, that'd be £6. Your Freedom membership is £5.97. So you're not paying any more than you would expect to pay anyway. Yeah. But then if you see a happy hour, or you'll see a one-day special, or you see anything that you want to take advantage of, then of course you can pay the price on your screen, so it just makes it nice and easy. Now, something John was working with earlier on that I watched with very much interest is this brilliant media mat. Now, this is something that you've brought to us, and I love the idea. I saw you crafting with this earlier on, and you've got all these different areas, and you use this all the time.
I use this constantly. This is my product of the year.
Okay.
This is my genuinely...
That's a tall accolade.
Product of 2020.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because this is my product of 2021. But this is my product of 2020. I adore this. I use it constantly. I actually have 3 of them. Okay. But then I bought the extra 2, to be fair. Even Sam has one. He uses it all the time. Nice. This is, I mean, we've got glass mats, we've got normal mats, we've got everything like that. The difference is, this has got the lip, and the lip is bigger than a piece of A4 card. Right. So you're not talking about, if I take a piece of A4 card, normally with anything that's tray-like, yes. Yeah, it's A4 size. Yes. This is A4
no room to
oversized.
get your fingers around the edge, yeah.
So that I can still blend into that A4, or I can make backgrounds on this, and this lip stops them going anywhere. Yeah. This is made of almost of like food grade silicone. Oh right, okay. This is not rubber. This is not plastic. Yeah. So this is food grade silicone. So I clean mine in the dishwasher. Oh, on a full cycle, right. Because it will take it. But it means that no matter what I do to this, I can't mark it. Okay. The bottom is shiny, so it sticks to the surface, so it doesn't slip everywhere like normal blending mats. Yeah. So yeah, and I've got the trays down the side to do the ink and everything like that, yeah? But there's so many other things. People have seen me shading on it, colouring on it. Yeah. I now spray on this. I don't bother with a spray box. Yeah. The lip kind of stops it enough. Yes. Bit of a piece of paper there and it's covered. Yeah. Something I've shown before, but This is constantly on my desk because it's things like this. Do you remember how expensive and how difficult it was to do a mirror stamp?
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
You used to have to buy a special block, or you'd try a jelly plate or a media plate.
Yeah.
You'd try anything like that, or you'd have to get a piece of acetone. Oh,
yeah,
life's too
always
short.
tricky
No,
to
I'm
do it,
sorry.
yeah.
This is silicone.
Okay.
So I stamp my stamp onto my media mat.
Right.
I take my card. Because it's silicone, isn't it?
And you've got that edge that keeps your card in place, so your card's not going to move either.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
There's my shadow.
So usually when you do that, you lose the quality.
You don't get... Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stamp the stamp above it.
Okay.
Yeah?
So this
to
is
show
almost
that
like a
it's mirrored.
reflection in the waters type of project.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But normally when you do that, you lose detail.
Yes,
You lose level. On the silicone mat, you don't. So if I put that there... Actually, I'm going to have to merge them together slightly. But there we go, right? There we go. So...
Oh, I love it.
If I... Well, actually, I could leave it like that
Well,
as a shadow.
I kind of like that as the shadow,
But can you see
I know where you were
they
going.
are completely mirrored.
Yeah.
Everything.
And so
I've
easily.
lost no... You would think that that is the mirror stamp one from a scrappy piece. And, of course, it's not. I could actually... I'm just making sure I haven't moved that card. I'll give you a clear stamp with the Press to Impress, which is my product of 2019.
Oh, these are brilliant. I've got one of these.
Do you know the number of demonstrators who've
We
actually
see
gone
them
out
on
and
air
bought
all the
them?
time,
Yeah, because, you know, we don't...
Oh, look at that.
There.
Yeah.
So we've got... But you've lost no definition in that. And, of course, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Because that literally... I use, you know, my 99p plus a penny shop.
Yes.
Antibacterial cleaner is what I clean off with.
Oh,
but
right, that removes
just with
it.
water, it will start to take it off.
But it's, like you say, those anti-bac
But don't worry,
wipes make it a
little
little
bit
bit
of antibac
easier.
spray will not stain.
Also, I'm thinking as well, if you've got a cutting mat like you've got under there, you could actually have several of these on the go if you've got different projects. Because it's almost like a little tray, like John says, it's a project tray, so you could have several of those, bringing them in and out as you work in different areas.
I keep them on my A3 board.
Yes,
And people who've watched Craft Cave know it's there behind me.
Yeah.
But I also have another one down there where I'm doing something like a project board, which is why I have got 3 of them.
Yeah, I
and
think
I
it's
know
definitely
I'm
one.
greedy. I know.
No, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense, and I love the fact that you've got the aperture for your ink pads. They're brilliant. If you wanted your media mat, £19.99. Adding it into your flexi order, it's only an extra tenner. And of course, by now, because I've been chatting to you, you are a Freedom member, so you haven't got to worry about that post and packing, have you? Or if you have, you need to become a Freedom member. Now, of course, we've been talking about the stamp platform, and you will see the stamp platforms being used over and over again within our shows. Even the most accomplished of stampers do like that reassurance of a stamp platform, because just in case on that one occasion, because none of us have a crystal ball, we don't know when we actually take the ink to the stamp and the stamp to the paper, we don't know for definite that it's going to be an absolutely perfect press, because sometimes it can be down to the table that you're working on, it could be down to the pressure that you've used. You don't have any kind of element of kind of moving it and making it re-stamp. I mean, you can try, but you never get it top notch. Put your teeth back in. But with here, you have got your stamp platform. But you've also got your little folder with this, so I didn't know you did
You've
this.
got your case.
Okay.
And your case is really valuable. Now, unfortunately, my case is over there.
Oh, and your
on
other
the
area.
other set. So normally I would show you my case and the state of it, and I've had it a couple of years now, and it's stayed
Can I see
really,
it? I
really
can't.
good condition. I think it's in a box under the counter, to be honest.
Oh, right, okay.
But you know, it'll be in a clear box under the counter somewhere. But what it does is you've got the pockets inside. It's so protected. Mine has been trapped terribly and still works. And we've even made sure it's future-proof. So basically, you've got one side in the case. It's completely fixed. I think Hayley's got mine, haven't you? If you open it up, Hayley.
This is well loved.
This is mine. But this has been to every show and every demo and everything. So you know that I use it. When you open it up,
Okay.
you'll see in one side I've got my stamp cleaning pad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, in separate pocket, that's
Yeah.
always there. The other side, I've got my... You can see how well loved it is with the bits of glitter on it. You know it's been on all the shows. I've got the inserts for it, which we do separately as backgrounds and stuff. But there's also space in there because very soon there is a new product coming to fit this.
Ooh, okay.
And the case was future designed so that the case would carry the new product as well. without you having to buy a different one or a new case.
Love it.
But I love this. But the thing I'll say on the stamping platform, and I'll probably get told off for this.
You're bound to.
Yeah. Sometimes you will see people who demonstrate on Hochanda and other shows and things like that, and they're using a product, and they're using that product because they got given it free.
Okay.
And sometimes, you know, companies will give away, try this, try this, try this.
Well, I guess can influence people,
exactly.
can't they?
We have never given one of these away.
Well, people buy them
So
because they want them.
if you see a demonstrator using one of this, they've put their hard-earned money out on it, and they've bought it. We don't, you know, we don't do that. I know you bought yours, Hayley.
I did,
And you're now connected with Crafts too, and yet you still bought yours.
I could do with another one as well. So there's so many different things. This weekend, honestly, my shopping list has got longer and longer.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, the main benefit of having one of these, and this is the classic one I'll do for anyone who's afraid of stamping as I was, and it's what got me into crafting, it genuinely is this is what I always used to do, and I'd be blasé, and I'd ink the stamp, and I'd be there with my block, and I'd miss a bit. Now, you know how detailed that is. The stamping platform, the way that we've built it, I can go through all the different features of, it takes A4 card and the foam, which is really important, but this is the main thing. I just ink that, or the whole stamp again. Doesn't matter. It doesn't move, doesn't double image, doesn't mirror. You can't tell I went wrong.
Can I ask a question as well? I know this is meant to be a weekend wow show, and we were obviously going to be talking about the machine that John's brought to us. And I know we haven't got any of those there, so apologies for that. But that involves stamping and foiling.
Yes.
Now, of course, if you've gone for that, you might not have gone for the stamp platform previously. So if you've gone for the weekend wow already, I'm guessing it's going to help you get that pristine stamp out when you're working with the medium that you have to work with.
When you're working with the foiling, when you're working with the ink, you need to get a nice, crisp, precise stamp image. And you need to get it nicely kissed to the paper and stuck onto it. So this does make a difference. Every sample I've made is made with this. So I wouldn't say it does, but the one thing you'll find is, and I don't mean to be distrustful, if you go online and you search on YouTube for Sharon Curtis, she did an independent review, because you know she doesn't work for Crafts 2 and never has. I think she's Sizzix, I believe, I'm not
think
sure.
So,
she did an independent review. This came out top, and I know a lot of people who have bought the £40 brand named big starred stamp platform who have now done exactly what I did, which is put it away and go for this.
Definitely. Definitely. Love it. And do quite rightly, as John says, check out Sharon Curtis. I've actually watched one of her YouTube tutorials where she's showing you around her craft room, because I'm kind of sorting that out myself. So, very much respect her opinion on anything crafty. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, the details are there on your screen. 386-333, £34.97. You are saving £7. Now, when you actually get your stamp platform, I'm just going to show you the packaging, because when it comes to you, press to impress, it says, you see there, it says, includes your 2 magnets. So if you were going off and buying this from wherever you're going to buy it, that's what you would get. You would get your press to impress, you would get your 2 magnets. But with us, what we have got an amazing opportunity for you to get hold of this with the carry bag, but more importantly, you need those extra magnets. So you have got those included already with this bundle. You haven't got to add that in. So it's definitely worth going for those.
It is. Well, the thing is, the magnets that you will get in it, technology moves on.
Oh gosh, all
the
the
magnets
time.
You will get in this, I don't even have anymore, I don't use. Those are the 2 round ones you can see on the screen there. The 2 silver ones. They stick together and you have to cover them with tape.
Yes, over there.
These 2 magnets are new.
Okay.
So these have got the cover and casing on them. So you can see here, all I do is pull them apart like that.
Oh, right,
Really simple.
Yes.
How many times does that happen and you cannot get them apart? So because we know this is new technology that we've come up with since, on the Hochanda version, we've included 2 of these as well.
Brilliant,
So you'll get the 2 easy lift, and that's easy lift because if you put it this, your temptation is to put it that way.
I never know which way round are they meant to go.
You put it this way, you think, because it's raised and that's flat. No, it goes that way because it's easy lift, so you can get your finger under to take them off.
Of course, yes.
So you'll always see me doing it that way, and it's wrong.
Right.
It's that way.
Okay.
So it's easy lift magnet.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
But that's a benefit, and we've added that in. So if you buy just the, as you said, if you get just the press to impress, with the 2 magnets included, you do not get those 2 magnets normally. This is in the bundle we've done for you.
There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of your bundle, then the details are there. And don't forget, the bag that you've got that you're going to be able to store it in, it holds so much more than just the stamp platform. And as you saw within John's, he's got his kind of positioning sheets in there, which you can, of course, get on the website. But of course, it's going to accommodate for whatever it is that's coming, which I don't know. I'm going to pin him down, I think, try and find out, because I want to know now. 386 333 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, of course, we've got some amazing things. Lots of you adding these goodies into your basket. That post and packing is going to start creeping up when you start adding all those goodies in. So that's why we always recommend you consider becoming a Freedom member. And here's Leonie to explain more.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Really does make sense, especially on shows like this where you're kind of getting those things, and sometimes if you're treating yourself to something that's quite luxurious, you accept that you have to pay post and packing, but not those fundamentals that you need to have, and that's what we've got here. So become a Freedom member and take advantage. Now, news with regards to the twisted folder. I told you earlier on that it was proven to be very, very popular. Now in the situation where it has sold out, so thank you to everybody that's taken advantage of that one, but we can't take any further orders on that particular one, but it is included within the bundle. It makes sense to get hold of these this way, because you can see there you've got your twisted element, as you can see there. You've also got your daisies and your diamonds, and there are so many different ways you can be able to work with these. I mean, John, they're going to be a go-to because they're not gender specific, they're not age specific.
They're not, and I think the thing is, one of the things that tells for me is they will match everything. They'll go in with any brand. I mean, this is using Everything Crafts 2 or John Next Door on this one. The next sample that you've got in your hand is using a Nellie Snellen stamp, and that could be a Lavinia stamp. But you see, it works with other people's things.
Yes.
The card that you've got on your right that's got the pinky purple with the butterflies on. So on your right.
That's that one.
That one, sorry.
Left, right, that's that one, isn't it?
It's TV right and TV left, it kills me. This isn't a sample for this show.
Okay.
This is a sample done by one of my angels for the One Day Special show.
Right.
But she's not, and there are no rules amongst the girls that they have to use John Next Door products on with the samples they make for me.
Yes.
I tell them to use what they've got, because I know people at home do that.
Yes, yeah,
but
definitely.
so whoever did this one chose to use that folder along with the butterflies from the One Day Special.
And the personal choice,
so it shows how they all build up together and they build with each other and they work with what I've done and other people's stuff.
Beautiful, I love it. So if you want that set of three, £20.97 makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of them. And because they do look so gorgeous, it makes sense to have all three of those. Now, John, we didn't have a chance for you to chat properly about these earlier on. So, you're working with the twisted one now?
I'm working on the twisted one because I like this one, it works the best. So I'm using the Craft Artist ink that we've got on the One Day Special show because I've got that in, and it is a pigment ink and it gives me a chance to show this.
Lovely.
Now, normally, when we're letter pressing, so you asked about letter pressing, we do it on the inny side, the flat side.
The one that kind of goes
The one that goes in.
Yeah.
I always think, if you're wanting to know which side to do, think belly button. Inny, belly button, that side.
Okay.
That's how I do it every time. But because it's 3D and because this is very open, the colour is going to leach through a little bit.
Okay.
But what I want to show you is, because this is a 3D folder, we can actually do it on the outy side and get a very different look.
Oh, okay, right.
Because it's quite a relatively tight pattern. So I'm going to take, and I'm using the Craft Artist, which is a pigment ink.
Lovely. Now, these inks, we haven't actually got them on the show. They are on the One Day Special show, so of course you will see them again at 12 o'clock, but you can shop for them online if you're wanting to. £12.99 if you're wanting to get hold of these, and of course they have proved to be very popular because they're absolutely gorgeous.
So what I'm doing is, because they're 3D, normally if I do this with a normal embossing folder, it covers everything. Because it's flat, it goes into the cracks. With this, it actually won't. So I'm using the directional, and what I'm doing is, I'm going down hard. Can you see? I'm not being gentle.
So this is something I was going to ask you about earlier on. Because of the relief that you've got when you emboss with these, one of my favourite techniques is when you sand back the top layer, but you need to have a reasonable amount of depth
You've got to have the depth to do that. So
Yeah.
I've got all of that then now just onto the actual outy side.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put my piece of card onto the innie side, close it down, and run it through.
Love
so
the
and
colours.
it's just the base and the 5mm plate.
Okay.
So we just go through. Once, give me that crisp emboss. So I'm using normal card. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. But can you see then? There, the deboss.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, you can see that pearl coming through.
That pearl finish that we get on that deboss look. But you wouldn't normally do it that way. But again, that's something people would look at and go, how have you done that?
Yeah.
But of course, I'm cheap. And I like a twofer. I am, and I say it.
I thought that was just a nasty rumour.
I'm a tradition. I should say I'm a traditional Yorkshireman.
A frugal crafter, I like
frugal,
to say it.
Yeah, but no, I'm cheap. And I'm not wasting. There's a little bit of ink left in that. And why would I
Okay.
waste it by cleaning it on a cloth?
Yeah.
Little piece of watercolour card.
Okay.
Yeah. Spritz with water on each side.
Yeah.
Works a dual. So number one cleans my folder.
Yeah.
Number
Definitely.
two pulls the ink out, so that I get a
Good
second go at it. Well, I've bought that ink. I don't want to put it on a wall, on a
Exactly,
cloth, and waste it. So what that will do is just reactivate it because it's pigment ink, and I get then
wow.
as if I've watercoloured in it.
Oh, that's pretty. I like that. That's nice. But you've still got that pearlescent
I've still got
coming
that
through.
pearlescent
Yeah.
because again, it's just flat card.
Yeah.
I'm not cheating by using pearl card,
Beautiful.
but I get that beautiful pearlescent. So really easy from
love it.
one go. And in fact, there's probably
You could get another pull out of that, couldn't
I'll
you?
get
Yeah.
another one. I'm good. Well, I'm not going to waste
Well, tell you what, while you do that, I've got an email.
Cool.
Lovely Terry Kim has been in touch. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, we're still morning. It's good to have your company. And this is really funny. I think a lot of crafters will resonate with this one. I know my crafting journey, certainly in the early days. So, good morning, Hayley and John. Good morning. I just wanted to say that I thoroughly agree with John about the media mat. I bought one and it's a brilliant product. I've got various glass and cutting mats, but I tend to use my media mat most of the time now. I think this is a really good point because you can see John's been using it in his work area, not just on this show, but also on the one-day special shows and the weekend wow show. You will have seen it, I'm sure, it making an appearance there. The only problem I have now and have with the show at the moment is I've had capital letters, had to buy more of John's fabulous dies. I think I need a new house to live in as I haven't got enough space left here. Enjoy the rest of your day and stay safe and well. And yeah, this is, I mean, we all start off, don't we? And this is the thing, and many of you at home will be this. You'll start off and you'll have maybe one of those little drawer units or just a little box that you're putting your crafty bits in, and then you progress onto the drawer units. And then if you're fortunate, time goes on, you end up with the spare bedroom being used. Ended up with me buying a shop. So just to let you know, because I've basically got enough stuff to stock a shop. And this is the thing,
I
isn't
did
it?
the
You go on
same.
your
When I
journey.
moved out to Spain, I actually got my partner to send me out my craft things.
Okay.
On a truck that was bringing out stock for the shop I was
Yes,
running over there.
yeah.
And it filled, you know, one of the standard DHL or other companies are available,
Yeah,
DPD
boxes,
or
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
it is. Standard box,
Yeah.
your normal size one. And it filled that. When I moved back from Spain,
Yeah.
5, 6 years later,
Yeah.
I had the container, I had half a container.
Oh my goodness.
And half of that, so half of that half was craft stuff.
My goodness.
I
That's
am
a lot
now
more.
in a 5 metre by 2.5 metre craft cave converted garage.
Yeah, and I bet you still need more space.
And I have a separate shed that is just full of cards I've made. And I have
It
stuff
happens, yeah.
everywhere. We are all the same, but I am.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is lovely to say.
Yeah.
And
We can't help
we always
you
try
in
and
a
give
new house.
options, so you don't have to buy. Don't ever feel you have to buy everything. Always look at what you've got and say,
Yeah.
will that do it, please?
Yeah. And I think that's the thing that many of us, I mean, it might be that money is no object, but if you haven't got the storage space, then yeah, you're not going to spend the money buying more things in. I think that's the thing that John does. He brings in, like those dies that you were talking about, Terry Kim, that they do everything that you need to do. And that's the key thing. Shopping smart, isn't it? So not necessarily shopping for everything, but shopping for the things that, A, you need, and also B, that give you most value for money. I think that's
Yeah,
the key
it
thing.
is, and that's what I try and put in the products and
Yeah.
give you the options. It would be fantastic to have, you know, to have 9 different sets of nesting dies.
Mhm.
but for what most of us use, those 5, 6 and 7, so those 3 sets would cover off
size,
9 sets. So you've got options, and then if you say, well, I want different in between, you can buy those on a later date.
Yes.
But you're right, shop smart, look at what you've got and say, what do I need to fill a gap of, not... Oh, I want. I'm terribly
It's easy to get
with
caught
that.
up in that, isn't
Yes.
it? Now, you've got your 3 different sizes. So you've got your 7-inch that we're looking at there, you've got your 6-inch, and you've also got your 5-inch with these. So you'll notice that with each one of these, you've got the same shapes, your circle, your square, and your rectangle. So naturally, the rectangles are going to nest together when you work with those together. But of course, it means that, well, if you're doing something like a 5-inch card, straight away there, you've got all the core elements that you need. Your mats and layers, maybe the circle for the aperture, all there in one die set, and that is what John does. He thinks about the best way for you to kind of smart shop and smart craft as well. I think that's the key thing. Rapidly approaching half the stock of these is gone. I'm not surprised really. You've got a £5 saving, which is a good saving on these, but I think it's more about the usability and the portability of this one. You're not going to need a huge amount of area for you to actually be crafting with these, and they come in their fabulous little wallets, so you can keep them that way as well. 510411. Now, of course, we've been talking about the craft mat, and you were showing us earlier on the benefits of using that. Anything specifically that we've had any requests for that we need to show with them, John? Have you had anything come through that we're wanting to look at, Katie? So free reign then, John. What do you want to do next?
So I'm going to use some pigment ink, and this is one of the areas I use my water medium at the most.
Okay.
And this is one of the things that I think that I got very used to. I used to waste so many pieces. What I used to do was, I had one of those brown mats, you know, the oven liners, the posh oven liners.
Yes.
Yeah. I had one of those, and I had to unroll it, and you store it by rolling it up, and then when you unroll it, it never sticks down. So I gave up on that.
Yeah.
Then I started out, and I used to use pieces of mylar, you know, stencil mylar.
Yes, yeah.
But then they got really mucky and they wouldn't clean, and I've got a wad that thick of dirty pieces.
Yeah.
Because I love stamping an image, and I love colouring it with inks.
Yeah.
And I really do. Oh, blending inks. And I was wasting so many.
Yeah.
Since then, I don't even touch it, because things like this, I've got the space here. Oh, I'm looking after that well, aren't I?
I know where you can get new water brush pens from, John.
I think I'm actually going to need a new water brush, to be honest. But what I can do is, because it's got the tray, you know, normally they're flat, so it rolls off. If there's a piece of card, if that's there, normally that will get soaked. It doesn't. This is what it's just so cleverly thought of, but I can do the watercolour techniques
straight from that there.
Straight from, you know, the table. So I can do, you know, I can do this, mix them together, get my watery colour look. Let's get some more water out, because these are the Crafts 2 water brushes that I'm using. And the fab thing about these is that there's different ways. You know, I used to watch, I don't want to say the brand, but I used to watch one being used all the time, and it had a constant flow of water.
Yes.
It was the goldfish one. And that was brilliant for what they were doing then when they were taking it off pens. But I don't want this to constantly flood with water, so the Crafts 2 ones have got a junction in them. So, if you look, that is now virtually dry.
Yes, yeah.
If I want water out of it, I squeeze it and get the water out. So it's a one-way valve.
Right, got you, yeah.
So I am in charge of the water and how much I add in.
Brilliant.
So I can just go through like that. And I've made then the water for the reflection.
Yeah.
But simply, amazing. And then of course what I don't want to do is waste that. But it's not rolling off.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's on the water mat. So I take my little water sprayer, spray it up, I'm using watercolour card.
Okay.
And I take the impressions. So
and of course, it's kind of what's
white,
left behind, so yeah, it's quite a subtle look, but
you're not seeing it as quite as much or intense. But again, I can just, instead of it being mop up, I can really, you know, go for this and play with it. I'm going to add some gold in.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, you devil.
But again, I can just play with this onto the mat. This is why I use it constantly. And like I say, when it gets really mucky, dishwasher.
Yeah. See, I think that's a brilliant idea.
So we just go through and again, pick up that colour. There we go.
Lovely. You see the texture there as well, love it.
But that would make the most beautiful background to stamp the butterflies on. I might take this on to my next show.
There you go, yeah, you're back at 12, aren't you? So, yeah. Now, incidentally, we were joking apart. We were talking about the pens that John's been working with. There's some items that we haven't had an opportunity to share with you during this hour, but they're still things that John has chosen for the show. So do look on the website if you're looking for some additional bits and pieces. But since he was using the pens, going to bring these in. So what you've got here is a lovely series of pens. So you've got your small, your medium, you've got flat head with these ones, you've got your large with your 10mm there as well. So you've got a really good array of different water brushes here for different occasions with regards to those as well. $14.99, absolutely brilliant value for money if you're wanting those. So 686089. Can I bring something else in to show you as well that I think you guys need to see as well, because these are brilliant. Now these, I've seen John work with these, and I know fine nib bottles, fine detail bottles are so tricky to get hold of. Now, the reason I love these, can I just show you, is you've got that flexibility with these. So if you do need to kind of squeeze your glue through, and it's a nice shape to sit in your hands.
It's a really nice ergonomic shape, and the plastic isn't too soft.
Yeah.
So you can see I can get a squeeze on it, but if they're too soft, because we had a couple of people say, oh, it's a little bit hard.
Okay.
And we did test a softer plastic on this, and what actually happens is, after a while, you pop this off.
Right,
you pop the syringe out, it misshapes it.
Yeah.
And it's actually kept on. I mean, again, what I love is, look, I can write
such fine detail.
My name.
So when you're working with things like lattice dies and stuff like that, can you actually use that to kind of use the sticky down bit in between the strands and things like that?
You can go such fine detail to glue down. It really is crazy. Say if we've got a lattice die, I'll do it on top of a piece of my favourite at the moment. But again, let's see. That's how fine. If that was a lattice die, we were dyeing on the back.
Yeah.
You can see
really
how easily that is. And it's just great, and it's a 2-pack, so you can use, you know, one spare or one gun, or you can put your glossy accents in one, which is what Sam did.
That's a good point,
but we've even included for that price the glue that you need, the craft artist glue in there, which is crazy. I've seen 2 bottles on their own without the glue for twice the price.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. Now you're getting them all. I mean, $9.99. That is such an affordable price. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of that, lots of you taking advantage of that. These bottles are brilliant. If you wanted to get hold of them, they come with the caps, and obviously you've got your glue that you're going to be popping in there. Something else you've been shopping ahead. Your canny crafters watching today, because we haven't even mentioned this, but you found it, and lots of you taking advantage of it. And I know lots of people see you working with this as well, and that's probably what it is. You've got your 8.5-inch guillotine from Crafts 2 here. I love this. You've got all these images down there giving you ideas of hints and tips how to work with it, and also on the back here. I mean, you've got so many different ideas, things that I didn't even think that I need. And the hang hole, that is something my guillotine doesn't have.
When you've got your shed,
you
can hang the spare one up on the pegboard.
Yes, yeah.
So I have one. I mean, mine is always, well, actually, to be fair, when you watch Craft Cave, mine is always on my desk there.
Yes.
Mine is usually hung up.
Okay.
It's on the desk there because that is normally there.
Right.
In my Craft Cave.
Yeah.
But I've had to hide that for the last year so you couldn't see it.
Right.
But yeah, it's got the hanging handle. But the other thing it's got as well, which I love, and I just, if you look there, look how deep that metal piece is.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That is all metal. And listen, if you listen.
Oh, I love that. Oh, do it again,
That has been built like a steel.
Yeah.
And what I mean by a steel is one of the things you sharpen knives on, chefs do.
Yeah.
So as it goes down, it helps keep it sharp.
Yes, yeah.
And it just... So every time... Because obviously this one now, I've been using this constantly since September. So I had it earlier than that. So I would say August last year.
And it's something else I'm looking at this.
Fine.
The finger guard, that's a really generous width of the finger guard on this one as well.
It's not there, and it's not got a bump where I have to... No,
yes,
it's the whole hand. So, you know, if you've got arthritis...
Yeah.
You can actually go like that, right? Okay, so if you can't hold these things...
say if you've got dexterity issues and you kind of...
issues. All I'm doing is putting my wrist on.
You don't even need to hold the handle,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need to do that, and I'm still getting... Because I'm not having to go... This is how I used to have to go. And I'm not a paper trimmer person. We do them. I like the mini one, but normally you'd have to hold that there, and you'd have to hold this handle And, you know, you're being careful. No, I get it in, even for a fine one. It's the flat of my hand.
Yeah.
And I get that piece. Let's move those away so I can actually just prove
in
it
my
properly.
head, I'm just thinking about the things that I don't like about my guillotine and looking at yours and thinking, brilliant idea. The gauge that you've got on mine, I've got loads of little kind of squares, and they're actually in the plastic. They're like grooves.
Yeah.
So in certain lights, I can't actually see, and the fine detail of a line is way more fine detail than a groove that's actually within the bed of my guillotine. So you've got that little wavering point when you're working with a line where it's kind of embossed into the plastic.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's a groove in, isn't it? It's actually, you can't follow the line down.
Which part of the groove am I lining up to? Is it the left, the right, the middle of it?
Well, let's say, for example, I mean, this, I'll tell you what, I do a lot of, the dies I'm doing at the moment on the one day special is 7:5 ratio.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would need to cut, say, 7:5.
Okay. Yeah.
Now I have a bigger guillotine. It's not one of ours. You know, this is easier.
Yes.
But this doesn't go up to 7.
Yeah.
But I have taught myself really easily, and you know I'm not great with these things.
Okay.
So if I want to cut a 7:5 in this, I go to 5, and cut.
Yeah.
Now I happen to know that A4 card is 8 1/4 inches.
Right.
So if I want this piece at 7 inches, I have to lop 1 1/4 off.
Clever, yes.
But there's a line.
Yes.
And that was just when I discovered there's a line for 1 1/4.
Oh, so there
I was just
is.
like, so all I do is put that there and make sure it's against that line. There's 7:5.
So you've got the right size anyway, yeah.
So I don't have to trot off to round the corner where I've got my bigger guillotine to do it.
Definitely. Love it.
So-
And going back to the loop on the top there, I've got to tell you this, and this is a true story, that my guillotine, which is a similar sort of size to this one, I actually keep it on a kind of like a little bookshelf that I've got, a narrow bookshelf, and I slide it in. And one day I was crafting, and honestly, I nearly went through the roof with it, terrified me. It accidentally toppled out. Hit the floor. I have never seen the dog move so fast. And this is a guillotine with a blade in there. So yeah, having something like that safe and secure, you can actually put it onto a hook and make sure that it's keeping in place. And of course, falling off a bookshelf, yes, it didn't do it the world of good either. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of yours, do add that one into your basket. I'm just having a look at our counter. What else? We've got craft knives as well. There's all sorts of different things that you can check out. Oh, we've had a question in as well. So asking about the trimmers, because we've obviously got the guillotine, but we've got a trimmer that's available for you as well. So that's the key thing with regards to these. So what was the question again? Sorry, Katie. The clear bracket on this one,
on
on the trimmer. On the trimmer.
Yeah, the action comes out and it just slides out. Again, I've probably not brought mine over, but I've got my large one over there.
Okay.
It's actually on the next to my machine,
Well,
or where my
can I
machine
open it?
was.
Oh, well,
yeah, I
it's
think someone's already
open.
opened that one.
So
I
somebody got
don't
to it
think there is a
before me.
pull-out on that one. If I can have my large one, which by the magic of Corona White Down,
Isn't it?
if you mean this, is it like that?
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So that's
And
on the
that
larger
is-
one.
That doesn't go out of size.
Right.
You know, you can't stretch it. It's actually not just a bracket. It's actually got a turn and a pin.
Right.
I don't think you can see that, but there, it's actually got a metal pin, and it's hinged with the metal. There we go, with the metal pin.
Right.
So it's actually on a proper hinge.
So what I'm actually holding up isn't what we've got on the
That's the
screen.
mini one.
This is different things. Right. So,
Yeah, that's the one I constantly carry in my case in case I need it.
I tried to help. But if you wanted to go for your large and small, have we got a picture of that to show people what you're getting? Because, of course, with this one, you are going to get that larger one that John's working with and the smaller one. That I kind of showed you, so I was halfway there.
Sorry, it's me. I could carry on.
7 out of 10 for trying.
You know, but at least I've answered my question on what my desert island crafting would be, but you can see now, in an hour, I've hardly touched the surface of what I could do with all this stuff, and I've not brought anything much in from anywhere else.
But it's the practical thing. I think our crafters can kind of fill in those gaps. John, thank you. We're going to see you at 12 o'clock with One Day Special.
Yes.
Yeah, if you've got anything in your basket, do check your baskets out. I mean, John has put together a fabulous show here. Hopefully, if you are watching us live, brilliant, you're checking out your baskets. But I think we've created a fabulous show here that you might be watching on repeat as well. So if so, get those goodies in your basket and check your baskets out. See you later. Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed myself there. Oh, I'm going to enjoy the next hour because I want to sit down with a cuppa and watch it. Totally Patch coming up straight after the break before we revisit the One Day Special with John and his gorgeous butterflies. And then we've got an hour of Deco Patch.
have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's been such a lovely day here at Hochanda. Hope you've been enjoying it. So we've got our second outing with Totally Patched. First was early. It was at 7 in the morning, but still incredibly busy. So thank you to everyone who got up that early in the morning. I can see that Pat and Mark are... Mark, your hair. My goodness. I've never seen it that long. How you doing? This is Pat and Mark. Lovely to see you.
It's totally lockdown hair.
You look, Mark, now don't take this the wrong way, but you look like you could be a German football player.
From the 70s, yes.
Yeah, from the 70s. You just remind, I can't remember the name, you reminded me of a German football player. Lovely to see you both. How are you?
Apart from my hair, we're good.
Your hair looks good. No, don't let me get, I don't want you to get a conscience about your hair. Your hair looks very good. It's just longer than I'm used to.
Yeah.
Pat,
It's a bit curly.
It's Pat, have you not been tempted to have a go with your dressmaking scissors?
Yes. I was going to have a go yesterday, but then I ran out of time, and I said I could try quickly, and you said no.
It's now look, I'm with you on this, Mark, because it's never a good sign when your partner who's never cut hair is like, look, I can have a go quick. You're like, no, I want you to take your time. Let's not rush this. This is very important.
As it is.
Anyway, genuinely, it's lovely to see you both. It's been way too long since we worked together. You were so busy earlier on. I can see why, because obviously you're not here in the studio now, but we had our prep meeting and saw everything. Such and this is what you're known for, such beautiful quilts.
Thank you.
Yes, we've got a good selection of quilts, throws, everything this time, and bigger, smaller, all sorts.
Yeah.
And gorgeous.
So at the moment we're looking at the Madison Country Court pre-cut quilt top and binding, 67 by 67 inches. You've got 3 flexi payments of £46, but my goodness, this fabric is beautiful. I mean, it really is. This is a special quilt. I love everything about it.
It's a really nice quilt, especially the feature fabric in the middle.
Yeah.
Every time you look at that fabric, you see something different, like the little patchwork roofs and the little quilts on the line on the actual fabric there. It's just lovely.
That's a snapshot. And do you know what I love most about this quilt is, as you're saying, Mark, you can go in close and see stuff, but when you take a step back, as you're seeing right now, the overall feel and design of the quilt is so original as well. It looks really good. I have to say it was immensely busy earlier on. 2/3 of the stock has gone. So things to point out, you're saving £22. You've also got access to flexi payments as well, which means we can break the price down. 46 today, and then we can spread out the remaining 2 flexi payments across 3 months. So 46 today, next month, then next month. And just want to say, for the benefit of, because we always get new viewers joining Hochanda, is if this is your first time watching Totally Patched, unique aspect with Totally Patched, everything has been painstakingly and lovingly pre-cut for you. So you do not have to worry about doing any of the cutting. It is all there, cut and ready to go. Really like that. This is a nice quilt. And you always, do you know what surprises me? Because you bring us so many beautiful quilts, but you always seem to find give them all their personalities. I don't know how you're able to do it, Pat.
Well, this one especially, we've had the fabric for quite a while, the print fabric, and I've been waiting for some to go with it and know what block to use with it. I didn't want to cut it too small, so it just all came together at the right time. And the courthouse steps block just shows off the block, and as you said, when you look at it from afar, it gives it a good, gorgeous design as well. So
it does,
and it's too nice. It's too nice a fabric to actually cut up into smaller pieces.
Yeah,
because you lose the whole effect.
I totally agree. I really do. And every time I work with you both, I learn. So I didn't know this was. It was going to be one of my questions. What block we use? So the courthouse steps. So just seeing it there, because I've got a monitor, so I can see what you guys at home are seeing. That looks stunning from afar, but then as you get a bit closer, you get to appreciate that beautiful panel detail with the design, which Mark quite rightly said, it's too pretty to break that up. Got to move on because there is so much more to show. Just very quickly, your item number, if you do want to pop this into your basket, is 612033. Going to move on. Give a hug, and that's something that we all missing. You know when you see someone now, Alex, floor manager, I don't get to work often enough with. You want to see someone, give them a hug, you can't do that. But here, Pat and Mark, I love the fact we can give a hug to our friends and family in a safe way with these cushion covers. Just choosing the colourways, both are stunning. So you've either got your grey or your red. We're looking at the red at the moment. Sorry, Rose Rouge, I should say. Sounds a lot nicer, Rose Rouge. Beautiful cushions, though. Was this in mind? Were you thinking about the fact that, you know, at the moment now, a lot of us are missing that sort of family and wanting to give people a hug?
Exactly, yes, because, you know, we definitely all do. And you could give it as a gift for someone to make, or you could make it for them.
Yeah.
Either way, I just think it was a nice sentiment, and we just wanted to do something a bit different. And we've done the two colours because, you know, we didn't. Maybe some people wouldn't like the Rose Rouge and wanted to go with the black grey, a bit more neutral colouring.
Okay.
So
I absolutely love the Rose Rouge, and I know that has been the most popular option. But then, 70% of the Rose Rouge has gone. But then, equally, the grey is a beautiful, elegant cover there as well, and lovely designs going through the fabrics. 228804, your item number. If you do want to go for these options, give somebody a hug. How nice. Thinking about anyone's birthdays coming up, or you haven't seen someone for a while, and I think that's a nice cushion. Okay, we're going to move on. This is very modern. It's quite cool. So this is your red square. Where did you get the inspiration for this, Pat?
Really from the fabric. It's lovely fabric. It's a woven fabric, lovely and soft, very soft. And the red just
makes it pop, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it does make it pop.
So
do you know what I like about this as well? It's very Pat, I'm so sorry I talked over you.
It's okay. We wanted to do something not too big as well, because we've had a lot of new Hochanda customers saying, can we have like a smaller throw, something bit easy that I can get, like they've done some cushions and now they want to go a little bit bigger. So it all sort of grew out of that, really.
That's a nice starting point. But the thing I was about to say is what I really like about this as well, it's very unisex. So sometimes if you're making a quilt and you want it to appeal to everyone, so if you're thinking certain quilts might not appeal to, the guys can be harder. So making a quilt that appeals to both guys, girls, young, old, it's a really nice modern contemporary design. But then there's an elegance to it, and with the fabrics, it's quite classic as well. So it's kind of the best of both worlds.
It is, and also we've given everything in this kit. The backing and wadding are all included.
Wow.
So it really is open and sew. You've got everything you need.
Well, that's a blooming good price. $55.59. Wow. And you have got everything you need here. So you see you've got your wadding in there, you've got your backing, you've got obviously your all your pre-cuts there as well. 2 flexi payments of £27.80, 794846 your item number. Like this. Next, the veggie patch. I love the veggie patch, Pat. I really like this. So tell us a little bit about the veggie patch.
Well, the veggie patch it's a floating star, it's called. I'm going to demo this first. Beautiful range of fabric from Annie Downs, down on the veggie patch it's called. And very, very easy, very easy. That's lovely, looking like that, isn't it? I can't see Yanis, but...
I think most people would prefer that, Pat.
No. Really nice. It looks gorgeous.
It's stunning.
And some of the prints are very quirky as well, with vegetables on the actual fabrics.
It's one of the actual design with the stars, the floating stars, stunning in itself. And I find this so much with your designs, Pat, that from when you step back, the courtroom steps being a great example of this, you step back, you see a sort of overall image, but then when you walk closer and have a good look, you're picking up on all these little nuances and touches, sort of hidden secrets without, whether it's actually the print of the fabric, the design, everything. And it really does appeal on so many levels. And you do that time and time again, but it's not an easy thing to do.
Well, thank you, Yanis. It's my passion, so that's the way the things seem to grow, really. So it's all about the detail, but they've got to look good on your bed, on your wall, on your sofa as well. So sometimes I have to play about till it works, don't I, Mark?
Certainly do.
Yeah, you have to keep trying, but that's the aim. It's the and the designing is what I like as well. So it's sometimes frustrating, but on the whole, good.
Of course, it takes a little bit of time. I've got to say on a personal level, Pat and Mark very kindly sent my wife and I a quilt, and it's got pride of place in the nursery for a little archer. It looks absolutely stunning, so thank you for that. He likes to cull up on it. I should have taken, I meant to take a picture actually to show today, but I will do that. But we love the quilt, so thank you so much.
I wasn't going to mention it, but how is he? Is he good?
He's very well. Yeah, he's turned 3 months. He grew up very quick.
Wow.
I know.
Yes, very quick.
And finding his voice as well.
He found his voice early. Yeah, he found his voice. He found his voice very early. We're going to move on. We've got more. We've got some little fishies for you. Now this is quite cute. This is quite playful as well. So you've got lovely little mats. These are your little fishy mats, all pre-cut as always. With you get with Totally Patched. Just going to show you here. I really like this. And the colours as well work.
It's a little fun mat. It's got little like cartoon fishes on.
Yeah.
They're all different sizes and got different expressions on their faces. So it's a good little fun mat to make.
It's a fun mat for everybody. I kind of think that don't just think just because it's slightly more cartoony, it's just for youngsters. Absolutely not, because you've got beautiful colourways there. And actually that's a compliment to the design as well, I would say, that appeals to everyone.
And it shows off all the fish in the 2 different colourways, the white and the teal colour.
We like that. We really like that. 12, and look at the price. $12.59 your price there. So would it make nearly 20%? And makes all of, you can see just one here, all of that?
Yeah, makes the whole thing. The backing as well. Everything's included in the kit. Yeah.
For $12.59.
There's no binding. There's no binding. You just turn it through.
Perfect. I mean, $12.59 is a really good price. OK, 366143 item number. Now, lavender linen fabrics. These are beautiful. Really like these. And you've got lovely soft grey tones, but then the lavender coming through.
This is a very subtle linen. Very nice to touch as well. It's not too crease, if that doesn't crease easily, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they're 58 inches wide, which is wider than size.
I'm going to open one up. Let's just have a look. It's very gentle. Oh yeah. Wow. That's a good old size. So you're getting an awful lot here. What would you be using this for then, Pat?
Well, last month when we came on, we did a Dresden plate cushion in linen. Very popular. We did quilts, cushions, all sorts. So many people wanted more. We'd sold out, couldn't get any more.
Yeah.
And we also had some bundles on. So anybody who was looking out for those, they were pink though. These are the same sort of balance of colour, but these are lavender. So some people they just flew, didn't they, last month? So we thought we'd put a few more on.
Well, you got the 2 meters there, and the 1 meter piece as a coordinate to go with them.
Beautiful. Equally as popular today. $34.99 your price. 973-878 your item number. Scrap bags. I haven't done these before, but I can imagine these are very popular, Pat.
They are very popular, yes. And they take Mark quite a while to make because he's very selective of his scraps. He likes them to be gorgeous bags. So it does take him quite a while to make these scrap bags, but they go nicely. We wanted good size of fabric. So keeps him busy, Yanis. That's the thing.
Just thinking, I mean, you're getting 1 meter in total, minimum, for $10.49. He's very, very good. Would shall I open this up? Is that okay? I'm gonna just
carry on.
Should we open this up and have a? This is the thing. Now you start to appreciate everything that you are getting here. You said about being proud of your scraps, and these are scraps to be proud of. So you've got your strips in there. I mean, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. These, and I've got to say, these are the small pieces. Love these. And I would imagine, oh, come on, look at that. This is an instant stash builder. So as a crafter, especially a sewer, you would get excited about getting home and going through and seeing all the scraps that you were getting. Nice linen there.
You would, and what it gives you as a crafter is fabric that you might not buy yourselves, because you're never going to go out and buy all of these bits of fabric.
Yeah.
And you're always drawn to a fabric colour yourself. So this gives you, you know, if you need it for a bit of a applique or leaves or houses or anything, you can find a variety that you wouldn't have in your stash. So that's the idea of them, really.
And also good for headbands as well.
Yeah, perfect. Do you know, I'm just thinking, you hit the nail on the head, because you're getting such diversity there and fabrics that you wouldn't necessarily go and buy. So I apologise. I know that looks messy, but it's a great buy. So I'll put that there. That's your scrap bag. Oh, that's even worse. All right, I'll leave that down. And then
it's a tidy mess.
It's tidy messy. Then we've got our bigger pieces. Let's have a look at the bigger pieces, because I think we want to see. I'm sorry I tore the label. Team are telling me off.
It's okay. We will repack them when they come back.
Okay. Thank you. So just showing you here. So now, okay. Now these are good sized pieces.
I like people to get value for money, you see.
You do. Well, I think that's kind of a staple with Totally Patched. You guys always bring us great value for money, but also such beautiful things. Because I think you have the eye. And I would imagine there are no bad fabrics. Because if it's working for everything that you work with, and you only work with the best, that's a good starting point.
Right.
Yeah. Love that. Okay, we've got to move on. Do you guys need any time to set up for a first demonstration?
Yeah, I'm just going to lift a sewing machine, I think. So a minute and we'll be ready.
We can do that. We'll give you a minute. So we're going to let Pat and Mark, it's so lovely to work with Pat and Mark. It's been way too long since I got to see them. We're going to let Pat and Mark set up for the first demonstration. If you do have any questions, or if you've got anything on your mind, you want to send in anything, we'd love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. Just to give you the details for this is your large scrap bag, $10.49 at your price there, and you're getting an awful lot of beautiful fabrics in there. I mean, I haven't even gone through this. 673028, your item number. We've also got a lot more on the show. If you ever want to revisit any items that we're currently looking at, especially on the show, I know I've featured a lot already, you can always jump onto our website. Go to the website. The website is your friend. Have a look. Just type by, you can shop by brand, type in Totally Patched, and then see all the goodies. But look, scrap bags there, large and small, and you've got our Machine of the Month also there as well. New 7-Day Savers have launched, kicked in. Let's have, we got some goodies with the new 7-Day Savers, so always worth having a little peek at the 7-Day Savers. Okay, now I think we're going to be working with our veggie patch. Pat is currently getting set for this. The fabric is gorgeous. We're having a look. Let me just show you. Look at the kind of fabric you're going to be playing with. It's really nice fabric, and that is just a given every time Totally Patched are here. Okay, we're going to get to demonstration. Pat, what are we going to do?
We're going to work on the Delightful Stars veggie patch. I've got 3 things I want to show, really. So, as always, I've got plenty to say. Okay, this is our kit.
Yeah.
Open kit as per normal. And your star fabrics are in bags. There's 8 or 9 different fabrics in here. And Mark separated them into bags so that you can see exactly what you're getting.
Right.
If I was you, I'd take one bag out at a time. Like there's 3 colours, different colourways in there. Okay. Take that out, and then some background fabrics, and away you go. So I'm just going to make one of the blocks now, because once you know how to do one, you can do them all. So,
nice.
As always, patterns show exactly what I'm doing. So this is the process you're going to go through. In the kit, you've got, to make the quilt, you need 25 blocks. Okay. You've actually got 27 blocks in the kit, only because I couldn't decide which to leave out and which not to. And then, so I started with 27, and you can leave 2 out and make them into cushions as well. So I thought that was the best.
You're always so generous in actually all the kits you guys bring us.
Well, the thing is, if I couldn't decide, I think, well, other people won't be able to either. So
true.
I'll give them the choice. Then there might be one you like more than another, or
Yeah.
whatever. So,
Okay.
a couple of bonus cushions.
Nice.
Right, I'm just placing out my fabrics. It tells you in the pattern how many pieces of each you need. So you need your plains and your print, and then you need some little prints as well that are going to form the points on here. So
Okay.
what I'm going to do there, I'm going to place them here. I'm going to show you how to make this unit, and after that you're away really. So we've got 3 squares make 1 unit, a plain, large and 2 smaller ones. You can draw a line from corner to corner if you want to. Corner to corner across there you can draw a line, but it doesn't matter if they're not 100% accurate. They're floating stars.
Okay.
And I'm sure stars float in a different way. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
So I'm putting that on the corner, and I'm going to stitch diagonally across there, corner to corner.
Right.
By all means, if you feel happier, then draw a line on. That's not a problem. So 1 on. And then we're going to trim this excess fabric here, so from the outside edge.
Yours make it
Can you
look
see
so
that?
easy, Pat.
Well, it is. I'm not doing anything difficult, am I? You could do this. Wait till we're back in the studio. I might put you to work.
Okay, that's a challenge accepted.
Oh, okay, great. So cut off this big rotary cutter or scissors, as you can see, and then I'm going to take it to my iron and press my fabric like so. As always, pressing away from me. Nice sharp seam, no ironing, none of this, just a nice press, like so. So we've got 1 piece on. So we take our other one and we're going to put it on the opposite corner, like we did before, these 2 edges lining up, and we're going to stitch across here, now across this diagonal here.
Okay.
So that goes onto there, whip that across. Cut this bit off.
Okay.
And press again. So press away from me. Like so. So that's your piece made that you're going to put in here. I've already made a few. Can you see the whole block?
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I can't see, you see. I can only see what I'm doing.
Oh, we can see it. Looks really good.
Good. So I'll just pop this on here just to show you this is exactly what I've done. Put my piece on, cut it off, pressed it back, put the other one on, pressed it back.
Okay.
Then we're now at this stage where we're going to join these rows. And the block is that simple. So we just take the end piece, fold it over, line it up like so. I'm going to stitch a straight line down there.
Okay.
Again, press away from me. I'm going to press towards the solid square, away from the piece with joins in.
Okay.
So away from me, like so. Put it back if you're not quite sure where you're going.
Right.
Pick this one up, flip it over, stitch it on.
And because it's a repetitive block, this is the only block you have to make in the whole quilt.
Nice. So once you've done one, you really get a good understanding. Actually, a good way to learn this block and get comfortable with it.
To build confidence as well.
Yeah.
And you've also got the 2 spare, so you know if
little cushion maybe.
Yeah, start with the cushion if you wanted to.
Well, that'd be lovely.
But it's so simple. So 1 row done. Next one we've got the print in the middle.
I like how
so.
with the actual points of the stars, the way they it gives the illusion of overlapping. It gives a lovely finish.
Yeah, that's it's the way it's sort of supposed to float. That's why when you stitch your diagonal line, if they're both not perfect, it just adds to it. In some cases, you can actually have different sizes in the corners, and it can look like a much more, you know, uneven star. So it's not, and it's quite effective. You can have like one that comes further down, a bigger square, so it came further down and looks more angled. So, you know, you can play with the technique.
Yeah.
Pop out your scrap bag and have a little play with the technique as well.
Nice. Yeah, get those scrap bags. Scrap bags are busy. You've got two different options with the scrap bags, the small or the large, both very popular.
So this time I'm pressing towards the centre because that's my solid square, like that, which will mean my seams will interlock. So these are going in and these are coming out.
Perfect.
So pop that over there, and then my seams will lock into place. You just about see that?
Yeah. Pat, I've missed working with you. You're so good on the educational side. I know that's something that you particularly enjoy, but every time I've done a show with you, without exception, I feel I've learned something.
That's lovely, Yanis. Thank you. You're very kind.
Well, I mean it though. I genuinely mean it. I'm not just saying it.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you do. I do though. That it's because it's like anything, isn't it? If you understand what you're doing a little more, you understand the way to do it. Like when I say don't iron, press.
Yeah.
We all know if you iron, it will stretch things from side to side.
Yeah.
But if you just press them, it gives it a sharper, crisper look. Yeah. So now I'm just going to press that way. Every time I press, then you've got can't go wrong. I mean, look at how lovely it is.
I think
I'm always surprised though, aren't I? I go, oh, I love it, but I haven't seen this quilt for 2 weeks. It's been with you, so I see him again for.
You've moved on to other projects, haven't you?
And then you forget. Like I did a block this morning from the Madison County Steps, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, that's really lovely. So exactly the same here, and then we'll just repeat the join it onto there, and that's it. You are
stunning.
A little way to making your quilt. 25 blocks in the quilt, so a 25th of the way.
Once you put it together, we've actually got the finished quilt. We hung it up. It's probably easier to see rather than myself holding it. Where I think Totally Patched are exceptional, and Pat and Mark both work so well together. It's that balance between the design, which you can appreciate. The floating star here looks stunning. But where I think it's the balance and also the pattern and the fabrics that you put in your kits as well, because you really do. And I don't know how every time you just get this right, but you pick the right fabrics with the right design. And that, I would imagine, is not an easy thing to do.
It's not an easy thing to do. Sometimes you have to wait a while for the right fabric to come along when we've got an idea in our head. And then other times we see a fabric and then think, how are we going to use this? But then sometimes it's a while until we find the right idea for it as well.
Yeah, love this. So we're looking at your Veggie Patch Delightful Stars pre-cut quilt top end binding, 45 inches by 45 inches, 58.89 for a beautiful, beautiful quilt. There. If you do want to pop this into your basket, you have got access to flexi payments, £29.45 your price there. 644-593 item number. We've got to talk about this quilt. It's the Madison County Court, and the inspiration being the actual print, the design here, taking you through. You can imagine Madison County. 3/4 of the stock has gone, so been immensely busy. But the actual block, it is your courtroom steps block, and I only learnt that today. But I have to say, it's fast becoming one of my favourite blocks I've seen. What I like about it is it looks great close up, but also when you step back, so just where you're looking at right now, how nice is that? You can imagine this in your home. Things that stand out to me, so the colour tones that you can appreciate from a distance look great. I love the sort of reds, the deep, rich reds and the greens, but then, and something Mark touched on, Mark got a very good eye, the fabric, your sort of feature fabric, as you get close, so that it is a quilt that will draw you in, but when you get a little bit closer, you've got such a lovely little snapshot and so many little nuances and details, where the little patchwork on the actual roofs of the houses, the lovely colour tones in there as well. Everything about this I adore. And when you think about the size of the quilt, 67 by 67 inches, for that price is very, very good. You're saving £22 here. Everything is pre-cut for you, as always, with Totally Patch. Something else, and I think this is so important to say, if you've never bought anything with Totally Patch before, the instructions, you can see Pat's passion for the education side and giving you what she tries to do, Pat, and I think this is the secret to Totally Patch success. And I don't even think Pat realises she's doing it, but within each of the quilts, she loves to teach you something. So you're learning different blocks, different techniques, and then you can go on and use those throughout your crafting career. But what it does, and what Pat and Mark have done in each of their quilts, is given us something that's individual. We can enjoy doing it, but also, how good is that going to look on a bed, in a living room, hanging as a display? I mean, it's just a stunning, stunning quilt, and I can see why it's been so popular. Okay, so if you do want to pop it into your basket, take advantage of the flexi payments. You're saving £22, and your item number is 612033. I think Pat is actually going to be showing us this quilt right now, so we're going to take a look at the courtroom steps.
Hello. I've got the block here. I made it this morning, actually, Yanis.
It sounded like Mark was playing on a computer game in the background.
Mark, the phone rang. The phone's rung. I've lost Mark. I'm all alone now. I can say as much as I like. So I made this quilt in real time this morning, this block, in real time this morning. So I think people can watch that on Rewind, can't they? Yes. But very, very simple, as you said. It is it's a variation on a log cabin block, but it's courthouse steps because it originally became from the courthouse, like the steps up to a courthouse, you know, big posh place. Nice. And you just have dark on one side and light on another. Usually you keep one of them the same, and it keeps it a little bit more regimented and it looks better. If all of these were different, you can imagine it could look a little bit busy. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it works its way through. It's keep one the same, and then like these you could change these to lights, whatever you want to do. But it is a lovely block to do. Right. It's really quite nice.
And I think you're right in what you're saying, Pat. And the real secret, because you do make it easy with your, the designs that you do. But it's not, and I think the real secret to it is balancing out the different colours and the fabrics that you have in your design, because if you weren't to get that right, it would look busy, and I think it would be distracting to the eye.
That's right. I mean, some quilts need to be really busy and off the wall and crazy. That's fine. Yeah. But if you're trying to create a design within a design sort of thing, like this shows another design once it goes together with the featured fabric, and if you're trying to do that, you have to think a little bit ahead. Yeah. So like it's always best to try and do that. Nice. The little fishies, which is underneath this, I'm going to go to now, if that's all right with you, Yanis.
Yeah,
is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Just as we're changing over, to let you know, at the bottom of the screen we have got the calico and wadding to go with your Madison County Court. So if you do want to get some wadding and calico, that's at the bottom of the screen. But now we're moving on to I love the little fishies. This is a really nice project. Really nice project.
It is. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because it really is so easy. Okay. This is your kit. It comes beautifully cut out, all ready to go as per normal, like so. And what I've done, I've just laid out the top couple of rows because I couldn't fit any more on. So can you see that okay on camera? Yeah. That's fine. So these are the rows here. I went, see, I'm upside down to myself. Yeah. Here, these two rows I've laid out. So I just literally looked, it's going white, yellow, white fish, white, yellow, white fish, blue fish, white fish, like that. Yeah. All the way across. And if you follow this, it'll look like mine. If you don't, it'll look like yours and a bit more original. So that's fine as well. Yeah. But I just wanted these blue points to come out as well. So that's why it looks like this.
Got a kaleidoscope effect.
Each row is exactly the same in principle. So I'm going to just join some of these together just to explain how easy it is. So I'll pick up, shall I pick up fishes? I'll pick up fishes.
Go, start with that one, yeah.
I'll pick up fishes. So we're going to do two, obviously two together. Turn them over like so. Yeah. And what you need to do is to make sure your points are in line, both sides, like that. Because sometimes when you're dealing with triangles, you you have to leave a 1/4 of an inch and adjust them a little bit.
Yeah.
But we've cut these so that they go straight to the edge, and you don't have to think about that. We've done the thinking for you.
Nice.
So you're just going to stitch across that line there. Okay. So 1/4 of an inch as per normal, like so. And this one is important to place back in the position. So
okay.
You keep the shoes in the right direction,
yeah.
and
so you
you're not swimming upside down.
Pat, you've had a lovely email in. Would you like me to read it out?
Oh, please.
Yeah, this is from Anne, and she's saying, I love everything that is pattern mark. She goes on to say she's learned so much from you, and if there are any problems, you're always there on hand to help out. And you really are. You guys, and people are often surprised if they do call asking for help. It's either yourself, Pat, or Mark who pick up the phone.
Exactly, yes. I mean, that's lovely, Anne. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Yeah. We do try and help. We try, because, you know, it's no good sitting at home thinking, what was it? I can't remember, or whatever. And we can usually answer the question, one of us, very easily. Nice. So, you know.
And we all do have, 99% of the time we have spare fabric for the kits as well.
Yeah, in case.
Just in case.
Nice.
Just in case.
Because, I mean, true family-run business. We've got to give your daughter a mention, because I know she is a big part of the business as well.
Yep, Sarah helps. Obviously, not at the moment. She can't at the moment. She's homeschooling, etc., etc. But as a general rule, Sarah helps as well.
Yeah, she's homeschoolers are going back tomorrow.
So many parents are very excited about that fact. I've heard a lot of my friends are like, "Oh, thank goodness."
You think about Sarah though, Yanis. She's got 3 boys.
Oh, bless her. How old are the boys?
Teenagers. Young
okay.
teenagers.
2 teenagers and another one, but
Yeah.
they're all like between 12, 13, 14,
15,
or whatever.
Yeah. Poor Sarah's had it hard during lockdown. Homeschooling, teenage boys. My goodness, she deserves a medal.
I know. She does. She does, but she's done a cracking job at it. So we haven't seen her for a while, obviously.
Yeah.
I think she'll come here for a break.
I think she. I think if she could go on holiday, that's where she'd go. But she can't do that. Can't do that. We can't do anything, can we? Much, but there you go. It's nearly. We're getting there.
We're getting there. At least we can craft. That's the thing. We're very fortunate as crafters. At least we've got something. Can you imagine if we didn't craft? What would you do with yourself?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Eat, yeah. Eat's good. Right. So as you can see, I've done 1, 2, 3. They're lining up at the top and bottom, and I'm just continuing my row, place it down, stitch on the next one, and keep adding. So, you know, you can see how simple this is, can't you? Really simple. So rather than keep showing you this, I'm going to show you something else.
Okay. No, that's fine. Brilliant. We just got the details for your little fishy mat. I mean, $12.59 your price there, and considering the project that you're making, we're showing you here. That's everything and you've got. It's a complete kit. So in the sense, you get it out of the box, and you've got everything that you need to make this lovely little feature mat. And it's fun, it's playful, and I think it looks really great. Okay, there we go. So that's something we were taking a look at. Now, Madison County Court, we got to talk about this. 80% of the stock's gone, and we are we can see, we're fast approaching that kind of area where we're going to start talking limited stock. We're not there yet, but I've got to tell you that it is on the horizon, and I don't think it's long before I am calling limited stock. You bring us, and this is not an easy thing to do, Pat and Mark, but you bring us such striking, iconic quilts. I mean, we talk about heirloom quilts. This definitely falls into that category. The fabric is gorgeous, and when you get closer and you see the details of the fabric, the quality, the tones, those lovely rich reds, sumptuous greens in there, but then the actual detailing, so just on, you can see that there, where am I? Oh, there you go. On the roofs, the little patchwork on the roofs of the actual houses that you can see there as well. Something to point out, so the details for, and I just love the look from a distance. I see it every time we come back to it. I look at it and think it just looks great. Now, you've got your flexi payments, so 3 flexi payments of £46. Your item number is 612033, and you're saving £22. For a quilt where everything is pre-cut for you, it's all ready to go. I've got to point out, at the bottom of your screen, if you do want that finishing touches with regard to... Oh, it's not, it's the Fishies there. We will put at the bottom of the screen, we're just going to show you the calico and your wadding. So if you do want to get some calico and wadding to finish off, you can see that here. This plays perfectly with your Madison County pre-cut quilt. Just going to talk about the cushions as well. Now, that's something we were just discussing, that it's been tough. I think we're going to be looking at this in just a moment. But lockdown has been tough on us all. This is your Give a Hug. Full pre-cut cushion kit. The rouge option, your rose rouge, it is limited stock, so we've gone green there. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cushion. That is something I can see in any home. Really can. So whether you've gone sort of country kitchen, country cottage, or if you're modern and contemporary, it's just such beautiful colours. Equally, we've got the grey as well. I think both work exceptionally well. 228804 your item number, but the Rose Rouge has gone limited stock. I think we're going to look at it. Are we taking a look at the cushion?
Yes, that's what we're going to look at next.
Great.
Oh.
We're back.
Oh, just dozing off for a minute there, Yanis.
You were up early, I don't blame you.
Okay, so ready? Okie dokie. So I thought we'd show you the grey toned one, because it's easier to say than Rose Rouge.
Yeah.
So pattern as per normal. We did touched on this morning, but I just want to go on because I didn't talk about the border this morning, and it's quite an attractive border. So I just wanted to talk through that as well. As always, sections tells you what to do with your fabric, and then this section here. Once we get to there, I'm just going to move this out of the way and explain where I am. So I've done this centre bit in between shows actually this morning. And I've got all there is included in to make this heart look beautiful like this are whole squares. So that's a whole square,
right?
And that's a whole square,
right?
And all these are half squares, but they're not that one. That's whole, half, and this gives it its shape. You see?
Okay.
So really simple.
Nice.
Whole square. Take it out the box. Put it down. Nothing to do. Your half squares. It's not done like a half square triangle is normally.
No.
It's done like drawing a diagonal line from corner to corner, and we're going to stitch on the line.
Okay.
So that's the bit that's different. And it's easier actually. It's easier to cut, but not for us. Like if you want to replicate this, you don't have to do too much thinking at all. You could easily replicate this yourselves.
Great. I like the name.
And you cut this earlier with scissors. You didn't need a rotary cutter.
Brilliant.
You don't need the scissors. So you can be used by people who maybe haven't got all the equipment but just wanted to give it a try.
Nice starter project. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I stitched across the line. If you've got rotary cutting equipment, you could slice that off. If not, you just take a pair of scissors and go down there like so. And then press as we normally would towards our dark or our print away from me. So that will go like that.
Okay.
And then it will go in place.
Simple.
That's this one. There.
Very
that
simple.
That really is as hard as that gets.
Okay. And then the others are full block, your full squares.
Full square.
Yeah.
Then these are halves, halves, and it's just the way that you twist them round to make it look like mine does. But you can see that here through the pattern here. Shows you it there. But it's this little bit here I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Because it looks a little bit different to normal, let's say.
Yeah.
Everything's cut in your kit to size. And if you place the pieces out like this, tells you what to do here, you'll see exactly what's going to happen. We've got a selection of long strips and squares, and we're going to easily make the checkerboard section on the corner of the quilt, the cushion. There.
Right.
You probably can see it better in the studio than I can show you on this, actually, because it's going around the edge of the cushion. So once you've finished your block, which is this, I think this is lovely. I like the other one, but I like this one colour-wise. Which one do you prefer, Mark?
I prefer this one. It can be more for masculine as well.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Give her the. We all need a hug.
We all do. I've got to ask the question: who came up with the name? Give a hug.
I did.
Ah, Pat. Now I tell you, I'm not surprised that you came up with the name, but I imagine Mark is a hugger. I would have thought he would have come up with the name.
Yeah. He is a hugger, and he is he's a good hugger. And he also is a good person to come up with names.
Yeah.
He did Addison County.
I really wondered what you were going to say then.
Wow. Well, you start off, he's a good hugger, and he's also good with the names as well. Now, I've got to say, Pat, that Holly and Emily, producer, and also Alex, floor manager, have all put their names down for a hug the minute it's safe to do so from Mark, okay?
Okay, fine. Yeah.
We'll hug it out, guys.
So, back to the cushion.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this off here now, if that's okay with everybody in the camera world. I'll probably get into trouble.
No, not at all.
And I'm going to put these pieces down. This is what you've got to make. So this one is do nothing with it. Okay, tells you all this in the pattern. Do nothing. Piece of fabric. This one is the light with dark on the corners. Need two of each one, like so. The next one is dark with light on the corners.
Nice.
The next one, I've put them down the wrong way. This is light with a light and a dark, so opposites. So that's all we're doing, making opposites all the time. Then we go dark, and there's our one with 3 on the end. Okay?
Yeah.
Mark's just stolen my cushion, and I want it back.
I was wondering how that I thought that rolled off, but it rolled off so smoothly.
I just gave you a little bit more space.
I can hold this up for you, Pat, because I have got a cushion here. So let me just show everybody. And what we're demonstrating here is the edges. It really is effective. Seeing that there, I love the design.
Yeah, I like to, if we can add a little bit of something else to
a bit more interest.
Bit of a flair.
A little bit more. Yeah, why not? So what you do is you start adding these strips, alternate sides, top and bottom. So I've already put the straight ones on because they were pretty
easy.
Yeah. So 2 either side. So now we're going to put this next one, dark with light corners on here.
Okay.
Yeah? You see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
So that goes onto there. So dark with light corners, and that starts to build up this 9-patch corner that you're making. Unfortunately,
I'll show everyone, Pat, because you're talking about the 9-patch corner. Just having a look here. It's very, very clever because it gives a sense of depth. I mean, you're seeing that there. You see the 9-patch, but then as a cushion as a whole, when I put that back, you understand what I'm saying about it gives that illusion of depth, that sort of staggered step-like feel. And the little flourishes, the 9-patch there on the corners, I think a lovely little touch. You are very good at hiding these little secrets in your cushions, or in all your designs.
Well, we could have just put one piece of fabric on, couldn't we? And just showcase the heart. Instead of that, we've put 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 pieces of fabric on and a lot of little squares because Mark loves to cut. So
well, he's a master cutter. Just seeing the Rose Rouge cushion, that's unfortunately sold out. But if you were lucky enough to get hold of it, it's interesting to see how the different fabrics and colorways transform that look. So very different from the grey.
Exactly, yeah. And sometimes, like when we do patterns, I had a lovely pattern from a lady this week who bought a cushion from Hochanda, and then she sent me a picture of it done in her own colours, and they were a little bit cave facety, very bright.
Yeah.
And it was gorgeous, and it looked totally different.
Yeah.
And that's why it's nice sometimes to do like this one. I thought we'll do it in 2 colours, and then you can see the difference, because when you're making anything, whether it's a quilt, whether it's a cushion, whatever it is, you're always drawn to the colour first, and the design second, which I know you probably don't realise that until you've looked at a few. But the first thing you're drawn to, like if you're at a show or out in the exhibition, you're always drawn to the colour first. And a good example of that is we had an exhibition of our students' work once, and they all started with the same pattern, the same design, and used their own colours, and people came in and thought they were different quilts in the room.
Isn't that interesting? And I get that. I've got a question for you. How do you feel about green as a colour?
Personally?
Yeah.
I'm not a green person.
Well, I tell you what, there is one time where a lot of people would agree about the green because it signifies limited stock, everybody, and that's where we've gone with our Madison County Court. We have gone green on the screen, which is a bit of a warning, and the reason why Pat doesn't like green is it means we've only got 10% of the stock remaining, so there is a possibility viewers might be missing out on this quilt. Do not let that happen. It is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Actually, could be, Pat, and I say this consciously, the Madison Court could be my new favourite quilt. I really like it.
Oh,
Hey, you've got 3 minutes. You've got 3 minutes, Pat.
3 minutes?
I know.
Could I have 33?
I would love that.
Okay. Well, you'll see what's happening now once I get this out of here. I keep adding my strips. I'm just going round like so as I go along.
Nice. I'm sorry to feel like we're rushing you, Pat, now. I regret talking for 15 minutes about Mark being a good hugger.
Oh, my hair.
Oh, your hair. Well, that was another good 20-minute conversation.
That could go on for a long time.
So as we add, you see, if I put the next ones on here, we'd have one coming down here, and then you can see that your 9 patch starts to form.
Right.
So it's really simple. It's not difficult. You just have to keep going round 12 times, and you'll get a lovely border to your cushion.
Beautiful. And I will show the completed cushion here. So Pat's demonstrated the techniques. Obviously, you get full instructions. Everything is pre-cut for you as well. What a lovely, lovely cushion. You are saving £3, £21.49 your price there. It's the only remaining option. Unfortunately, the Rose Rouge has gone. It's sold out. Madison County Court. We are into single figures. It is about to go. So I'm giving you that warning now. Whether it sells out in the next few minutes or just after the show, it is going to go. Don't let it slip through your fingers, because what you're getting here is such a beautiful design. Playing off of the County Court block, which I only learnt today, but I've fallen in love with. And it's one of the quilts where, when you step back and look at it, it's got such a wonderful overall overarching theme, but the minute you get closer, and it is such an inviting quilt, it does draw you in. It drags people in to have a closer look. You see this fabric, and it's such a wonderfully unique fabric. It's a snapshot of just a beautiful, picturesque town. You've got these wonderful reds, I mean deep, rich claret, burgundy reds, and these lovely green tones coming through. And then you've got the detail, the patchwork on the roof. So everything about this is special. It's different, and I think you're getting a great price. You are saving £22, and not only that, because this is Hochanda, we can spread the cost over 3 months. You get 3 flexi payments. Your first flexi payment is £46. I just want to say a huge thank you to Pat and Mark. I genuinely have missed working with you both so much, so I've really enjoyed this morning.
Thank you, Yanis. It's been lovely working with you. We're back in on the 19th of March. Got a little one-day special.
Oh, can you tell us any more?
Caters for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, you've got us intrigued. 19th of March, pop it in your diary. That's one not to be missed. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see how long your hair's going to be by then, Mark.
Rockstar.
Guys, thank you so much. You take care, and we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So that was a lovely pat and Mark. I look forward to the day when they can come back safely to the studio, but they work so well together and they bring us such lovely stuff. So we into single figures. It really is about to go. It's probably just after the show this is going to sell out, but it's a stunning quilt, and that's what you get with Totally Patched. You get something that is beautiful, that's original. The fabrics they bring are stunning as well. All I will say is if you've got something in your basket and you really want it, please make sure to check out. You'll never be disappointed with Totally Patched. Thank you for joining us this hour. We've got plenty more, though, coming up here at Hochanda. He's back, everybody. That boy next door, it's our John, and he's showing Deco butterflies. And we're sticking with the Deco theme because we got Deco Patch and Nigel after that, and then crafting with clarity.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my own Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Afternoon. That inspiring video is of course what you can do with the amazing brand new launch of John Next Door. I'm not on my own though, of course we have got John next door, or actually next to the screen, or
I through the window, so it is like next door.
Yeah, it is.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Now, you have been super busy the last three days, but you know what, we were chatting just before we started the show, because for somebody, I mean, so you have got this amazing brand that you have created, but it's not necessarily in the best possible way overnight success. You have worked very hard.
Yeah, it's quite strange. I mean, I actually said it's 6 years today that I launched my first stamp collection.
And that is a proof as well as longevity, because longevity, I mean, you know, success is great, but it's sustaining that success, creating beautiful products that crafters want to use.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's work. I look back now and I can see some of those I'm really proud of. And I look back now, there was a butterfly collection, which was lovely, don't get me wrong. But I look back now and think I started 6 years ago with a butterfly collection. And that 6 years and the sort of 7 years experience in the industry has brought this one today, because everything that I felt was wrong with that, I've got right in this one.
Absolutely.
So it's a constant building and growing. But yeah, I was quite shocked that it had been so long.
Yeah, and also the thing is that one day special features, of course, butterflies, as John was mentioning, but it's not just butterflies. You are getting also flowers in here, and I love the combination of stamps and dies, because that kind of gives us so many more possibilities. I have to say, I was watching earlier, and I love that you have put Immortal Beloved, the letter from Beethoven, in there as a background.
I've used it a couple of times in the past, but never as clearly as I have in here. So the text means something, it's physically there, it is, as you say, from Beethoven to his beloved, that wasn't delivered, he died and it was found in his house, and it's a beautiful letter, and it really is. But if you actually get the butterfly stamp, it's actually on the flower one as well, but a slightly different font, but you can read the individual words, it is there. You can see that, because I remember when I was showing this through to Jane at Crafts 2, she said, oh, what's that? Immortal Beloved, and she could pick out odd words.
Yeah.
And I had to explain where it actually comes from. But even there, that's heat embossed. But you can still see it, because what we've done is, the dies obviously are made abroad. The dies are made in China, there's no point in saying that. We got the stamps made here in the UK. So the stamps are made in the UK, but they're sold together in one pack, because I was determined to get the best dies and the best stamps, and I wanted that clarity, and I felt I could get that by having them made in the UK. So Crafts 2 actually are having to pack every single die with a stamp in it before they start packing the orders.
Which is actually, considering all that's going on in the world, is quite incredible that it gets done here in the UK, because you know, obviously there's restrictions on how many people can be in the warehouse, which also leads me to the next question, there is a complete collection as well, but we need to mention a little bit of an extended delivery for that, and that relates to the fact that it
There
has
is,
to be...
yes, the extended delivery. It's going out from the 26th of March, and that's the same for everybody. The Hochanda orders as soon as the stock is in. If we can get it earlier, we will, but I'm not saying or promising or suggesting anything. We'd rather, you know, under-promise and over-deliver than the other way around. But with what's going on in the world at the moment, as everyone knows, what's happening at the ports, you know, we've all been battling it. Every single one of us has been battling it. You know, the stuff is here and it's physically in, but it has got to go through customs and reachers. And then these have to be married together, the stamps and the dies, and packaged, you know, and that has to be done, and then it all has to be packed and sent out to you with only 5 people working in the warehouse.
I hope that explains it. Now, if you want your one-day special, it has a £5 saving. You are getting 2 stamps and 2 dies. You can see them there, the beautiful butterflies and the beautiful flowers. Now, 340919 is the item number for the one-day special. Now, remember that £5 saving because it carries over, of course, to the complete collection. Now, other items, if you want to go for the complete collection or other items, so we are going to see, now the complete collection, you will get all that you can see. So let's analyze it exactly what you are getting. You are getting the Deco Butterfly Collection. You can see Love and Dream with a beautiful overlay and trinket. And you are getting that Art Deco. You know, it's just gorgeous.
It is. It's got to be my favourite era. And I designed the frame first. The butterfly to me had a real Deco look. As soon as I put it together with that frame, it screamed Art Deco to me. And that was the whole idea of the design, and that was you to be able to get that beautiful frame, but then have perfect matching butterflies to add with it, so that you can add them in there, do the bigger butterfly, which just looks so, but it has a real Deco look. And just as that, to me, screamed, you know, that sort of the turn of the sort of 18 to 1925 period. That sort of high, the Great Gatsby in America type period.
Right, my mind,
It's got that look to it with the lines and the squares and almost the sort of William Morris.
Renee Mackintosh.
Renee Mackintosh, sort of almost a rose in the bottom of the butterfly. You know, and I know that there are a lot of butterflies out there, but I wanted this to be different.
It is.
And I wanted people to use, I said this last night, I didn't want people to say, I've made a mistake on this card, I'm going to stick a butterfly on it. Absolutely. I want people to make the cards with butterflies on because they want them. To make it the main feature, it doesn't have to be an also-ran.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I love butterflies. I have always, you know, been, and I think also, like butterflies themselves, it doesn't matter how many you have, you always can incorporate more and different styles of it because it's something different.
It is something different. It's a different way to look at it. I mean, that has got such, again, that sort of 20s, 30s feel to it. And depending on the angle, you get it completely differently. But you can use them in so many different ways. And every butterfly is different. So I would never say this is better than one from someone else. It's a different way of looking at it. And it's a perennial thing we can send to men and women.
Absolutely, indeed, a perennial thing. I love that word. And now, if you want to go for the butterfly collection, you can have it on its own. You have a flexi-buy option to spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments. But again, you have a £5 saving, and that £5 saving also carries forward to the complete collection. 616889 is your item number for that collection, the butterfly collection. Now, the glitter card. Now, I remember yesterday, so we have the A4. John came in, I was doing a show, and he just flashed his ombre glitter card. I hope that nobody's watching from Spain, and that would have understood a very different way.
I just flicked the pad. I was checking the pad and I was looking at Paola, and I just flicked it and showed her the colours. And Paola, just like this, and Paola stopped in the middle of a show and went, ooh, and then carried on talking, and I was like, oh, sorry. So I fanned out that one and did it again just to see if I could get another reaction. But that, to me, is the success of a colour or a pad or a style. When someone like you, who's been in the industry for so long, to be fair, who has seen so much, who designs themselves, if I can put you off your job, I think, oh, we've got it right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I know that's awful, but it's true.
Well, the thing is, I'm just rubbing it, and there is absolutely no...
Well, you will never get any shed from this glitter card because there is no glitter in it.
Oh!
No glitter has been used in the production of this product.
Right.
It looks, I mean, our manufacturers call it faux glitter card.
Oh.
We call it non-shed die-cuttable glitter card because it's actually made with foils.
I see.
And it's heat bonded on. So if you are complete glitterophobic, you will not feel, touch, or no matter how far you cut that up, you will never feel any glitter because there is no glitter that's ever been anywhere near it.
That's amazing. Now, I'm showing well, John was speaking because I know that some of you might want to go for the 12 by 12, adding an extra one. There is the A4 and there is the 12 by 12. That's two different item numbers to make it very clear. However, if you go for the complete collection, you are getting them both. Now, if you want to go for the 12 by 12, which is the one that I showed you, is the 190 GSM. Over 60% has already gone on its own. I know a lot of you might want to add an extra pad to the complete collection, and then of course that means that you can flexify that extra pad as well. £14.99 is your price. Brand new to the 030633 is the item number for the 12 by 12. Now, included, of course, it is one of those pads of the 12 by 12 and one of the A4 is included in the complete collection, which is phenomenal. It's also very spring-like. It's
Yes.
new beginnings, isn't it?
It is. I really wanted to get this collection out. Ideally it was going to launch the same weekend as the Kaleido for the Weekend Wow, which unfortunately went on Friday, because a whole host of butterflies, a group of butterflies, is called a kaleidoscope. Of butterflies, such is why the first stamp and die I did to match with it was the butterflies, and why I wanted to do them. But again, it just is beautiful. But you see how it's designed to fit with all the products I've done before. That's my shutter card die. So the butterfly fits on there perfectly. Everything has been made to fit with what I've done before. If you've got the square scene box, the large butterfly will cut in to be an aperture in that. If you've got the rectangular scene box, the rectangular frame will fit into it. So everything's designed to fit in with what I've done previously and work together. And it's just a complete collection because, I mean, to me, that dream just screams in the gold on the black sort of, it's a gold mirror on black mirror, it just screams 1920s Art Deco without having to be a lady. Because whenever you say Art Deco, without being rude, we think of those beautiful illustrations of the ladies with the dresses. But there was so much more to it.
And of course, now, of course, there is, you know, the complete collection. Now, you are getting, remember, you're getting the butterfly collection. That had a £5 saving. That will carry forward. Remember, you are getting the one-day special. You have a £5 saving. So that you have, you know, it's £5 saving, £5 saving. That's a £10 saving plus an additional £12 saving. That, in actual fact, makes you the complete collection with a saving of £22. However, now, if you are a Freedom member, you have a further discount. That £12 that we were talking is actually £21.59. So that would be, I think, I need to confirm with my producer, but I think if you are a Freedom member, you are saving, is it 31.59 pence? That's a fabulous saving, which means that you actually are only paying £7 and a few pennies for the one-day special, £7.39 for that. Now, that means that your delivery cost as a Freedom member is 87, and now I kind of rotate it again. It will be £87 and, or to pay. Oh, this is the rotating thing. £86, actually, less than that. £86 and 34 pence. And of course, you can flexify, making it easier to buy, to spread in the cost in 3 interest-free payments of £28 and 78 pence. Now, that means that, of course, opens a flexi-buy basket, which means that if you wanted to add the brushes, which we are going to have a look at them now, you can add them and flexi-buy those ones as well. Complete collection 782730 is your item number. Now, all that is the complete collection. And then we are going to the craft artist brushes. Now, they're very, very busy. Buzzing and busy. You are getting 2 packs of the large ones and 2 of the smaller packs, but also you are getting the roll. Now, I borrowed these ones yesterday. really like them.
They are nice, aren't they?
They are really, really nice.
I know there is a difference. I said this before, but we haven't reinvented the wheel. Yeah, and I don't see why people would claim that. But you know, I know you've tried them before, and I have. But I don't know if you noticed how much more flexible the plastic is.
Yeah.
What we did was we've had these made in our colour, but we've also had them made with a very flexible plastic and quite ergonomic. So it's not reinvented it, but what we've done is said, yes, these are being used in the craft market. Can we bring them to people just the sizes you're going to use? Because as Hayley said,
Absolutely.
you buy some of the sets, as I did at first, and it's got a load of fillers in there you'll never use. But also, can we make it different? So what we did was went for our own plastic, we went for our own logo, we made them more flexible so that you've got so much more manoeuvrability on it. You see where I'm holding that?
Yeah.
I mean, my hand is up here. I've got that real flexibility on it to be able to, so even with no pressure, and I've not inked this is whatever was left on it, I get that beautiful, smooth, soft blend.
And there is no hard edges, which I always get, no matter what I do with the foam blenders, I always sort of get a hard edge.
I'm exactly the same. I just get this sort of vicious line. I mean, the finger dauber solved it for me, but when it comes to actually this soft blending, certainly on the pigment ink, I get such a smoother finish with the brushes.
Okay.
I can bring this beautiful gold in.
Right, and now we have, well, if you wanted, over 80% of the stock has gone with the bundle, with the brushes and the holder as well. Now we have another bundle. Now the ink that John is using, that would be, if you go for, I'm going to put them like this. That would make more sense if we put them. If you go, there is the inks that John is using, plus the one of the larger brushes, plus one of the smaller brushes sets. £23.97. That is the price for this bundle, 959,298. Now the inks that you are using, they are pigment based, aren't they?
They are. They're pigment based. So you've got the mica pearl shine in there. So if I finish this, you'll be able to see. But also, the difference is, because we've got pigment inks, a lot of people have gone, I know you were doing some pigment inks last night, and as you clearly said, they were oil-based.
Yeah.
These are water-based pigments. So the difference means that you can do all your water effects. So I'm sure, actually, I'll do this on the overhead because that's making it very, very hard for poor Chris. But can you see
Let make him work hard.
that pearl shine that we get from flat card? Yeah? We get that shine, but of course, because they're water-based, I can actually lace them down on my mat. So I can lay some gold down onto my mat. Now normally, it's very hard to do this with gold. Grab my water brush, get a little bit of water out. I don't
By the way, if you
clean that.
want to go for this bundle, 80% of the stock has gone.
Sorry, but I can then actually paint with the pigment because it's water-based. So I can go in and actually I can actually make this butterfly far more gold. And of course what you can do with the white, which is so good, it's a white pearl.
Oh, so it has got a
So
luster
if
to it.
I want to have a luster on, I can actually, on something flat, so I can take the white, I can mix it with water. Unfortunately my water brush isn't clean, but I could actually get a pearlised luster, say, onto my flower. So again, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see this, but
yes, we can. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, there it is. That's gorgeous.
I've got a white pearl luster on it.
Even diluting it with water still has that luster. If you want yours, there is another option as well to go for it, the ink pads on its own. But if you wanted to go with the artist brushes, you have got that option as well. Now, or if you wanted to go with the brushes, 959,298 is your item number. If you wanted to go for the ink pads on their own, now the details at the bottom of the screen, 1298 is for the inks on their own. 732-999 is your item number. Now, of course, we have referenced a lot more, so everything is on the website. You can see it, everything in there, including, I think we may have got some. I think the individuals have. Some of them have sold out. Some of them are still available. Just make sure we try to cater, and I know John is very specific about that, for all budgets. So yes, we offer a kind of the complete collection, but we also we want to cater for a smaller budgets or a smaller, you know, if you have got a smaller taste, like you wanted a few.
We all have different things. I've looked at bundles and gone, I love that one and that one, but I don't love those three.
Absolutely.
So I want the ability to buy those two. If you love everything, it's there. If there's only a couple that you like, I want people to be able to do that and to match their budget.
Absolutely.
You know, we've all got a craft budget. I don't care. I always say this sounds awful. It doesn't matter if you've got £1 in your pocket or £1 million in your pocket. Everyone's got a budget of what they're going to spend on anything.
Absolutely.
So I like to try and make sure that there's options are there for everybody.
Absolutely. And that's why we try to convey here. Yes, there is a complete collection, but you know, just go for whatever you want. No, we are not trying to force you, but it's just obviously the biggest saving is when you go for the complete collection.
Yeah, definitely. So what I've done is I've already stamped out the stamp. Yeah, so I've already stamped out the stamp. I'm going to stamp this again in a minute, but I just want to show you this. And this is on the flower one.
Yeah.
If you look at that, to be honest, that looks a little bit like a daisy or a sunflower.
Yes, I was looking at that, yeah.
But when I lay over the die, obviously the die's not going to cut out that whole flower because that's not useful.
Okay, yeah.
We lay the die over and it will only fit in one direction. So if you can see, it doesn't fit, rotate it 180 degrees, fits. But can you see there, that looks a different flower.
It does.
Because it's got the rim, because I kind of hid that shading inside the background stamp. So that just fits over. You don't have to do anything clever. You don't have to find any layout lines or anything. You just, until you're happy, it fits over. I don't make it easy for myself, do I? I do it onto A6 card rather than a bigger piece, but you know, this is how you save card at home.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to just cut that and run it through really simply.
You're going to use your Kaleido, but I assume these dies will work on a standard
They will.
machine?
Everything that we've got on this collection will fit through any A5 machine and bigger, and they will go through any die cutting machine. Yeah, obviously they won't fit in the tiny little sapphires and things like that. So here I've got, I take this out, there I've got all the, but see how different those flower pieces look to the actual flower in the design.
See,
You've got a different flower. So we've got all the pieces there. Now, what I did was, I said this before, you get 2 large in there.
Right.
You get 2 of the next size down. You get 2 of the next size down. Yeah?
Okay.
You've basically got 7 full flowers.
Oh, I see.
But you've got 14 pieces that come out, which give you 7 full flowers doubled over in 7 separate sizes.
Wow.
Now that did take some work to hide all of that in a background stamp.
And it doesn't look crowded.
Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't think, if I looked at that, which we've just got out of that, how many, you would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You'd need 14 separate stamps and 14 separate dies. Can you imagine the cost?
Yeah, and also the time that it takes you as a crafter to stamp all 14 and die cut them all 14 and place them.
Yeah, and try and put them round and line them up, you know. And of course, the time it would take, and of course what you do is you would use so much more card than a piece of A6. Yeah. So we're getting 7 full flowers, or you could just use them like that, 14. You know, there's loads of ways to shape these. You know, I'm sure over the next few weeks, you know, the girls will start to do it. They'll be shared in the group, and I'll be doing some more on Craft Cave Lives of what you can do. So I'm just going to put them together flat to start with. But let's have a go. So there we've got a few simple little flowers. So I've got 4 already, but they're pretty on their own.
They are. They make a lovely garland as well, you know. And I love that as well. You know, when you die cut it, and you can see like it's a half tone, so you can see a little bit of the little dots as well, which is such a lovely detail.
Well, what I did was I drew, that's a solid, and those are dots into the white. The white are dots drawn into the solid. So it gives you that automatic shading from the middle out. So you're not having to spend time colouring. And it was, as I say, it took a long time, that one, to work it into, because of course we've got those flowers now, but normally now I would need a background for it. Okay. So this is where I'd have to get another die out or a different stamp out. Well, no, because all I'm going to do is use the same stamp that made the flowers and the same ink. So I've got a square of card here. Yeah. So I'm just going to put that on there, and I'm going to ink it using my...
By the way, can I remind everybody, so if you have got access to the internet, that would be the fastest and quickest way. We have got 5-minute queues. We are very busy this Sunday, very busy. So if you have the internet, that would be hochanda.com, will be the fastest and easiest way to check out your baskets. But if you just prefer to talk to a real person, we will get to you as soon as we can.
So I've just stamped that in vintage sepia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where those flowers came from, but that's pretty on its own.
It is.
And of course what I can do is...
And I actually really love the fact that it's actually Immortal Beloved in the background. I just think that's history, that's, you know, that's such a... This is the thing, it's layers, not just for layers, it's kind of meaningful layers.
It is, it's not just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Everything has a meaning. You know, these lines here are from a woodcut. This is wood. And this is wood going over it, and I've done some little scratches into this text here. But you could say, you will love no more or something. I'm trying to find out. It's easier to read in the butterfly one.
Yes.
It's a lot clearer in the butterfly. But I'm just going to stamp that down. But there, that's the same as having a large stamp. Yeah. Yeah, I've missed a little bit. Doesn't matter, because for what I'm going to do, I've just simply built a frame. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Using really simple, just the same colour brown and white card and my press cut dies, but you could use the 6-inch and the 7-inch layering dies that I had on the show earlier. Yeah, they would work exactly the same way, and you could get the same double frame. So I'm just going to go around this a little bit with a little bit of foam tape. I've not used any so far this show, so I thought I might get away at lunchtime with using a little bit of foam tape, because I do really love that depth. So really simple, but again, the fact that this is kind of not stamped well works even better.
Gives it, I mean, I just think, I mean, you say that it's not stamped well. I don't see anything.
No, I didn't press in that bit there.
But it doesn't matter, because it has that distressed look.
It does, and it's overlapped a little bit, which actually is what I wanted, because it gives me a strong line down one side. So there. So would you think that that background was made with the same thing that made those?
No,
you only see it there. So it's really simple then to finish. I've just taken a sentiment from one of my sentiment sets. And again, I've done so many that, you know, I couldn't think of any new ones, so why would I add another stamp set in with sentiments? We've got them. This is from my Loving sentiment set, so we'll just go in the same vintage sepia onto a piece of beige. And onto a bit of brown, and I think the Loving sentiments and the Amusing sentiments, I think they're actually on the Hochanda website.
So if you shop by brand, you should be able to find them. But also that gives me, like, as a crafter, I love that I know that if I'm investing in the one-day special or complete collection, I'm investing in something for now, but also for the future, because you will always make sure that works with whatever you bring back.
It will, and this is my sizing, so you will see there will be more of this concept coming out of a background stamp with a die to go over it. It's the next development on, but I'm going to go where that line is in the middle of it there. Yeah. So it makes sense of that.
It kind of makes it into a hanging, you know, sentiment. It kind of gives like the bubble.
Yeah, it's almost, it is actually, yeah. Ooh. This is why I like working with you, Paola. Well, this is as much, coming here, as to be honest, for all of us, is as much crafty inspiration as we get outside the house, isn't it, now?
Well, absolutely.
It's probably why I watch all the shows. You know, I watched the other night. It's probably, you know, we watch more than we ever have done.
Yeah, the same here. I mean, when I have to craft, or sometimes even, you know, just have it on the background, because for me it's like, oh, my friends are in the house. Well, now that I cannot have anyone in the house, this is kind of
it's the same as inviting your friends into the house. You know, I do know you guys, but sometimes even before you do, you feel like you're friends because you're invited into our living room so often. I mean, as I say, you know, at home, we've even got a nickname for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're at home, you know, Sam will shout me and I'll go, John, Pablo's on.
I'm Pablo. Apparently I look like Pablo Escobar.
So, yeah,
Other
so we
Pablos
will,
are available.
yeah, so we'll basically come in because Pablo's on. So I've actually got some, I'm going to take those off. I've actually got some flowers here that I'd already done, just with some pearls in the centre.
Oh, yeah.
And I sized, again, the centres of these. This is going to sound a little bit crazy, but I sized the centres to fit our standard pearls. So the centres are sized to fit the 3mm and the 5mm pearls that we would normally have.
I absolutely love the fact that, because that's the sort of thing that as a designer and as a crafter, I want. I want things to make sure that the centers match the standard sizes of pearls and crystals, because there's nothing worse than to have too big a pearl inside a flower or too big, you know, or too small.
Yeah,
you know.
it really is. It's so annoying when it doesn't fit. So again, even the smallest one fits the one, is it the 1mm or the 2mm pearl? It fits the standard from the packet I've got from, I don't know who, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
They're
there,
both sizes.
we've just got, I've just done a card blank again with the mats and layers. Really simple, because I thought it's nice to finish a card, because I rarely do this, sort of finish it all through one. But
I'm very bad at that as well. So John,
but if you think, I haven't used even all the flowers from one stamp, so that's actually used less than, it's actually used less than 1 A6 for the flowers. But there, we've got it done.
I love, and it's so elegant. I love this colorway as well, because it's a very, how do you say, warming, homespun sort of colors, but it's just very, you know, it's just really elegant as well. And I love as well the kind of wood element to the background. The wood color. It just all ties all together.
It's got that natural. I'd love to. This would be one that you would stamp in something like one of your dye inks. So you, I think dye ink in the walnut or the tea.
Oh, yeah.
Take a water brush and pull it out.
Yes.
Would really work. But it's the fact those flowers match the back, but they don't.
Yeah.
They match together, but they don't look as if they're identical. It's not like you've bought a commercial. Oh look, it's the same pattern running through.
Right, well, John gets reset for the next demonstration. Let's give you a reminder of the complete collection. Now, of course, if you want a smaller bundles, we have got those ones. And in fact, you would have in the one-day special a £5 saving, and you would have another £5 saving in the butterfly collection. However, those savings are carried forward to the complete collection. On top of those amazing 2 bundles, you are also getting the 12x12 ombre glitter card and the A4 glitter card as well. Now that means that you have all those beautiful stamps and dies and the dies for the butterfly collections, and you get an additional £12 saving, which makes it, if you're not a Freedom member, you have a £22 saving. However, it gets better. It gets to the point where if you're a Freedom member, you have a further discount. So it means that if you are a Freedom member, it's a saving of £31, and it was it how many pennies? I forgot. 59 pennies. So £31 and 59 pence saving if you're a Freedom member, which makes it a why not deal, which means that if you're not a Freedom member, become one, you will pay £5 and 97 pence. That entitles you as well to free standard P&P on any purchase that you make at Hochanda. But also it makes it kind of, when you have a bundle like this, you have a further saving. Now you have also a FlexiBuy option, which means that you can spread the cost in interest-free payments. That means that, of course, you pay today £28 and 78 pence. That would be a deliver cost if you are a Freedom member. £28, and that's all that you are going to get. All those beautiful dies that coordinate beautifully. Look at the ombre, beautiful glitter card.
And that frame's made by just cutting the press cut notched rectangle die.
And it's
four of them into one piece at the same time, and then rotating them round. So it's only one piece, but it's actually top to bottom, top to bottom.
And of course you have also pinks in there, and also I love the colors that are featured in there, and I have to show you these ones, or the next two. That graduation, amazing, amazing. Now over 80% of the 70% of the complete collection has gone. This is my favorite though. Look, just how simple, die cutting an element. And
just die cutting the handle, putting it on top and letting the actual card do the work for you. And of course, because that's done from the 12 by 12, which is what Leslie had, then that background, she can do that card 4 times from one sheet.
Wow.
Because that piece that's in there is less than 6 by 6. And you get 4 6 by 6s or virtual 6 by 6s from a 12 by 12 pad.
So imagine doing that, and well, you are getting one pad of the 12 by 12, one of the A4. If you want to add more, you can do that, and of course then you can have the option to flexi buy those ones as well. Now you are getting it. Oh, look at them! I mean, it's just beautiful, and I'm not necessarily one person that likes a lot of a sparkle, but this one, just the colors, the way that they, you know, that ombre effect is
the ombre is, it's modern and fresh. You've got some funky colours, but you've got some beautiful offset colours. It suits everybody. The fab thing as well, we're looking at the cover there. The cover is made the same way as the sheets are, so you can use the cover in your crafting.
Absolutely.
That's not a separate cover. That's not a photograph.
Yeah.
The actual front cover of the pad is itself non-shed glitter card.
Yeah.
So you can use it. Can you imagine a card with those stripes?
Oh, like this.
Yeah, across. So striped ombre across, because of course we just had it printed on the same, so you're not even wasting the cover.
And also, we experimented yesterday. We can stencil through it with permanent ink. We can stamp on it as well with something like a stays on or stays in place inks. So there is that possibilities as well. That's what, you know, quickly.
That's actually, you did this, Paola.
Yeah.
So this is stenciling onto the non-shed glitter card. And again, that looks as if it's printed.
It does.
That looks as if it's a printed thing. I mean, I love this stencil. I'm going to have to talk to you after the show, aren't I, about that stencil. But that works. But again, I would think I've paid a lot of money for a speciality piece of card for that.
It does, and I love the fact that, of course, not being glittered, there is no non-shed, there is no shed, and also that you can stamp. Anyway, you clearly can see that we both love it. If you want your complete collection, remember you are getting one pack of the 12 by 12 and A4. 782730 is your item number. Details for the 12 by 12 paper pack at the bottom of the screen if you wanted to add an extra one, or just go for that. It's up to you, however you want. Right,
so I've changed it slightly because I thought you love the Immortal Beloved so much. I thought I would use that in the butterfly stamp. So what I've actually done is I'm going to use the butterfly stamp now, and this is onto black card. So I'm going to heat set. So I'm just using my anti-static bag to take any fingerprints off, and then simply going to ink the stamp using my Eyes Ink embossing ink, which I love. I mean, look.
Okay.
It picks it up.
Oh, yes.
It's that strong.
It is.
We haven't got this on the show. I just love this ink. So I'm just going to ink that stamp through and stamp it as normal. And then I'm going to add some detail white powder on it. But this is one of the reasons why we had these stamps made here in the UK. Because so we could get that deep etching so that you could still read that text even when we've got embossing powder on. We wanted that fine level. I mean, you know, it's being careful, isn't it? So I never have a piece of scrap card or paper because I use everything. So I will go onto a piece of the ombre.
Sometimes, though, doing things like this is when you discover different techniques and things like that randomly. Suddenly or a color combination, or you can suddenly think, oh, I wonder if you could emboss this. Right.
Yeah, that's the wonderful thing. But you can see that, hopefully, but you can still read that text.
Oh, yes,
it is still readable.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just going to heat my heat gun.
While you do that, I need to tell everybody that we are aware that we are experiencing some issues with the mobile apps that we have here at Hochanda. We are working on it. We are trying to sort it out, but please bear with us. Thank you for your patience. We are trying to sort it out. The website works perfectly fine. So if you can go through your web browser, that will be the easiest way. And thank you for your patience. Right.
I could sit and watch this all day. I think this is what I watched on TV that convinced me to do more crafting, rather than just cutting up bits of paper at home as I was doing.
I remember, I think it was in 2002 when I was just you know, I just arrived to the UK. I went to a craft shop and I saw somebody in Dartford, I don't know, remember a craft shop there, and doing some embossing powders. And I immediately was like, this is something that we don't have in Spain. I need to learn more about it. And my, you know, my journey onto, you know, stamping and embossing started.
Well, they don't give cards in Spain.
No, we don't.
They wouldn't think. I said we. It's so from living there, but you know, you didn't have cards. They didn't send cards. They would see people. It wouldn't be.
Yeah,
there just wasn't a culture of it.
It's not a thing.
But you can see that I've got. So I can see that. Be calm, love. And today and possible, my heart never. You know, you know, even when it's embossed, it's through there. So, again, the idea was beautiful. That's a background. I could use that. I could colour over it. I could do anything. But I am going to put the dye over it because I want to be able to get the most out. So all I have to do is, there's no fancy tying it up. Look through and you'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah? Because I made sure that the cut line is right at the edge of the aperture. So it will cut literally a millimetre away from that line. We'll actually cut on that line that you see. So we just run that through, really simply again. And again, any machine, but you know, you're going to see me certainly with smaller dies using the Kaleido all the time. Because it's quicker.
It is quicker.
You know, I have an electric machine, I use it constantly, but I use this as well. I have both. But you'll find most of the demonstrators, we use two. Actually, most of us have about 6, don't we?
1, 2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, I do have 5 of these, of my Go Power and Emboss, because I've still got the ones I have for workshop. I have one for TV and one for home. I only have one Kaleido, but I have other machines from other manufacturers still.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you can see there, I just, look, that would cost so much money to buy.
Yeah.
If I turn them round, all that detail, but that's hidden in a background stamp.
Yeah.
You know, you're not individual stamps. So I've got those, brilliant. But I've got that background and I don't want to waste it, do I?
Right, no.
So, I'll tell you what I'll do is, I've still got the stamping, so I'll get a square of card and I'll get my, we'll put it sort of randomly in. Yeah, okay, let's go there.
Right.
So just magnet it down. So let's, so we'll ink this in black because we're going black and white.
I like that.
So again, just using my VersaFine cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha.
Don't rub.
Yeah, no, no,
You're
no.
not doing the Argentinian tango. It's
No,
the
no,
cha-cha-cha when you're
that's,
inking a stamp.
Well, or you can do it, you're doing a taconeado, you know,
Ah,
with a flamenco.
sí.
Pa, pa, pa. Yeah, that's...
You could flamenco in that dress, actually.
Oh, I could, probably.
You should see the dress that Paola is wearing. It's like a butterfly's wings. It's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
And it's ombre itself. It goes from grey to red.
Right. What? Sorry?
So, just got that one. So, we go there. So, we've got that clip. And again, it's readable. Yeah. So, unhappiest. No today, yesterday, what thoughtfulness. You know, the words are there, and any word you'll see, there's nothing in there that will make you go, oh, that shouldn't be there. That's why I've used a text like that. So I've got that. Yeah? Okay. Lovely. But we're keeping it black and white.
Yes.
I mean, I know I've bought papers that look like that before.
And they're so expensive.
Oh,
as
they
well,
really,
you know.
really are. So I'm going to give this.
And on vellum and parchment.
You can stamp it on vellum, on parchment. You can still heat emboss it. You could do it on vellum and colour from behind with the butterflies.
Have a paper that is, one was with butterflies and the other one was a script, imprinted in gold, well, in colour gold, into parchment. Now you can do it as many times. Oh, I like that.
But then we've got just that little bit of depth and that little bit of change from the embossed to the flat. So I hold it up that way, you can see. Now those butterflies are popping out, but they're actually in the back.
Yeah.
So we're not wasting that heat embossing we did. Again, simple frame, little bit of foam tape, and I've used, again, the, I think I've used the press cut stitch dot and plain on this one, but you could use the 5 and 6 inch layering dies would give you this. So I'm getting definitely this lunchtime into foam tape, aren't I, again? It's my standard.
Well, it's, it's funny, isn't it? Because sometimes we are getting into a habit of using just wet glue, sometimes in like foam. Do you go through phases like that?
I use wet glue. I use my fine glue most of the time for most bits and for matting and layering. But when it comes to making frames or building up the card, there'll always be some foam tape in it somewhere. I use 2mm. But can you see there? Let's go. Let's just frame that.
And that could go into a frame in a house. Like, I think it's just such a
You could put that, you could frame that. So we've got there.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
But let's bring some of that design out, shall we? So we've got, let's have a look. So we've got that butterfly there in sort of black on white. Well, why don't we have him in white and black? So I'm just going to mould those, take my fine glue, which is perfect for the butterflies, and go right down the thorax. And he's there, so why don't we have him there? Okay, and we've got that one there. So if I take him, and again fold him, mould each wing, and we could have him going, he's starting there. And let's have just one more. And I love things in threes.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going to go with him just randomly in the middle. Yeah? So let's just stick that down and pick up the wings. But I could add lots and lots more onto that. I could add pearls on, I could add more butterflies, but I've still got 4 left because there's 7 in the set. But there, I've just taken it out of the frame.
And then, creates the eye travels through the kaleidoscope of butterflies.
Yes.
And they just get kind of that journey, goes into a journey. I really love that. And I love how it's the negative and the positive of the butterflies. It's kind of an interest and a depth to it without being too obvious about it.
Yes, there is. It's not obvious with foam or anything. And of course, the white pack at the back is the square that was cut out of this frame.
Of course.
So I've only actually used one piece. Yes, I've used a lot in the framing, but I've used one basics piece of black, one spare square from the frame. So I've not wasted lots of card in that, and I've got 4 butterflies yet still to go.
I really love that. Really, really, really lovely. Lovely.
Lovely. Lovely that. It's
Right.
lovely that. Aye.
Right, I'll let you get ready for the next
No
demo,
worries,
and I
Paula.
will do a recap. Now we are going to have a look because they are absolutely gorgeous. The design team has done such a gorgeous job. Now, if you go for the complete collection, you will be able to make something like this. Now, we have also, look at this absolutely stunning little book with the butterfly. I absolutely love it. It could be actually a notebook. You could have plain pages. And then we have also, look at that. I love this card because it's die cutting the beautiful butterflies from the one day special out of butterfly paper and creating that depth, that kind of hidden. Is that kind of the hidden in plain sight, isn't it?
It's almost like a reverse eclipse card, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I know that. I don't need to look at the back name on the back. That's a Mrs. Duck.
It is indeed.
Yeah,
Mrs.
I can
Duck.
tell that one straight off.
And then we have, look at that. Again, very pretty with those elements. Remember, you are getting, if you go for the complete collection, the full butterfly collection with the intricate and the solid butterflies. The dream in here also included. Love using the waste out of craft. That love and that dream also included part of the butterfly collection. That features also, I love the art deco sort of elements in here. So there is so many possibilities. Also a lot of creative styles within it. It's not just one, oh, it's very art deco. Well, no, it's actually, yes, it is, but you can make it into just a beautiful kind of whimsical background as well. And of course, you are getting all the smaller butterflies as well, which are always perfect to have in the same style. Now, the rectangle, you're thinking, well, it's a rectangle, but I am more into squares. Well, you can make it into squares as well. And look at that. I love how you can die cut inside of the frame. Now, if you want to go for this complete collection, remember that you carry forward the savings. So we have allowed you to carry forward the savings of £5 and £5, so £10 saving. So if you are not a Freedom member, it's a £22 saving in actual fact. However, if you're a Freedom member, it's actually £31 and 59 pence in there. Now, If you are a Freedom member and you choose to Flexibite, you only pay £28.78 today. You will get a pack of the beautiful A4 ombre non-shade glitter card, die cuttable as well, and then you are getting the 12 by 12 pad as well. So 2 complete collections, the butterfly collection, and of course the one day special with the immortal beloved words in the stamps and those amazing glitter papers and card. Grab your 782730 is your item number. 70% of the stock gone. Grab yours by checking out those baskets. Right, John, we have about 6 minutes.
Okay, no worries. So we'll do something very quickly. So I'd intended all along to, if you notice, there's a box on the front made with the frame.
Yes.
So I don't know if we can actually see that. And what I was going to do was I'd got this grand plan that I actually made.
Is it the white one or
the white one?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So just move, it's the white one. But it's empty in the middle.
Oh.
So I'd actually made a lot of the butterflies up to actually put inside. So one of the demos was intended to be how to show you how to put those in.
Yeah.
But I love these. So I'm not going to, I know I'm not going to have time to do that, but I'm going to show you the idea that I was going to sort of follow for this.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm just going to take the large butterfly. This is what you could do with any of them. So this is the large butterfly in the set.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, the large butterfly, what you'll find is, I'm using the Craft Artist Satin and Gloss. I think this is the Rose Copper.
Okay, so we have that on the show as well, don't
Yeah,
we?
so this is the Rose Copper. You get the satin and the gloss. But because this is a simple outline die, this will cut 2 layers of the 250.
Which is 250, so that's 500 GSM.
So these will cut 500 GSM.
Oh.
So, there we go. So I think this is, so we go, see there we go. Look, that's the second.
Is it called Vintage and Rose?
I think it's the, this is either the Vintage Copper or the Rose Copper.
Okay.
Might be the Rose Copper looking at it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's one of the 13 colours. I'm terrible for, I should know what they all are. I should have, actually I can tell you which one this one is because I opened the pack.
Oh, that would be quite helpful. But
of course I threw the packaging down somewhere on the floor, probably, or
we will
could be somewhere in this mountain
Don't worry,
behind.
you have been exceptionally busy. You can bring them if you want to get them all. To make sure that you get the ones that John is using. You can. There is a pack that allows you to get them all on the website. You can see them here. You can see the Craft Artist mirror and satin card, 13 colors in mirror and satin, £59.94. However, there is different options that the vintage. Then we can see them here. There it is, the Vintage and Rose. That looks like it. I think that's probably...
Yes. Yeah, I think it's the Vintage and Rose twin pack.
Yeah, that's...
So, I'm just going to cut one more of the outline. You see how easily... I'm only cutting the outline once on its own. Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I can cut 2 of that, but the detail, I wouldn't risk it. But even from the satin, I think that is just truly beautiful. And I shouldn't say that, but that is...
Oh, I love that combo, yeah.
You know, a stunning colour combination. And again, so many times, card that is, mirror card can look cheap.
Yeah.
You know, it can have that look that isn't sort of, just isn't right. So quick spray glue, pop that on top, okay, and it fits exactly. And this is the one thing I wanted. I know everyone is different, but usually when you get a large butterfly like that, the outside for it is 1/4 inch bigger.
Yeah.
Because it's done on the same die plates, so it's made a little bit bigger. And to me, that means I don't want that rim.
Of course.
I want it to be exactly the same size.
And the same as you.
So, I don't want that sort of white edge around there. I know we when it comes to dye, you and I have a very similar aesthetic on what we require from them, don't we?
We do.
So,
well, because I think we are very similar in terms of what we want to achieve with crafting. We want it to be a joy to use it, to be how can I say this? It's just like we want the things to do the right job for the, and we want them to be quick, and we don't want to waste too much time making fussy rounds.
No, I don't want to be fussy cutting or wasting any time. So what I've done is I've made an individual, I've cut basically all 4 of the pattern butterflies in white. And then all 4 of the backs in white.
Yeah.
All 4 of them in the mirror, all 4 in the satin. Yeah? And then I mix and matched them so that I've got satin on white and white on mirror and that sort of thing. Put them on these little springs. Yeah, so they mix together. And the idea is they go between the 2.
Yeah.
Glued in the centre. Okay, like that. But then the wings fold out and they will stand. So it will actually stand. If I chop those bits off, which I'm not going to be able to because I've not glued it, but that will actually stand like that with those glued in the centre, and that would go in the middle of the box.
Look at that. Oh, that is absolutely stunning. And you could do something like this as well, which is quite similar but different. And this is the possibilities that, similar but different, or if you want to make it identical, you can. It's up to you. You just need to get the dies in order to create something like this. And John, always a pleasure to have you here.
It's been brilliant, thank you.
And it's just always, well, I think it's going to be one of those ones like, like yesterday with the Scott. Shall we do it again at 4 o'clock?
Brilliant, yes, we'll do it again at 4 o'clock.
Fabulous. We will be back at 4 o'clock, but do not forget to check out your baskets if you want to secure your one-day special or the complete collection. Check out the baskets and stay tuned because we have got lots more here at Hochanda with Deco Patch after the break with Yanis as well. So see you there later. I didn't do a very good job at the end. Anyway, we have got the professional Yanis after the break, so Deco Patch. Then we have got a double crafting with Clarity with Hayley and Barbara.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Hazel from Pink Frog, and it's Pink Frog's 13th birthday. So I hope you can join us, where you'll find lots and lots of new ideas, hints and tips, and some great products that we've got to share with you. Make sure you don't miss the celebrations, Friday the 12th of March at 6 p.m. through till Sunday the 14th of March. I'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies. I'm Kathy. And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Wow, hello everyone, a warm welcome. The whole team, without exception, have been looking forward to this hour. So it's a whole out of Decopatch. I absolutely love Decopatch, as does the team. And someone we've got a lot of respect for. He's an absolute gentleman, and he's got some great demonstrations for you. It's Nigel. How you doing, Nigel?
Very well, thank you, Yanis.
Good to see you.
Nice to be back. Nice to be back. Lovely
Brilliant.
Spring morning driving over.
Oh, that's
the
nice.
world's moving on.
Hey,
Yes.
I like that, the
Yeah.
positivity.
Yeah.
Nigel, I'm not just saying this. The whole team, we're really looking forward to this hour. And Decopatch is something so relaxing and inviting to watch. I mean, I enjoy. Obviously, it's great to do.
Yep.
But even when we get to work together,
Yeah.
I enjoy watching you doing the Decopatch.
Oh well, it's a very easy craft. I mean, you know, and if you've got the paper and you have the glue and you can tear and you can cut, you can pretty much do Decopatch, and you can take it from a very simple thing to something a bit more detailed, as you've got there.
Well, look, this is all achieved with Decopatch, and I think we'd all agree. How incredible does that look? The finish you're able to sustain once you've worked with Decopatch and different techniques. Absolutely love this. There are varnishes we have on the show. We have something that it is coming up, so I'm getting ahead of myself. But it's a hypoallergenic varnish.
Yes, yes. One that I realised that I'd not brought to the channel before. Something we had. It's in a little lilac-y coloured pot, and it came about because people were doing things that were coming into contact with the skin, so it's just an extra barrier of protection. The glue itself, the glue sealant in the green bottle that we sell, is water-based, so you know that's safe to use. But just something, if you're doing, people have done shoes, jewellery, bangles, those sort of things, little wooden beads.
That's
things.
coming up, by the way. I'm just teasing you with that. We're going to have a look at that. You can obviously shop ahead. Just look for the pink pot, and you'll be able to see that. Now we're going to talk here because we have got an option for absolutely everyone. Have a look at this. If you've already got the papers, the glues, and you're just looking for your projects, here effectively we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exceptional projects. So your little trays, imagine that once you have decopatched it out. What papers do you have at home? The tissue box, everyone needs this in their life because it's a bugbear for me. You know when you just leave it, and we all need a box of tissues. Just having that, just handy to have in a room. But I don't like leaving the box just out.
No, no.
You can decorate this, make it a point of beauty, and it's always handy having a box of tissues. Like it. So we're getting all of these. Just for anyone, because I know we're talking about Decopatch, can we show some examples to see what Decopatch is all about? How do we do it?
Sure. Well, to begin with, what you start with is the sheet of paper, and we've got a collection of papers, probably over 300 in design currently, and the paper itself is special insofar as it is a very, very thin base.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's thinner than a tissue, but it's very tough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so when I pull it, it doesn't come to bits. And also, it's printed on a clear base, on a translucent base. And what that means is that when we tear it, we don't get any white edges.
Oh, okay.
And that helps the whole thing flow through almost as though...
Oh, this is nice.
It was painted on.
It's seamless,
okay?
yeah.
Yeah, it's seamless. That's had some additional embellishments, and again, other things that you sell through the channels, these little 3D relief paints and things like that, you can go and over-decorate with that. Nice. So what can we work on, is the question. So we've got our glue varnish, which is a water-based glue. Yeah. It has a high level of sealant within it, and what you'll notice is it doesn't saturate and it doesn't dull down the paper. It stays nice and vibrant, nice and crisp. And with that, all the samples that you see here of the paper has been applied using.
Well, they look amazing. Can we just pick up the
Sure.
yeah, they're just in front of you, that round vase. I mean, that looks shop bought. It's incredible, the finish you're able to achieve. I love the vibrancy of the colours.
Yes.
Having that varnish over the top gives it that finishing touch.
It does, Janice. And
then we can go on to different. You've gone on to metal, you've gone on to wood, you've gone on to glass.
Absolutely.
I thought you were going to play a little tune for us there, Nigel. Yeah.
Maybe later.
There you go.
Maybe later. And even something really challenging, I don't know whether the camera picks that up.
I tell you, it's our Holly directing, so she'll pick up anything.
She'll get it, she'll get it. And that is a corrugated surface, and it's even moulded itself to that because it's so fine. And just to stretch that point a little bit further, just a little cheapy canvas here. This was from one of my very early experiments on Hochanda that I did early one Saturday morning, I seem to recall. And this is a canvas, and again, if you look at that, you can actually see the texture of the canvas showing through the paper.
Nigel, we've got a lot to show, but
We
thank you, because I thought it's important. I'm really conscious of the fact there might be new viewers to Deco Patch, and I just wanted to give the concept. So we've shown it goes on to multiple surfaces. You've got beautiful papers, and we have got those coming up. Anyone can do this. This is your first option. You've got your tissue box. You've also got your trays, your star, your larger trays, and you could be your pen or brush pot holders there as well, 2 of those. So that $18.99 is your price, 806 605 your item number, and effectively you've got 5 projects in one there. Then we've got more trays for you. If trays something that you think you will like to work on. Do you know what? These are great if you wanted to have them on, say, a vanity, and you wanted to put bobbles, I should say, for your hair, or hair pins. If you wanted to have them in your craft room as well, we can put, what about for soft crafting? Yeah, you can put your, I know we've got little, I want to say pegs, clips, sewing clips, there we go. If we varnished, could we put peanuts in there? Would that be, we're not sure.
I think things like sweets, fruits, things like that, I mean, the varnish itself is not marked as being food safe.
Okay.
But, so I wouldn't put it on a dining plate. But wrap sweets, yeah.
Okay, nice, I like that. And then you've got your large, so you've got 2 of the longer trays. You can see there, you're going to get 2 of those. And then we've got 4 of the smaller ones, so you're going to get 4 of those. So all 6 trays for $11.98 that's very good. I'm going to lay them all out. So all 6 of those, that's very good for $11.98. I like that. And just that once you've decoupaged these up, they would look fantastic. So I can't wait to see those. 938-855, your item number. Something Nigel does so well with Deco Patch is bring us characters. He really does bring us such endearing characters. Got to point out, contents may vary on these, so I can't guarantee you're going to get these exact characters, but what I can guarantee is this is a good reflection of the kind of characters you might get. So we've got little dogs and cats. Oh, got a little duck. Oh, the duck would be great. Just thinking, it could be a chick for Easter. Very cute. The little mouse in there as well. You can't appreciate... actually, I'm going to show you an example. So here's a rocking horse. So this could be one of the characters that you get in your mix, right? It looks good in its raw form, but it's not until you deco patch, then you really bring it out. I mean, how lovely is that in a room? Really nice. As Alex would say, that is a mental pleaser. $11.99 your price. You're going to get 5 characters. Contents may vary, so I can't guarantee you're going to get these exact 5 characters. Just going to have those there. 024563 your item number. This next bundle, now every time we brought this to you, it has been immensely busy. The saving is incredible. You are saving £20. Here you've got your Decopatch glue, you've got your brush, you've got 5 papers. You're also getting shapes worth over £30. Got to point out the shapes may vary, but this is once again a really good indication of the kind of things you can get. So within the shapes we've got our large characters. I'm not saying you're going to get these exact characters, but you've got your large characters, your smaller ones as well. Even to point, this is nice. Little money box. Ah, you got your money box. You've got your little walrus. Or it could be a seal. It's a seal, isn't it? It's not walrus. Got your seal. Or what about a little robot? Nice thing to do with the family, Nigel.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I've tried to put those together in such a way that there will be something for you, something for the kids, something for the grandkids or a friend, you know. There's enough in there, you can share it around, you can do a bit of good with it, you know.
Yeah, and that's a whole, I like that. That's a really nice box. So we're not only getting the shapes in here, but you're getting the papers, you're getting your brush, and you're getting your glue. So this, to me, is open the box and get straight away Decopatch.
Yes.
You've got everything that you need. I have to say, the glue is exceptionally good. The Decopatch glue is really, really good. $19.99, and if we break this down, and think how many, look, just what we've got here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 shapes. It's just a very quick count. You might get more in there, but 19 shapes. If you break that down per project, well, look, that's like £1 per element, and that's not even including the papers, the glue, and the brush. So very good value for money, and I don't think I've done a show with Nigel where we featured this and it hasn't been one of our best-selling items. So do take advantage of the savings. It speaks for itself when you've got over £30 worth of shapes alone, and that doesn't even include the glue or the papers and the brush in there. 559378 your item number. I've got to thank Nigel for this because we had the mushrooms and the toadstools on before, last time I worked with Nigel, and they actually sold out. They're immensely busy, and he's worked hard to get a little bit more stock for you for those that missed out, because we did get a few emails with viewers asking when will we get them back. $10.99 your price. We will start with the shrooms. You've got your large mushroom there and your 2 small toadstools. Oh, we're already getting busy here. Let me just show you one of the mushrooms. Now, come on, look at that. So with the papers, you got your little mushroom. There's something so whimsical about the mushroom. I know our producer Katie absolutely loves these.
Yes.
They're nice. $10.99 your price there. 699683 your item number. That's for your mushrooms. Also got the toadstools as well. Sticking with that fantasy element. Look at this. The large head that you're getting there on the toadstool. So that is just screaming to be Decopatch, sorry. And then you've got the actual base, the stem in there too. So just nice shapes, really nice shapes, inviting shapes to decorate. $10.99 your price, 457494 your item number. A third of the stock has gone with the toadstools. These were the first to sell out last time we brought them to you. We're going to start to see items going. We are busy. I've got to draw your attention to our first items as well with the tissue box, which we're going to demonstrate. That's flying too. I think you're going to hear me calling technical sellout soon. Okay, now this is our next option. Do you remember I started the show by talking to you about, now we are getting the glue and the brush and 40 of the papers, but you're also getting here, this is a hypoallergenic varnish. And the reason why you want it to be hypoallergenic is if you're making anything, say jewellery, so you're decopatching something that you're going to wear, it could be around your neck, it could be a bracelet, or anything you know is going to come into contact with skin, that hypoallergenic varnish is going to be very important. Equally, it works as a normal varnish as well, so if you just want to put it on the varnish, great, but the fact that it's got that hypoallergenic aspect is very good too. The $19.99 your price here, saving £3.50, 585380. I told you we were going to have sellouts, and we've had our first technical sellout. Every time Nigel comes to visit us, we have sellouts. The toadstool, the first to go this hour, and I think it's going to be the first of many. So if any do jump back, I will let you know. But as it stands, the toadstools have gone. They are technically sold out. Oh, and have the mushrooms just gone as well? Wow. Okay, Nigel. Mushrooms, toadstools, both gone. Check out your baskets there. We talked about papers. Look at these beautiful papers. Now, you're going to get 30 sheets. Contents may vary, but I'm just going to start picking this up and showing you, giving you a good example of the type of papers. And the technique with Deco Patch is you're only using a little bit of each. This next one I love. So imagine just taking it, turn that around so you can see. That's cool. Just pulling that out. It's got like Britpop there. This next one's stunning too. That's got sort of Japanese feel. Lovely foil detail, pearlescence. Oh, I love. That's cool. Insane. It's funny how you get to know the team. Holly, our director, was like, yes, please. And you got it. So they're gorgeous papers, but such variety you're getting. Now, I know contents may vary, but when you consider, here's another one for you, Holly. Ba-bam, yes. And you got the purple too. Or what about that? Oh, yeah. So you imagine that onto, and just bear with me a second. Now, you are getting 30 papers. Wait one sec. I'm sorry, I shouldn't really be doing this. But you take the paper, and this is the thing with your Deco Patch. Because you've got, say, your project, but by adding the paper in, now remember, you're just transforming it. Now, you can see the quality of the papers in there, and they're screaming to be used, and the variety that you're getting. And I think it's going to be fun when you get these home. I know we're saying contents may vary. I'll just carry on just showing you a few more of the designs. But for £19.99, the amount that you are getting here, you're saving £13.60. So you're going to have, at your disposal, there is something for every project. You can see that there. Really like these. So that's just giving you an example. I've got to stress, contents may vary, but this is a good example of the kind of papers that you're going to be playing around with. Now, as we progress, we've got our glossy glue, and we've also got the sparkle glue. Behind me, I'm just going to pick this up, because I think this has the sparkle glue. You can see there, if I give it the wiggle, you see the sparkle inside is there you go. You can just see it in the center there. It's supple, but you can see that there. You know, if you lay it on heavy, you get more sparkle. It's totally up to you. And if you want to get that beautiful gloss effect, and this to me it's a must. It really is, because adding the gloss, that finish, that varnish to it, it really does give it that premium feel. You want to seal in. So you're getting best of both worlds here. You're getting the glue and the gloss glue, and you're also getting that sparkle as well. $11.98 is your price. If you love Deco Patch, this is well worth investing in. 837387, your item number. Now, finally, this is a good bundle. It's a really good bundle. Look at the size of that. That is a glue. It's a statement of intent. You are telling the world, your family, you love your Deco Patch. So if you do get through a lot, stock up, because it's a false economy to get the smaller pot when you know you're just going to be buying another pot there. But not only are you getting that, you're also getting your gesso. You're getting your gesso glue. You're getting your gesso white. Your acrylic covering paint, and you're getting your brush set. All of that in one bundle. So 40% of the stock's gone already. Wow. All right. Have a look at the size of that brush. So really easy to work with. Oh, and they're beautifully soft. You know when you can just tell the quality of a brush just by touching it? That is a lovely brush, genuinely a lovely brush. So you've got your largest size, your medium, and then you've got, and hold it there, you can see it a bit better, and then you've got your small, and you've also got all the other mediums in there as well. All of that for $29.99. Think how much you could pay just for a quality brush, one quality brush. So I think that's a good price. 801-598, your item number there. You've seen everything. If you do have any questions, please get in touch. But I think we need to see it in action. And I see Nigel's been having some fun already. So, Nigel, what have you been up to?
Well, you mentioned the rectangular tissue box, and I thought that was a nice project to be working on during the show today, because it's a goodly size, so we can do that. Also, I like these because the lids aren't too snug fitting; they're quite nice and loose. So when you do get your layer of paper on there, the thing won't stick to it readily, so that's good. So all I'm doing, Yanis, is I've torn some papers just to give myself a little bit of a head start here, and I've just started applying some.
Nice. And it's such an easy hobby to do. There's a beautiful mindfulness to it. I've got to tell you, and I did say this earlier, that I knew this option would be popular. We'd limited stock. 10% of our stock remaining for what we're working on. Just the tissue box alone, Nigel's working with, that in your home is going to look incredible, and it's something we will use.
Yeah, and the process, as you say, is really very simple. It's just laying down a nice even base of the glue varnish, and then, if you remember from last time when I was in, I tend to pick the paper up on the brush, just to give me a little bit more control, and you can just place it randomly, and all of a sudden you start to build up a random patchwork.
And the glue gives us that glossy finish.
It does, yes. It's marketed as glossy glue, and it dries to this semi-glossy sheen that you see, which is quite hard wearing. And
you bring us such lovely papers as well.
Well, I meant to put in the car a sample that I found from years back. It's actually one of the hearts on the strings. I think you've got one down there. And this had lain in a windowsill at my house, not that particular one, but that model. And I picked it up the other day, and I thought, oh, I remember that. And it was a place-setting heart that a friend of mine had done. His wife had done one for everybody from their wedding 10 years ago, and the colours were still vibrant, and it had literally been on the side table by the window. And I thought, you know, that shows really quality for
the patchwork effect. Is, and we were discussing this before the show. Nigel and I were having a chat. It's my favourite effect, and it's so easy to do here because you don't have to be precise, just tearing out the papers and sticking on.
It's very, very, very relaxing, Yanis. And what it means is that all the little bits you save up over various projects, there's no waste at all. You can just use those, just keep them in a little box or a tray or something. And
Nigel, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We've got news. The bundle has technically sold out, so if it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. So the details on your screen. We're having a busy show. The trays that you're seeing here, the set of 6 trays, so you're getting 2 of your larger, longest trays, and then you're getting 4 of the smaller trays. These are limited stock, so it looks like they're going to go as well. If you do want to get hold of your trays, 938855, your item number there. Just going to give you a quick reminder of the characters too, and maybe we'll have a play with these. Contents will vary on these, but say one thing that Deco Patch is so good at is bringing you characters. I mean, look at that cat. You just imagine the cat, once you have Deco Patched it up, would look amazing. Or equally, we've got the dogs as well. Let me just show you a dog. So this is just an idea of the kind of characters that you might get with this bundle. You are going to get 5, but I just can't guarantee what characters are going to be in your bundle. But I know Nigel works very hard to make sure there's a nice mix of different characters. I'm going to show you the rocking horse because this gives you an idea of before and after, and you need to see that. So here's before, and there is where you can take it. I mean, lovely, lovely papers that you got there. 024563, your item number. Now we're going to talk papers for you. We have got a lovely packet of 200 Wow. I think let's just all pause for a minute and appreciate a £30 saving. These are your decoupage papers, so you've got such a lovely £30 saving of the most beautiful decoupage papers. So seasonal occasions, and I like the fact that these have been broken down as well. So you've got your seasonal occasions, your children's, your floral and your vellum, 200 sheets in total for a phenomenal price. And I will show you, actually, got just some of them here. If I just draw your attention to have a look, you can just see that these are, look, 200 sheets, and it gives you an idea with decoupage. And there's something about decoupage, personally, I know so many crafters at home would agree with me, it just looks so striking. But look at the amount of elements that you have. Just seeing here, there is so many, and the beautiful finish on these as well. So you start layering that up. Oh, it's going to look good. There's your floral in there, and then we've got here, that's nice too. I think, is this part of our pick and mix? We've got a pick and mix as well. So I think these are pick and mix. This isn't what you've got, details we've got on the screen right here. They're back there. Are they from these? Oh, we're getting everything, Nigel, in that one.
Yep, all those.
Okay. Oh, I stand corrected. I apologise.
Yep.
So you can see that there, £19.99 is your price, saving £30. Enough from me. What have you got, Nigel?
What have we got now? We have moved on. We're doing the other little rocking horse, just to show you. This is one of the characters in the set, or potentially in the set that you mentioned, and you showed viewers the one we'd done before there. So I thought, well, I'll just have a go at this. Now, when you're doing these smaller characters, obviously you want to work with a slightly smaller bit of paper, because it just give yourself that bit of control and being able to place it, because there's so many different shapes. But what you will find, there are so many undulations that you can actually work the paper onto the moulded shape really well.
Nigel, there has been more breaking news.
More news.
Another sellout with regard to the Deco Patch Pro Set. That has now, I'm afraid, technically sold out. So for your Pro Set there, and do you know what makes me happy? That so many of you have gone for this, which kind of gives me an indication of the amount of support and the fan base for Deco Patch out there. Yeah. But also, that is a real statement of intent. You've got a lot of projects looking forward to doing, and that makes me happy. Because I know that you're going to be in glue for a long time, and that means you can take on lots of nice big projects.
Remember as well that you can use the glue as a fabric glue. So not just for the deco patching, and with other paper crafting as well.
Mm-hmm. So we can use this on fabric?
You can use it as a fabric glue, Yanis, yes.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. And if I had it with me, I'd show you one of my Deco Patch pennies. I actually, in my haste at a demonstration, pulled the lid off the pot of glue, and the glue went down the front of the apron, as it was supposed to. But then later on, I couldn't actually get the front pocket of the apron open because it had bonded that well together with the Deco Patch glue. Yeah, so it's very hardy.
Nice.
So working on this.
Excellent.
And again, you know, these are just nice little inexpensive packs to have round for entertaining youngsters.
Yeah. Oh, it is actually, and regular viewers to Hochanda will know, I talk a lot about trying to get my nephews and nieces off their tablets and actually crafting. Yeah. They love it, and I'm not knocking, obviously, tablets, but getting off electrical, when I say tablets, obviously electrical tablets there. But yeah, what I find whenever they craft, and this is something they could absolutely do, but the satisfaction on their faces, they're so chuffed whenever they create something.
I think it's a basic thing that we all share, you know, at any age. If you do a DIY project and it turns out well, and you think, yes, you know, I've achieved that, and unfortunately, the world, as great as it is with technology, everything's so immediate that we forget that you can go back and make some lovely stuff.
Nice. Here's something. So I'm just going to show you another example of what you can achieve with Deco. Think about different projects, and this is nice, Nigel. I just picked up the shoe.
Yep.
That's nice. Now, the only reason I'm showing you this is to give you an idea of the kind of finish you could achieve, and even the inside is done as well. That's lovely. You can really go to town with this, you know, something like that. But you're going to create something that it's going to look so good in the home, real works of art. Here we go. If you do have any questions, we would love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. And that's the whole point of Hochanda, and we're so proud to be a live channel. I know we're a shopping channel, but genuinely, we place so much importance on the crafting side, and that's where our passion is. We try and give as much time as we can to our fantastic guests for their demonstrations, and we always try and answer your questions as well. So do get in touch. There's no such thing as a silly question. If anything, your questions, you ask the kind of things that I hadn't thought of, and they're really important questions as well. So please do get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. Now, we've got to show you details here of the Deco Patch papers. You're getting all 5 packs, 200 sheets in total, for £19.99, saving a whopping £30. 459 591, your item number there. I mean, how much does that work? Is it, I can work this out in my head. What, 15 pence per sheet? No, it's, actually I'm way off. It'd be 10 pence per sheet.
10 pence, yeah.
10 pence. So I was looking at the saving when I was working that out. So yeah, 10 pence per sheet for decoupage is, you could, Nigel, I mean, in the past, people I've known have talked to me and they've got a decoupage sheet. You could pay 50 pence, even £1.
You would, yes. I had a particular stroke of luck in obtaining some stock, and you know, I wanted it really to see if we could utilise some of it in with the decoupage. And when I was on last time, we had a go at making this little pot here.
Yeah.
And it took a while to take, because it's a much thicker material to work with, but it cuts nice and crispy, and you will see that there's some gold decoration, and some of them are embossed as well, so they're a nice quality decoupage sheet from the Netherlands.
Nice. Now, Netherlands do decoupage very well.
They do, yes.
I'm glad you mentioned Netherlands, because instantly then hopefully that will give you an indication of the kind of quality that you're getting here, and lovely designs as well. But 200 sheets for, oh wait, we've got the wrong details. I'll show you. 200 sheets, we'll bring up the details there. All 5 packs here, and a nice selection of designs as well, just screaming to be decoupage. There we go, £19.99 your price, saving £30. 459 591 your item number. How are we getting on with our rocking horse now?
Well, I'm just doing it randomly patched because, to be honest, I didn't expect. I'd got tissue box in my head, but we've dropped onto this, so we'll just keep going, and you can see on there it's starting to build up. And the other thing I'll say about when you're working, sometimes you can do something and you think, I'm not quite sure about that, and you go back to it, and it just tends to blend over minutes. Really, it comes back, and you just think, yeah, actually, quite pleased. But the other thing, Yanis, is if ever you don't like the finished result, because the paper is so fine, there's nothing to say you can't take your white gesso, paint over it. You won't get the paper off, just white it out, think, no, I know what I'd like to do now, and go again. If it's a really deep colour, you might not even need to wipe it out, and you could just go straight on top. But yeah.
Well, and there are I have to say, on the show, there are so many items that are appealing. The quality, Nigel, that you bring, and that's something that's so important to you, is good quality. Which we're going to show, because we have got the paints now, we've got the sparkle paint. At some point this hour, Nigel, could we maybe see the sparkle paint?
I can do, yes, I will use that to do the rocker? The rocker, that's the word I'm looking for, yes. I will do that. I will change over to that as we speak. What I'll do is, I've got another brush here, so we'll use that one. But no problem in using the same brush, but just to keep it, to avoid.
So with regard to the sparkle, because the green pot gives us that glossy finish.
It does.
Sparkle, do we get any glossy finish with that?
You do. You get exactly the same. It's exactly the same base material that's in there. Exactly the same medium.
But just with a bit of sparkle.
But with a bit of very fine. I think it's a what I would call a mother of pearl type varnish. So we'll go on this end.
And so if you go over your papers with that, then effectively you're giving them a sparkle.
Absolutely. If you just want to use that as a top coat, there's nothing to say you can't do that. There's no right or wrong with decoupage.
I like that.
You can just go and whatever works best.
Just got to say, we've got the details for the glue combo on your screen. So you're getting both your decoupage glue, your core glue with that gloss, and then you're getting the sparkle in here as well. So both parts, $11.98 is your price. We're approaching 50% of the stock, though. We are very busy for these, and it's nice having the ability to add a little bit of sparkle where you need it. So there's certain occasions, and I showed with the floral bowl, we're just in the centre, adding some sparkles. If you want to create the illusion of a sort of starry night as well, get some papers, that would look fantastic.
Yeah, so this will need a little bit of time to go off, but hopefully by the end of the show we shall see. But I'll continue with this, Yanis.
Please do. I've got news for you with regard to the mushrooms and the toadstools. One has literally, and how often do you hear us say this? One has bounced back of each, so it's going to be fastest fingers first. If you did miss out, Oh, I'm sorry, not the toe. The mushrooms and the trays, so that was my fault. So mushrooms, one has bounced back, and one option has bounced back with the trays as well. So fastest fingers first there. Okay. I'm glad, do you know what, Nigel, I'm always glad when you come in and you have a busy show, because Decopatch clearly means a lot to you. You enjoy it so much, and you want to share that joy with viewers at home.
It's something that I've been involved with really since it first came over here. You know, 16, probably 17 years building up now, and we've seen it go from something that was really just done randomly patched, just things where people have taken it on, and this painting with paper idea they've adopted, and you know, all sorts of things we've done. I mean, this little child's chair, which I think just came from you know, one of the
sort
of...
that's cute.
Yeah.
Nigel, that's I really like that. So think about upcycling. I'll be looking around the home, because it goes onto wood, goes onto metal. Upcycle a project onto glass as well. I'm just going to pick up a bowl. If you have any glassware at home that looks maybe it's seen better days, imagine adding some papers. And would you add it behind the glass then?
You would. Well, that one's gone on top.
Right.
Okay, that's straight onto just a glass vase there. But you could actually...
Can you just pick that up again and show that,
Sure.
Nigel? Sorry. That's gone on top.
That's gone on top.
Well, it looks good on top, but if you had, I'm thinking like a bowl here, if you, obviously the pattern side up and the glass on top.
You could do that, yes. Yeah. It would take a bit of thinking about, but it could be done. Yeah. Yes, definitely. So you were protecting the out... by putting it inside, yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. And the metal bin's quite a nice use of the Decopatch as well.
Yeah. Again, just it's an ice bucket we had, and what I think I liked about this was the fact that you could really show how you could work into the shape of the object, the paper, and apply it in a way that it almost looks painted on. So that's what that is. And that's just been done in random bands of designs, which ordinarily, if you had the sheets on the table, you perhaps think, well, they wouldn't work as a design, but, you know, it's come together quite nice.
Oh, it looks great.
Yeah.
The beauty with Decopatch as well, you can take large images from your sheets, so you can do a large part. I like the patchwork effect. So achieving something like this and taking a lot of, and that's where I love the pack of 30 papers, because you take a little bit of each one and create something nice. Now, speaking of beautiful images, I think Carol has sent in a picture. Let's have a look at this, Carol.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Carol. Now, that's really good.
Yes.
So using, I mean, you've got the C and the K. I could be initials maybe for someone important. But 11, showing there what you can achieve. Now, we've got the glues, 11.98. If you've got papers at home where you can get papers, I'd be looking around the home, anything. Could you put it onto an MDF?
Onto MDF, absolutely, no problem at all. So little storage units, even the crafting units you buy and things like that for your craft room, you could quite easily, just with the glue and the paper, Decopatch those, personalise it to your colour scheme.
Go around your home. What have you got sitting at home that's just crying, screaming out to be upcycled? So thinking about going onto wood, and if you've got an old trinket box, amazing, that would look really, really good. Onto glass, onto metal, MDF, so we can put it in our crafting. Of course, onto paper, Nigel, as well. So if you wanted to use it, the technique onto paper and just create a really nice background, onto your albums, your scrapbooking, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Okay, we're going to have a look here. We have got, I'm going to show you the glues, because the glues are popular. 50% of the stock of the glues, you're getting your sparkle, which Nigel was just playing with, and then you're also getting your core glossy glue in there as well. So 180 grams of your green, and then you're getting 150 grams of your glossy. 837387, your item number there. Characters, so your small characters, you're going to get 5 small characters. I can't guarantee what characters you're going to get. Here we've got a very cute dog, you've got your pussycat, there's the mouse, a duck. So this kind of gives you an idea of the type of characters, but I know Decopatch have a lovely array of characters they offer. So you're going to get 5. Contents will vary. I just can't guarantee. As a rocking horse, that's classed as another small character that you might get. That's just showing you one of the characters decoupaged up. All right, so with your 5 characters, $11.99 is your price, saving £3. 024563 your item number. Starter kit is, as the name suggests, the perfect way to really stock up. But you know what, even if you love your decoupage, you've already got decoupage at home, maybe you're running short of projects, great way to stock up. Because now all of a sudden the amount of projects at your fingertips and the versatility of the projects, so lots, another example of contents may vary, but so much to choose from. So this is a good, gives you a good indication of the type of things you're going to get. I mean, frames. So imagine that as a gift, just using the techniques, the papers, just creating something really beautiful, really nice, innovative frame. Or if you just wanted, that's cool. Little box in there as well. I definitely do inside and out, and having that glossy effect, love that. Got larger characters in there as well. Got the deer. Ah, it's a cute deer. So you get an idea. You've got bags. So you're getting the shapes. Now the shapes alone, there's another box. I'm going to just pick these up. Look at that as a box. Imagine putting some, you could put some wrapped sweets in there if you want. And then you've got, these are nice. Flip-flops. Learned something a few years ago that surprised me. Do you know in Australia they call flip-flops thongs? Know that? Flip-flops, the team have got an idea for the flip-flops. What about if you wanted to, if you've gone on holiday and you had some spare change, you could put a few euro in there, yeah? Anyway, some lira. Any other currencies? Some yen? Dollars? Well, you wouldn't put, you put cents in there. Thai baht, if you want. There you go. Great. Showing where you've travelled to, Ben. And then we've got papers in here, so you're going to get papers, you're going to get glue and a brush. So when you consider, as a bundle, the plethora of projects just screaming to be taken on, the glue, the brush, the papers, all of that, and the saving, £20 saving. I mean, the shapes alone, you've got over £30 worth just in the shapes. Not even factoring in the glue, the brushes and the paper. 559378, your item number there. We have the decoupage. Now, we have got decoupage in form of a pick and mix. We're just going to show you the details of that. So pick and mix, you're saving £2, $9.98 your price, and you get to pick any two. But here's my thoughts. We can do pick and mix, save £2, or I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you why. I'd get all 5, and I would save, now just brace yourself, I hope you're sitting down, £30 saving. So $9.99, you are getting all 5 there. 459591, your item number. Lots of beautiful decoupage papers coming from Holland there, so really good quality. Right, now we've got some more glue and varnish for you, but there is a difference to this varnish, and I'm going to explain. So here, this is a lovely little bundle. What I didn't really show before, you're getting lots of papers. I think we're getting 40 of these. Am I right in saying 40, Nigel?
40,
yeah?
Yes.
So 40 of the papers, they're kind of like, if you've ever done patchwork, they're like charm packs, like 6-inch, roughly. So lots and, oh, look at that, would be beautiful on a project. Or imagine that one on a project. Or that. These papers are lovely. Want to use them? Well, how about this? This is what I mean. Decoupage bring you such a... Yeah, here we go. That's the one. Yeah, I knew Katie, our producer, would love that. So, I mean, lovely, lovely, lovely papers. Actually, these are stunning papers. What about this? You've got a bit of a camo feel here. Well, there's snake skin. There we go. Or how about wood effect? Jigsaw. So you get an idea of all the papers that you are getting. The papers are stunning. So papers alone, and me just flicking through them, that sold it to me. But you're also going to be getting a brush in here. You're getting your glue, and you're getting your varnish. Now, the reason why Nigel just wanted to draw your attention to this varnish is, of course it works just generally as a varnish, but if you're making anything to wear, so let's say a bangle, wooden bangle, you've decoupaged to put around your skin, anything that's going to be coming into contact with your skin, it's hypoallergenic, which means that it's going to be safe to wear and it's not going to cause any irritation. So if you want to go for this bundle, $19.99 your price, all those beautiful, beautiful papers. You're getting your brush, you're getting your glue, you're getting your varnish, but ultimately it is the possibilities. Speaking of which, 30 sheets of paper. So you might already be a massive fan of Decopatch. You might have the projects and you're just looking for the papers. Let's have a good look. Contents may vary here, but it shows you the variety that you get with the papers. I mean, that in itself, I love that tattered, worn look. You've got the orangery, modern, contemporary. What about this? Best of British, Japanese style. Holly, our favourites one. Oh, she loves that. She won't mind me saying this, but Holly, I've seen pictures at home, bedroom, which she shares, I've got to say, with Andy, who also works here at Hochanda. Their whole bedroom is pink and purple. There you go. So then Holly, we saw the pink. Now that is very nice. I know, same design, but in blue. But wait, this is another one for you, Hels. The purple. So putting all those together, plush. This is nice. So you can just see all of these lovely, I mean, there is just a really nice mix. Oh, that's a nice one too. Decopatch brings such lovely papers to work with, but I can see why, because that is an integral aspect of working with Decopatch. You want beautiful papers and designs. You don't need to use a lot. So thinking of, you can obviously just have one design as your main focal piece. So this is that beautiful poppy bowl. But equally, the patchwork for me is just a lovely design technique, I should say. Coming back to the glue, sorry. So we are busy. We're approaching 70% of the stock. You are getting the sparkle. That's the same glue, so the same base glue here, but you can see just from the bottle, it's got that sparkle encapsulated in it. And then, of course, you have got your core glossy glue as well. $11.98 your price. You're getting both. 837387 your item number. Now ProSet, we did have a technical sellout, but we always tell you if a couple bounce back, we will let everyone know. So with regard to our ProSet, and I do mean a couple bounce back, you're getting all 3 brushes. Just showing you that. So we're getting all 3 brushes. We, of course, because only a couple bounce back, we are limited stock here. That glue, I mean, look at the size of the glue that you are getting. So it's going to keep you in glue a very long time. But you're also getting your white gesso there, acrylic paint as well. So you're getting 3 pots of that. All of that for $29.99, 801-598, your item number. Nigel, I think enough from me. Should we do some more Decopatch?
Yeah, we do. Yes. Okay, so I've been quietly working along here with the sparkly glue. Just on my little rocking horse, and you know, Yanis, like you say, it's just a very leisurely sort of craft. It's a very just tear some, just relax, just enjoy applying the medium,
yeah,
and then just picking up. Don't like that there. Slightly bigger bit was needed, so that's how we do it, and that's the same technique all the way through. And then I just brush over the surface, so brush any excess off, really just move it down, and then just tear some more paper.
It's something that you can do with your family. You can definitely do with youngsters as well, and it's because as a hobby, as a skill, there's not a steep learning curve.
Absolutely.
So when you're doing it, you're not going to struggle.
No.
Funny enough, our producer Katie was saying it's something, I know we're on lockdown, but she started seeing someone recently, and she's saying it's the type of thing where if you wanted to craft with someone else,
yes,
she could see spending an evening, doing a bit of Decopatch with him.
Oh yeah.
It's nice to do. I mean, she's only been seeing him 3 days, but
well,
she's thinking ahead.
There's time yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she's hopeful. Don't want to say it, Nigel, but she's talked about thinking he might be the one.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. I shouldn't have said that?
There's no pressure on live telly for the...
I hope he's not watching. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Katie, if he is watching, that might scare him a little bit. They've only had virtual... I feel sorry for people. Virtual dates. They've been just literally having dates on... virtually. I don't want to say the platform.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's all funny times at the moment, isn't it, for
funny
folks?
times. But this is why we love crafting, because it
Yeah.
gives us that opportunity. I think I say this a lot at Hochanda, but we are so lucky to be crafters and to have this opportunity, because lockdown's been hard, and this last lockdown I think has been hard on everybody. I don't know anyone who hasn't struggled this last lockdown.
No, it's been the shorter days, but you know, suddenly the nights are drawing out a little bit, and we're all getting phone calls for mostly now to go and have jabs and things. So it's getting better. But we do miss, you know, we miss doing our shows that we've done around the country and seeing all the folks. And
You get a lot of joy doing those.
oh yeah, yeah.
I miss it as well. I think that's just getting out and seeing people, interacting with crafters, and it's lovely to see what they're doing. And yeah, I really miss that one-to-one interaction.
Yeah. So
I can see the joy on your face as you do it, Nigel.
well, it is a feel-good product. You know, it's just it's a satisfying thing. You can just work at your own pace and just build up something very, very, very simply.
What kind of response, you know, you talk about shows, what kind of response did you get when you were going to shows? Is it, I would imagine, obviously Hochanda, we go to shows as well. If I saw you on a stall, this is the kind of craft that it draws people in, and people come to you and start asking questions like, what are you doing?
People would always stop because they think, what's that fella doing with that, you know? And we'd get talking, and we used to do a lot of sit-down taking activities, and people would, a lot of the time, just come and make a beeline straight for that because they just found that it was something nice to do. It was part of the occasion for them to sit and take part. And, you know, you'd talk to people, and invariably it would be the friend of the crafter that actually bought the little pack to begin with, because it's my friend's brought me along, I'm not really into crafts, I'm not really very good. And we said, well, just, you know, just pick up, have a go with this. And all of a sudden you would see their face, they'd just get engaged with it, and and then they'd say, right, okay, I think I want to have a bash with that.
It must, for you on a personal level, be so satisfying when you see viewers posting pictures of their makes and how much they've enjoyed Decopatch.
It's lovely, you know, and I think the thing is, it's the longevity of the product, the fact that it has been something that I've been involved with for, you know, quite a chunk of my selling career. So it's been, you know, it's been good.
It means so too. Now, I've noticed you're working with the sparkle.
Yep.
With that sparkle, I would imagine when it dries, the glue will dry clear, and then suddenly all that sparkle will come
It will come out, yes. Exactly. Exactly. So you don't pick it up instantly because obviously it is drying, as you say. But
I know you're starting to get an idea of that. Now, Nigel's working off of one of the small characters, but I want to give you an indication of the potential with Decopatch. Look at this. So imagine if you do have, actually, do you know what, I've got, Nigel, off the top of my head, I've got 3 projects, just like old vases and stuff lying around the home, that is definitely, I've had it just stored because I think I'm going to do something with it.
Yep.
Decopatch is definitely the way I'm going to go. Look at how beautiful that looks. And when you consider how you can upcycle something, whether it is, it could be paper mache, it could be wood, it could be glass, it could be metal, it goes on to absolutely anything. And equally on top here, I like the use of a little peel-off, just stick on there. It's a decorative peel-off.
Yep, it's, again, just how you can bring all your other crafting bits and pieces in, just as a top decoration.
Yeah.
But with the patterns you've seen on there, what we've done, and likewise with this glass vase here, is we've actually torn or cut around certain elements of the pattern and placed them at a place where they sit right to the eye.
So you can be really focused in your design.
You can do it.
You've got a lovely, you know, one of the pot holders, I know they sold out, but just at the front there.
Yeah, is this one?
Oh, no, sorry, in the front, you know, in front of your, just in front of the ice bucket.
Yep.
There, just in front of the ice bucket.
Oh, yes.
Now, this is a really nice indication of if you want to go modern and contemporary.
Yep.
That looks incredible.
Yep.
And that's using the patchwork?
That was a particular paper. That's the random patchwork in there. Yep. From a previous show when I was on with you.
I really like that.
Yeah.
So anything you have at home and you think you want to breathe new life into it, the masks, you've got that chair It's such a good idea. Did you do that, Nigel?
I have to be honest, no.
Okay, well, that's all right.
It's had several makeovers. I did do part of the early chair with the denim, but obviously going in and out of the van over several years, 30 shows a year, it got a bit battle weary, and so it's been spruced up a couple of times. But I thought I'd put that in. And actually in my house I have I'll send a photo in actually later, I'll take one. We have a sort of a dresser, a shabby chic dresser, which a friend of mine decopatched superbly, and that was a showpiece at a big event we did. But I'll send a picture in that later for the viewers.
Oh, please do. Yeah. And can we follow you? How do we follow you on social media?
You'll find decopatch shows. It's a little bit out of date, obviously, but because we haven't been to any. But you know, you can contact us through that. And
okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Nigel, I've just got to tell everybody, now with regard to the glue, something very apt here, because you are getting your green glue, green by bottle, that's the only reason I refer to it as green. But look at the green here, and then look at the green here, because, oh, there, we are limited stock for our glues and our sparkles. So that's your glossy glue, that's the green, and that's like your core glue, and then you're getting your sparkling glue in there as well. $11.98 your price, you're getting both. Just to remind everybody, the green glue, your core glue, and I would imagine the sparkle as well, can be used as a fabric glue.
Yes. Yes.
Game changer. So think about that now, incorporating, if you do want to work with fabrics, you can get those on there as well. Time's beaten us, Nigel. Where has the hour gone?
Again.
It's just flown by.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it as always. Very nice. Thank you, Yanis.
Well, you're an absolute gent.
Yeah.
Take care. And do you know when you're going to be back on?
Haven't had a call yet, but hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll try and find some interesting more packs to put together in the meantime.
Please do, Nigel, because I'm a huge fan of Decopatch. I love what you bring. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope you've enjoyed the show. And I say this is what makes Hochanda such a special place. We place the emphasis on the crafting and trying to give our guests as much time to demonstrate as possible. Got plenty more coming up though. 2 hours of clarity, and actually that is another prime example of where we try and devote a lot of time on those techniques. So if you're a fan of clarity, if you want to get introduced to clarity, do stick around. Crafting with clarity, 2 hours back to back. That's what I call a great afternoon. And then it's going to be rounded off. Well, not rounded off, but the next hour is going to be John next door with his Deco butterflies. What an awesome afternoon.
Hi, I'm Abs from All Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All Create shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Hello there and welcome. Well, it's the first Sunday of the month and it's 2 o'clock, so you know what is about to happen. We are going to have a fabulous 2 hours of Clarity Stamp, and we have got some amazing things to share with you. An amazing lady to work with. Good afternoon, Barbara. How are you doing?
Hello, Hayley. How are you?
I'm very well, and I have to say I'm very intrigued by what you've brought to us, because this is something totally different, but at the same time I love it.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while in the making again, and it's you know, the thing is there are 3 sets of stamps, and there's definitely the chess theme. But one of the sets is predominantly the chess pieces, and you'll see that we've done a positive and a negative, so they're very pretty and very arty. So whilst they work beautifully for men's cards, they also are just very, very lovely pieces. So you'll see that the images, the chess pieces at the bottom, they fit into the top pieces, and then we've got these lovely little emojis. You see the little icons?
Yes.
They're also positive and negative, so they sit within each other too. And there's the world's smallest little backdrop stamp. The little solid black drop there is perfect. I'll show you later, but it's lovely if you wanted to emboss the whole thing or use it as a background stamp. It's very, very lovely, yeah.
I love it.
So that's just the
start
chest stamps. Yeah, and then I spoke to Lucy at work, who's so talented. She's a really talented designer, and I said, what we really need is some grungy, arty background stamps for layering that have still got the theme, the sort of chess set theme, but are really beautiful for mixed media artists. And when she came back with what, you know, I said, I want something of a sort of arty writing. Blotchy, arty writing, and what she came up with was just fantastic.
I love it. And that is the second of the sets that we've got. Now, we've got a trio of sets, so you can see some amazing stamps here. We'll show you some finished samples in a few moments. I'm sure Barbara's got some that she's going to share with us as well. But you can see that centre area there where you've got those gorgeous grungy elements there. You've got your phrases coming into it as well, which is something that we obviously love from Clarity. And you've also got the little essence of chess featuring in there as well. As you can see, we've got little pawn featuring in there, and almost like the game board, the chessboard kind of featuring in there, but not looking as predominant as a checkerboard in there. Absolutely amazing, beautiful multi-layered stamps there. And then the third and final stamp set, you've got some big stamps in here. You're going to cover some good areas with these, Barbara.
Absolutely. Now that big checkered one, the big the one that just looks like netting, that one. Oh, it's so useful. And the one next to it as well. In fact, you know, from a mixed media arty, people that like canvases and so on, these are absolutely superb. I've actually got the pieces stamped out here if you wanted to have a look at them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can show you on my screen here. And you can see exactly how useful these are.
Wonderful.
Yeah, now look here. You see, so these are large, substantial stamps, and you can mount them either on mega mounts or on acetate, and then do the Leone trick. You know, when she just pushes into areas of the stamp.
Yeah.
This is another superb piece, and that layers over the top of that one. This one behind this one looks fantastic. This one in the corner is just brilliant. Every single one of these works independently, but when you start to layer them up, as I will show you later, they're quite spectacular.
I love it. And the price that you've done us on this deal, Barbara, I have to say, it's phenomenal. Absolutely crazy. You're getting 40 stamps, and you've got, obviously, it's like as if you're getting one of these stamp sets as a bonus, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. You're getting 3 of the A5 sets, but you're only paying for 2.
Brilliant.
So it's you know, it's a win-win really. It's excellent. Yeah.
I love it. And of course it's when they come together that is the key thing, and that's what you're going to see with these. And it's the essence that you're being given the ingredients with regards to these stamps, that you build them up to what you want them to be. Obviously they could be clean and simple, as you can see there, where you've kind of got your squares, and then obviously you've got your icons featuring there. But then you can start getting really interesting and building up those layers, multi-layering, bringing the text into them, or again stripping it back and giving it that look with things that we know and we love, with the gorgeous kind of stencils, create the clouds there. I love that phrase there, castles in the air. Really, really clever. But again, clean and simple. If you're wanting to keep that kind of clean and simple look with your black and white, then you can do that quite easily. Of course, black and white features very much so, doesn't it, when you're looking at chess there. And you can see the checkerboard there. And I love that backdrop that you've got there. I mean, it could have easily been a checkerboard like that, but I love the kind of the texture and the interest that you've got with that particular one. These are really, really interesting, and I love that everybody's had so much fun with these. Love the classic frame put together there. Brilliant. My goodness, we are so busy with these. 10% of the stock has gone of these already. These are brilliant. I love that multi-layering again there. Absolutely amazing, of course, utilising the words in there. But it doesn't have to be just black and white, and it doesn't have to have anything to do with chess in there, because of course you've got all those different elements in there. I love these, Barbara.
And look at this one. I've got one here by Andy Duggan that really sets off. Check my one out here.
Yeah.
This really sets off. Look at that for layering. I mean, isn't that fantastic?
Amazing. I love that.
And it's got nothing to do with chess in effect.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to flag up.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with chess at all. But isn't that beautiful?
I love that.
And that's all in one layer. Andy's done that.
Absolutely amazing.
But great background.
Very talented. I love the colours in there. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you're wanting your set, then the details are obviously on your screen. We're going to go through the next couple of the next bundle as well to show you, and then we're going to go over to Barbara, because I know she's got loads of demonstrations. And don't forget, we have got 2 hours with Barbara as well, so I'm going to savour all those demonstrations with it in a little while. But of course, not only stamps are something that Clarity are famous for, but also masks and stencils. And we have got something that is so incredibly ingenious. I love this up there. First of all, I love the chessboard. That is an amazing stencil, as you can see. And then we've got the interest of that to kind of dial up a stencil almost, isn't it? Now, we have been busy for this one. Half the stock of this one has gone already. I'm not surprised. Look at the price. £10.97. So incredibly affordable. You've got that fabulous kind of... I love the dimension that you're getting of the chessboard, taking you off into the distance. And then, of course, the stencil that you've got is giving you all of your playing pieces. And you've got the masks included with this one as well. Barbara, this is such a clever concept.
The wheelie. It's a really clever idea.
Oh, fabulous.
Sorry. You know what it is? If you have a look at what I'm showing you here, you see you've got two pieces. These are two wheels, if you like. And the top one, if you will, has just got one aperture in it. So when you want to use an element, like I've got one little example here of a chest piece. Let me just show you. For example, this little tiny PT. It's just a little tiny...
is it like an ATC size, that one?
ATC, yeah, sorry, I got my letters around the wrong way. So these are the pieces, for example, that also come in the with the wheelie stencil, with the wheelie clever stencil. So what I did was I actually laid this down on the back and ran it through a die cutting machine so that this is raised, right? So I can see where it is. And then what I can do then is I can find the stencil piece here, I lay it over the top, and it kind of sits because it's raised. Yes. It's coming out at me. And then all I do is, because this is protecting the rest of my artwork, I can add my colour in there, you see, and then if I want to go to this one, I just go round and find that one, and then I add my artwork there, you see. So it's very clever in as much as this piece, and also it's removable. What you can do is just ping them apart if you want to wash them, and then ping them back together again. But you've got two different chest sets. You've got two sizes here as well. You've got the large and the small. But it's a really lovely, fun way of whizzing round a chessboard and getting the pieces in place. And of course, for jelly plate people, for the gel press people, what's really excellent is that you're getting we collect the pieces that fall out of the stencil for you. These pieces are invaluable on a gel press, because you literally lay them down on the jelly plate and you get your prints like that.
Wow.
So they're cool.
Our viewers kind of like this, Barbara, because we are now looking at a limited stock situation with regards to these.
You're joking?
Not at all, not at all. We're going to try and get make sure that obviously we've got enough stock to see us through the 2 hours. So yeah, phone calls are being made, frantic emails are being sent, I think, as well. But for the immediate dispatch of these, we are looking at limited stock. I love the wailing and shrieking in the background there. We are down to single figures with these, so we are going to try our best to get hold of more of these, but I think it stands a chance that if we do get them back, they are going to be on extended delivery. So the details on your screen there are for these for immediate dispatch. So if you're wanting yours and you're wanting yours as soon as you possibly can, then you need to be having these in your basket and checking your basket out. We will do everything we can to get more of these, because technically they have now sold out. So if they are in your basket then and you're wanting them, please check your baskets out. There's lots of people that have missed out on these, but we are trying our hardest for you to get some more, but I don't know how many we'll be able to get hold of, so I will let you know. I will keep you posted. Are you all right, Barbara?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Are you sure that you've loaded them?
I don't know, I'm just standing here doing the words, but I know we were busy before the show started, so I'm not really very surprised at all. So I suppose we better get into a demo.
Are good. They're very good. We can always bring them back next time again. Paul, get on the phone, quick, get the machines fired up.
That's it, call in the troops. Now, of course, we've got those fabulous stamps, and I'm guessing that they're going to form part of your demonstration with us?
Yes, they are. So we better crack on with the stamps.
Brilliant. Quick, let's distract them. Right, Barbara, so we're going to come to you now for your demonstration, if that's okay. You ready to go?
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready when you are.
Fabulous, let's go for it.
So what I wanted to do, are we ready to hand over to me for 10 minutes?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. All right, so what I wanted to show you was just a couple of really cool samples, because I wanted to focus on the chess pieces themselves. And you can see here, for example, this is a lovely piece by Elaine Milner, and you can see that she's just used stamp board, and she's used them just as you would with black on the top of the stamp board, and then she's coloured in. What I love about this piece, you'll see the shading. She's got some really nice shading in there, and she's obviously done that with the stamps afterwards, or of course you could use colouring pencils, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Then if we stay on this camera, let me show you another example. This is the positive and the negative. Now what we're looking at here, if we break down the stamp set, what you'll see is, of course, we're using one of the negative stamps up here, one of these, for this one and this one, and then here on the stamp set we've actually also got, let me show you, on the stamp set we've got this frame. And so what Jane's done, what Jane Telford has done, is she's made up the box with that one there and there, and then of course she's taken the knight and she's popped him in there and there, and that's how you get that perfect reflection. I think it's really lovely.
Very effective.
Very simple, very effective. And then we've got another one here by Sarah Brennan, which is another super example. Now this time, because the thing is, when you look at the stamps, you always look at it because it's the indexing sheet, you know, you see it in black and then you think in black, but of course it's just a silhouette stamp. So you could take any colour you like. And what Sarah's done is she's literally taken each one of these and done that one in blue, that one in green, that one in yellow. And so you see what a difference that makes. And then, of course, these particular stamps, they fit perfectly into the opening. So those are 3 different examples of using these stamps that look very different. And the one that I wanted to go to is this one. This is the one that I'm going to do for you now.
Oh, I like it. I love the colour.
Just look up close. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Right. So what we're looking at here, you see, is again, we've got a beautiful, colourful background, but it's simply the designer paper, Hayley.
Oh,
that's all it is, and then black ink over the top. So I thought that would be a really good warm-up place. Should we give it a go?
Yeah, let's go for it. Before we get into the swing of it, can I very, very quickly mention those stencils? We have been able to get hold of some more of these, but not very many of them at all. Not as many as we would have liked to be able to bring you. So you need to be quick if you're wanting to get hold of those. They're on 7 days extended delivery. Well, this is 16th, which I think is about 7 days. So yeah, if you're wanting these, please be quick. 493884. Some of you are going to be disappointed because we know we're not going to have enough for everybody. But get in nice and early. And as Barbara said, hopefully we will see these again back with us here sooner rather than later, but for the time being there really is an urgency if you're wanting those to get in quick. So Barbara, what papers are you working with?
Right, well actually I'm working with Waimea Falls, but I wanted to show you for those good people at home that are new to Clarity, let me explain what I'm talking about. This is another set called Amazonia. We've got about 8 different ones: Waimea Falls, Amazonia, Indian Summer, Northern Lights. I just want to explain that we've got a set of papers and then we've got a set of the cards as well. Now the papers, they come, there are 12 designs, 4 of each, and they come double-sided, so that when you look at the front, there's always a back, and you'll see as you go.
Oh, I think we might have lost Barbara just for a few moments there. But as Barbara's flicking through these, you can see, as she quite rightly says, you've got one that's quite prominent on one side, and then on the other side that you've got something that's a little bit more subdued with regards to these. So really beautiful colours, as you can see, with these, and a whole range of different colours that you've got with them as well. And of course, those are the designer papers. They are in 8x8s with regards to those. We're going to go back to Barbara in just a few moments. We're just going to check that we've got everything plugged in, so as you can hear her next time. But of course, she is going to be working with those wonderful stamps that we've been speaking of already. So you can see here you've got a trio of stamps giving you 40 stamps in total. So if you're wanting to get hold of the stamps, then now is a perfect opportunity for you to do so. We are going to go back to Barbara in the next few moments, so don't worry, we haven't lost her for the whole of the 2 hours, but 20% of the stock has gone. And I love the idea, because when you first look at these, you don't realise how many different ways they can be worked together. And she's quite right with that example that she was showing us that Jane made. You don't have to stamp out in that black ink to make that silhouette. It's a case of that you can build up the colour and obviously bring in the chest pieces to add that accent and detail. But it's not just about the chest pieces. You've got 2 stamp sets here where there is a little bit of a nod to chest, as you can see with the little pawn featuring there. But then you've got little elements. I mean, there you can almost see like spades and hearts and diamonds, so it could be a little nod to playing cards. But then you've got swirls, you've got accents, and you've got multi-layered elements in there, really giving you a whole host of different ideas of ways that you are going to be able to work with these. They're going to work with other things that you've got in your stash as well, so don't worry, they're going to sit quite neatly. And I love the script there. It's almost like an aged script, a distressed script, but you can imagine stamping that on top of that grid work. And as we heard from Barbara there, just like Leonie, just using little pressure points within the stamp there, not necessarily putting it onto a stamping block and getting it to stamp out to perfection. But we've got some amazing finished samples where you could be doing that, exactly putting it onto an acrylic block and then stamping it out as you're wanting to. So here you've got a lovely design here with those gorgeous greens, as you can see there. And I love this because you've kind of got the design being almost like the fall away, being a negative from the design. Absolutely beautiful. And of course these are a joy for anybody that's not overconfident with stamping, because you really could not tell if you've got the perfect stamp with that one, or perhaps it wasn't as perfect as you would have liked it to be. Then of course Barbara's going to be showing us how to build up that chessboard effect. She was showing us a card that's got this kind of checkerboard effect with the little frames in there. So of course you've got those frames to size to completely encapsulate the little chess pieces, as you can see with these, but also to encapsulate those backdrops that you've got with them. And don't forget, you've got the little teeny tiny stamps as well that are going to sit in there. So if you wanted to go back in with another colour, you could overstamp that white area with your chess piece and get an amazing result. Now if you're a mixed media artist, you are going to love these stamps, because look at the results that you get. And it's almost a stamp that you might expect to see with a stencil, but with this one it's done with stamps. So again, it's an area, if you're not completely confident with this, using stencils, then use your stamps instead. And again, that distressed look that you've got with these, love that design. And again here, they can be whatever colourways you're choosing to be. And of course the squares that you've got within there, you don't necessarily have to use them with the chess pieces. This is a nice little idea, using it as a small frame there, and the little wee folk sit on there absolutely perfectly, don't they? Love it. Again, what about a family crest? There you go. You could go, again, be building this up, and again, where you've got those little apertures there, those little areas, put whatever stamp you like in there. I love it. Absolutely amazing. And again, inky mop-ups, loads of different ways you could be using those, as you can see there, multi-stamping over the top. And again, with this particular one, Elaine has really created a fabulous design, as you can see, with regards to this. And of course, masking off certain areas and just using those designs to create areas. And I love that grid little pawn that you've got there as well. Love it. 2 flexi buys of £19.99 will get these on their way to you, and you are going to have so much fun with these. The price that you got with these, you'd normally be paying £19.99 or £20 there or thereabouts with regard to each one of these stamp sets. So it's almost as if you are paying for 2, but we're going to send 3 on their way to you. So take advantage of them while you have the opportunity. The stencils, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, they have gone. But if you're wanting the stamps, you need to get in early. They have proved to be popular. And of course, we're going to head back to Barbara once we've sorted out our little issues there, the little gremlins that have come out on Sunday afternoon. 201789 if you're wanting those stamps. Now, something else that we've got for you, backdrop stamps. Now, these are brilliant. These are something we regularly see Barbara working with. And what they are, they give you the opportunity for you to build up your design. There's loads of different ways you can work with these. And if you do go onto social media with the Clarity Craft group, you will be able to see lots of opportunities to work with these. Now, you've got your squares and your circles, and you can see different sizes with regards to these. So what you've got with these is the ability to use them within each other, so to speak, if you're wanting to, but equally so, you can take them just as they are. Now, of course, you've got your backdrop there, so when you actually peel these off, you've got your stamp in there, and it's a stamp in its own right, but then it gives you the opportunity that you can use these and transfer your inks onto these and then put them onto the paper if you wanted to. So building these if you wanted to. I'm guessing you can use different techniques, a little bit like your reverse stamping and your kiss stamping techniques with those. Very useful way of working with those if you wanted to. And also as well, oh, it's disappeared, a magic trick there, it suddenly disappeared. But also if you're wanting to just put ink on those and use them, creating a stamp as a background but in a circle or a square, then that is a good way for you to actually do it with those as well. So if you're wanting to, and use them in a whole host of different ways. So £29.98 being your price on this one. You're getting 4 of those, and there are some very big stamps in there as well. So 057004 if you're wanting to get a hold of those. Now, we are still working on the microphone. We should have just got a couple of paper cups and a string. We would have been all right, wouldn't we, if we'd done that? But we're going to go back to Barbara in a little while. We're keeping in tabs with her, so we are in conversation with her. Sadly, we can't bring her to the screens at the moment, but we are certainly working on it. Now, I have got something to share with you, which is brand new to us as well, and it's something else that we see from Clarity regularly, and they are masks. Now, I mean, Barbara is kind of the queen of masks, and she's brought us so many different ideas previously working with masks. But on this occasion, you've got a set of 10 for, look at that price on your screen there, $14.99. Now, it's a brilliant set. It's brand new to us here at Hochanda, and you have been loving these already. They're A6 in size, and then what you've actually got are your words. So these are where you're going to be able to do those fabulous techniques that Barbara shares with us, using the positive, using the negative. But think of using these with your backgrounds. I haven't got any finished samples to share with you, but you could be creating your backgrounds and your little stenciled sentiments, and using things like your wee folk with these, overlaying them with other stencils, opening up those areas of the words, and multi-stamping using your background stamps, those multiple stamp sets that we've got as well, those layers. So there's loads and loads you can work with these. Now, let me show you, when you actually get them, and we've got one at the top here, which is the packaging. It explains to you how you're going to work with these, and this is key, because you need to know how to work with them and how to get the most of them. So, as you can see from the packaging there, it's all clear, it's all nice and easy, nothing overcomplicated for you to work with. So the first time that you're going to work with your stamps, as you can see there, all you need to do is slightly detack them. The reason being with regards to this is that obviously you don't want it to have any kind of pull on your fabric, not your fabric, on your cardstock. So if they're too tacky, then what they can do is pull that coating of your cardstock away, and necessarily pull away what you've seen. So what we've got here, let me grab hold of one of these and I will show you. So let's go for laugh, since we're having a bit of a laugh really, aren't we, considering everything that's going on. What you will find is you've got your innie and your outie with these. So when you are working, what you can do is you can either go for the innie, place that down and then ink around it. So what that means is the word laugh is protecting the cardstock that is underneath. So that might be a bright white cardstock that you're using. It might be something that's on a darker vein that you're using. It can be any style of card that you're wanting to work with. But then you've also got your extra piece, which is your wraparound. Now this is brilliant, because what you've got here is you've got a rectangle shape obviously, but when you peel that away you have got that open area underneath. So what that means is it might be a case of that you're wanting to kind of leave the area where the word is white and kind of colour in the place that down where you want the background to be white, or you've created a background, and then it's a case of that you'll have the open area left behind where you've got the letters there, and obviously you can put your inks through those as well. So there's loads of ways you can work with these. We've seen them many times from Barbara, and there'll be a whole library of different techniques that you can create with these as well. So do check these out. So you're getting 10 of these. So you've got laugh as being one of your, laugh or laugh, I suppose, depends where you're from really, isn't it? I think I'm a laugh rather than a laugh, yes. I think I'm a laugh. Then you've got joy. You've also got, I love these funky fonts as well. They're kind of very generic, aren't they? Timeless classics with these ones. Then you've got dream. And a lovely kind of swirly font. It's got a bit of a modern twist to it, but equally so. Nice one to use in things like your journals, whether you're using it on a card, in artwork as well. I mean, you could create something with these and simply pop them into a frame. And then, of course, you've got all the others. You've got another 8 in there to work alongside these. $14.99 for all of them together, $267,915. Now, stamp board. Last time I did a show with Barbara, we were incredibly busy for the stamp board. And this is brilliant, because with the stamp board, I think we used to just have quite kind of standard shapes. But with these, you have got, shall I open these up? I'm sorry, I'm probably going to crackle. I'll try and do it away from the microphone so you can't hear it. So we've got your hearts to start with. So your hearts, you can see your different sizes with these. And these are brilliant because the stamp board is a lovely base for you to work on with your inking, with your stamping with these. Loads of different ways you can work with it. Again, you've got the depth of these. You've got the stability of these as well. So these are lovely, especially if you're wanting to multi-layer these, which you might want to do when I show you some of the other shapes. So you've got your small hearts, you've got your medium hearts, and you've also got your larger hearts with those as well. You may get 5 of each of those, so it's 15 in each one of those designs, and then you've got 60 pieces in total. So really good value, but you're not just getting your heart, you're also getting your other shapes as well. So what I'm thinking is you can get your squares, and this is, I'm going to open the squares up next because I think the squares are going to be a nice base for you to actually sit some of those pieces on. So for instance, if you wanted to take the heart, you could create your backdrop that we were speaking of, whichever technique you're choosing to go for. And then, of course, you could sit that quite neatly on the top there if you're wanting to. Equally so, you've got some of the smaller pieces, smaller squares there. So if you're wanting to build up a design where you've kind of got multiple layers using the 3 sizes of your squares, then you can do that quite easily as well. So again, take them off to one corner, use them coming up to the centre if you're wanting to. Loads of different ways you'll be able to work with those. So yeah, I know that you're going to have fun with those. So you've got your squares with those as well. Then you've also got your circles. Squares and circles, they're kind of like a staple really, aren't they? They're something that we always want in our stash. So opening these up again, apologies if it's all crinkly. With these ones you've got your circles, so again your 3 sizes but 5 repeats of each of those. So again your smaller circles, which are going to work with your smaller shapes, your medium size, and of course your larger ones as well, nice size discs. And again those are going to sit beautifully within the squares if you're wanting to build those up. And again you can come in with your smaller elements on top if you wanted to, so you can really build these up. And a really good weight with regards to these as well. The final ones that you've got are your equilateral triangles. So these are nice ones to work with. They're nice because they actually will tessellate quite nicely as well. So if you're wanting to work on these and perhaps have them close together, stamp your image and then separate your image up, then you can do that quite easily. Again, you've got your small pieces featuring in there, you've got your medium size, and then of course you've got your larger size with those as well. 5 repeats of each of those again, giving you 60 pieces in total. £11.99 being your price with regards to this one. So do pop those into your basket if you wanted to. Now if you have just joined us, you'll be quite aware on a Sunday, first Sunday of the month, we dedicate it to 2 hours of crafting with Barbara. We're just having problems with the mic at the moment, which we are trying to get sorted out. So we're hopefully going to have her back in a few months. I'm glad that we have got a full hour, because you'd be a bit disappointed if you just turned on and it's me chundering on. But it's either me or tap dancing, and yeah, the tap dancing is even worse, to be honest. So do stay tuned, and do look, because we've had sellouts already. So do check out the stamps that Barbara's going to be showing us a little bit later on. Now, the words. The words are key, aren't they, when you're making something? And that's what we've got with the next product that I'm going to show you. And these are lovely because you've got a whole different kind of range of scenarios with these. So this is a nice bumper bundle because you've got 3 sets within here. And within here you've got your sticker sheets. So your sticker sheets are on uncoated cardstock, which means that if you want to come in and change the colour of these, you can do. But you've got your black and white, your positive and negative with all of those. So you've got Barbara's wordisms there, with all sorts of fabulous phrases in there that you could almost imagine her saying. Hugs, kisses and sweet birthday wishes, love that one. Amazing, magnificent, grace, all those different phrases are things that we definitely hear from Barbara. When you open these up, you will see that you've got all of your sheets in there, uncoated as I've mentioned, so if you do want to change those colours, then you can do. Absolutely amazing. As you say, one day at a time. I mean, that's something, isn't it? Seek sweetness and wisdom. Absolutely love those. So those ones are your Barbara ones. Then we have also got your Leonie, and you've got your Christmas themed in there. Love those. £27.97, 207522 if you wanted to get hold of those. Now, Barbara, you can all wear, I can see you sitting there having a nice cup of tea. I'm stressing out over here.
Oh, God. Round of applause.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank goodness you're back in the room. Now, of course, we
Sorry about that.
That's okay. These things happen, don't they? But thankfully, we are back with you. So I'm going to hand straight back over to you, if that's okay. Don't let me down.
No, sorry about that. Sorry to leave you hanging there. Right, let's have a look at this artwork, shall we? So I'm not going to, I bet Hayley's told you plenty about the product, so let's just get straight on with the artwork. I'm using a piece of the card, the designer card, and I'm using, it's not Amazonia, it's Waimea Falls, but it's 5 by 7 inches. That's what we're going to go for. And what I want to do is position these stamps. It's very simple. Can you hear me all right, Hayley?
We can indeed, don't worry. Don't worry, we can.
Good. Right, so I'm going to take a pencil and I'm just going to make a light pencil mark along here, just about an inch up, you know, just to give me an orientation. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is take a black archival ink pad, And the first thing I want is I'm going to use a bishop.
Mm-hmm. Do you play chess, Barbara?
Yeah, I do. I love chess. My dad taught me years and years ago.
Same here. My dad taught me.
Did he? Yeah, I love chess. I'm not bad. I'm not a bad player.
Oh,
I was at university. I was in the club.
Oh, right. See, I haven't got the foresight to have a strategy, so I'm a good person for you to play because you'll beat me every time.
Oh, it's a great game. It's a great thinking person's game, isn't it? So you can see here, you can stamp up the image there, and then what we'll do then, you see, is we'll go to the next image, and we'll stamp up. That one's a little bit lame. I could have done a little bit blacker there. Sorry, I was feeling a bit weak after all that technical stuff.
Oh, don't worry, that's okay.
But what we're going to do, you see, is go to that one now. Instead of working across, I'm going to use the 3 solid ones to give me my game, you see. Okay. And then I'll come to this one, and this is the best way to be filling the box, you see. So then you come to this one again. Now I find this one is easier to look at upside down because I can see that line that I drew.
Okay.
Right, so then I'm going to excuse my head in the way.
Barbara, keep talking to me. I'll go into a panic when we've got a pause.
Right. So you see now on the third one, I've actually got it right. So you've got 1, 2, and 3 there. Lovely. And then what I'm going to do now is take my ruler again. I know I'm so happy to be actually so that you can hear me.
Bless you.
So what I'm going to do now is take my ruler, and I'm using my ruler just to give me the corners. I just want that corner there, and I want this corner here. And you can see the grids on the ruler. It doesn't matter about the size. All I'm interested in is that line there and that line there. Do you see?
I do. Now, is this the Perga ruler that you're working with?
Yeah, because it's got so many grids on it. It's ideal for this game. Right, now what I'm going to do is use a Posca pen. Now these are great, and I'm going to use, it's a nice thickness. It's the same kind of thickness as the thickness around the outside of these stamps. And so what I'm going to do is turn the ruler around so that the bevel edge is looking up, Hayley.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to move my head out of the way like this, and then I can see better. Right, and then I'm just going to run my pen along here to make the box around the outside. So if I want it a bit thicker, I could just go twice, and then I'll use this side as well. Can you see this okay, Hayley?
We can, it's looking fabulous.
Yeah, I apologise for the quality of the stamping, but I was a little bit shaky there.
That's okay, don't worry. It looks amazing from where we are, so don't worry.
Well, you spend a week preparing this little feast. It's like a roast dinner, and then you haven't even got the spuds out of the oven, and the sound goes.
That's it.
But you see how you've got your box now?
That looks good.
And then what we're going to do now is just fill those boxes with the other elements. So these little pieces here, for example, they will then sit in your game. You just fill them up now, and we're just using the black ink pad. Right. The Posca pens, are they on the counter?
We have got them on the show. We did have them up on the screen, and they're brilliant because you use them, obviously that solid black that you've got there, but we've got other colours within the set as well. I know they are a firm favourite of yours, and with this particular set, very quickly we'll show everybody, you've got 4 of your ultra fine, you've got 4 of your medium nib, and you've got a mix there, as you can see, of your black, your white, your gold and your silver. So kind of all your housekeeping ones, all the ones that you need in your crafty pantry for just £29.60. And you loved it working with these, don't you, Barbara?
Oh, I think they're fabulous. And the white one, you know, when we do the Shack Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we use them all the time. And now the thing about these white ones as well, and you'll see here, you can just get the most superb detail with these. And they work beautifully just for embellishments or for snow. You can see here just for dotting and adding interest. They're super, and they work very beautifully, and you can sort of add decorations to the
And
the chest pieces as well.
And the beauty is they work on pretty much any surface, don't they?
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, you can see here, they're to me they're the best. They're the best white pens I've ever worked with, and they're beautiful on parchment as well. So once you've done that, you see you've got your main frame now. So if we go to the main picture here, you'll see that the only thing that I've done now is just taken our stickers, and I noticed you were talking about the stickers when I came back online.
Yes.
These are just so lovely to use on a scrap. So the piece that I cut off the top, it just uses the background, and then you could just pick any words you like. Let's stay now. Let's seek sweetness, and wisdom is a beautiful one day at a time. You know,
Loads. Love that.
but
Brilliant value.
The point of this whole exercise is just to show you how, with one black ink pad, how you can create so much difference. You know,
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Now, Barbara, did you want to get ready for your next demonstration while I do a very quick recap of those stamps and come straight back to you after?
That would be brilliant.
Brilliant, we'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Not
Yes,
a problem
good
at all.
idea.
Now, if you're wanting to get hold of the stamps that Barbara was working with, and she's shown you just how quickly and easily, and with minimal craft elements, I think that's the key thing. As long as you've got the right ingredients and good quality ingredients, then it doesn't take a lot for you to bring together something that looks absolutely amazing. Now, this set of stamps that we're looking at are your chest pieces. We've got some fabulous grungy backgrounds that work alongside them, but here you've got your different stamps. Now the stamps that we're looking at here, obviously you've got your 6 different pieces with a lovely backdrop, and you can see a mix of florals in there, kind of foliage as well, really nice. But where you've got the lighter area, the aperture, you have got a stamp that will fit that area. So if you're wanting to multi-stamp, then you can do. Then you've also got your positives and your negatives, as you can see, with regards to the chest pieces as motifs, and then you've got your background stamps as well. Now those backgrounds are perfect for you to create apertures, as Barbara did there, or for you to build up your design as you see fit. And you can see at the bottom there those larger pieces again there. So you really are getting a lot for your money within that stamp plate. Now alongside it you've got 2 fabulous sets which take little essences of the game there as well. So you will see little checkerboard of elements there. You can see the little pawn there where the kind of overlay of the design as well. I think we might have a bishop featuring with the hearts and the spades and the diamonds, as you can kind of see to the side there. But these are multi-layer stamps with some really good interest in that, and again kind of keeping within some of those, keeping within that kind of square guideline. But then the next set that you've got even larger stamps with these, and these are stamps that you can either use in their entirety or use them to kind of just dab in and cover those white spaces or add accents or interest where you see fit. And this is brilliant because again you've got a series of lines that are kind of a soft checkerboard, a grungy checkerboard featuring with these, and of course the script as well. Now the price that you'd normally be paying for each one of those sets is £19.99, but you can see at the bottom of the screen there, if you are wanting to go for the chest pieces with the 26 pieces in there, it's £19.99. But I don't know why you would want to do that, because that is your first flexi buy if you're going for all 3. And it just makes sense, because if you're just going for a couple of these, then you're actually getting all 3 of them again for the price that's on your screen there. So I would go for that opportunity to get hold of all 3, £39.97. Now bearing in mind the technical issues that we've had during this hour, the fact that nearly 30% of the stock has gone, even so, it shows you just how busy it is with regards to these. Now I have got some boards similar to the boards that Barbara had and she showed us at the top of the hour. So some of you may have only just joined us, because obviously when you first came in you thought, what's going on? Hayley's waffling on. Get a move on. Well, sadly, we had a little bit of an issue earlier on, so apologies for that, but we're back. Now, these are the way that they stamp out, and this shows you can see, obviously, you've got your main stamps at the top here where you've got the backdrops, but then you've got down at the bottom the stamps that will fit within there. So what that means is if you're wanting to, you could actually stamp out the backgrounds in a colour and then come back in and put an overlay next to it, or on top of it, should I say. Then you've got your motifs, as you can see there. So, of course, these are always useful, and you can see that particular one will sit neatly within the crown that you've got there. The Queen's crown again is sit neatly in there. Even those little tiny dots will position within the tiny dots that you've got there. And then you've kind of got your positive and your negative frame with regards to these ones as well. So they are perfect for you to actually frame these pieces if you're wanting to, or build up your own little setup if you're wanting to as well. Then you've got obviously the backgrounds. Now these backgrounds, as Barbara said, have been multi-layered when in their kind of construction of design. So you'll see that some some of the elements kind of cross over to a certain extent. So on this particular one, you've got your triangles, which you've actually got in this particular piece down here as well. So they all cross-pollinate and all work really, really well together. And of course, you've got your little pawn there, again, bringing in that crosshatch. The words faith and love, all of these featuring, and again, you've got positives and negatives with these. And then the last set that you've got for you is some good size stamps with these ones. I love this kind of mesh effect. That is going to be such a useful one, because you can use that to literally build up your own design. So where we saw these already built up, you are going to be able to create your own with regards to these. So dependent on where you want to start, where you want your backdrop to be, where your layers are going to be, is entirely up to you. £39.97 will get you all 3 sets of those. 201789. If you're wanting to get hold of these, please do so. And if you want to add in those word masks that we touched on earlier on, the details for those are at the bottom of your screen as well. Barbara, are you ready for us to come back to you?
I am, love.
Fabulous. What have you got planned for us this time?
Well, this time I thought we'd ramp it up a little bit. Where we used the coloured paper in the background, I thought this time we'd flip it and use the stamps to create the colour. So let's have a look, for example. These are... so we've got different permutations here. We've got 9 pieces, we've got 4, we've got panels. It's entirely up to you how many. Even one on its own looks beautiful. So let's just take a look at this piece here. And if I come in closely, I wonder if you can see that it's been embossed around the edges. Can you see that?
Not... Oh, yes, yes, I can see it now. Yes, yes. Do you mean... Yes, I can see it now.
So this is using a Groovy plate to emboss the card.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So you can see here how we're using the stamps to create these beautiful panels. So I thought, for the sake of time, what we'll do is we'll go to the first one, this panel one, the simplest one, which has just got 3 pieces. Now, what we're going to use to get there is, I've done 3 just to show you. This is the ingredients. We're going to use the other card. Now, the other card is beautiful stamping card. It doesn't take water. It's just very, very lovely for colouring, and it's quite fine grain. It's very pretty. And what we're going to do, the other card, and you see here, just for the sake of speed, fast forward, I've used my pencil and a ruler, and I've made little marks so I can see the size of the box, so I know where they're going to go.
Okay.
Now, if you have a look here, you'll see that I've used these artistry inks, the little baby artistry inks that come in the boxes.
Fabulous.
And I've paired them up, so we've always got a light one and a dark one together. Do you see? So we've got mellow green and yellow, which gives us this colour.
Yes.
We've got ocean reef and Indian jamun, which gives us this beautiful blue, which is the one I think we'll go for now. Then we've got fall fiesta and cranberry. The thing about these boxes, Hayley, you've got them on the show. They're just fantastic, like collections, and each box has got 12 ink pads in it. They're just a lovely, lovely sampler boxes. They're dye-based.
Certainly are. We've got the details up on the screen at the moment. People collect these, really, don't they, Barbara?
Oh yeah, but the thing is they're so interchangeable and mix and matchable. And what I'm looking to do now is to try and do the jamun around and then do the blue around the outside. Now this one, for example, it's got the blue on the inside and the jamun around the outside. So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. There are so many different permutations. But what we're going to take, just to do the job, I think we'll use, just bear with me a second.
No problem.
I think I'll use my... Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yeah, we've got you. Just to let you know, Barbara, we've got about 9 minutes or so left before we go to our break between the shows.
Okay, marvellous. Well, I tell you what I'll do. Let's use the pawn, because he's got a nice. There's lots of area there to ink up, and we'll have a look how this works.
Now, so Barbara, do you want to bring it more over to where your pencil is, because that's more in the centre where we've got on our screens here. Perfect.
Right, okay. Is that more like it?
That's much better. We can see exactly what you're up to there then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is just take our Indian Jamun and our ocean reef, and I think it's always a good idea just to take a little piece of card just to test the waters as well, so we know where we're going. And now I'm going to use my makeup sponge, and I think we'll go with the blue in the centre. So I'm just going to ink up the blue in the middle with a makeup sponge. This distributes the ink really well. Then when you turn it round, you use the other side, and we'll go around the outside with that colour, and we should get a really nice cover. I just want to check it before I do it though, because you just want to make sure that it works. Yeah, it's good enough. Good enough. You get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, nice.
So we'll take that again. Right, and this time I think I'll use the Queen. Right, so here we go. So I'm going to use the Queen, and I'm going to stamp blue in the centre, just ink blue in the middle, and then I'm going to turn it round, and I'm going to use the other colour, two-tone, so I'm painting the stamp, in effect. Right, so we go round like that, and then I've got my grid, so I can see where I want to go, and I'm going to come over the top with my stamp. These are not fast drying ink pads, which is great because you can take your time. Then we'll stamp in there, and then we'll just press lightly. Can you see this okay, or am I in the wrong place?
Yeah, we can just about see where you are. Yeah, it's a case of that when we come to the overhead, then it's in a different area, bless you. But that's perfect where that is, thank you.
Right, but you can see how you can get a really nice impression just by building this up like this. Yeah?
Love it.
So if I've... Sorry, Hayley.
No, I was just saying I love it. Looks good.
So let me fast forward, and now you can see the next step to get into our finished piece is to put the black inside. You see? Okay. So let's do that next. So it's just building games. First of all, you use the colours to create the outside, and you actually paint the stamps. Then the next thing to do is to take your black again, and this time we're going to stamp into the actual image. So then we're going to take our ink pad, and let's see where we are here. Right, and then I'm just going to stamp because I'm coming over the top with my head. Right, and then I'm going to stamp in there, and you can see you're getting your in and out. And what's nice is, Hayley, if you offset it a little bit, you get like a drop shadow. Can you see that?
It's almost like the moonlight's hitting him or something.
And then the next thing is, of course, that you've got this frame. So once you've done all the centres, let me fast forward again. I'm just aware of the time frame here.
No problem.
So let's say I've pulled 3 of the black ones in the middle. So we'll go to that. And now I'm going to put the black frame around the outside. So this is where we go straight over the top with the black around the outside. So I've mounted it. We can see this okay, yeah? Yeah.
We can.
Right, and then what we're going to do now is I'm going to go to this camera because I want to get right over the top so I can get it in the right place. And then I'm just going to come down like so, and then I'm going to make my frame around the outside. Oh, wow. There we are. So you see, you're getting your inner picture, you've painted it, you're getting your outside pieces. You can see how, once you've done all of them again, fast forwarding to the next stage, you do all 3 of them, and you've got yourself a beautiful panel. Now, whether you choose to do them this way, it all depends entirely. The only thing left to do now is that a border around the outside. So I think I've still got time to show you that before the break.
You have indeed. Yeah, we've got about 4 minutes or so, Barbara. So yeah, that's plenty of time.
All right, marvellous. Well, let me show you this. Because it's card, I'm going to bring in the light wave.
Okay.
And the idea is that I'm going to come in from behind, and I want to show you though which this is the plate, this is the nested frames. This is a fantastic sampler plate, and there's a size for every box here. And what we're going to do is just start the light wave up, And this is one of the reasons why, for example, we did use the other card, because it's thinner than you can see right through it. Do you see?
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do is, same as we always do, I'm going to take my tumble dryer sheet and I'm just going to slick up so that we can make sure that we go through. And then I've got choices. I can either use my Pergamano embossing tool or my Groovy embossing tool. And then I'm going to just position my box so I can see exactly that this is going to fit. And then what you do is you get in the groove, and as soon as you're in the groove, you stay in there, just like you would if it was parchment. You see? So you just stay in the groove. You can go around twice if you want to make it super deep.
Okay.
And then when we turn that off now, and when we come into the camera 3, let me just see if we can come in really tight and you can see what... You see that?
Oh, yes, we can, especially in the top left corner, yes.
It's so attractive to do this. Let's take a look at this one.
Oh, yes,
and you can see also, when you finish it, you see, you can make boxes around the outside on the outer frame as well. So this is a really attractive finishing trick. And many of our viewers, of course, are parters and stampers, so they will probably have the gear to make those embossed. You know, you do need a light wave though to be able to see through the card.
I love that. And Barbara, I mean, what an effective way of using those pieces. And it showed to perfection how the smaller ones fit within those frames. I mean, it's such a clever concept, all the different elements. I mean, brilliant using them independently, but bring them all together and you've got so many different effects. I think that is the key thing with this particular one. Now, of course, if you have tuned in, we did have some issues earlier on, but we've got another hour with Barbara, and we will be staying with Barbara for most of the next hour. So do make sure that you stay tuned with us. And of course, we've had sellouts during this hour even so. So if there's anything that you like the look of, then I would certainly consider getting hold of those in the break, and then we can focus on Barbara and her fabulous demonstrations as well. So it's a good opportunity for you to add the stamps in, to have a little look at some of the other elements that we've got. The masks are definitely a must-have, and of course we have got those background stamps as well that we touched on while Barbara was away from us as well. The stencils that we saw at the beginning of the hour with the really good stencils, and sadly they have gone and we haven't been able to get any more of those, so apologies for those, but do make sure you stay with us. Now, Barbara, we're going to be saying goodbye to you in the next few moments, so we can all kind of take a little bit of a breath and regroup at the top of the hour. Is that all right?
Good idea.
Fabulous.
Good idea. Let me just have a regroup.
Lovely. We will see you in a few moments then. So yeah, as we said there, if there's anything in your basket, do make sure you're checking those baskets out. If you want to be creating fabulous cards, wonderful projects using these wonderful stamps, then now is the time for you to get hold of them. It's not just about chess, so if you're thinking, well, I'm not into chess, that's okay. Don't worry, but you don't have to play the game of chess to be able to see the beauty of the pieces and obviously to be able to use them. And of course, you're not always making cards for ourselves, are we? So it's useful to have them in your stash as well. So we will see you in the next few moments. We're off to grab a quick cuppa, and then we will join you again after the break, where we're going to see more from Barbara, because it's the first Sunday of the month. See you in a bit. So yes, we've got part 2 of Crafting with Clarity. Then we're going to be heading over to John next door for the final hour of your one day special before Catherine is in to share a Dremel hour with us. Looking forward to that.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So if you watch Hochanda, you'll see us put together and decorate our designs to inspire you so that you can make your own crafting projects. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Well, of course, it's the first Sunday of the month, so of course we are having a lovely 2-hour session with our Barbara and Clarity Stance. Well, of course, the first hour is gone. My goodness, that flew by. And we are back with the second hour with more fabulous demonstrations from Barbara. And she's going to be able to talk us around some of the things that we're sharing with you. Now, we're kicking things off with a lovely stamp set. And Barbara, we saw from the first hour how versatile, how usable these are. And it's a lovely area, which I don't think I've seen stamp stencils or anything featuring, and that's chess.
Can you hear me all right?
We can indeed. Hello there, Barbara, you all right?
Boom, yeah. No, I love these. I love this set. And in the first hour, we managed to put the little chess pieces through their paces. I think we won in the end. And then this time, I thought it would be a really good idea to take a closer look at some of those arty backgrounds and look at the other two sets of stamps that are also alongside the chess pieces, so we can learn some tricks and tips on how to get those fantastic backgrounds.
I love it. So it's almost like a mixed media hour now, which I'm looking forward to seeing with regards to these. Now we've got the stamps. I'm going to explain to everybody what we've got. We've got 3 brand new stamp sets. Now each one of these stamp sets you'd normally be paying £19.99 for, but the deal that we've got on your screen is where you are getting a £20 saving. So that equates to one of those stamp sets coming to you as a bit of a bonus. So in effect you're paying for 2 of them, but you are getting 3 sent on their way. Now it makes it even better because you've got 2 flexi buys on this one, which means you can spread the cost over 2 payments, which just works out the same price that you'd normally be paying for one of those sets of stamps. At the bottom you can see, over the bottom of your screen should I say, you can see the details for just one of those stamp sets to show you that they are normally £19.99, but please don't shop that way. Take advantage of them in the bundle with that £20 saving. Now the details are on your screen as you can see there, 201789, and it's good that we are getting more and more of you joining us during this hour. We had a few technical issues earlier on, but they are all out of the window now. They've all gone now. We're thinking positive thoughts. We're going to have a fabulous second hour with Barbara. So you can see loads of different ways you're going to be able to work with these ones, and we will see more demonstrations from Barbara in a few moments. Now we have got another set of stamps that we are going to be sharing with you, which we're going to tell you a little bit about those ones, and I think it's probably a good opportunity if we get Barbara to chat about these. So very quickly we're going to start talking about these, and then we're going to go into demonstration quite quickly so as we can spend as much time with Barbara as we possibly can. Now earlier on, these background stamps, I was trying to explain to you what these are about and how you're going to use them, and it is a brilliant set because you've got 4 good size stamps as you can see for £29.98, 057004. Now Barbara, can you explain to our lovely viewers what these are all about and how you would use them?
Well, these are the quintessential backdrop stamp, and I had the idea last year, and because they've got this little rebate around the outside, you get the most beautiful literally backdrops. So you use them to frame your work before you even begin. At first glance, when you look at it, it just looks like a big slab, which is in effect what it is. But when I show you how you can use them, especially with distress oxides or with your brayer, you can use these to make reflections. These are fantastic reflection stamps as well. They're just beautiful, and I wanted to just show you today. I wanted to do some stamp kissing, which you'll be familiar with, and it's just these are so good for that. These are just beautiful for backgrounds, whether you're mixed media or a stamper. These just work a treat.
Now when I first looked at these when we came in, instantly, because you've got that big area, I start thinking about gel plates and things like that. So can you use some of the techniques that you might use with your gel plate with these, or are we looking at a totally different kind of apples and pears?
No, you absolutely can. The only thing I would say is, for example, when you kiss stamp on a gel plate, it's quite soft, isn't it? Squidgy.
Yes, yeah.
I find that the effect is better on these. So you'll see in a minute. And this is a way of pulling a print. It actually is, yeah.
I love it. There you go.
I'll show you.
Fabulous. I look forward to it. So while Barbara gets herself ready, we're going to have the details on your screen, as you can see, with these. So 057004. Now, I know that lots of viewers have tuned in during this hour, because, of course, we've got 2 hours with Barbara on a Sunday, first Sunday of the month, and you might not have seen these yet. So very quickly, I'm going to tell you about these, and then we'll head over to Barbara. So Clarity, they're famous for their masks. Masks and stencils are one thing that we do see from them, and the masks are brilliant because what the masks do is gives you the opportunity to protect a certain area of your work. Now with these ones you've got positives and negatives, and you've got 10 of them, and you can see these fabulous phrases featuring here with a good size font and a nice open area with regards to these. So these ones are self-adhesive. Again, Barbara's going to show us these during her demonstrations, I am sure. And what you've got is the ability to peel back. First of all, you've got obviously the wording, so you're going to be able to use those, but you've also got the backdrop, which can protect your background as well. So they're an area, they're kind of used in a clever way. Rather than you having to get a stamp and stamp up the word laugh and then cut it out to make your own mask, then this is allowing you to do that and use it in a whole variety of ways. I'm going to get that back into place in just a few moments. Very affordable way of you working with some lovely words, lovely quirky fonts, as you can see. But with these, they are proven to be very, very popular. 2/3 of the stock has gone. We've not even seen these in action. £14.99 being your price with these ones. 267915 if you're wanting to get hold of these. We are going to go back to Barbara though, because of course Barbara's going to show us how to work with all these fabulous things that she's brought to us. What's the plan? What are you going to be working with this time, Barbara?
Right, so I thought, first of all, let's have a look at where we're headed. And I want to show you this pretty card. This is very, very lovely. And you'll see here, a lot of it has to do with the background. If we come in closer to this particular camera now, you'll see, can you see that okay?
Isn't that, yeah, it's beautiful. I love the colour tone.
Right, now what you'll see is the background, instead of using a designer paper, we're going to make our own paper. So if I take it back to one that we've half started there, you'll see it's a kind of a cloudy, it's what we would call where we throw the scraps or mop-ups as we call them in the stamping game. So that's all well and good, but you know, it's the key to the whole thing to get that arty, grungy look is to have that lovely cloudy mop-up in the background. So I thought, well, the first thing we're going to do is show you how to do a cloudy mop-up.
Fabulous.
Because that's the whole thing. So remember, in the first hour I showed you we've got arty, cloudy mop-ups really in the designer papers, but this is a way of doing your own. I'm going to show you two different tricks, two different ways to get that kind of mop-up look. One with, let me show you, with a blending mat and a poly bag.
Lovely.
And one with our, we're going to do some different background with the backdrop, so you can see the difference, and we'll use different ink pads to do that. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. I can't wait to learn. Right, how do we get started?
So if I take, for example, our blending mat, right, let's just take a blending mat, and then I'm going to take the poly bag that we, you know, and split it, you see, so it protects it like that.
Okay, yeah.
Right, and then what I'll do is I'm going to use, it's the same ink pads as we had before. It's those artistry inks.
Lovely.
Okay. And what we'll do is we'll take, let's just take these colours like that. We'll put a little bit of that on there. Look, we're just going to squish them. These are lovely. So we've got Tenacious Teal, Blue Chase, and we'll even throw in a little bit of Lush Lilac. There you go. So we've got those colours there. Then what we'll do though, we've got choices now. If we take a bit of water, H2O, and we'll spritz this, just spritz there you go, just spritz that with water. Then what we'll do is, we'll close the poly bag, right? And what you'll see is, you can lift it and close it, and it starts to blend the colours. This is a fast forward to a mop-up, okay?
I love it.
Now the thing is, if I take this away now, you can see it's quite blistery. So let me take, for example, I'm going to take a piece of stencil card. This is not the other, this is the one that can take the water. So we've got large stencil card here. We're going to take the 8.5 by 11, the large format. You know we've got the smaller. We always use the smaller for the gel press as well, don't we?
You do indeed, yeah. And all of these different cards that Barbara's working with, they are on the brand section as well as the show. And we have got the stencil card on the screen there. This time we're looking at the 7x7s, but of course do check out, because there's loads of different options on the website. But $15.99 if you do want to go for your 7x7 pieces.
Now I want to show you the difference. If I lift this up, and you can see the blotchiness, if I want it to be smoother and not blistery, I'll show you the difference. The trick is to just spray the card with a little bit of water before you put it down. So you'll see what I mean. If I do this and I just add a bit of water to the card,
okay,
then it will be a lot smoother. You'll see what I mean. When I put this down now on here, the water on the card acts as a carrier.
Okay.
Right, so I'll do that. And then when I lift this off, you'll see I get a really beautiful, smooth area. You see, it's cloudy.
Yes.
And the way to get the cloud is by adding the water to the card before you take a print of it. See, if I didn't do that, let me just put that there. If I didn't do that, and I just, see, that's the thing about having the, I can come over again. Here we go. I lift that off. If I go again, let me take a smaller piece. You'll see, I don't have to do a great big piece. Oh, hello. If I do it here, pretend that's a large piece. It's the same stuff. It's stencil card. See how it's blotchier?
That looks amazing.
It's brilliant, but it's a bit loud for a background. If you see what I mean, you want it to be a bit more mottled. You don't want it so blotchy. Now I'll take the same piece of card. Let's take a piece of card, and I'll spray it before I put it in the same thing, right? Just so that by way of comparison, and then I'll do this one, and then we'll compare. Look, see the difference?
That's amazing. Love that.
That's what happens if you spray the card first and if you don't. So you've got lots of choices there. You see?
We love that. So it needs to be a card that will accept the water. I mean, we've got the stamping board on the show. Could you get that similar sort of effect, or is the stamping board best for something else?
No, the stamping board's fantastic for that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's great for that. And so the other thing is, of course, that you have a session, you have an inky session. And to my mind, you see, I did some yesterday as well. See, they're nice and dry now. And if they buckle a little bit, just iron them. Honestly, just between 2 bits of copy paper, iron it, comes out lovely.
Brilliant.
So I had a session of this. And the thing is, you can wipe this down or you can just keep going. But you can leave that. See, because it's clean. It doesn't, I'm not going to get it all over my hands, because I'm not wasting it, because it keeps taking it back on the lid, bringing it back down again, so you get a lot of mileage out of your ink. Now, the other thing is, if we look at the ones I've already done, you'll see, you can see at a glance, without water, with water, with water, without water.
Yeah.
Now, here we go. Now we're moving into the realm of the backdrop stamps. See, different animal.
Now, I see what you mean about that kind of frame that those backdrop stamps bring in.
Yes. So I thought we could have a go with these now and see the difference. You know, it's playtime now. Why would you want to buy these big stamps? I just want to show you the different possibilities. So let's take our large one. Let's take our large rectangular one. Right, and then I want to show you how to use it. You could use these ink pads. The same as we've just used. I'm going to go with the Distress Oxides because I want to kiss the paper. So let's say, for example, I'm going to take, let's use that one, and that one. I've got to use 3 different colours just to give you a different look, a different example. And if I put the yellow here, let's turn it round. Let's put some yellow there. This is fossilised amber. I'm going straight onto the backdrop stamp, and I'm going to use worn lipstick on this side.
Fabulous.
That'll work. Right, so we'll put those 2 first. Now enter the brayer, Speedball brayer. Fantastic piece of kit. So I'm going to start in the middle, Hayley, right? And then I'm going to start spreading this colour out. So I'm going that way with the yellow, and then I'm going this way with the pink. So I start that way, out I go that way.
Yeah.
And then I'm twisting. If you can see, I'm twisting the brayer as I go, just to blend the colours a little bit.
That looks fabulous.
Once I've done that, see, I've got some lovely colour on my brayer as well.
Oh, yeah.
But we want to get this print, we want to work this print out. So now I could also take, this is an espresso, ground espresso. Let's just add a little bit of brown here and there as well, just to add a bit of depth around the outside. And again, now I can spread this out just to tone down that yellowness, like that. I'm just adding a different touch of colour. So I can do a wheelie on that side just to get rid of the colour on there. Right. So it's a background and it's grungy, so you don't need to get too hooked up on this, you know. But we're just getting some different colours going here. Right, this is going to be nice. And put it on a piece of white, light piece so you can see it better. Now, what we can do is, let's take those stamps now, because this is what we're looking at. So let's take that one, that big one, and let's take this one. Take a couple of them. So the first thing I want to do, for example, is we're going to kiss now.
Okay.
Yeah? So I've mounted this stamp on a piece of acetate. So I'm just kissing the stamp, onto the backdrop. Right. So I'm preparing my piece, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
So when I lift that off, I don't know if you can see that, but we've also, obviously, we've got ink on here as well.
Okay.
So I've pulled it off there because I've kissed the stamp, so I can put it onto, I'm not going to waste that, I'm going to use that on my background, for example, or, see, so I've got my piece now.
Nice.
See, so I've got that ready to go. So I can use that really nicely. I can use, let's have a look, I can use, where's that other one? This is excellent, this one. So let me take this one, it's clean, and I'm going to pop this, and I'm going within the frame just to show you. So now we're going to kiss, again, we're kissing the stamp with the stamp. When I lift it off, I've got a really good impression there. So let me see if I could add a little bit of that onto this one. So I'm building a picture with the pieces as I'm using them as well. See, grungy bits. These little waste pieces are brilliant for backgrounds, Hayley.
Yeah, amazing. Now, with regards to the, very quickly, I'm just going to mention, because when we had our little, when I was having a little chat with your customer as well, we had the issues. I was looking at some of the background stamps, but I didn't show them the larger ones that Barbara's working with, that you're working with, Barbara. So I'm just going to show our customers very quickly these. You can see they're $17.99. You're going to get both of these. Obviously, you have got the squares and the circles that I showed you a little bit earlier on, but if you are wanting that large area that Barbara's working with, then these are the set for you to go with. $17.99. I think it's a really clever idea. So if you are wanting to get those results that Barbara is showing you with that demonstration, those are the ones that you need. 560-573 if you wanted those. Thank you, Barbara. Back to you.
You're welcome. So let me take another one. Let me take one of these ones now. This is another one in the same set. And this time, again, we're kiss stamping. What I've done is I've taken a little bit of just a different colour. So I've dirtied up the stamp, sorry, a little bit before I start. And now let's say I'm still going to kiss. I'm pulling that ink off there, and then I'm going to add it. Let me add it to this one. So I'm building little images at the same time, right? But I think I've put a little bit of colour in there as well. Oh, it's got a life of its own, Hayley.
Oh, no.
It's all right. Jam side up, as Leonie would say.
It's a 50-50 chance.
Right, so you can build really nice images around your plate, see, so you've got some colour going on as well. And so it's up to you how much you pull off, how much kissing you do, whether you add colour in. Let me just show you that one more time. If I take the colour, blot it lightly, let me pop a piece in there, right? When I take this, when I add it over the top of this one, you will see it's got some green in it. So it's just a question of loading it up and taking it off. Now, when we've got to get our actual print, what we're going to do now is let's just take one print, and then you'll see what we're doing. And then we can start on the loading up of I think it's important to see how you get these images.
Well, this is it, and this is brilliant because you are building up your own backdrop with this. So it can be this technique used with many other stamps as well.
Exactly. So what I'm doing now is, obviously the backdrop stamp is on a piece of acetate as well. So I can just lay that down, I can burnish it, I can use the brayer to rub the back. And all we're going to do now, I did it dry though, Hayley. I didn't spritz it because obviously the thing about these.
Ooh.
You'll see, fabulous. Look, it's so arty. And when you look up close, you'll see where you've kissed it, where you've got the different colour echoes. This is a really, I mean, for mixed media and for arty people, this is a fantastic way to go for a background.
It's also a fabulous one. I love that kiss technique when you've got, maybe you've got one character stamp and you want to have like them facing together. Say if you've got like, the little rabbits that you bring us, say, or the wee folk, and you're wanting to stamp one and have two of them facing together, then that's, yeah, it's a nice technique, that one. But I love the grunginess of that particular piece.
And then you've still got plenty of ink on here. So let's just go for it. And now we're going to use the backdrop stamp, but we're going to just spritz it with water, second generation now. Let's just have a look what happens if we just spritz a bit of that, right? It doesn't matter if it's too much, you know, it's play. This is the thing. So let's have a look what happens if we now, we're looking for a backdrop again, we're looking for a background, and we can see whether it works. So you treat yourself to a sort of an arty session, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
See what we do this.
Oh, look at that,
nice.
Yeah.
See, so this is where we're looking at that really nice mottled, this is what happens with distress oxides, of course, when you put water. But what's great is, once this is dry, this will be superb for stamping you've got an echo of the art in the background. You see here?
Yes.
You've got an echo of the art in the background, and then you start putting the actual stamps in over the top with the same ink pads, and it looks absolutely fantastic. If you get what I'm driving at.
Certainly do, and it is very effective. And the thing is, it changes every single time, because when you're using the kiss technique with different stamps, different areas, different colours, it will look different every single time, and that's the beauty. And it gives you a lovely backdrop that you can go to, obviously, and then build up your design even more so if you're wanting to.
Exactly. So if we go back to this one that we were looking at, and you can see now, these are I just gave you a couple of examples of how to actually get to this this arty background. You know, this what we such a sort of a loose throwaway comment. Oh, use a scrap. And it's like, well, that's great, unless you don't know how. If you haven't got any scraps to start with,
that's a good point.
That's a challenge, isn't it? So here's a scrap, a mop-up, and now we're going to use the stamps, and what we're going to do now is easily, you see, once you've got that arty background, it's very easy now to start building a background in over the top. And distress oxides are great for this because they're very opaque, so they sit really well over the top. And you can see now, I'm just mirroring this one here. I'm just adding a little bit of that in that corner. Do you see how easily this is done now? For example, there's also an excellent stamp in the set. Let me use the cracked pistachio to show you what I'm talking about with the opacity. You see, you can use the peacock, you can use. So you get that lovely translucent effect. It's great. Let's take, for example, if we want to use the border in the background, again, the cracked pistachio is one of the best colours. Let's just take a piece of copy paper so you see.
That green and purple look so good together.
They so do, don't they? Now, let me just clean up this stamp, right, and we'll just add a little bit of this over the top. Now, whether we completely fill it or we just leave a gap in the middle, but you'll see it just looks so sharp. It's so easy to do. You know, one of the best things as well in the stamp set is this little fella.
Ooh,
Let me show you this. This is, you know, we're talking on the subject of backdrop stamps. Yes. This is like a tiny backdrop stamp. Oh. That is basically what it is. So if, for example, I was to take, let me take the teal, and I'll just show you what I'm getting at. So this is going to be how we can use the makeup sponge just so that we don't over ink it, or if you like, you can go like that and then spread it out with a makeup sponge. So let's have a look. Let's do this. Right. So we dab that over like that.
Lovely.
Spread it out. And then let's take another piece of that stencil card just to show you. Right, and then if I stamp this into place, you'll see it's like a tiny little, do you see?
Yeah, I like it.
And if I spritz it, just like that was a bit too much grey. I just hosed it. You know, there's spritzing and then there's hosing, isn't there? There you go. Yeah, there's spritzing and then there's absolutely hosing it down. Let's start again. Right.
Now, Barbara, we've had an email come in from somebody who's been watching, and your example that you just shared with us with those gorgeous blues and purples and the peacock colours in there, they've honed in on that one, and they want to know what colours you've used to build it up. You know, when you were referencing the inky background, and then you were saying, I'll show you how to make your own inky background. So it's the finished example that you've got there, yes. Can you recall which ink pad you used with those?
Yeah, I can. Let me show you. It worked the second time.
Yay, there you go.
So that's if you do it. Yay! I used. Do you mean these colours?
Those are the ones, yes.
Tenacious Tea, Blue Chase, and Lush Lilac.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Barbara. Did we catch the name of the person who emailed in? Sorry. Angie. Thank you for asking, Angie.
Yeah, thank you for asking, Angie. It's nice to know there are friends watching. You see, and then once you've done this, then of course the whole purpose of that is you can go in then, if you like, especially on these little ones. These are so cool. Let me show you. I actually have got. Here we go. Look. Ooh, I digress. Okay. I did a really grungy one. Look, let me show you. So here's, for example, the little backdrop stamp that we just have used with a little blend of colours. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Right, that's dry, that's wet. This is using those little emojis that are in the stamp set as well.
Oh,
and then this is this is really grungy, arty background. I know I digress, but on the show, we've also got the letterbox kit, real old as gold stuff.
Oh,
remember the old letterboxes that we had? Yeah, the letterboxes, a whole alphabet.
Oh, okay.
A whole alphabet. Yeah, these are brilliant. Look, I know I digress. It's all right. I think we're working out the backgrounds and we're getting creative at the same time.
Yeah.
So here, for example, you've got a whole alphabet, upper and lower case.
Nice.
And you've also got the letterboxes. You see? So what I did was, this was one of them moments of clarity when we figured this one out. If, for example, you say you want to write mum or dad, or this is the perfect customizing job. Like if I just stamp that on there like that.
Perfect.
Right. Then I can add my name or my, I can put Hayley or Leonie and I just stamp into the boxes. Do you see?
Love it.
And that's how you can build it up. And the thing is, because you've got the masks as well, this is the best part, you've got the masks as well. See, so what I did was, you put the masks in like that, and then you can add colour in the background because you've masked it off. So let me just do this, for example.
No problem.
And you can add colour in the background. You can, I'm on it now. Here we go, Hayley. She's on a roll, girl.
Well, I'm intrigued by this. I don't think I've seen these before, and I love the idea of them, especially for $16.99.
Oh, these are fantastic. See, so I can add all these different colours around the background. You see, like that. Or I can take, there you go. Or I can add a bit of, let's see if I've got a bit more left on that one. Yeah, there you go, second generation. I can add a little bit of the black. Let's see if I can add a bit of black around there.
That's an interest, Barbara. The little tiny chess pieces and the little tiny chess emojis, do they fit in those little boxes as well?
Let's have a look. The only one way to find out, Hayley.
It's what they call on-the-job training, isn't it?
They're going to fit like a treat. You watch.
Oh, yes.
Boom. Oh, Hayley, you've got the job, girlfriend.
Oh,
look
yes.
at that. And they look sharp. So you could have like mum and dad. And the thing is, like now, when I take away the mask, look.
Love it. I love that.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah, there you go.
That is brilliant. I love that. And of course, the crown. I mean, these are chess pieces, but of course, they could be a crown because a crown for your dad because he's the king of dads, or it could be a princess for the day or a queen for the day with the other elements that you've got there.
And now I've got the little emoji out. You see, if you like that real arty, there you go.
Oh,
Give Dad a crown. Oh, perfect.
Love it.
So you can see it, and the whole idea with this was I left it open so that I could put the name inside.
And also, that's nice.
Often people are
using it in that scenario, because I struggle sometimes at lining up. So my little boxes, they would naturally not be straight. But this particular set with the letterbox makes it easy.
And you can, the thing is, on the alphabet, you've got 3 boxes, 2 boxes and 1 box. So let's take your name, for example, Hayley. It's Hayley.
It is indeed, yes. Barbara, we're getting ever so busy for these. People are loving what you're doing with this set.
Well, let me show you. If, for example, we want to write Hayley, or let me just take, I just need a pen.
Or anything longer than 3 letters.
It's always a good idea to write it out, right?
Okay.
So let's say I want to position that on a card.
Yeah.
Let's take a card. Let's take a little piece of a topper like that.
Wonderful, yeah.
Now I could do. I want to start in the middle, if you see what I mean, and work my way outwards so that it's centered.
Okay.
So rather than use 3 and then hit and hope, that might not even be big enough. And that might not even be big enough.
You can call me Amy if it's easier.
Sorry, love?
You can call me Amy if it's easier.
No, because I want to show you how you position things in the centre. Say you start in the middle with that one, right? And then, for example, you've got your masks, so you cover up those 2.
Okay.
Like that, right? Then you take Hayley. So I'm going to use now, because you said about it being often a bit woo-wah, you know, like wonky when you're doing it.
Yes.
So the idea with this is, you see, you can cover it up, but that way you know you're bang in the middle because you started in the middle.
Yes.
So rather than starting with the H and hoping that it's going to be centred, that's the way to do it, is to start in the middle.
And I'm guessing if you're starting and you need an odd number, then you start with a square in the middle if it's an odd number that you're needing.
Precisely.
Got you.
But that's a great way to and of course you've got uppercase and lowercase, so then you just spell it out. I mean, I don't need to do this for you, but you can imagine that every letter fits beautifully, and I could do them in multicolours, or I can just print them into the box, you see, and straight away,
that is
here we go.
So easy to personalise.
Just go with the boxes. Yeah. So that's another thing. And one thing that you should bear in mind is that if you want it to stand out like that, the very first thing you do is make the boxes and then mask them out, just like I did there on the scrap. Do you see?
Okay. Yeah.
And then the background, that's the thing with these chess mixed media stamps. They're so fabulous for backgrounds, whether you use them for stamp kissing or whether you use them over the top of letters like this. They just work so lovely, one over the next one. You know?
They certainly do. Looks amazing. Now, Barbara, just to give you a little bit of a time check, we've got about 20 minutes or so left. So do you want me to do a bit of a recap and then come back to you, or do you want to carry on?
I think what I'd like to do is clear the decks, because I think I've pretty much explained how you get this kind of background. And what I'll do is I'll do a step-by-step on my blog during the week, just to show you how you get the build up. But you can see immediately how easy this is, and we've also covered, you know, you can either use these little guys inside so, or use the stamps themselves. If you give me 2 minutes, I've got another really superb demo I'd like to
Fabulous.
show
We'll be
off for
back
those
with you in a few moments. So, as Barbara's shown you there, it's all about getting those components, and then it's the configuration or where you're going to lay those out. And as Barbara said there, just create those elements, play around with it, and that is the key thing. You've got some fabulous products to literally take advantage of playtime with. And of course, the first set that we're looking at here with the chess pieces in there, absolutely brilliant. You've got your different sizes in there. You've got your positives, your negatives. You've also got your filler stamps in there, and those lovely little background stamps. I love those tiles with that little frame there. Such a clever little set of stamps, that one. Now, you can get those by themselves, $19.99, but to be honest, why would you? Because when we've got the set that we've got on the screen, it's almost as if you are getting that set as a bonus. Because price on your screen, £39.97, is as if you're paying for 2 of these sets, but you're getting 3 cents. Now, of course, Barbara was building up the background using some of those amazing background stamps, the layering stamps, and this gives you the ingredients where you can actually build up those layers. Now, certain elements of these stamps have already got layers within them, but you can either stamp them just as they are or add your interest, add your additional layers to these and kind of enhance and develop those designs to your own tastes. But if you want to strip it right the way back and have those ingredients, those raw ingredients, then the third set of stamps is going to allow you to do that. Now, the first one we've got a little construction there. It looks like a little alien sitting on that, doesn't it? I'm not quite sure. I think it is actually a pawn, but it does look like it looks like an alien at Christmas. He's got presents in front of him. But you've got that crisscross design there. And again, you have also got the script there, but it's kind of like a messy script, which I love it. You can pick out the words there, but you have got a really grungy look to it. And then, of course, that net. And I think the net is one that you're going to be using over and over again. So very useful set with those. And, of course, they layer up beautifully. Barbara showed us whether you want clean and crisp with those designs or whether you want to get quite grungy with them, then you can do. And you'll be able to see, as Barbara showed us, build up your background, bring in those layers, maybe subtle layers, maybe stamping with your clear ink and your clear embossing powder, so you can just about see those gorgeous glaze colours coming through, as you can see with there. Obviously, the sentiments, we've got those available for you as well. But because you've got your trio of stamps, it doesn't have to have any elements of chess in there at all if you don't want to. You can be taking all those different elements, using those different techniques to build up some really amazing designs, just as the design team have done with these. I love this one. We're kind of building those elements all together. Really, really clever. But if you do want to have that reference, that nod to chess, then you can do that as well. Barbara showed us in her demonstration how to build up just little elements. She kind of did 6 pieces, but as she explained, it could be have a big piece you want, really. It depends on your card, doesn't it? You can see here Jane's created a very subtle backdrop with this one. Incidentally, you've probably noticed at the bottom of your screen we have got queues building on those phone lines, so if you are shopping and you can't shop on the website, then sorry, we are going to be keeping you in a little bit of a queue, but we'll get to you as soon as we possibly can. But of course, if you do have the ability to shop online, then please do so. And there we go, coming back to those wonderful stamps. And with these, you'll notice that some of these have been kind of elongated into more of a rectangle shape, because that's the beauty of these stamps. You can turn them into larger pieces if you're wanting to. Absolutely amazing. And again, there you go, those little frames, those little background stamps being done to bring those all together again there. And again, building up the layers on this one, as you can see. No elements of chess featuring within these ones. Tall cards, small cards, it doesn't really matter. But of course, you have got the ability with those smaller pieces that if you do want to make a tag to feature on a card, then you can do that as well with regards to these as well. So loads you can do these. I love these as well. It's like the little stamp boards being used there to make your little art boxes as well. Now, of course, something that Barbara has been using, which I haven't got in the studio to share with you, but I've got a lovely picture of. We have got, oh, I thought we were going to show you a picture, but it's sold out. Sorry, wow, we have been very busy for that one, so apologies for that one. 56 stamps you get. Now keep a note of the item number, because at some point we will have these back in stock. Sadly not today. And of course you can visit the brand section if you're wanting to, but we will let you know if anybody doesn't check out their order, and you may get a second opportunity to get hold of those. But certainly keep a note of the item number, because that is a useful set to have. And of course it works alongside this fabulous bundle. So got the details on the screen for this one. Now of course Barbara was working with a variety of additional additional elements. So just while Barbara's finishing getting herself ready, I'm going to share with you some of those background stamps that she was chatting about. And these are brilliant. She was saying, because I asked the question, because you may be like me, you'd be thinking, well, how are these different to a gel plate? Well, Barbara said that with a gel plate, you've got a squidginess with them, which means if you are wanting to use your stamps to create an impression, then sometimes you can find that you don't get a good impression with them. Gel plates are brilliant for things like your stencils, but when you're working with your stamps and you need that kind of resist when you're putting your impression down, then having the backdrop stamps is perfect. Now, these are the large ones that Barbara was working with. So you've got your large rectangle and you've also got a smaller rectangle with these. And they've got that beautiful frame that automatically comes into play when you're working with these, which gives you a lovely backdrop for you to stamp on, hence the name. 560573 if you're wanting those, just £17.99. But of course, in addition to the rectangles, then we had that selection where you've got your circles and your squares. Similar sort of scenario, so if you're wanting that resist, if you wanted to do that kiss technique that Barbara shared with us, or lifting out the colour when you've inked up the background, then this is the perfect way of doing it. So you're going to get your 2 squares, you're also going to get your 2 circles as well, and they're good sized pieces as well. They are available in individuals if you want to go for it. When I say individuals, they're in pairings, so you can get hold of them, but of course you've got a £6 saving if you're going for all 4 of these together. And these are nice if you're a little bit scared by a larger area, then this is something that you could potentially start with and build upon, because if you've got smaller elements like the chest pieces we were looking at, things like your little wee folk as well, I know many of you have got those in your stash, you could actually use those within these, but this is a lovely way for you to use your ink pads and create a nice background with your kind of existing elements that you've got. 057004. I would suggest that if you are going for these, perhaps add in the stamp board as well, because don't forget we've got the circles and the squares with those. So if you do want to get hold of those, you just want to pop the details up on the screen, and of course you can add those in. And those stamp boards have actually come to us with squares and triangles in that same bundle as well, all for £11.99. So a very affordable bundle to go for. You're getting loads of pieces. 15 in each of those different shapes. 5 of each of those 3 sizes, giving you 15. And then, of course, repeat that by 4 times, and you've got 60 pieces in total. £11.99, 971 682 if you're wanting to get hold of those. So, Barbara, how are we doing? Are you ready for us to come to you?
I am, love.
Fabulous, right.
Right, should we have a look at this lovely card?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
please.
This is another little trick that I want to show you. Now, let's take a look here. Okay, can you see this all right?
I can, I love it.
Right, so what I want to do is this time, just like we used the letterbox, you know, and we blocked it out, and then remember I just dropped that background in really quickly.
Yes.
In a similar way, I want to show you how we're going to use these masks. Let me show you. These are the clever little masks, the word masks, and I'm going to show you how to use those to get that drop shadow.
I love it already, and you haven't even shown me how to do it.
Right, well, let's have a look, because it's a lot easier than you think once you've got the masks. Now, these are pretty cool, and they're large words, and we've got them on the counter. You've got wish and smile and magic and light and luck and peace and laugh and joy and love and dream. So I'm going to use wish because you can see I've run out of luck. But see, I just want to show you the layup. If you see the layup, you'll understand. So you've got your word. Here's wish now.
Okay.
Right? And so just bear with me 1 second while I drop this down.
Not a problem.
Just
as Barbara's getting this in place, 80% of the stock of the masks have gone, so you're going to get all 10 of those, including the word wish that Barbara's working with there. So yeah, if you wanted to get hold of them, please be quick. £14.99 being the price. We have had sellouts during the hour, so don't miss out on those, because these potentially could go the same way, and they're only £14.99, so very affordable to get hold of. 267915 if you are wanting those. Barbara, that was a really clever technique where you laid it down sticky side up and then picked it up. I like that.
And then picked it up that way. It's a lot easier, a lot easier. Once you've used them a couple of times, Hayley, they're a lot easier to use anyway, I've got to be honest. Just when they're brand new, sometimes it's a good idea, because to get the drop shadow, let me show you the one that I've already prepared. To get the drop shadow, you see the luck is underneath. And now I've got to take this one right? I don't want to waste too much time fiddling around because it is a bit of a fiddle.
Yeah.
Right? But if I take this one, right, what I'm going to do now, just because I'm going to put it on my dress just to detack it a little bit.
Yeah.
Before I begin, just so that it's not super sticky.
Yes,
see,
that makes
what
sense.
we're going to do, let's see if I can do it. If not, we'll just fast forward.
Okay.
And what we're going to do is we're going to swoosh this across like this.
You're going to swish
We're going to lay it down. I'm going to look, see, and then you're going to make a drop shadow. So you just set it down. You decide how big you want your drop shadow to be. Do you see?
Yeah.
And then when you drop it down, bingo. So I've got my wish already in place as well now.
Brilliant.
See? So I've got where the white is, that's where, if we fast forward, that's where the drop shadow is going to be. Do you see?
Okay, so you're kind of going to use your darker colour first.
Precisely. So let's fast forward. If we take luck now, these are so cool to use. And let's take a makeup sponge, and let's take a dark colour. I just want a dark colour, and I'll, you know, it's up to you what colour you want. I've got a really nice. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to mix it up a little bit.
Okay.
Put my artwork there, and I've got a cobalt and a thistle, right? And so what I'll do is I'll just go in like this, and I'll mix it up a bit.
Oh, okay.
And then as I go round, look, I pound rather than smear, right? So just go into the two, and then if I want it to be a bit bluer, stick to the purple, stick to the cobalt, and you just pound like this through here. There, see, that's bluer. And if I want a bit more of the purpley colour, I can go in over the top.
Wonderful.
Doesn't take long to do this.
Sorry to interject again, Barbara. Limited stock on the screen. You can see that with regards to these masks. But we have got some extended delivery that we are able to bring to you because they have technically sold out now. So 15th of March with regards to those. So if you have missed out on the immediate dispatch, we have got them available now on a slightly extended delay. So same item number, you can still get hold of them. Now, I think, did we get hold of more of the letterbox as well? So very quickly, the letterbox there back as well. Yeah, if you've got the details of those ones, then again, go for those ones. But if not, we can give you the details of those again very quickly again, just as Barbara's adding more colour to her project. So the letterbox are the ones that we saw a few moments ago where she was adding the word dad and she was working with the name Hayley. So again, brilliant value for money, $16.99, 56 stamps and your letterboxes, as you can see there. But we haven't got huge quantities of either of those further extended stock items, so be quick. Sorry, Barbara, back with you, my dear.
No, not at all. So that didn't take long. We've just taken a couple of colours. Now, the thing is, you could use archival inks, you could use distress inks, you could use distress oxides, you could use the artistry inks. It really is of no consequence. You can use, I wanted just a dark, solid ink pad, so I went with a permanent archival. But really, you know, it's what you've got in the cupboard with these masks.
Okay.
Okay? And now what we're going to do now is gently, just gently, because I need to leave that mask down.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a fiddle, right? And what we're going to do is just tease, because obviously one mask is sticking onto the other one, isn't it?
Yes.
So let's just go like that.
Just take your time.
It works. It just takes a little bit of patience. That's all. Right. And you'll see as you lift it away, you may have to go back in and put the other luck down. Reposition it.
Taking your time with it. That's, I mean, there you go.
It's not hard, is it? But what we're going to do is go gently so that we can use this mask. Oh, you.
Don't say it,
round
Barbara.
the garden like a teddy bear. Right, here we go. That'll do.
Fabulous.
And then,
Barbara, do you need to remove the centre of your letter C there?
Yes, I do. Yes, I'm just going to move that as well. So we just take that off. There you go, bingo. So, I've gathered up my bits so that I can use it again later.
Lovely.
So, because these can be used many times if you look after them. Now, once you've got that in place, then it's time to start on the background. So, for example, now I'm going to start adding my background straight over the top.
Brilliant.
You see? So this needs to be, let me just say that this has got to be dry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
How are we doing for time, Hayley?
We've got about 5 minutes or so left, Barbara.
Okay, so if we go to this one then, this is dry, and then what we'll do now is we'll just start adding backgrounds, you know, and we can use different, again, any ink pads, what you've got in the cupboard works. I'm going with archivals just because they're good, bright colours, and now you just start stamping in over the top of your mask, and what you'll see is as you do this, you start building up your backgrounds. And if the colours mix up a little bit, you know, that's fine too. So you just overlay the stamps as well. Don't give that a second thought. The trick is to try and make sure, to make the letters stand out, what you've got to do is get in. Do you see how many layers there are on that?
Yeah. It's almost like a patchwork.
Exactly. So when you start stamping like this, this is just one stamp. Don't think for a second that that's all. You just go for it. Take any stamp you fancy and any colour you like. Let's try a different blue, and you just literally stamp over the top and just keep building up the negative space. I think that's the key here, Hayley.
Yes,
what we're doing is we're building up the space behind the words, because remember, it's where the mask is, that's where the word is, that's what you're going to see.
Yeah, so you need as many stamps as you can really to cover that area. Just to give you a bit of a time check, Barbara,
Precisely.
we've got about 3 minutes left on the hour.
Okay, so you'll see as you start to build up your area here, I've just got one little area in there that I really want to fill, only because I know I need to. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah.
I just know that I need some sort of grunge. I know, when in doubt, get that great big mesh out.
I was just about to say, bring out the big one.
Yeah, get the big guns out. There you go. And then we'll just put this one straight over the top. Let's have a look. That'll do. And you'll see the only thing that I still have to do is add the little chest icons.
Yes, yeah.
I would do that before I take the mask away, but you know what? I'm going to go for the big reveal.
Oh wow, look at that. I love it.
So you can see how it works. And the other thing is, of course, I could lay this back down again, add a little bit more, take it off, have a look, add a bit more, and the more you take it off, the easier it goes back on.
Fabulous, Barbara, thank you. I really enjoyed that, and it just shows how effective those masks are. And for such an affordable price, it's no surprise they sold out and they're back on extended delivery. They're at the bottom of the screen. If you are wanting to get hold of those, please do not leave it too long. Yeah, very, very busy now. We've got something happening tonight, Barbara, I believe. Around 6 o'clock, we're going to be having an appearance from Paul Church.
He is. He's taking on the ODS single-handedly this time.
Ooh.
So I'm really looking forward to relaxing and watching Paul as he launches Linda Williams' phenomenal Time for Tea collection. Really beautiful.
Well, if there's tea involved, I will certainly be there. So looking forward to that.
And coffee.
Barbara, thank you very much. I mean, we always love these 2 hours that we spend with you at the beginning of each month. And just for anybody that's joined us, it's the first Sunday of every month that we have a 2-hour session with you, and you give us so many fabulous ideas. But you were talking about blogging. Where do we find out all that information?
So I've got a blog, barbaragrayblog.com. That's not hard, is it? And I blog every single day, one day at a time. And also in the Shack in Facebook Live, every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we doodle along together, which is a really great way of picking up some good tips and tricks. And on Tuesdays, Paul does the Groovy Tuesday, which is just for parchers. Always at 10 o'clock in the morning, Hayley.
Fabulous. Well, thank you, Barbara. We'll make sure we tune in for some of those. And I know everybody will be joining us at 6 o'clock. So for the time being, goodbye and thank you for your company.
Thank you, love, and thank you for your hard work, Hayley.
Not a problem at all, anytime. So as we see Barbara go then, if you have got anything in your basket, most importantly, if you've got those masks or the letterbox stamps, you need to be checking your baskets out. They're very affordable items, they've been very popular, and they are flying out. Thank you for your company during this. We will see you a little later on. So before we say hello to a brand new one-day special, we have to say goodbye to the existing one. So we've still got a couple of hours to get hold of it, but it's the final out with the current one-day special with John next door. Then Catherine's in with Dremel, and then we've got a 6 o'clock launch.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Good afternoon. That magical video that shows what you can do with a brand new collection from John next door. Well, of course, John Lowood is here in the building. Hello, John.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. It seems it's ages since we did
ages,
this.
Absolutely ages now. But of course, the one day special is brand new stamps and dies. But of course, we have a complete collection. We have got, well, we'll talk everything that we have got here. But John, doing butterflies and flowers, to us crafters, you can never have enough.
I genuinely believe that. I launched my first ever collections of craft products 6 years ago today.
Yeah.
According to the magic of social media telling me with memories. And there were flowers and there were butterflies. And I can see a difference, and I know that I've probably revisited these 2 or 3 times through my sort of designing career, but every time it's something different.
It is.
And what I've done this time is given you different stamps, so background stamps that dies fit over to cut out the detail, with a butterfly and a flower, so you've got 3 products in one almost. But then I've gone on to doing Art Deco butterflies, the Art Deco Dream, the frame, and to me they are different than what I've seen in the market, and they're different certainly to what I've got.
Yeah. And the other thing what I love about them is the fact that, you know, you're saying about this Art Deco influence, and it's there, but if you don't want to make it too Art Deco, it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't, because I think it puts a lot of people off because they think of that sort of, you know, the fashion ladies.
It is.
And I, from college, I should remember the names of the artists who were drawing it, but I can't.
Oh, I used to know that, but yeah.
It's not. It's a beautiful, pretty butterfly, but it's got that difference. And this was the main thing. It's very rare that you would be able to put a butterfly on the main front of a card. People always say, oh, if you've made a mark on a card or got a glue down, oh, stick a butterfly on it. That's not what this is designed for. This was designed to be the main element. And you can see it works perfectly. That's using the waste from my corner dies.
Yeah.
It works with all the collections that I've done before. And, you know, just mixing, matching, I've not even seen that one. But that to me is a real Art Deco piece.
It is, absolutely. It's the colours there. And now, of course, there are different ways of going for the one day, well, everything. So let's have a look at how the different ways you can go for. Because you can have the Deco Butterfly Complete Collection. The details are on the screen. What you are getting is, of course, the, well, actually, let's be very, if you want a complete collection, please make sure to check out your baskets because it's approaching now limited stock. Now, you have got the details on the screen, 782730, and of course you are getting the gorgeous daisy with what John was talking about, the one day special actually, which is stamps and dies. Now I have to say that I love this concept because I love collage stamps, but the fact that you have a matching dies so you can select just certain elements of it makes it completely different to anything
It does. That's what I wanted, was to have this idea where you've got the beautiful collage die. Now, I was asked in between the shows, does the white ink work on black? And it does. I've actually heat set this with clear powder, but if I did it fresh, you would see it in white. So that's a beautiful collage stamp, and it all works and intertwines, but the die fits over and cuts out just the butterflies.
It does, and I
so
love
you've got that double that sort of double whammy in one, and that's what I love. The same with the flower.
It does, and that makes it suddenly very different, because I think the collage are great, but then having the die that kind of highlights it, give it that dimension, makes it a completely different sort of possibility, creative possibility.
It does. You can pop them out, as is done on that sample there, so you can cut them and then over-mount them, so they're sort of flying out of the collage. Or, as you've got in some of the other ones, you can use them just simply on their own. Or here, you can colour them in and put glossy accents over the top. There is so many possibilities you can do with this. And then we've got the same with the flower. I do personally adore it.
I think it's absolutely amazing, this collection, because it is just so usable as well, just for those little elements for the front. But if you wanted to go them individually, you still can do that. Of course, the saving of £5 is when you go for both of them as the one-day special. 340919. Now, that £5 saving carries forward to the complete collection, because, of course, the one-day special brand new release is included in that Deco Butterfly complete collection. Let's move on to the next dies that we have in the complete collection, which is the butterfly collection in itself, which has, I mean, I have to say that board, its frame is absolutely stunning, and I love the way that you can use it in combination with the boxes.
You can, yeah. So it will work with your boxes because it doesn't have an outside cutting line. So it only cuts in. So you can use it with the boxes, you can use it with my rectangular scene box. You can use it as a frame. There you can see you've got a beautiful border all the way around it. You can play with colour, and of course included in that you've got the large butterfly die plain. That means you can put the different colour behind that. So I could there just drop the white behind it. Or I love that one, where we've actually just put colours behind and then put the piece from the middle inset back into it.
It's just so pretty. Now, of course, this bundle, you can get it on its own. 3 die sets, £39.97 with a £5 saving. However, they are included in the complete collection, and that £5 saving is carried forward as well. 616889. Flexi-buy option as well in that one. However, most of you are going for the complete collection. If you want it, please, approaching very fast, limited stock. So if you want it, please do check out your baskets. Not only you are getting those die sets, the beautiful stamps and dies, but you also are getting the gorgeous 12x12 papers here, the non-shed glitter card or card pack. Look at that, it's ombre. Oh, look at that. That variation of color. Now, this is non-shed. Actually, it doesn't contain glitter. It's die cuttable. You can stamp on it. You can stencil through it. You can do so much. But look at the colors. I absolutely... Oh, John passed me this. This is what I did last night, because I kind of really fell in love with them. And then I just use a stays on, or you can do the stays in place, inks, and then stay. Look at that. The glitter still shines through that, that you can see there. Look at that. How gorgeous it is. Now, included in the complete collection, you have the 12x12 paper pad, which contains 4 of 6 designs. So you are getting actually, 24 sheets?
In 24 sheets. There are 6 designs, 4 sheets of each. So you've not got to worry about it. And again, a 12x12 is fantastic because we can take each one down to almost a 6x6 piece. So each sheet could give you 4 6x6 cards. So you've got 96 potential ombre background cards from one pad. That's what I love.
Absolutely. And then you have the A4, which is a 250 GSM card. So the 12x12 is 190, and then...
The pad is 190, the card is 250, but both of them will cut with your electronic die cutting machines.
Ooh.
So if you've got a Cricut, if you've got a Silhouette, if you've got a Scan and Cut, these will work in there. We've actually tested them. Sam tested them because he loves his Cricut.
Yes, he does.
I mean, that was, you know, since then we now have a Cricut room in the house. I no longer have an office.
Right.
Sam has a Cricut room, but he cut really intricate words out from it, from the 190, and they still stood. And he got all that sweep, and it just, feeling like cake toppers, looked so stunning in the ombre going down.
Absolutely gorgeous. Imagine the, the cupcakes, pepper in a penny.
It needs pepper in a penny doing. I need to do that as a file for her, don't I, really?
By the way, pepper in a penny is a friend of ours, so that makes them wonderful, cupcakes and brownies, and you can find them online. Anyway, the one day special or the complete collection, whichever option you go for, it's a fabulous value. However, the biggest value, the saving is, of course, if you go for the complete collection. Here you have those £5 from the one-day special saving. They are saving for the £5 as well in the Deco butterfly. Those two, that £10 carries forward, and additionally you have a £12 saving, so £22 saving if you're not a Freedom member. However, if you are, you have got an additional saving, so in total actually you're saving £31.59, and that is the delivered cost, so because you are not paying PMP. You can flexify it and 3 payments of £28.78, and that will kind of course will be what you would pay today, then the same amount next month, and so on. Of course, the last payment being in May. Now, we are very, very busy. We are just gone limited. That means that if you want yours, please do check out your baskets. That means that 90% or more of the stock has gone. The complete collection 782730 is your item number. Now, we need to also mention that it will be dispatched from the 26th of March. Yeah, and that's because, of course, the situation in the current world. Right, if you want yours, though, secure it by checking out those baskets. I love how tiny, the tiniest butterflies is super tiny, and then the largest one is a decent size.
Yeah, I wanted that, and they're all scaled, so they're not just been shrunk, they've been scaled down. But again, you're paying for that metal for those tiny ones, so I included them in. We could have just let it go sort of down the sink, but I wanted to put them in, so I fit them. They actually fit in the middle of the plain ones, so that you're getting the value out of that. Because that looks amazing when it's lying down in a line like that. I've only just seen that.
It's just because I saw there and I thought, well, that's a really good, you know.
I wouldn't normally have a spray. You wouldn't normally have different sized butterflies that many.
Absolutely.
Of all the same shape, so you can do an entire spray of butterflies out.
A kaleidoscope of butterflies.
A kaleidoscope of butterflies.
That's a proper pronunciation there. Right, and of course, that is a complete collection. Remember, limited stock. If you want yours, check out those baskets, and that way you will get it. Also, we have, of course, the blending brushes, which we are gonna have a look now. Now, of course, you have them here. Now, there's 2 different options to go for them. So, as you can see here, you have 2 of the larger ones and 2 of the smaller ones, and it comes in with the roll around and carry around blending brush kind of holder. You love your holder, don't you?
I love my blending brush holder. I've got to be honest, and I've said this so many times, the one that you have on the set is mine from home.
Okay.
These came back into stock on Friday.
Right.
The one I've got here, you can see, I'll show you on the overhead, you see even better. Look, this is how mucky it is.
Okay.
Yeah? This is not clean, but these brushes have been in here now for 7 months.
And look at them.
And it protects them. You look at that big one, we know if I put something on that in my case and leave that for a while, it's going to leave an impression. But the roll is just brilliant because that bit folds over and it just rolls up. And every one is protected.
That's a very good point, because
clips closed.
I have some, and I have to have a separate set to have here in the studio and one from home, because whenever I was bringing them over, they were getting damaged.
They were getting damaged, yeah. And the brushes were designed so that they weren't, but the roll is the best thing ever. We weren't reordering this. Okay. When we put this roll onto the last show, we were clearing out the last, because it was originally designed for alcohol pens. Which wasn't designed for this.
Yeah.
This was designed to hold alcohol pens, to be a pen roll or a brush roll.
Which you can use if you want to.
Which you could use it for. But I thought, well, wouldn't that be brilliant? I think it was Jane who actually said to me at Crafts too, wouldn't that roll work for those? And I was like, tried it and went, oh, yes, it will.
Fabulous idea.
But we had such demand for this. The first time we put it on air, we sold it out in about 10 minutes. That we actually reordered it in specially to go with the brushes.
Well, perfect. I think it's a perfect match. Right, if you want your set of, you can see 2 larger ones and 2 of the smaller ones, brushes, and of course the holder. We are approaching limited stock. That means that if you want yours, please do check out your baskets. You are saving £5, paying £27.95. 701544 is your item number. Now we have another option if you wanted to go for the ink brushes, which is they go for one of the larger ones, one of the medium to a small size, but also with the gorgeous Craft Artist pearlized color palettes. They are beautiful pearlescent water-based inks.
They are stunning pearlescent water-based pigment inks. So you can blend. And one of the questions I had in between shows was, what are they like on black?
Yeah.
Now, I've used an awful lot of black card through the shows, so I have completely run out of plain black card.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is not like me, because
You
you know
should
I've
have
got
asked.
3 boxes down here full of card. I have my cases that carry everything in, one for glitter, one for mirror, and one for basic card. So I have all of these and no more black. So what I'm actually using now, this is a piece of the black gloss card from the Craft Artist range. So normally you wouldn't do this, and if you wanted this to be permanent, you would use something like a stays on or stays in place. But I just want to show, this is the ink, but the pearlescent works amazingly even on the gloss black.
Okay.
So I stamp this, you can still read the text. That's how good the ink is.
Which is
So
usually,
this is onto gloss.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we look there.
Usually
There
it's...
you go.
Wow. Because usually it smudges it a little bit, doesn't it? Oh,
No smudge. Those words are readable.
yeah.
Now, I would need to put a true clear powder over the top
Yeah.
to set that, because it's gloss. But if you imagine doing that on a normal matte black card, give that, you know, 2 or 3 minutes to properly dry
Yeah,
out because
yeah.
it's pigment, it would be absolutely beautiful. And again, you could put the dye over and cut them out. If you use a high shine card, that's what you get. High shine powder. But can you see there? I turn it up the right way. You can still see that text.
Look at that.
So that is only held, that embossing powder is only held in
Yeah.
place on this black gloss card with these Craft Artist pigment inks.
Well, that explains. That makes one more reason to go for this bundle. If you wanted, like I know that the holder can have up to 15, isn't it?
The holder can hold up to 15. It's more spaces,
Yeah.
but don't go for more than 15
Okay.
in one roll, because then they start to touch each other and you don't want that.
So, if you wanted to have the full roll and you wanted the inks, what I'm thinking is go for the set of 10, then go for this other set. You will have 15 brushes and the ink pad and the holder. That's how I'm thinking as a crafter. Anyway, £5 saving if you want to go just for the brushes, and the 1 set of each size, and of course the ink pad there. 701-544 is your item number. £5 saving, £27.95. That is the price. And of course, head to the website to see everything else that we have, including of course John's beautiful mirror and satin cards that he was referenced. There's different color bundles, including that beautiful vintage and rose, or the silver monochrome silver and black, which is exactly what John was using, I believe. Now, of course, we have also, if you are a purple girl or boy or anything in between, you can have the amethyst. That is a fabulous deep purple. Me personally, of course.
Chocolate box.
Oh, it is.
We're not allowed to say the
Which
colour that
one?
it actually is, but it is a chocolate box. It's why we've put that one together in 2, because I know people absolutely adore
that part.
that colour. I think Sam's brother's wedding, she would like everything, I believe. Originally, she was going to have everything in that purple colour. So.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. Right, now, of course, we want to see your demonstrations, but I think we have got an update on the brushes. Do you know brush? Well, you're going to get more than this. I just have got this one in here. Look at that. Look how so stuff there. Now, we have just gone limited for the set of the 10 brushes and, of course, the case. Now, if you wanted £27.95 is your price. This is what the bundle, not just the one, but 2 of every single size. Now 701-544 is your item number, and then of course you can check out your baskets if you wanted.
Right, so what I thought I would do is do something with the frame, but I wanted to show you. I'm going to put this onto, because I got the black out. I used a piece of black gloss, but this time I'm using a piece of the black satin. And I've cut this to 7.5 by 5.5 because it has no outside lines. So it means I can make that deep frame as deep as I want to. So now normally what I prepped is, I prepped something to show you while I was running it through, but I forgot I can now use my Kaleido. So
of course.
I don't have to show something while I'm actually waiting for the electric machine. So I'm going back and forth. This will fit through any machine though.
So any A5 die cutting machine?
A5 or above.
Yeah, above, yeah.
Okay, so we get this out, but so you can see there.
Yeah.
I love this. This is the quality of the die in combination, but this card is obviously the satin coated card, but all of these bits pop out.
Okay.
Okay, so just get every little bit out. So that gives me the basic starting frame.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so that's my basic starting frame. Really simple. Just get the little extra bits out really quick. I should have used the brush, shouldn't I? That's what the brush element's for. So there I've got my frame. Yeah.
You know, it looks like these modernist houses. Like I'm thinking also Barcelona, Gaudi. You know, this kind of turn of the century, beautiful glass windows.
With the sort of stained glass window. And you can do that because this is what I did using the satin card in the red and the blue.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is using paper piecing. Now, normally, I am not a paper piecer. But this one is actually really, really simple. So what I need to do is I need to grab a piece of a double-sided adhesive.
Okay.
Because I'll change it to show you how to do this because you said that one.
Yeah.
So can you cover something a minute while I just dip down the stairs?
Yeah, of course. While you go downstairs, now we are going to show you this sample because it's absolutely glorious. Look at that. That is, of course, being using with the butterfly, the larger butterfly that you have in the complete collection. Now, remember the butterfly collection includes the glorious new glitter papers ombre in here, which are die cuttable. Look at them, how gorgeous the changing comes in through it. Now, of course, the butterfly feature in the center here is also from the complete collection. It works with anything that you have from John as well, which means this is when it was the Oundle collection, a die set. And that's the beauty of investing in John's, because you know it works with what's gone before and what's coming next. Grab yours if you want your complete collection. You have an amazing saving, especially if you are a Freedom member. If your budget this month is smaller, or you are thinking, well, I just like the stamps and the dies, you can go for them. But of course, the biggest saving is when you go for the complete collection, which is, of course, limited stock. Right.
So what I've got here is, I've got a piece of my double-sided adhesive, which is usually on the website.
Okay, yeah.
You've usually got that. I'm just going to trim this roughly down to about 5 1/4 by 7 1/4.
Right.
Okay, so just check it against. Make sure it's a little bit smaller. Okay, need to lop a little bit more off that. So all done by eye, which is
Craft
unusual.
so similarly. I think because it's exactly the
do
way
the
that I
same
would
thing.
do it. Exactly the way they did.
Now, what I want to do is, I'm not going to leave a gap as I have done here. Okay, I'm going to do something else. So what I want to do to start with then is just take off the other side of the adhesive.
Yeah.
Really simple. So I just dig it in. I don't know. There we go. So this is very, very ultra sticky.
Oh yeah.
Mum, we have it made for us by the people who make Sandy art, if you remember.
Oh yes, of course I do.
Yeah. So Sandy actually makes this for us.
And of course, to hold sand, it had to be extra
To hold sand,
sticky.
it had to be extra sticky, and I'm terrible because I want the best, but I want it really cheap as well. Because this is one of the least expensive as well. Because it's me. I think we had to order an awful lot of it. I think she drove a very good deal, to be fair. So that's now, I've got that, that's now sticky. So I need some pieces to go in with it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go back to the die, and take the black out, and decide what colours I want to do. Well, I thought, wouldn't it look nice if I used the ombre glitter card? So, although this is a little bit wasteful, I want that movement. Yeah?
Yeah.
I want that movement up, so I'm going to go there. Now, what I would do at home is I would put a die around that so that I don't waste the rest of this card, so I can use it for mats and layers. And this is almost as painful to me as it is to everybody at home, to be fair.
Yeah.
But needs must when we're demoing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing. Sometimes, even if I'm in my studio, sometimes I'm like, I just cannot be bothered to get up and fetch the other die, the right die. So
No,
just
I can't. It's one of the reasons why I like. Normally, what I would do is I would pop one of my 7-inch layering dies or the 6-inch layering die on it. But I've actually packed those already in the car for try and get a quick getaway because I have been here a while.
You have.
To be fair.
Yeah, I think 3 days, but very busy days.
So here we go.
Soon will be a, how is it called? Andean? No, Undler or honorary from Oundle, so Undler.
An honorary Oundillion.
Huh?
Oundillion.
Oundillion, I like that. That sounds very exotic.
I don't know, I like words.
Yeah.
So I've cut this, I'm leaving it on my plate at the moment, okay? So I want to pick the little bits individually.
Yeah.
Now, what I also think is, life is too short
Yes.
for putting those little
Yes.
bits in. So I'm
It
going to
is.
show you a little trick of how we can do that.
Oh, yes, right.
Okay, so we will do that. We will do that at the end.
Okay.
So I'm going to take this out,
Leaving the
and I'm
best for
just
last.
going to make sure. This is why it's perfect using this ombre card, because nearly every piece has stayed in place.
Yeah.
Because it's got that little bit of coating
That holds
to
it
stop
together.
it shed.
yeah.
It holds it in place. So now all I have to do is to piece in. But, okay, so that's there. Yep, so that's the piece for there.
Of course.
But no, it's not. I'm going to use it there. Because it's symmetrical, okay?
Yes.
So this piece will go here.
So that will create that kind of inverse
We're going to,
ombre
we're
effect.
playing with it, okay? So I go to the next row, and that one obviously should be there,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be. It's going to be there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the next square will go in there, okay? That piece, again,
Yeah.
is going to go in there. So I'm just going to play with it. So this little piece here, I'm going to pop that in there. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is not difficult paper piecing.
And it's like making a puzzle. Like for me, paper piecing is if you want to have like a something that you kind of figure out where the pieces go, but then you have got the creative freedom to mix them up. This
So
is perfect.
then I'm going to do the side. So I'm going to do that piece there. Yeah. So these will. So I'm going to take the next piece. So I bring it into shot so you can actually see
Yeah.
it. Sorry. So that piece there, yeah, should go there, but it's not. It's going to go there.
See, another thing that I love, symmetrical things that don't look quite
That-
symmetrical. but
it's asymmetry almost. It's sort of doing it differently. So those pieces. So, okay, I'm going to do the other side. So the other side, I'm going to put that piece there, and this is where it starts to get to play with you a little bit, because look, that colour's twisting over. This piece here, yeah, then goes into there. Okay.
I love that.
So we're playing with colour. We're at the top now.
And actually, I would say one thing as well, that the cameras don't do it justice. I think in real life you can perceive the
No, you're
ombre
not getting
more.
the
Yeah.
colour mix or difference that we're getting
Absolutely.
here. So again, that piece is there, that one's full, so that must mean that this piece
There, you can see there better.
goes here. Okay, yeah. So that piece must fit into there. So I'm going down this next piece here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's full, so it must go there. Because it's totally symmetrical. Nearly killed me getting it like that, to be fair. So again, this first piece, well, it won't fit there, will it? So it must go there. Okay. This piece then, the next piece will fit there. And then this next piece here must go into there.
That one. Love that.
Okay. So suddenly, well, you've used 6 or 7 different pieces of card.
Yeah.
Well, of course I haven't, so I'm just going to pop the middle out.
Nice. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that.
So you could do it with, you could do 2 colours, which is what I did with this one.
Yeah.
Cut it in red, cut it in blue,
And
and
then
alternately take from each one. What I'd suggest you do, though, is have 2 frames cut ready to go.
So that you can do it
So you can do 2 at the
yeah.
same time rather than having the waste pieces. Right, okay, so now I come to the butterfly.
Right.
Yeah, but these pieces have stayed in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can choose which way round I want it.
Of course, which one
Okay,
will stand
I'm
up
then
more?
going to lay that over the top. I'm going to take my pokey tool and I'm going to poke each
Poke through.
piece from the butterfly. Now, you could be really clever and it would be very boring, because what I could do is I could put one wing in from each colour and then rotate the frame.
Yeah.
So if you can see there, so you need to make sure you're popping it out. So it takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit, it's time consuming.
Yeah. You don't have
and I
to
could
do
rotate it round.
Like
That's what I would do to do that. It's going to take, it's going to take too long
Absolutely.
on the
you
show
don't have
to do that.
on Live on TV.
So,
I think we grab what you mean.
oh, what it's done. Oh, I'd got some other card left in there.
Ah, because
So it
of
started to do it white, but we can still.
We can see whatever you're doing.
You can see where I was going
Yep.
with that. But of course, if that happens, we don't have to worry. We just take another piece of this,
Yeah.
pop it over the frame where that is, and I'm going to die cut that.
So you could put it over the top, and then that will be completely
Well-
different. I love how you're thinking. That's exactly what is so great to see you demonstrate, because you can say, well, this has gone this way. I can fix it, or I can make it into different look because you have got the dies, so you can die cut them as many times as you want. You can create a solid as well. That is what the complete collection gives you, all those possibilities. Now, if you wanted to go for individuals, of course you can. However, the best value is when you go for the complete collection. If you are a Freedom member, you're actually saving £31.59 because of those extra £5 that are carried forward in savings. And also, of course, you can flexify in 3 interest-free payments. Remember, it's limited stock, and this is a final live hour in which you can see John in action with the amazing butterfly collection, and it's going really quickly.
So all I'm doing is just taking these bits out, because I choose not to use simple card, do I? I chose to use, you know, the special finish cards and things. But I think sometimes, you know, when you've bought a die like this, it deserves it.
Yes,
if that makes sense, it deserves to do the best. I know we have FORRO as crafters, which is my favourite phrase.
That. Yeah.
We have fear of running out, so we don't use things because we're afraid of running out of them.
I love that expression.
But what we can always, you know, so I am terrible and I do buy 2 of things and pads and things like that, but we have got to do that live for today a little bit as well and go, don't save that paper for best. You've got a really nice die.
Yep.
Use it now.
Absolutely.
So I have some scraps left, obviously, of this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop a butterfly
Yeah.
over
I like that.
that scrap. Now, what happens is you need 2. Yeah? And you only get 1 butterfly in, but because it's a plain butterfly, it will cut through. Honestly, where have I put my plates? Now, there. Terrible. It will actually cut through 2 layers.
Okay.
So I didn't include a second butterfly because this one will cut 2 layers. And in all the die cutting machines, it's not because the Kaleido's, you know, it is a fantastic machine, but it's not down to that. I'm going to go forward and back. So why give you 2 when you have to pay for 2 when 1 will cut 2?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got that in the waist. So 2 different ones. There we go.
that.
Show you that. Lovely.
And you can see the variation in colour there.
It's not as strong on the TV, is it, at all?
No.
So what
it's
I would do is
vibrant in real life.
place that over
And there it is.
and place that. So I will glue that over this one where I've got the mistake.
And which glue are you using now? Is this your...
This is the Craft Artist glue in my
In your
fine
bottle,
tip
yeah.
applicator bottle.
Which makes saves you so much glue, doesn't it? Because you just put the right amount.
I use so much less.
I
I
know.
water it down slightly to go in here so that it flows properly, but I'm using so much less glue. I normally, every couple of months, I'll order 6 bottles.
Wow.
FORRO.
FORRO. Fear of missing
So I'll
out.
order 6 bottles of it. I've now got to the point now where I've got about 9 spare.
Because you are not using
Because
that
I'm just
much.
not using the quantity, but there we go, you can see I've replaced it. So if I hold this up, you might see the colour a bit better.
Yeah. Look at that. Oh, I love...
But I've got that colour mix, and it's hidden where I've messed it up. Yes, I didn't use a piece of black card big enough, but again, I can correct that.
You're showing how to do it, not necessarily like I always think that everything that I make in my life when I was like, this is an inspiration, not necessarily the project. But this showcases how good that ombre cards and ombre paper is. Now remember, you are getting the paper and card, the ombre effect in the complete collection. You are getting
but the A4 and the 12 by 12, you are getting also a collection of beautiful dies. I love the die itself that, of course, John was using in here. That you can see. I love this. This is one of my favorite examples because in its simplicity showcases the René Mackintosh's. It's not a René Mackintosh rose, but it is within kind of that same era that kind of inspired. But look at the larger butterfly, also included in the butterfly collection. I love how you explain it, John. You wanted the focal point being the butterfly. You wanted that centerpiece. That
I did, and I made sure as well that if you open that card up, you'll see that that's one of my stencil sayings.
Oh,
guys,
yes, of course.
which I think we've got on the show. I think we've got a small amount of them left that we put on, but they fit inside it.
Yeah.
So it ties in with what you've possibly already bought back in the September birthday.
Oh, that's now you can see here as well. I love this because it shows even the solid one is stunning. It kind of says, and if you are a fan of, you know, doing some doodling, use them as stencils as well. There's so many possibilities, so many different looks achievable with the gorgeous butterfly, and this is just an idea of what you can do. We have got so many samples because, of course, when the design team gets inspired, the number of samples, there are so many. But remember that the 12 by 12 papers, the glitter papers, are included in the bundle. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? With one sheet of, I would imagine, of
one sheet of the 12 by 12 paper with scrap, with pieces left over,
Right.
because the piece that's on the inside is the waste from the piece that's on the frame. The piece that's on the very back
Yep.
is where the frame was cut out from. So that's all done with one piece 7 by 5 and then the flowers from another bit.
That's
so
amazing.
I've not even used a full 12 by 12 sheet on that card because I'm cheap.
Yeah.
I'm careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you are thrifty. Now, of course, it's 12 by 12. Also, you were saying that it's printed, the cover is also the same quality, so we can use these bits as well.
You can use the cover as well. You can use that stripes across there. Yeah, you have to cut off the craft artist labelly bit and the barcode, but everything, even the barcode, is actually printed on non-shed glitter card. Everything is done the same, so that you're going to no waste.
Absolutely.
And of course, the back cover you use for your journal books.
Absolutely, you do. But look at those beautiful 12 by 12. This is the 12 by 12. It's 190 GSM, so it's in the cusp of being. Oh, this is not going to go very well if I do it like this. So if I like this, maybe like this, so you can see the ombre. Oh, look at those beautiful coral and then the purples and the aquas. It's like, oh, it's just. And the sparkle is a sophisticated sparkle. It's not that shiny, loud glitter, which it has a place for, you don't take me wrong. But of course, it's even nicer to have it that sophisticated color as well. Now, you can stamp on it, you can stencil through it, you can do things like this. I mean, this is very quickly, but this is just to show you that the glitter, even though it's kind of that non-shade glitter, still will shine through a layer of ink through it. Now, this is just one component of the complete collection from the Deco butterflies. Is one of them. You are also getting the A4 cardstock. That is 200 and is it 250? No, 50 GSM the paper.
190 for the pad and 250 for the card.
And all of them are die cuttable, aren't they, John?
They're all die cuttable, and they're all die cuttable or usable in your electric cutting machines like your Cricut. Okay. They have been tested. We test all of our card now to make sure they work in the electronic for people.
And now, of course, that's very important, because if you have got an electronic die cutting machine, you want a non-shed glitter, because if it sheds, it kind of sticks to the blade and it creates issues.
I bought some card for. I got Sam had for Christmas a Cricut.
Yeah.
He had a maker. So as I say, we now have a Cricut office, not my office anymore. And I bought him a 12 by 12 pack of glitter card designed specifically for them. Yeah. Not by that brand, but by a different company. And when I got it home, when he opened it, it started to shed, and it said it was non-shed, and it said it was for like cake toppers, and it was shedding. And it started to drag his blade a little bit, which is one of the reasons I said straight away, right, test this new one of ours. And I didn't get the pad back.
Oh, of course not. Right, if you want your complete collection, you have got the details on the screen. Remember, limited stock. It means that, of course, 90% has already gone. Now, £95 and 93 pence, that's your price. However, if you're a Freedom member, you get even a bigger saving, a why not deal, in fact, which means that if you are not a Freedom member, become one, because you will save more money by doing that than if you were going to purchase at a regular standard price. In actual fact, the saving if you are a Freedom member is £31 and 59 pence should you had to buy the individual items at their price. Now, so if you want to, please do check out your baskets. Remember, limited stock for that, and remember you have got a flexi buy option as well to spread the cost in interest-free payments. 782730 is your item number. Right, we have also the brushes, the Craft Artist ink brushes. Now, we have two different options to go for, both very, very basic. Now, the first option, which is one of the most popular, is that you to have the all 10, so you are getting 5 different sizes, 2 of each, and you are also getting the fabulous roll out brush holder, and you can see it's black, but of course it has those kind of holders, elastic holders, so you can put the brushes and keep them well. Now, of course, that will mean that you can put up to 15 brushes in here, roll them up, protect them, have them in the drawer if you need to, but all the bristles will be safe. Now, these I adore blending brushes. They give you such a gorgeous blending. If you want yours, well, you're saving £5. £27 and 95 pence is your price. Limited stock, though. So if you want yours, you know what to do. 701544 is your item number. Now we have another option, which is to go for just one set of each. So you are getting 5 brushes, but also includes the Craft Artist in here inks. Now these beautiful pearlized water-based pigment inks, you can take them out of the holder, and of course you can do direct to paper techniques. You can ink the stamp with just one color, but also it means that you are getting all 8 beautiful colors with that pearlescent luster included here. £23 and 97 pence is the price. We are approaching limited on this bundle as well. You are saving £3 959 298 is your item number. Right, and I think, John, are you ready?
I am, yes. So I started I thought, I don't want to spoil this. Okay. So I basically took off that black butterfly that I wasn't keen on, and I just stuck over the top. You can see there the glue mark.
Yes.
But I just stuck over the 2 butterflies, but I thought, well, I did want to finish this. Okay. So what I did was, while you were talking, I cut from the smaller butterfly set, I cut a back and a top in the black gloss to go on.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I've got still that, but of course I need something for the middle. So I've taken the piece that I had that came out from the middle, and I'm going to use now, these are my stencil sentiments, and everybody's asked, are there more coming? And yes, there are. So we've got them coming, but when they do, this base set probably isn't coming back with it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it
so
does.
There are anniversaries and relatives and everything coming, because people have loved these. So I'm going to go with, because it's the next event really, isn't it? And this way my mum actually might get a handmade Mother's Day card for the first time in about 6 years.
Oh, I'm very...
You know, this, Paola's exactly the same. It's like a busman's holiday. When your dad gives you a painting, it's like a dream come true, isn't it? You'd think you'd have a house full of your dad's artwork.
Well, I'm
you
growing
probably
my
do,
collection. Yeah, I'm
so,
trying.
you know, they don't paint just for you. It's so you spend your life doing it, so you're really careful. So all I've done is gone through with this and gone with Happy Mother's Day. So I built it myself.
Okay.
Happy and Mother's and Day are separate. Perfect. So just again give it the flick, and I do feel very, very bad because this floor is atrocious.
Oh well, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
A tidy crafter is I would say, what you would say, a tidy crafter is...
A tidy crafter is a craft hoarder, probably.
Oh, yeah, that would be...
Which I am as well, to be fair. I have always said I have 2 hobbies.
Yeah.
One of them is crafting, and one of them is the buying and hoarding of craft supplies.
Yeah, me too.
And that is one of my biggest hobbies. It's the whole process of, now these days, it used to be going out and coming back with lots of shopping bags. Now it's almost having a box a day delivered, and then opening that box and laying it all out to look at it, and thinking, oh, how pretty it is, and you know, all of that sort of thing. And then the enjoyment the next day of putting it all away. You know, using it might be 6 months down the line, but
or
I've
in my
got
case,
it.
sometimes 16 years down the line, because it can happen that.
So now I'm going to drop this in, but I can choose. Oh, that follows that line, and that one doesn't it? So if you look at it that way, look how that matches there.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't want that.
You know.
So because it's symmetrical,
love that.
I can rotate it the other way and drop that in. Oops. Oh, and I thought I'd got every bit out, and I hadn't.
Well, it's live TV, John. If it's going to happen, it's
going
going to
happen.
on
Oh,
live
of course
TV.
it is. Yeah, half the things that I get wrong on TV, I never get wrong at home.
Absolutely.
He says, smiling and nudging himself and winking, because he knows I make just the same many mistakes
No,
at home.
but don't you? It happens to me all the time.
It happens more on telly.
The glue doesn't stick in live on TV. You know, you have tested exactly the same things. I go on air, and then everything goes wrong. You know,
You've tested it. You know what that ink does. You know what that glue does.
Absolutely.
You know, I know that the best glue for gluing onto the known shed glitter card is the glue glaze, because it's a solvent-based, easy-use glue. But then whenever I seem to do it on TV, it never glues as quickly as it does at home.
I know. It's just weird. I mean, I think maybe the temperature and also the humidity sometimes has something
It's
to do
more
with
humid and it's colder in here.
Yeah, it's definitely colder.
But there you go, just put that on, but there we go. So, there you go, Mum. So, if you don't get it, this is your Mother's Day card. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah. And of course, the show will be on Rewind on the website, I think, for 60 days, including Mother's Day. So your mom can watch. My mom watches you from Spain.
My mum watches occasionally. I have to say hello to Auntie Mary, because my Auntie Mary, apparently, according to my mum, does watch lots and lots of the shows. She really enjoys watching it.
And I think, do they miss you, and therefore they will put you on?
I don't know, actually. Probably, I think it used to be a little bit more. I mean, at the moment, they may do now. But my mum now, we live about 5 minutes from each other.
And you're
although, so before, when I didn't live so close, probably, but now we do live quite close. Although, I still haven't actually physically seen her since her birthday, so... It's all right, it was Valentine's Day. But,
all right.
But don't forget, you've still got this frame.
Yeah.
You've still got an ombre glitter card butterfly frame to use on a piece of black or on something else. But look how that shines on that gloss black. It almost needs that to make it sheen. But again, we can do so much then with that.
Absolutely. It's just it's beautiful to see your craft with the gorgeous collection, because to me that card was made with the ombre card and the beautiful die, the frame. That both of those elements are included in the complete collection. You are getting the card, the ombre glitter card, and the paper glitter card as well. And you are getting, of course, 3 die sets and 2 die and stamp sets. What it gives you is that versatility. I love the way that John explains the fact that butterflies, we have them in our set, but however, having the focal point, the one that is incorporated into the frame, makes it a complete different collection. And I keep showing this, and I need to show you another one, because also this one, this one, that is my absolute favorite. Look at that.
I love that. I think Rocky Roshan did that one. It is absolutely beautiful. It looks like an old butterfly cabinet. It's just beautiful.
I'm transported to La Costa Brava in Catalonia, Gaudi and those amazing modernist.
It does have that look, doesn't it? Or have you been to the Fire Festival?
Yes, one of them.
It makes me think of that, with all the light reflecting off the glass and everything beautiful.
This is the thing, is like, when you have got good design, it reminds you of good things. When you have a good design, you can do good designs as well. You can create different shapes, not just a rectangle. I love this simple sample. It's very simple, but it showcases that from that rectangle, you can create a square as well. Simple, but so effective, and suddenly it opens all that versatility. Now, this shutter card die from your collection fits beautifully with the larger.
Thank you. But if you notice, it fits exactly into the middle of the butterfly.
It does.
And that's one of the benefits of when one person draws
Design.
everything.
Yes.
Because I've drawn them all myself, I've got set sizes in my head. I cannot pretend that I designed that butterfly to be exactly, one wing be exactly half of, be exact on the shutter card. But because I've got those measurements in my head, I work on the same measurement all the time to make everything fit.
And I think that's the key. You know, you are a crafter. If you're watching this and you're considering going for the complete collection, you probably have been crafting. Maybe it's you 1 week, maybe it's a month, maybe it's 16 years or 20 years. What you want to invest in your money, you know, it's hard-earned money, and you want to invest it in something that gives you beautiful results and amazing quality results as well, that you can mix and match, and you know that whatever you invest in John today, you can use it with things that will come in the future, but also things that you may have gotten in the past. 782-730 is your item number, and that is for the complete collection. Remember that those £10 saving from individual bundles carry forward, so you have got even bigger saving. And if you're a Freedom member, you are actually saving £31.59, and you can flexify it and spread the cost in interest-free payments. Right, John, is there something else you can show us?
I'll show you quickly. Well, first things I want to say, and I'm really sorry, this is not allowed, but I have my phone here, because I have the worst memory in the world.
Okay.
So I have to thank Mrs. Duck, Maxine, Archangel, Babs, Margaret, June, Rashan, Sheelag, Jackie, Leslie, Hazel, Helen, me and you, which would be me and Sam, because obviously he wrote me the list.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And did Julie do any, was the question mark. So,
just in case, mention Julie.
The angels are absolute angels. They genuinely are. I wanted to do one more quick thing using the ink and the stamp, because when we've got remember, this is a collage stamp. So anything you do with collage stamps, you can do with this. So all I'm doing is I'm using the different colours across. Yeah. So I've gone with the green. I'm going to go with a little bit of the blue. Wherever I fancy. I'm going to put a little bit of the gold. Don't ask me why, but the gold seems to really work when I mix it in with these colours. Right. It's almost like we designed these colours to go together.
Yes.
And what we actually did was I just chose the colours that were my favourites.
And they are the kind of ones that you want to have, the ones that you're going to use the most, the silver, the gold, the white, the black, but with that pearl, which adds that.
Yeah, I like to have one set that will answer nearly every occasion, and I can take with me anywhere.
Yeah.
So, there we go.
Oh, I love that. It's just
so I've got all of that depth, and I can see, I missed a little bit there on that one. So let's just put this is why the stamp platform is the best thing in the world. Yeah. It just answers those problems. Yeah. So I've got all of those. So I've got those beautiful butterflies going through, but they hardly notice. Again, I can take the die, drop it over, tape it down and cut it, and I will get, so in less than 3.5 minutes, from start to finish, if I was listening to the time right, and I know we've not got long left because Ben's warming up for his 30-second left dance. So,
okay, and then.
But then I've got all individual butterflies.
Oh, I see.
Pearl stamped in different random colours that again I couldn't do with individual stamps.
Yeah.
I couldn't get that mix of colours across on individuals. So if I pull that one out, you can see there, hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah, you could see there. There's a hint of the colours.
This is the finest die I've ever done.
Oh, look
that is the finest die cut. I wouldn't have thought that was possible.
Yeah.
To have those antennae and have those cut.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a look at your butterflies, see if you've got anything that fine.
Yeah, because it's just absolutely incredible. And you can see here, I love this sample as well, because this one probably is one of yours, John, because that has no name.
It's not mine,
I know,
it's Leslie's.
Oh, Leslie's. Well,
I think we ran out of Leslie stickers, sorry, Leslie.
I love this one, because you can see that cutting into the card and then kind of placing over it. I just love the way that fine detail in here. And of course, having the negative and the positive, that means that you can do two first very, very quickly. Now, I need to remind everyone everybody to check out their baskets. This is the final live hour in which we look at the amazing butterfly collection from John next door. If you want yours, well, it's limited stock. Yes, the price should stay until 6 p.m. However, being limited stock, you don't have any warranties that the stock will last. So if you want yours, check out those baskets. Now, John, it's a congratulations for this amazing collection, but
Thank you.
also a very busy weekend.
Yes.
Now-
I'm tired. I'm
Yes,
tired boy
you
now.
deserve some rest. Now, when are you next, though? We need to know
I
that.
believe it's the 19th.
19th.
But
Oh,
there are no new collections from John Next Door this month. This is it. Not going to be back on the 19th with more, don't worry.
Okay.
So I think the next one, well, the next one day special from Crafts 2 is quite a surprise, isn't it,
it
Paola?
is. We hope so. Yeah,
Should be very
indeed.
interesting.
Very interesting. All right. Love you, John. Take care and drive safe.
Thank you.
Oh, it's always a joy to work with John. And then after the break, another joy. Catherine Sturrock with Yanis with Dremel. And then a brand new one-day special with Crafting with Clarity. One day special.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. The company has been going for a year and a half, and as a crafter I wanted to find a box which I could receive every month and would be full of craft supplies. As I couldn't find such box, I decided to create it myself, and that's how Craftbox started. Every box contains at least 15 products, which are beautifully hand-packaged by a team based here in Cambridgeshire. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon-tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Emma, the cricket demonstrator here on Hochanda. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron-on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows on Hochanda, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows on Hochanda.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. I love shows like this. Something very, very different, but also perfect for all you crafters out there. I'm not by myself. I'm joined by the incredibly talented and wonderfully crafty Catherine. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right.
2 days on the trot, we get to work
What's
together.
going on?
It's an absolute joy.
It really is. It's lovely to be back.
Catherine, you are one of the craftiest people I know.
In a good way, I hope.
In a crafting way.
Not a crafting
way.
Sneaky way.
No, not in a sneaky way. No, but truly, and I'm going to say it, and I don't want to embarrass you, because I know I said it a lot before, but please, if you're on Facebook, have a look at the group, Catherine's Bleak to Unique Transformations, and it's all about crafting and upcycling around the home. But generally, you do it all. And if you do follow the group, and this is one reason to do it, you renovated your own caravan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did that. You do so many makes on there, different styles as well. And I think the point I'm trying to get to is this kind of show is perfect for you and any crafter out there who wants to take their crafting to that next level.
Definitely. And the reason I found myself here was because when Dremel first came to us here at Hochanda, I already did own a Dremel tool, which was very, very impressed with.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, I bought it for a couple of reasons. First of all, for do-it-yourself projects around the home, because it covers so many different things. But also because, you know, my love of polymer clay. I was making bits of jewellery and things. I was using the polishing tools. I was using the shaping tools. So, you know, this isn't just for DIY, it is for crafting as well.
It's an incredible tool. Now, I've been fortunate to be familiar with the Dremel from a young age because my dad had one, or he still has one. And but like you say, for DIY jobs, it's those little things that no other tool can do it. The Dremel, if you're stuck, and the amount of times I remember when I used to live at home, and that was like, we'll get the Dremel out to do it. So just from DIY, it's great. But then when you apply the unique features of the Dremel to crafting, so you're engraving, you're cutting, suddenly. Talk about game changer, but it really is an incredible machine. Understand that looking at the price, it's a considered price point, but when you start to see the possibilities, and Catherine is going to take you through, this machine is going to blow you away, and it really is that good. It is a great machine.
It really is a great machine, and I did say this the last time we were here, we had the 4,000 on then. We've got various different options for you when it comes to the tools. You know, there is differences between them. If you can afford one of the tools, I would definitely go for that one. And I'm not saying that to get the sales, Janice. I genuinely, that is the one I bought, the 4,000.
Okay.
It came in a different box because I got other attachments with it. But you get the flexi shaft with that one as well. We've got an extra bonus with
So wait,
this.
you do get the flexi shaft with that?
You do, yes.
So you get this one will also be with this?
Yes.
Okay, now talk to me about the flexi shaft. So how do we use that? And we got the flexi shaft holder as well?
We have. Now that is a real bonus because we've sold that as a separate item before, but I believe it's thrown in with the bundle this time.
And that's worth $19.99 just by itself. So that is a bonus gift. And if you have a look at Catherine, you've just got it to the side of you. John was teasing you, saying it looked like you had an IV bag next to you there.
It is very much like that, actually. If I just take off the actual tool itself, this just slots together so easily. I mean, you've got all these bits and pieces. There's areas to support your cables, put some of your tools in there as well. Where it fixes to the table, there's little holes in that base there, so you can put your drill bits and your various tool heads in there. Because when we talk about Dremel, we are talking literally so many, I'd like to say hundreds, because I think it probably is, different attachments for different jobs there. Obviously, we haven't got hundreds on today. But you can, of course, get so many more attachments for these.
That's such a big point, because once you get your core machine, the adaptability, and it's going to be a machine that's going to grow with you. So when you start exploring different aspects of crafting, you can get the right tools to do that. Now, but within this bundle, Catherine, we're getting an awful lot. So we had a look. This is your bonus gift, your free gift in the sense of the stand. That's worth $19.99 by itself. We're getting the flexi shaft, which allows you. I know we saw some imagery. Actually, I'm just going to hold this up and show you. If you have a look here, this is the kind of thing I would imagine. You know, Brigand Dave.
Yeah.
Dave playing around with when he does his woodwork.
Yeah.
Dave's retired now, by the way.
I know, I noticed that on Facebook the other day.
Okay. He's retired young at 32.
I know, what's going on?
But you can see there, just showing you different ways you can use it, but it allows ease of use with the Dremel, so you can hold it and just that flexibility. What else are we getting in this then?
Well, you get the tool itself, which the 4000, I mean, this is one of the more... I don't want to say the top model because that wouldn't be quite right, but you can get, I mean, there's a 3000, there's lower models as well. They basically do the same sort of thing, but it's the reps per minute that you're going to see.
It's
now this is you can see here as well, you've got your various different buttons, you've got your on-off switch, you can adjust the speed of this as well, which is very important actually, because depending on what sort of job you're doing, you may want to sort of change that speed from very slow to very high.
Because we can cut tiles with this.
We can tiles, you can cut wood with the different accessories we've got today. I mean, you do get some in with this kit as well. So polishing, sharpening, removing rust from things, cutting tools, little wire brushes for cleaning things up.
We're getting 45 accessories. So I'll tell you from my own personal experience where the Dremels really come in.
Okay.
So cutting tiles, I've done that. I had, I'm saying everyone's going to be in the situation, but I was doing some work on my car, and one of the bolts, the problem with car bolts, especially if they get rusty, it rounded, and it was in such an inaccessible place, and there was just, I was stuck. I couldn't get it off. No, I used everything. I even bought tools that were meant to get rounded nuts off, could not get it off. So used the Dremel, borrowed my dad's Dremel. This was a few years ago. So use the Dremel, and it allows you to cut through metal, and I cut the bolt off.
It does.
So just little things where you're stuck, the Dremel comes in.
Definitely. I mean, you can get diamond tip attachments for this, you can get grinding tools, you can get all those things. A very similar story, actually. One of the reasons I use my Dremel fairly, well, it was last summer. I was stripping down a birdhouse that I wanted to sort of decorate and transform as I do. And there were some screws in there that the head's broken off. You know, I was trying to unscrew and they'd gone rusty and the head broke off, and I thought, how am I going to get that out now? I need all these bits of parts. I thought, oh, I know.
Get the Dremel.
Get the Dremel, and it was straight through, straight through. So I could then remove the piece of wood.
We're getting busy for, as Catherine was saying, we've got lots of options for everyone. Look, this is the main option. One thing I did want to tell you, you're getting 45 attachments within this bundle, accessories, sorry, within this bundle. You're also getting the wrap case, which you can see here. So we've got a wrap case for the Dremel. You're getting the flexi shaft tool holder as well, which you can see there. So I would imagine that's your flexi shaft tool holder. Just an awful lot in there. I do need to clarify, because we've got the flexi shaft tool holder. Are we absolutely sure, because I don't want to mislead, are we getting the flexi shaft with this? Because I know we're getting the next bundle, and I don't want to tell you you're getting this and then you're not. We're going to double check that. Because I'd feel terrible if everyone's like, where's my, I've got the holder.
Well, we need to check it, but the last time we had the 4000 on, one of those was in the case, so that's why I said that. But of course we do, it does come as an optional extra as well, because, of course, we've got another bundle coming up. Because you can get those individually as well, they will attach to your other Dremel tools as well.
Shall I have a look in the case?
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm going to do it.
It's a lovely case as well.
It's a good, well-made case. So, there we go. Oh, good clips.
Yeah, great.
I want to break it. Yeah, oh yeah, here we go.
There you go.
There it is. So you do get it. All right, that makes me feel better, because I genuinely would have felt terrible if I'm telling you guys you got it and you didn't get it.
Well,
so you
I
are
knew it
getting
came in there because it's the one we had on last time.
Okay,
and
perfect.
I actually asked for this particular set to be put on the show last time simply because if you go for the individuals, if you go for the flexi shaft itself, if you go for the individual tool, and the fact that you are getting the flexi shaft holder as well, and you do add those things up, you are better going for the better tool to get those attachments already in there.
Well, it's a very good point. There we go. I messed up the pack shot. I'm sorry. We're going to move on. We've got more. I'm real sorry. The floor team worked so hard to make everything look beautiful, and I've wrecked it in the space of a minute. So I apologise, Maddie and Ben. Okay, just going to give you the details for his first option. 2 flexi payments. So today, £66, and that's such, Catherine, it's such a big part of Hochanda is the fact that whereas if you went onto the high street or bought online, you'd have to pay the full whack. With us, you can break that price down.
You can, yes.
For my high-ticket item, makes a difference. So £131.99, but you can pay £66 today. 368935, your item number. We're going to move on. We've got the Dremel here, so you are getting the Dremel multi-tool, which you're seeing, and you're also getting the flexi shaft in there as well. So we're not getting the accessories, the 45 accessories in there. £109.99. I agree with you, Catherine. I'm thinking about this from, if you're going to get the Dremel, you're going to want to use it to its full potential. So odds are you're going to be buying other bits and bobs for it. So I'd rather get it all in the same case. You know you've got the accessories. You're getting the bonus stand worth $19.99 in there as well. I'm not trying to put you off this option, and details are there, $109.99, 505-838. You are getting the tool, you're getting your flexi shaft, but I would be looking at the other bundle personally.
This is a different tool, though. I mean, it does the same job. You've got those. You have got some attachments in there, but you can see that this one comes with a charger.
Ah, okay.
So you don't plug this one directly into the main. So if you want to take this one out and about with you, and you know you don't want cables in the way, this is a good option. The tool itself will do the same job. But you have got that bonus if you want of course, charging this up and taking this around without having to keep all the cables there. But of course, that flexi shaft will also attach to this as well, which extends the tool.
Now, that is a really good point, because maybe that portability and not having the wire is a really big aspect of how you're going to be working with this. I was kind of seeing it from the crafting perspective. Traditionally, we would be near a power point, but you're really right. So having that battery that you can charge, you're getting the same power. You can see that there with your Dremel multi-tool, and you're getting the flexi shaft there as well. $109.99 your price, 505-838. Got to tell you, there is extended delivery on these. It's going to be dispatched from the 15th of March, so it's just over a week, but that's not too long.
That's not too bad at all, is it? Think ahead to Father's Day as well. Not just Father's Day, it might be a little bit late for Mother's Day. As a mother, I would have been delighted with a gift like this from my children. I had to buy my own, I had to wait till I'd grown up a little bit more and bought my own. But never mind.
Well, at least you got what you wanted, though.
I did.
Now, we're looking at this. This is an interesting one. Tell me a little bit about this, Catherine.
OK, so this is a new item. We've not seen this on here before. Great price on this as well. Now, this is an engraver. If you just take the little cap off the end of the point there, that's just a little protective cap. Now, it does come with the blade. We've also got some engraving blades as spares with this one as well. You get a little stencil that goes with it. I don't know if that's been taken out of the
possibly,
out of the packet or not. Now, this, it does say an engraving point, letter and number. Well, the letters and numbers are on the stencil. You can actually engrave into metal. You can engrave into wood, plastic, perspex, terracotta and ceramics. What I will say, because we've got different types of engraving attachments today, this one, I think, I would say, although you can use it for your crafting, if you want to use it like a pencil or a pen and you want to do very fine writing, then this is great. It's great for your protection if you want to mark your tools and put codes on things, so if they're ever stolen, that you've got that engraving in there. It's a great tool for that. Yes, you can use it for your crafting needs as well, but you're a little bit more limited to some of the attachments that we've got, because it's a finer point. But that is a steel point there, so it's not going to wear out anytime soon.
Well, and Catherine and I, we were having a little bit of a chat about this, and I know a lot of people follow you, they really respect your opinion, and you'll always tell everyone the truth. So with this machine, if you're looking to do simple sort of lettering, great marking up for protection. So say, if you're on metal or something, fantastic.
Metal, glass, wood, plastic, perspex.
But if you're looking to do sort of more detailed engraving, there is an attachment with the Dremel, and that will give you so much more scope. So you're kind of leaning, if it's something you're going to be doing a lot of, look at the Dremel. If you're just looking for simple engraving, this is fantastic. $22.99 your price here, 187,730. I'm going to move on to a glue gun Now, how often do we
Yes.
see glue guns here at Hochanda? They're a course staple.
They are. Now this is a very handy little glue gun as well. Now it does appear as though there's an on-off button on it. It isn't actually an on-off. It will turn on as soon as you plug that into the mains. What that little switch is for is because you can low melt or high melt. And you do get different glue sticks to go in this. Obviously, once you've used the glue sticks up, you can use other brand glue sticks. They do come as kind of a universal size. They're either the thicker ones in diameter or the smaller ones. This has got a really nice little point to it, a little nib there, or you know, where the glue comes out. It's nice and neat. You've got that very handy stand on there as well. You also get some coloured glue sticks with this, which is handy. We were talking the other day about putting hot glue into moulds. Which we did. We did show that on one of the shows for Zuri. It did work. And we did mention, actually, if you can get the coloured ones, then you could use your coloured glue and then maybe just highlight the detail with a little bit of wax or something as well.
And these are nice. These are dual temp, so you can go hot and cold. You can get the higher or lower temperature there, not cold, because obviously it's a hot glue gun. You've also got the here the low temp glues as well. $19.99 is your price. If you do want to pop this into your basket, 564273 item number. Now we've also got a mat to work with the glue gun as well, so it's just a great mat, so a silicone mat that allows you to, it really suits the glue gun. They work very well together, so we can do our techniques. Do you know what I used a glue gun for? I made some Harry Potter, other wizards are available, but some wands, wizarding wands, for my nephews and nieces. They loved it. They really loved it. So it's really easy to do as well.
They are easy to do. There's lots of tutorials online for those. Brilliant. The little glue pad is very handy because it's made of silicone. That means the glue's not going to stick to it. So you can peel away any drips that you get there. It protects your surface, of course. And it's just a very, very handy little tool to keep in store.
We like it. 721 your item number there. Now, we've got more for you. This is interesting. This is a precision craft tool. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is. Well, this is the Dremel Stylo. So if you think you want something a little bit more for your crafting needs, rather than all the big attachments or the drills, and I mean, you can put different attachments in here, but this is much lighter weight. You hold it like a pen, so you've got good precision with this one because it's not so heavy. You know, if you want to do some engraving, a little bit of wood carving, you can do that as well. It does show on the packaging there that it's glass that it's been used on, but it will do more than glass as well. You can see also a wooden spoon there as well, so it's not just for glass. But it's a very nice handy tool, this one. You can see there is a plug there. You do get an attachment. It does go into the mains. So it's kind of a two-part system to put the plug together. And you just put your attachments in and away you go with this one.
A bit of engraving and multiple things. So think
jewellery, you can engrave, obviously your glass, your metal, your wood. Polymer clay, which is one of the reasons I first bought my Dremel, of course. You can engrave into polymer clay, so you can make your own jewellery. You can polish it up with the different attachments as well. But that one, if you're looking for a lightweight tool that's easy to hold and you're not so worried about the DIY aspect, that's a really good option.
Trophies, if you wanted as well. Maddie, our floor manager, was impressing everyone with all her trophies. Do you know what her sport was? Didn't realise she kept this under her belt. She's actually a champion darts player.
Is she?
Yeah, you've got to see it.
Do you know, I love playing darts.
She's good. Don't play against her, you won't win. So £28 your first flexi payment, $55.99 your price, 152,285 your item number. That's why her maths is so good. That's why her maths is good. Right, we got more for you. Let's have a look at this. This is your Dremel 8-piece glass etching accessory kit. So this is where we were talking about, Catherine, about if you really wanted to start exploring engraving, especially glass etching, you wanted to get this.
Now the etching tools that you've got here are very different to the engraving tool that we've got with that fine point on there. So I will show you these at demonstration. So we'll have a look at the different attachments.
We'll see that.
Just a reminder actually, because we have a show at 9 o'clock tonight as well. So we won't get to cover absolutely everything this hour, but what we don't, we'll try and cover in the next hour.
And if you do have any questions, because this is the kind of show where I know you're going to have a lot of questions, and your questions are always so good every time you come up with stuff that we hadn't thought of. So if you do have any questions, please email in studio@hochanda.com. Now, finally, before we get to demonstration, this looks good. So we're going to bring up the details for you. It just looks good in the tin. A lot going on here. This is your VersaTip 200 multifunctional butane soldering iron. So with regard to soldering iron, Catherine, when would we be using this?
Well, not. If you want to repair things, of course, you might need a little bit of solder to fix things together on circuit boards, that sort of thing. You know, there's various reasons. But I love this, Janice, because it's not just a soldering iron. You've got lots of different attachments in there. Shall we have a look at that demo as well?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because there's a lot going on there.
I like how your eyes lit up when we saw this. Do you know, I think it's about time. I don't think we can hold Catherine back any longer. We're going to start having a play. Just to give you the details for this, 2 flexi payments of £20 and 50 pence, 673 806, your item number. All right, enough from me. We're going to head over to Catherine. Just going to tell you, we have got lots on the website as well. Do shop by brand. You get to see everything. Lots, and I think Catherine described it as there's an option for everybody. What we're going to play with first, Catherine?
Well, we're going to have a look at the multi-tool first of all, with the flexi shaft and, of course, the holder here as well. Now, it is quite tall. It does look rather like one of those hospital...
Do you normally put it that high?
Bits of equipment, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Do you know what? I'm just going to take this apart so you can see how this works. It's very, very easy to put together. Obviously, you've got a clamp at the bottom there, and you do get the 3 sections. Now, I'm not going to take this one out because it's already sort of screwed into the base there. You just have a tightening, sort of a wing nut at the back there, so you can really sort of get that nice and sturdy. The second pole that we've got here, you can see that it's shaped at either end. So that just slots in, of course, and then the top, you're going to slot in this one, which again, you know, you just got those ends. This isn't shaped. You've got the hollow ends, as you can see on the screen. And you do get the little stopper, as I call it. I don't know the official name, but the little stopper there, which will also put your hanging mechanism in, which does swing around, which is important actually, because if you're moving around in your workshop and you're doing something with the tool, then of course you want that to move. You don't want that to be rigid. So that just all slots together.
Right.
Now, when you get your tool, you will not have the flexi shaft attached to it. You will have, let me just bring in actually, it's not the same tool, but it will give you the same sort of idea. When you get the tool itself, this is the battery operated one, this is how it will look. You've got the collar here, you've got the little collet at the top there, that's where all those attachments go. So you can remove that to put the flexi shaft inside. Now, I did bring my spare, this is the one from my own Dremel, but it's exactly the same flexi shaft. This is how it looks. So when you take the top from the tool itself, you just screw this into place. Now, you do have this, you can actually pull this out a little bit. That's important because that needs to slot into the mechanism inside, and then you just screw this down onto the top of the tool. Make sure that it's nicely and firmly in position. Maybe a little bit later. I wanted to make sure this was set up to go because it takes a little bit of time if I have to keep altering the attachments and everything. But a little bit later on, maybe at 9 o'clock, I'll put this back how it was so we can show you how to put this together from start to finish. But then, of course, you've got this little tool on the other end. Now, this is the one that you're going to hold. So now you can see what you've got is the main tool, which I've got to say is quite heavy, but that's a good thing because you can feel the quality of it as well. So all of your, you've got your buttons on here. This little triangular one is a locking button. So when you're changing the attachments, you'll need to press down on that to sort of help lock your tool into position. This one here is your on-off, and it's just a slide switch. I do already have this into the electric, so I'm not going to turn it on just yet. And of course, this one here is the one that changes the speed.
The RPMs,
Yeah. So you've also got a little hanging piece there as well, which of course is going to just hang onto your holder.
Perfect.
So the only bit I'm going to use is this bit. That makes it much, much easier.
A lot, when you consider the core machine. So if you need to get into tight spaces, great. If you want to work comfortably, engraving, doing fantastic.
Exactly, exactly. Now, there is an attachment in here, but I'm just going to take this out. So I'm just going to grab my little spanner.
Would you use, I'm just thinking, you were talking about the solder. Could you use the solder for pyrotechnics?
Yes, you can. That's why I love it so much.
Pyrography. Yeah,
but there's more you can do with it as well. I've got a few things to show you actually. Right, now I have got the tool in the end, so I'm just going to take that out and show you again how to put the attachments in and out.
All right, this is important.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, shall we go with the glass etching?
Yeah, let's do it.
We do have the tool that you can go for the stylo if you prefer. If you want to go just for the tool for doing your etching, but the tools that I've got here are for the glass etching, so I can show you also with this tool as well.
Be lovely for gifts. You can get a glass reasonable price.
Yeah.
And then you can write a personal message or put a name on there. It could be Happy Mother's Day, and then give the actual name. And think how much you'd pay to get someone to do that.
Definitely. And there's a number of ways. If you can't draw your own designs, there's so many different ways that you can create those beautiful images or the wording or the different fonts, and I will go through that as well. So you will probably need your little spanner. That's just to make sure everything's nice and tight. Now, if I just turn the spanner on its own, it's not going to undo that. So what I need to do is press down on that little silver button. Now, you don't actually, I don't know if you heard a click then, did you hear it?
I did hear, yeah.
If you just press on the button on its own, it doesn't go in. You have to get the spanner to the end there, and as you turn that and press the button, you hear the click. Then that will allow that to undo.
So just releases.
Yeah, just releases it.
Okay.
So the tool I've got in there at the moment is actually one of the woodworking ones.
So we can use wood.
Yeah, wood. You can, with this tool,
Glass,
you could
metal.
put any of your cutting tools in, your polishing tools, your sanding tools, your glass tools, your wood tools, your diamond tip tools, all those attachments will go into
polished
this.
jewellery, fantastic.
Yeah. Get rust off things, sharpen your gardening tools.
Oh, now,
you can do all of that.
Now that's really good. Just to sharpen like secateurs or also like knives.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely. So very, very handy. So now I'm going to go in reverse. This is one of the glass tools. Now you do get, if I just put this into the holder just for a second, which is very handy. You see, you can pop that in the bottom. Let me just get out one or two of these different tools here.
So like with polymer clay, would it be good to work with your polymer clays, just like shape polymer clay once you've done a design?
I've carved into polymer clay, put detail in there, polished polymer clay. So yes, you can do all of those things. Your brasses and you know, all those things you can clean. Right. So we have on this one quite a small little head on there. I don't know if can you see that?
I can see that. Yeah.
So it's like a little ball tool. But you know, this one is meant for glass. This is from the glass etching kit, and then we'll move up again to a larger one.
Okay.
We've also got this one here, which has got kind of a cone shape on there. I don't know if you can see the diamond tip on there. Can you see that?
You can see that, the sparkle.
Yeah. And then another shaped one again. So you're going to find uses, different uses for all of these. You also get in the kit these as well. Now these are a different type of head on them, and again you can shape, you can round off. I've done ceramics as well, and you know, broken ceramics that are sharp on the edge, and I've cleaned the edges up and smoothed them off and made bits of jewellery from those and all sorts. So let's go. Shall we start with the small one first of all?
Well, let's start with small, and once we get comfortable we can work our way up.
Okay, so now we're just going in reverse as to just showing you. Obviously, when you get this, there's going to be no attachment in there, so it's a case again of just popping the tool attachment into the end there. Now, you don't want to push it inside. You don't. Sorry, I'll start again. You don't want it so it's hanging out too far. You don't want to put too much pressure on there. So make sure that it goes in. I would say there is a shaped area there. Give it about 10 millimetres, a centimetre from where that shaping is, and that's pretty good. Now you can tighten by finger to an extent, and then of course you want to nip that together. So pressing on that silver button again, I can really tighten this up.
Perfect.
Okay.
Easy to, and anyone can do that.
Anybody can do that. Yeah. That didn't take much effort. I will let you know now, I do suffer quite a lot. I have a lot of pain in my left thumb. And there are a couple of things that I've found. It really does quite hurt, but not that. That doesn't hurt me at all.
You won't get that looked at.
I know, but you know, I have all sorts of things really, but nobody knows about.
You've got to look after yourself.
Right, now I am going to bring in, if I can find where I put it. I've got a piece of glass somewhere. Where have I put it? Where have I put it?
Hiding from you.
It
Just
is
while we're looking for the
hiding.
glass, tell you there are various options on the show today. Now, the popular option is our main bundle. With the main bundle, you are getting the fantastic Dremel itself. This is your Dremel 4000, so you're getting your unit, but then within this there is the flexible shaft that Catherine's just demonstrating how easy that is to work with. So you've got your flexible shaft. You're also going to get 45 attachments in total, the wraparound case. You've got the stand, and this stand by itself is worth... Did I get that wrong? What did I say? Oh, sorry, 45 accessories, not attachments. I apologise. Yeah, it's 45 accessories. But you're also going to get the stand as well, and the stand is worth $19.99 by itself, but that you are getting included within the bundle, and it's effectively a bonus gift. So we're kind of showing you the potential here. How are we getting on? Oh, you found it.
I've got my... I do apologise for this being... This is the same piece that I keep bringing. It's taped up, but you know, I've got to find something flat for the cameras. But of course, you can work onto glasses, onto jars. I've got a little bit of space I can still work on here. So there's different ways that you can use, you know, templates. Now, if John's watching, he'll recognise this because this is one of John's stamps that we've had on a previous show.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I have
It's
actually
alphabet.
engraved. I don't know if we can see that. Hold that to the front. I don't know if we can see where I've... I don't know, can we see it
Oh,
on the
not
camera?
the weight. If you take the weight away, yeah,
That's
it's
better,
better like
isn't
that.
it?
Yeah.
And that wasn't actually finished. It was just a demo, but I didn't quite finish
Get that
it.
lovely frosted effect.
Yeah, so you could stamp out images and put under your glass, or curl that around and pop that inside a glass if you want to. You could use a stencil. I do have a stencil here as well, so just to show you
Really
what I
nice
mean.
way to personalise. You can print off something as well and put it
You
behind.
could, yeah, we've got printing here as well, so you can certainly do that. Just, of course, if you are going to sell anything that you make sure it's copy-free images that you're using. So if you've got a stencil, I could trace through the stencil there as well. I'm just using that as a guide.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got different options. Another option, one I'm probably going to go with, is this one. Your acetate from your stamps. That will make a great template.
Oh, no, that's
so I think we'll work with that one, actually.
That's a good idea, Catherine.
It is, isn't it?
Do you know,
Yeah,
I'm thinking, look at the acetate from like All & Crete.
Yeah.
I know lots of companies use it, but I'm thinking because Abs loves to use the acetate to try and, you know, gauge how something will look. So just building up off that, really good idea.
Exactly. So how do we use our tool now? Now I've got it plugged in, and of course the start and stop button is on here. So I will have to obviously turn it on from here. Now what I want you to watch, hopefully this hasn't come out of position because I did set it up to go. Can we see that going round? I will just turn that right down. Now I don't know if you can see that moving.
It's so
Can you?
far. Yeah, we can see that, but it is incredibly fast. It's hard to make out.
Okay,
You can see
right.
it.
Now, what I am going to do, I'm just going to turn it off for a second. It does remind you a little bit of a dentist drill, but that's fine. I am going to put a mask on simply because I'm working with glass. It will not sort of splinter the glass, but you will get a dust from it. So it's advisable to put a little mask on.
And
so
the
I'm going
one
to do
thing we
that.
have is a lot of masks now.
Yes.
Everyone's got a mask.
And I'm wearing my glasses because my eyes are getting so bad now. But if you don't need glasses, wear a pair of goggles. Just again, so the dust doesn't get into your eyes. Okay. So I probably won't be able to talk while I'm doing this very much, Janice. I'm sorry. I think you're going to have to dim
You should wear glasses more often. It's a good look.
my microphone. Right, let's get going then. So, let's turn this on. Let's turn that speed up a little bit.
Now, what particular speed would we go for etching? Can we
Well,
start low?
It depends what you're engraving. I've got, let me just see what number that is on. I don't know if I can see that. I can't even see the number
You turn it,
I'm
I'll
on.
tell you. Turn it around this way
Turn it
so
around.
I can see.
Can you see?
No, I can't see.
Oh, 15. 15. We're on
Okay.
15, so it's about halfway. Let's just turn it up a little bit. So, all I'm going to do now is just trace through.
Awesome.
So you don't press hard.
But we're just tracing, really. Oh, Catherine, this is awesome.
Turn that off for a second. So, I mean, you don't really feel it vibrating in your hand either. Now, I know it's difficult to see because it's glass, and I should really have. Let me just get
We've got
something
some black
to just...
card there that you can show it on.
Okay, let's put that behind so we can... Ah, there we are. So you can see I've got the outline, and of course you start to fill in the detail.
Oh, now that's cool.
So I would start with the smaller tool to do all of the outline, and then depending what you're filling in, you can change to the larger heads and the different tools to do bigger areas.
Perfect.
Okay, shall we do a little bit more?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's
Yes,
just put a little bit of detail
I know at home
in there.
people are going to be feeling the same way. You just want to give it a go.
You
I'm
do,
watching you,
don't
I'm
you?
jealous. Now, I have had an email in. This is from Jacqueline. Thank you, Jacqueline, for getting in touch. Now, she's asking about the 8-piece glass etching tool.
Yeah.
And she's asking, will it go with the stylo? So can we use that with the stylo?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, you certainly can. Now I've got to find out which way. I'm looking at the wrong flower, that's why I'm not getting it, aren't I? Let me just match this flower up, because it's It's not symmetrical.
That's it. Is that? No.
No, it's not that
it's
one
not.
actually. Is that it? Do you know what? Does it matter,
fine.
Yanni? Shall we just go for it? Let's just put some detail and make our own flower, because you can do that.
Can do it. No.
That's near
Is
enough. No,
it the
it's
one-
not that one, but it's near enough. It's near enough.
Okay.
Right, okay, so we'll turn it on again. And we'll start to fill in some detail. So if I want to fill the whole of the centre in, I could either go with the little dots, or I could fill the whole of the centre in. I quite like the noise of this, you know. Once you get used to it.
Satisfying.
Just turn that off again. So obviously, the more that you do, and I'm still using the fine head. So when I'm filling in areas, if I was starting to sort of colouring a little bit, as so to speak, I would probably have changed to the bigger head there. But just to save on time, I've just stuck with the same one. So you can really get that fine detail.
Oh,
If you look at the
that's
K again
nice.
there, you can really get some fine detail.
Catherine, that's incredible.
Now you do get that little bit of dust from there, so what I would say is keep a damp cloth at the side of you
give
and
it a
dust
little
that
wipe,
off.
yeah.
And but that is etched into the glass. So do you know that would be great if you've got your glasses? You can pick up tumbler glasses and glasses very cheaply, or if you want something for I don't know an 18th or a 21st.
Just to
and you want to
personalise
put-
names.
Just to personalise.
You know, if you're having, I know
Yeah.
we can't have guests around at the moment, but when we finally are able and it's safe to do so, have a party, have your family around. Imagine having a dinner and then having some glasses and you've etched everyone's name onto there. How special would that be? Or wedding, champagne, please?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Okay, right. Oh, where's this hour going, Yanis? Shall we move on to another tool? We can do
Okay,
more of that
let's
a bit
do that.
later
Yeah,
because
okay.
there's so many different
So we've
attachments. What I'm going to do...
we can etch glass. That's whether
We
it's
can
with the
etch
stylo
glass.
or with
Yeah.
the Dremel 4000. We've got the details on screen right
Do
now.
you know, and I thought I was going to get wood graving in and all sorts this hour. I've got to move on to this one.
So this is
I
our solder.
love this. Love it. Right, okay, so let me explain what you've got. First of all, you've got your... This is the soldering kit,
Yeah,
but
the
it's not
VersaTip.
just a soldering kit. Yeah, the VersaTip.
And it's
now, you do get...
gas-powered, butane-powered, yeah?
Yeah, it is. So I've already put some gas in here, although I was using it this morning. I was having a bit of a play. I'll show you how to do that. Hopefully
Okay,
not
it's very
without-
simple. You
very,
just literally
very,
just press
very.
it.
It's just your normal lighter
Yeah.
fluid that you buy. You have got a protective cap, so when you're not working with the tool, you can take the attachments off and use that. That's what that is. You do get some solder in here. You get a little spanner in there. You've got your little sponge in here as well. I mean, I'm not quite sure what that bit's for, actually. But you've got different attachments here, which I'm struggling to get out. Let me just get these out. I've got that one, which is a hot knife. We've got a fine tip. We've got another little attachment there.
It's a hot
which
knife. What
screws
would be
in.
cut through plastic?
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
See, what do I... The problem is now, there's a couple of things I want to show you with this.
Show us both.
And I can't do it when it's hot, can I? Because I've got to change the tips. So which one shall we go with?
All right, we'll
this
go with
one
which
here,
one do you want to show us the most?
Well, let me tell you about this one, because if you want to strip paint on
Perfect.
small areas,
That's
you can
good.
use that.
Now that's very handy for
Yeah,
crafting.
it is.
Yeah.
You've got a little scraper there as well. Obviously, you've got the heat again, so if you want to scrape away, that's another little tool there. You've got various different attachments. One I really want to show you is this one. I've not shown it on air before, which is the hot knife.
Yeah, let's do that.
Shall we do that one?
Do that. Always go with
Pyrography
your
is
gut.
going to be at 9 o'clock then. I
Oh,
think.
okay.
We'll see if we've got time.
Yeah.
Right, let's put this one in then. So at the top of the tool, you just literally screw the attachment into the top.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Do we still need to use our tool? Like, the spanner?
You do get a little spanner, so you can, you don't really need it for that because it's just finger tight, but you might
Okay.
need to sort of tighten up the top when you first put it all together. Now, I'm just going to get my gas and just show you how to do this. It's very, very simple. So at the bottom there, you've got your area where you apply the gas, and you literally just press down, and you can tell when it's full because you see a little bit of bubbling and fizzing coming
see
out
that,
the
yeah.
end there. So it's as simple as that for filling. Now, to get this to work, and it will take a little minute to warm up, so when I've got this going, I don't know if you want to just do some numbers, Janice, but You've got here a slider, which is actually, that will increase the amount of gas that goes through there, so increase the heat that's coming through it. And you've also got this little locking button as well. Now that's not actually pushing at the moment. I'm not going to force it because it's not meant to. The reason that doesn't hold in position at the moment, or you can't move it, is because you've got this safety catch here as well. So this is difficult on camera to be able to show you how to do this. What I'm going to do is push with my thumb. Can you see how that little blue plastic clip has kind of come free?
Yeah.
Right. You push that down then, so if I just show what I've just done, so can you see it?
Yeah.
And then you move the lock switch. Now I'm going to do it again, simply because I was trying to show to camera. I need to be a bit quicker doing it, but I wanted you to see the mechanism, so I'm going to do it nice and quick. And you should hear that sound as well. So the lock button is now in position, and even though I've let go of this, it's still allowing the
so now
gas
it's heating.
and the heat. You can start to see that to go red.
And it instantly ignites, so you've got
It
that.
does, yeah.
Oh, this
So,
is cool.
obviously this tool is going to get very, very hot.
Be very careful.
So don't let children around this. You can hold it anywhere on the plastic or the metal part there, but don't go below the shield here, because obviously this is going to get very hot. Now another thing, just as it's warming up, I'm just going to point out, as you're looking at that on camera, you can see a hole in the top of the tool. On all of the attachments of the different heads, and there are some extra ones for your pyrography that you can get as well. I don't know if it comes with it or they're separate, but we do have them. All of those attachments have one of those little holes in. Now that wants to be at the top. You'll see what I mean when I do the pyrography later, perhaps.
Okay.
Now something I did bring with me.
If you hold it there, Catherine, just hold it. We're just going to see that hole in the tool. Just hold it there. There, you can
There
see
it is, yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Catherine.
Okay. So that's always at the top, especially when you're doing pyrography. There's a reason I say that, and I'll explain later. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab a piece of mylar. Now, this is pink frog mylar.
We can make our own stencil.
You can make your own stencils.
No
Yes,
way.
you can. Yes, you can.
That is
so
very cool.
Let's see if this is hot enough. So, again, I'm not going to put my fingers below the shield there.
Yeah.
I've got the hole at the top. Now, I'll be able to tell if it's hot enough because yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to
like
cut through.
going through butter.
Yeah. And if it doesn't go all the way through, just go again. I'm putting a little bit of pressure on, but not too much.
Do you know what I'd be thinking, Catherine? I mean, that cut beautifully.
It did.
So I would stamp onto the mylar. If you wanted to create a stencil, if you had a stamp that you thought would make a good stencil, stamp on there, and then use the tool to, obviously, I know it's hard stamping on mylar, but use the tool then to cut it out, the design.
Definitely, definitely. Now, I'm going to keep this simple.
Okay.
I'm not drawing anything, I'm just going to go freehand. But how often do we make clouds and hills when we're using our ink and things like that? And we tear bits of paper and, why not just make your own stencil? So why not just cut, just use sort of a free sort of motion. Let's cut through there. Let me just take that away. If it's not gone the first time, we'll just follow that through again. I probably need a little bit more pressure. Now you can go with the point of the knife, or I can tilt it a little bit more down, and that's giving me the flat of the blade there. So obviously there we've now just got a swirl.
Yeah.
So that would make good hills and
Yeah.
clouds and things. Let's go a little bit more. We like our journals, don't we? We like to go with our backgrounds and our abstract shapes. So why not? Let's just do some random shapes.
I want to give this a go. This is to be able to create, and I say, Pink Frog, we often feature mylar here at Hochanda, so buy yourself some blank mylar and then be able to cut out and create your own designs. That's so appealing.
Also, there's something else you can use this tool for, as well as the pyrography. I will take these bits out in a minute. I just want to sort of cut a few.
Good to make masks too. If you've got a favourite stamp and you want to make a mask for it, you can.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you want a perfect circle, you've got to have a very, very steady hand to get it perfect. But I think for your abstract, your basic shapes, this is going to work very, very well. I'm just going to prop that there just for a second. It's not touching anything, just so I can take these pieces out. But you can see how cleanly it actually cuts. And of course, you can, I mean, I'm rushing it because we haven't got much time. At home, you can, of course, spend a lot more time and do some really quite fancy things with this. Letters. What about doing initials again?
Yeah.
You could do that. That one's not quite cut through, so I can go back in. Another reason I like this tool is actually, you know, we see Katrina from Rowan Dean.
Yeah.
And she uses her...
Burning organza.
Yeah, her organza.
Yeah.
And she likes to fray the edges and sometimes melt the ends.
Yeah, yeah.
You can do that. There's a head that you can use for that as well. But I think during the break, before 9 o'clock, I'm going to make a stencil, something a little bit more fancy. And we'll use it with inks later so we can see it actually working, so you can see the difference. But, you know, it just cuts through very easily. And it's not cutting through smoothly.
The price is really good on this.
It is, yeah.
2 flexi payments of £20, 50 or £40.99. I'll argue that.
I love this. The pyrography is the best bit though. So to turn this off now, all you do is put this lock switch back. You don't have to mess about with the safety catch, it's just a lock switch. But now it's off, that won't go to the other side until I use the safety catch again. Okay.
See, it's all safe. I wonder
so obviously it's still hot,
Yeah.
you've got to let that cool down.
a lot of people who follow you in your Catherine's Bleak to Unique Transformations, that's a group on Facebook, please have a look for it. I'm just thinking, Dave, if you're watching, Brigand Dave, if you're watching, or anyone else, I know in that group I've personally seen some beautiful inspirations using pyrography techniques. If you could email in, we would just love to show everyone the kind of things you can achieve with pyrography. So if that's a possibility, anyone watching, we're calling for help. So please email in studio@hochanda.com. But like you, Catherine, I love pyrography.
Yeah, do you know, until having the tool, I'd never even attempted it, but I so enjoyed it. I really, really did. Yeah. And it's something, if I had a little bit more time, I think I could get into in a big way.
Just want to give everyone details for the Dremel VersaTip. So that is your 6 multifunction butane soldering iron. You've got different attachments here. The cutting blade, that's your attachment to remove paint as well. You've got your scraper tool, the knife Catherine was working with. If you want to do pyrography, you've got that in there as well. £40.99 your price, 673-806 your item number. What would you like to show us next,
Okay,
Catherine?
well, I've just put my little wooden burr in there again. In fact, I'm going to change it again to, let's go to the woodworking set. I took it from here. So let's just take that out again. Again, little spanner, use the button there, make sure you've nipped this nice and tight. Let's just take that one out. I'm putting the smaller one in. This is from the woodworking one, this one. So actually, they look very similar to the glass one, but they're not. This is a woodworking one.
Okay.
Yeah. So you've got little burrs on the end again. So you've got a smaller ball tool, a larger one, and then you've kind of got this longer version there.
Okay.
You've also got sanding discs in this one, and a little drum that you can put a sander on as well. So these are really, really useful, and they will all fit in, of course, into any of your tools. Nice. So let me just put these out of the way for a second. Now I was looking. I did saw it, didn't I? And then I picked these samples up the other day, and I thought, I want to do a bit of wood carving, but where do I start? So I was looking around for bits of wood, didn't really have much to hand, so I ordered a box of wood, which I thought might be okay. This is just some sort of base wood. It's lightweight, it's very smooth, it's not a grainy sort of finish to it as well. But you can use things from the garden like birch and maple. You do need to be careful with certain materials. What I would say, and I know we haven't done it yet, but when it comes to the pyrography, do not use MDF.
Okay.
Don't use MDF because it's got toxic. The resins in it can be toxic. So I know when we cut with lasers, we're burning. We're actually burning. We have a special type of MDF for laser cutting, and even so, you've got to be very careful. But of course, when you've got laser machines, you've got lids down, you've got filters taking all the fumes away. So it's a safety thing. So don't ever use heat. Something that's going to be really hot on your MDF. That's a safety thing.
A really good point. I wouldn't even known that. Can I say very quickly before we start this demonstration, we're at 30% of the stock for our Dremel 4000 multi-tool. You are getting the bonus stand. That is worth $19.99. You're getting that as a bonus. And last time Catherine brought this bundle to you, this was sold as a separate item. So you're getting that thrown in. You're getting your tool. You've got what Catherine's working with right now, the flexi shaft. So that attaches to the end of your Dremel. And suddenly, rather than holding your Dremel in your hand and trying to do the techniques, because it is sturdy, it's a quality piece of kit, you can work with the flexi shaft, and it just gives you that little bit more freedom.
I know we haven't got time left, and I I don't want to sort of skip in again, but you do get some accessories with it. Can I just point out you've got more sanding wheels in there. You've got a polishing, not liquid, you've got some polishing, a polishing block, shall we say, in there as well. Because you do have polishing wheels in here. You've got cleaning wheels. You've got a little stone grinding wheel there, so you could use that for your sharpening. And you've also got cutting wheels in here as well, which are very, very useful. Very useful. Okay. So we'll see if we can cover a bit more of that, but you do get a really nice set.
And within the bundle as
accessories.
well, you're getting 45 accessories too. So
the best thing for me, I know we have the other option where you can go for the flexi shaft separately, but I absolutely love this. The ease and the control you've got, and the fact that, of course, the top, the bit that hangs the tool on there, that will go 360 degrees, so you haven't got to worry about getting tangled up with cables and
how
things.
you can use that, and it's you would want that, won't you? Trying to work with the flexi shaft without the stand makes I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, I mean, you might try and make your own, but it's the safe way of doing it, isn't it? It clamps, and you can store your little tools in there as well. If you just lay the tool on the desk, it is likely to be vibrating, and it's likely to be moving around on the desk. True. So what I'm going to do here, very, very quickly, and this is going to be quite noisy, I think, but I was watching a YouTube, actually, of how to do what we call a wood spirit, the kind of mystical sort of
like a nymph,
wizardy type things. And I'm just going to take a pen and draw a line down the centre of this block of wood. It could be a branch from a tree, it could be a piece of wood that you've got. Obviously different woods will cut in different ways. I'm just going to put a line across here as well, and then I'm going to bring down a couple of lines here and sort of join that together. If you're doing this at home, you want to try and be a little bit more accurate. Then I'm going to draw a little bit of a moustache. Okay.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, this won't look right to begin with. There's a lot of work to be done. Let's do a little hole there, so that's going to be a mouth. Okay. So that's just the very basics to the start of a face. Now, with your carving tools, when you start, again, I would start with the smaller of the tools, the ball tool, because you're basically just going to draw an outline, really. Now, this wood, it doesn't splinter at all, but it probably will be a little bit difficult for you to see. I'm just going to take the tool and start to trace through. Okay, so I'm literally following the lines at the moment. So I'll try and move any bits of dust away. Again, ideally, you want a mask on for this, but this isn't splintering. It's not making too much dust at the moment. Okay. I'm trying to torch you, see. Okay, so I'm just following that through.
All right.
Let's just do...
You can tell us the truth. Was your inspiration for this piece Marcus, our director?
It's very, very basic outline there. Okay, let me just turn that off for a second.
Okay.
Then I would start, so all I've done really is just sort of put a channel in.
Yeah.
Don't have to go down the centre, that was just my centre mark.
Right.
I'm just going to change the head again. I know we've only got minutes left.
Yeah. Now, we have had an email as you're doing this. It's from Linda. Linda, thank you so much for... Oh, sorry, apologies. Melinda, thank you so much for getting in touch. Now, she has sent us a picture of an owl. Oh, brilliant! So, Melinda, you're an absolute star.
Yes, wonderful.
That is stunning. And it just goes to show what a beautiful piece of pyrography, so how you can use the solder. Melinda, thank you. And this is what I love about working on Hochanda. And you guys at home are awesome, so thank you so much for sending that in. But big smile on my face.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melinda.
Do come back at 9 o'clock, so we'll definitely do some pyrography at 9 o'clock, definitely. And it's so easy. Again, you don't need to be able to draw at all. I've just changed the head here, so this one has got a larger area with burrs on it. So this is going to take more wood away.
Right.
So I'm just going to turn this on again. Shall we turn it up a little bit? Okay. You can hear the sound of it when it goes up.
Nice.
I'm sure you can hear that. Now,
mean business.
Now watch now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you really are getting such a great engraver.
What I'm doing now is starting to hollow out around what will be the nose of my little character.
Right.
Okay. This is very dusty, so you're not going to really see what I'm doing particularly at the moment. I'm going to do a little bit the other side, and then hopefully we can get some of the dust away. So I'm working to the side of where I actually cut, and you can go quite deep with this as well. Can you see how deep I've gone there? But actually, I'm trying to go a little bit more careful to start with. And really what I'm doing is just taking away the excess wood from around the outline.
And it really does. You can see how far you're going down.
Let me just go from under the eye a little bit here. We haven't got the eyes in yet, but this is where they're going to be.
All right.
I'm just going to try and get a little bit from under the nose area, just so we can see it starting to come through the shape. When we get to the last minute, I will stop, so we can see where I'm going with it.
Just let you all know, as we're doing this, we're approaching 40% of the stock for the Dremel 4000 multi-tool. You're getting 5 attachments, 45 accessories. You're also getting the wrap case, you're getting the hard case, and you're getting the flexi shaft. And on top of all of that, you are getting the bonus of the stand worth $19.99, and that's thrown in as a free gift.
Okay, right. I'm just going to turn this off, just to try and give that a little bit of a dust down, just so you can see where it's starting to shape. So what I've done, I did the outline first, and I'm really starting to sort of carve out, which is starting to reveal. There's a lot of shaping to be done, but you can start to see how it's beginning to shape. And with the tools, you can get that very smooth, you know. And if you want to use one of the sanding discs right at the end to get that as smooth as you like, you can. My very first practice piece.
Good Easter head. You know the islands on Easter Island, the Easter heads.
Yeah. There's no eyes on this yet, but look, I even gave him little nostrils. He's going to have a moustache and a beard, and then I'll...
Catherine, I love it. Thank you so much.
It's just great fun.
I just need to correct myself because we always have to be precise. The bonus gift is actually worth $19.98, so apologies, I was a penny off there. Thank you so much for joining us now. Catherine's going to be back at 9, and I hope you can join her. Oh, you've got a good hour ahead. Crafting with Clarity, the one-day special, and it's Paola. Come on, that's something to stick around for. After that, we've got Sunday Savers, and then Crafting with Clarity returns.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us. Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Hazel from Pink Frog and it's Pink Frog's 13th birthday. So I hope you can join us where you'll find lots and lots of new ideas, hints and tips and some great products that we've got to share with you. Make sure you don't miss the celebrations, Friday the 12th of March at 6 p.m. through till Sunday the 14th of March. I'll see you there.
Good evening. Well, we have a brand new one-day special from Groovy, and we know what it happens. It gets very, very busy. So jump ahead as soon as you make your decision, because it is a spectacular, beautiful, delicate, a spring-like, and of course it fits in everybody's kind of life at the minute, and brand new. We have got a one-day special for tea and coffee lovers, and we also have got the amazing Paul Church that is joining us via Skype. Hello Paul, how are you?
I'm very well, how are you?
I'm very well. I love this collection because I think there is something at the minute to be said about taking your time for a cup of tea, taking your time to celebrate, you know, the small things but that bring us so much joy. And I think this beautiful collection by Linda completely captures those moments.
Absolutely. I mean, what we're looking at here, Pat, are some exquisite designs from the lovely Linda Williams. And when you look at the details on these plates, there is so much to them. So for the one-day special, we've decided to split it into two different options. So we've got time for tea with Linda Williams, or time for coffee with Linda Williams. But look at those beautiful frames. Look at the teapots. Look at the flowers, the plates. It's just so exciting to see how much detail is on those designs and the versatility of them, where you can mix and match. The frames on their own, I mean, you've got 8 beautiful frames across the two collections.
Of course.
And again, the patterns in the plates, they tie in with the frames that go around the outside.
It does indeed. Now I need to say something first of all, because yes, there are 2 options for the one-day special, but there is a third option now. Now, if you want tea and coffee, if you are like me, that you like both tea and coffee, or you have got friends of both, you can get both. And you also are getting an extra place included here, which is the Welsh dresser, which to me,
I have to say, this is my favorite plate from the whole collection. Now, this collection has, it takes all the savings, individual savings, and they carry forward, and then you have got an additional saving. So actually, you're saving £25 if you're not a Freedom member. However, if you are, you're saving £31.99. So you just get in £62.90 will be the delivered price. Right, Paul. It's great to get them both, isn't it, together in a complete collection?
Absolutely. I mean, we did the obvious split between the tea and the coffee, so depending on people's budgets, it accommodates that. And in each of the one-day specials, so for example, the tea collection, you're going to get 10 sheets of the light and the dark blue parchment. And then in the coffee collection, you've got the beautiful peach and nutmeg as well. But if you go for the big bundle, you're going to get all of that, plus the Welsh dresser as well. So I'm so excited because this is just a beautiful, beautiful. Linda, so much talent. And when you look at how much she puts on these plates, it's madness. And these plates will keep giving and giving. And you've got the cakes on there.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's just so much. Biscuits.
And you know, that's a very good point, because the extra elements, for instance, the plate, to me, is just, it could be a doily, it could be a circle, it could be something like a cake as well. But I like it because it could be a circle motif there. Then you turn it over. Look at that beautiful flowers, all that. I love as well all the names from the different teas as well here around the border. There's so much detail, like you were saying, Paul. And the sayings as well, Paul. They are for every sort of card as well, if you want to send somebody a kind of a, get well soon sort of card, or just, thinking of you cards.
Absolutely, and when you look at, one of the great things about the Groovy system, Paula, is, as you know, is that you can pick and choose the elements of them. So when you look at that beautiful teapot, for example, you can just trace that beautiful design and then take other plates and infill the pattern on it. So if you want to go really funky with it, then you can.
Absolutely. And then, of course, not only you are getting, if you're going for the complete collection, look at that artwork. It's absolutely fabulous. Now, then, of course, you are getting, if you go for the complete collection, you are getting the tea and the time for coffee. But, of course, like you were mentioning, Paul, you are getting the cake. Now, I could have that afternoon tea right now. It's absolutely glorious. And then a cannoli even here.
Absolutely. So again, it's sort of a traditional sort of afternoon tea at sort of the top hotels, isn't it?
It is.
So if you're doing sort of like an afternoon tea when things get back to a little bit more normal, you can invite friends around for tea and coffee and cake and biscuits. Look at this. It's sort of like a shelf in the kitchen with the cups hanging.
And this could be a border as well, so it doesn't need to be just like kind of a furniture piece. That makes a perfect border with the heart.
Absolutely. Again, we always say that when you get the designs home, just take a piece of parchment and trace it out, because that's when you really. I love this one. This coffee pot is absolutely. Look, coffee and friends are the perfect blend.
I love that.
Isn't that gorgeous?
I love that. And of course, these sentiments could be also embroidered, traced or grooved into the inside of a card as well. I have to say, I'm sold, because you have incorporated cortado, which is my favorite type of coffee from Spain. So it's just like kind of, but I love that you have got a cappuccino, espresso, black, latte, ristretto, cubano, and then macchiato. I just love all those words. They are just so. It's a little bit different as well.
It is. Linda is very clever in the way in which she designs her plates, because she really thinks about it. She doesn't just put them together for the sake of putting them together. It's all about the little detail, with the beautiful borders, with the wording, with the design. And then you've got the beautiful Welsh dresser as well.
I absolutely adore it.
It's just so versatile for so many different things. Even if you don't put the cups and saucers on it and the teacup, you could just put somebody's name on it as well.
Of course. Of course, and I mean, look at that shot. You can see in here how you can transform it at home. I love the way that those beautiful bugs in there, those beautiful bunting. Again, like Paul, you were saying, the bunting can be a border in itself. You can pick and choose. Look at the birds in here. I mean, how glorious are they? Look at the egg.
There is so much detail on them. There really is. There really is so much on there. And as I say, get it home, trace it out, and then you'll see the detail just comes to life as you work with it.
Absolutely stunning. Now, I want to remind everybody that to check out their baskets. We are very busy. We have got queues on the phones. And remember that you have got several options to go. If you just want tea, you have got the option to go for tea. If you, £7 saving. If you want to go for the coffee option with, of course, with the kind of coral parchment, you have also another £7 saving. Now, if you go in for both of them, you would have a £14 saving, right? Well, those ones are carry forwards because we have a complete collection which incorporates that Welsh dresser, which is actually, I have to say, it's a phenomenal plate that is worth having, isn't it? Now, with that, additionally, you have an additional £17.99 if you are a Freedom member, which means become a Freedom member because it would be a £31.99. Why not if you are not a Freedom member? Because your first flexi is less than the one day special. So you can have both plus the Welsh dresser for less than you would be paying today for just the one day special. Your details are on the screen, 043916. Remember, we are very busy, so there are queues on the phones. If you have got access to the internet, that will be the fastest way. Now, Paul, a one-day special, 5 hours. What are you going to show us through those 5 hours?
Okay, so I thought we'd sort of look ahead to see what's coming up over the next 5 hours, stock permitting. And I want to say a very big thank you not only to Linda Williams for her beautiful designs, but for also creating some beautiful artwork, to Lynn Jackson for helping with the stages, for Jane Telford, Josie Davidson, who have also done some demo pieces for me. So a big thank you, because without them, it makes my job a lot easier to be able to present it to you, to show what you can do with it. So I thought we'll have a look on what we're going to cover over the next 5 hours. I mean, look at that artwork. It's absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. So this is where we're going to start in this hour. So this piece has been created by the lovely Linda Williams, and what Linda's done, she's incorporated lots of the different plates that are in the big bundle. So when we look at the bunting, this is on the Welsh dresser. Oh, I'll have to put my teeth in. I can't say Welsh dresser.
Welsh dresser.
Then we've got the beautiful stack of cups here. But the plate, let me just show you the plate with that stack of cups. Oh, yes,
of course.
Because the stack of cups, look at that, they've got a rose in it. But Linda's so cleverly changed the design using one of the designs from the coffee cup. So this is where we're going to head for the first hour. And then at 8 o'clock this evening, we're then going to have a look at this piece that the lovely Josie Davidson has created for me. I mean, look at that. Stay calm, drink tea and eat cake. Isn't that gorgeous?
Absolutely perfect.
So that's for 8 o'clock this evening. And again, so we're going to concentrate on different areas throughout the 5 hours. Then at 8 o'clock in the morning, I love this one. Look at this. This is using the peach parchment, peach parchment that comes with the coffee collection.
That's difficult to pronounce. Welsh dresser in the peach parchment. It's impossible.
So again, Linda's taken the outlines of that design and created this beautiful piece as well. And again, you can personalise it for the different occasions. So we've got that one at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay,
and then at 12 o'clock, we've got this piece created by the lovely Jane Telford. I mean, look at the picot cutting on that. And tomorrow we're just going to look at one section of that and just break it down and show that you can do a beautiful piece like this, but you can also go smaller as well, depending on the occasion. And then finally, at 4 o'clock tomorrow, we've got this piece from Josie Davidson. Look at that border. See, this is absolutely gorgeous. And then it's just using the beautiful light purple parchment with some pen work on there, just to bring it out. Keep it and look at the white work on that beautiful napkin. Isn't that gorgeous?
Well,
so that takes.
That will be for 4 o'clock. That one.
Yeah, that's at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, that is. Yes. All right.
I just wanted to show this last piece that Linda created. This is using the I can't say it. The dresser.
Yeah.
The Welsh dresser.
The Welsh
but again,
dresser.
look at this, and look, and when you open it up, you've got that beautiful.
That's
look
just
at that
gorgeous.
border.
Absolutely. Sorry, because you were saying that you wanted to do that card at 4 o'clock. Just let me say one hint. 40% of the stock of the complete collection has now already gone. We are not yet even 15 minutes on to the first hour, and already 40% of the stock has gone. So I'm sorry, Paul, you may not have time to, or you may have stock to demonstrate that beautiful card at 4 p.m. But at home, please do make sure to check out those baskets. Now, look, well, you know what? Let's show some samples because they are absolutely stunning. I love the way that, Paul was explaining what he's going to be doing over the 5 shows. That is, if the stock lasts, which is now very much doubtful. But I love the way that you can color in and make a very pretty china in there. Or what about do some traditional, beautiful pergamano style detail. Now, I love the fact that Groovy is like Paul explains and Barbara explains, it's like a bus. You choose how long that journey is. You choose at what stop you come off. If you wanted to do absolutely the kind of traditional elements into it, the pico cutting, you want to do it, you can do them. If you want perforation, you can do it. However, maybe you are a brand new, Groovy, or Parchment friend, so you could do just elements of it. Groovy gives you the beautiful artwork that you can transport beautifully and easily to your cards. If you want to see more inspiration, well, stay tuned because we have got a gorgeous video made with samples from the design team coming up. But do check out your baskets because 40% of the stock has already gone, not yet 15 minutes in. And for more inspiration, here it is. And I think it's absolutely incredible what you can create. But remember that what you see in there is just the starting point. You can take it as far as you want it. And of course, we want to see Paul demonstrations. So Paul, take it away and inspire us.
Thanks, Paola. Right, okay. Linda Williams. It's just amazing. And when you look at what she's created, she did it with the children, her seasonal children, the spring, the summer, the autumn, the winter. It's the same concept where you've got those beautiful frames that can be used time and time again. And one of the great things about the Groovy system is that, as we said earlier, you can pick and choose. Now, if you're brand new to the Groovy system, okay, you're just starting out, then this is achievable. Absolutely achievable. It really is. The only bit of difficulty, really, is the picot cutting in this area here. And as Barbara's always said, it's like that bus journey that you can get off at different levels, you see. So when you look, you've got that gorgeous picot cutting if you choose to do it. We've got a little bit of white work on there as well. But when we look at the handles, there we go. When we look at the handles and that beautiful jug, that's actually been coloured in with a white pencil. So again, it's all, if you're brand new to it and you think, oh, I love these designs, I really want to give it a go, then you can do it, absolutely. Okay. So where do we start to create a masterpiece like this? Right, okay. So let's pop that to one side. I'm going to bring in my plate mate that comes in the starter kit, because each of the plates in the 1 day special, with the exception of the Welsh dresser, fits inside the plate mate that comes in the starter kit. Okay. Now to start off with, we're going to take this one here that says, when in doubt, make tea. Tea is a cup of love. Okay. But when we look at the detail on this plate, you've got this beautiful frame with these gorgeous pansies. You've got the teapot, you've got the plate, you've got the cup and saucer. But with the Groovy system, you can take that style of teapot and you can introduce other designs from the other plates, because it gives you that versatility. If that was a stamp, then that's all you would be able to do with it. That would be it. But the Groovy gives you that choice and versatility. So to start off with, we're going to take a square of parchment that I've already sort of cut down, and we're just going to show how the frame works. Because let me show you what Linda's done. If we bring in the card here, and you see how we've got like a double bubble type thing, whereas on the plate, we've only got half of it.
I see where it comes from now.
Yeah. So it's very, very clever in the design, and it does exactly the same on some of the other plates as well. So we're going to take our piece of parchment, and I'm just going to position that centrally over my plate. I'm going to take my Groovy tabs just to hold it in place whilst I work. Okay, so the Groovy tabs come in the accessories kit. Then I'm going to take my tumble dry sheet, and I'm just going to wipe over the back of my parchment. And what that will do is it allow the tool to glide more easily when we're tracing out. So we're going to keep it simple, and I'm just going to do a little element just of one corner just to show how easy that is to work with. Okay, so I'm using the number 1 tool that comes in the starter kit that gives you that fine, crisp line. And all you do is you push in to the groove. And by pushing into that groove, what it's doing is it's stretching the parchment, and that gives you that beautiful crisp white line. Okay, and it's sort of it's magic. It comes to life, and if you go too fast and you come out, nothing's going to happen, because it's the magic of those grooves that make it so easy and so achievable.
And of course, that means that somebody who has been crafting for years can pick it up immediately, and somebody who is completely brand new to crafting can also achieve it. And I think that it makes it such a great craft to start with.
It is, yeah, because if you can hold a pen, then you can use the system. It really is as simple as that. And you can see all I'm doing, I'm just tracing out the design exactly how it comes. So if you think, oh, I really can't do it, you can, because I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. This could be writing, this could be a flower. All I'm doing is following the design that's on the plate. Okay, so you can see there how quickly we can start to build up that frame. Now when we look at Linda's card, what she's done, see, this is, again, it's so clever. We can now turn that around, okay, so if I go over here, and then I can line that up, you see, so if I line that up there, perfect positioning again, the little tabs to hold it in place whilst I work.
And also, that showcases why the plate mate is so good, because if you didn't have it, maybe the parchment would bend a little bit over it?
Absolutely, yeah, because you're working over the area, it's possible that what would happen is that as you lean over the plate, you could crease the parchment, and therefore once you've creased it, you've got to start again.
Yeah.
See, so we've done that little bit there, and then we've got this one over here. Okay, so you can see now how you've taken a half of an oval and you've made it into a complete oval. So you've got that versatility of the actual design. So let me bring that in on that camera there.
Oh, look
You
at
see?
that. Yeah.
How easy is that? Because again, Linda has put the thought into the design so that it works perfectly. And you can repeat that process all the way around the outside. Okay?
Yeah.
So if I pop that to one side now,
Okay.
let's have a look. So we're going to pop that, because what I've got here, thank you to the lovely Karen, is I've got one that's completed. Okay,
Okay,
and
perfect.
this gives us the basis of our card. You see, if I lay that over the top, you can see exactly where we're heading.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yeah. And actually,
now
can I
the-
say something? I also love the way that now is looking with that kind of frosted look of having the parchment over that. That could be another way of making it look like, an overlay.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've seen that done on samples in the past, where you have maybe a stamped image in the background, and then you create that overlay with the parchment on top.
Absolutely.
And it gives it a different look as well to it.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay, so we've taken the frame just from that one plate, okay? So now we're going to bring in a stack of teacups.
Ooh.
So when we have a look at what Linda's done here, if I turn this over and I position that over the top, see, so what Linda's done is she's traced out the 4 cups, ignoring the top one, but she's changed the design in the cup there.
I see. Yes, of course.
See?
Yeah.
Again, if this was a stamp, that's exactly what you would get.
Yeah.
But by being the Groovy system, you've got that flexibility. There's so many elements on there. So what we're going to do is I'll pop that to one side again. We're going to take our plate and pop it back into our plate mate. Then we're going to take our design and we're going to position that, I reckon, just about there. So if people are sort of thinking at home, what I'm doing is I'm lining up that border with the line on the plate to see that, make sure it's nice and straight. Then I'll take my Groovy tabs and I'll attach that there. See, the thing with parchment is it takes time to sort of build up the design if you want to get experimental. But it's all about relaxing and going with it. So for this part, all I'm going to do to start off with, just to give that a little wipe with the tumble dryer sheet. And so that I don't get carried away, because it's very easy to get carried away, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to where I need to stop on my design. Because it's so easy that you get... See, I don't want to put that line in, because on Linda's one, we've got a beautiful bouquet of pansies coming out at the top. So if I do that there, then I know I'm not going to get carried away and put the rest of the design in.
Yeah.
See, and then we trace
sometimes
that.
if you carry it over, so then that would be the end of the world, because still that's beautiful.
Exactly, yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a piece of parchment paper as well, isn't it?
It is.
So, and it's all about experimenting and having a go. And because this doesn't take long to do, if you was doing this traditionally, which is a real amazing skill, where this was a printed pattern, you'd have to trace it out with a pen and then learn that skill of getting that beautiful crisp white line, then yeah, you'd be a bit, ooh, I've got to be really careful. But with this, because it's easy because of the grooves, then you don't really have to worry if you go a little bit wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to trace out the outline of those cups. So you can see, you can do that and then infill it with different designs if you choose to. Okay. So we're going to take our stack.
Can I, sorry, break away 1 second, because I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets, because over half the stock, we are not even halfway through the first show, and half the stock of the complete collection has already gone. We knew it was going to be busy, but we didn't expect how busy we are. So please make sure that you check out your baskets. You remember that if you have a flexi-buy option, that you can spread the cost in interest-free payments, that is lower than the price of one of the options of the one-day special. Right, 043916 is your item number. You are getting time for tea, time for coffee, the cake complete collection, of course, and you are getting the Welsh dresser. Oh, yes, I said it. And actually, the Welsh dresser on its own was available, but is now gone. So the only way to get it now is with the complete collection, and of course, you are getting it all. Sorry about that, Paul, but I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets.
Absolutely, you don't want people to miss out, do you? I mean, it's a fantastic collection. For many people out there that have been collecting the Groovy plates over the years, this for me is a must-have because of, one, because it's Linda's designs, and two, because there's so much on it. It's madness. It really is. These plates will keep giving and giving and giving. So, okay, we've created our basic outline of our cups, okay? So when I bring in Linda's piece that she's created and I overlay that on the top, you can see exactly where we're heading. So we've got our jug to pop in, we've got our beautiful little cupcake. So let's put the jug in place next. So the jug then comes on one of our other plates, and it comes on the plate that says, "You can do it, it's a piece of cake." Cake it easy.
Oh.
If in doubt, eat cake. There you go. You can't go wrong with that, can you?
Yeah.
So now we're going to bring in the beautiful jug. So we're going to position that just about there, I reckon. So our Groovy tab. So again, I'm just showing the various different stages in order how you can sort of build a scene, so to speak, and the versatility of the designs. So then I'm going to take my Groovy guard to lean on. Actually, I'm going to lean on that so I can focus just on that area. Now, when we're working with the jug, we're just going to trace out the handle, because again, we're going to change the design that's inside. So it's the outline of the jug there, and just take it nice and slowly. Okay. So that's given us the outline, and yep, I'm going to pop, I reckon, just about there on what the lovely Lynn has done for me. So we've got part of that jug there. Then we need to find the cupcake.
Oh, that's a good one.
Cupcake? There we go. So we've got cupcake. It looks as if we've got Swiss roll, macaroons, cream slice, strawberry tarts, cream horse, loads of different cakes.
Oh,
I feel hungry now.
Oh, I want them all right now.
Exactly. And then what we're going to do, we're going to have a look. See, again, if you wanted to, you could put the macaroons, you could put anything in there. It's just about having a look and seeing what's on there. But we'll stick with the plan, and we'll go with the cupcake. So we'll position that down there. There we go. See, and just, I'm using the Groovy guard because, again, it focuses my eye in the area in which I want to work so that I don't get distracted. So again, we can trace out our beautiful cupcake and just let the tool find the grooves. Okay. And it's not a race. You go at whatever speed you feel comfortable with. You've got the lovely little scallops there. So, Paola, tea or coffee for you?
Well, it's coffee first thing in the morning, and then is sort of, it depends. If I'm at work, probably coffee, but if I'm at home, then throughout the day is tea. So this is why this collection is perfect, because it's both of them. And what about you, yourself, Paul?
I'm coffee through and through.
Oh.
Instant coffee or latte coffee. I don't mind.
Oh yeah, I like a cappuccino first thing. That's just like a cappuccino or a cortado during the day as well. A decaf cortado during the day. I love that. Yeah. But the people in our ear, so basically Emily is saying she's a tea through and through. Ben is like me, I think he can have coffee or tea, coffee all the time. Oh, coffee all the time. Yeah.
Same as me. Good choice, Ben.
Yeah. So see, this is why the complete collection is so great, because then you are covering all bases, all friends, all family, all sorts of, kind of whatever they drink, coffee or tea, that will work. Yeah. And then of course you have the cupcakes as well, and the cakes and the Swiss rolls and the macaroons.
I know. The more you look at the plates in the collection, the more you see. And that's why we always say it's sort of a really nice idea just to trace out the plates for the first time, because you will see different elements. And like on the borders, you've got the beautiful pansies in the corners, and you've got these elegant... They're just, I mean, when you look at the samples that the design team have done, you can see they've enjoyed it so much from what they've done with it. And whether you're a traditional parcher or you've been doing it for a long time with the Groovy system, it doesn't matter. It's going to work for people that are just starting out and for those that have been doing it for many, many years.
Absolutely.
And look at the colourways.
Absolutely. I mean, this one by Maggie, look at all the beautiful words in here at the bottom. Love this one. This is one of my favourites from Karen Jackson.
That one there, Paola, there we go, look, it's got a little brad in the corner, so you can actually slightly tilt it, so it's as if it's pouring the coffee.
It's going to pour the coffee there. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love this. Oh, look at the colouring from this card. Francis, not absolutely stunning. Look at the colour. Oh, I could eat it all.
They look real, don't they? They look as if you could eat them.
Absolutely. And then, I love, again, how you can choose one of single one. This one is by Glynis. And then, of course, that gorgeous traditional parchment by Chris Walker. And then we are back to the beginning. Now, of course, these ones are some of the samples that we have got here in the studio that inspire you what to do with the amazing collection, the Time for Tea. Remember the complete collection. You are getting the coffee, the Time for Tea. You are getting the parchment both in that duotone of the blue and as well as the peach. And if you go for the complete collection, you are getting also the Welsh dresser. Now, that plate that is now not even available individually, so the only way to get the Welsh dresser is to get it in the complete collection. Now, all the savings from the One Day Special are carried across, so so £14 saving in total. And then you have got an additional saving. If you are a Freedom member, actually, if you're not a Freedom member, let's just say it, you would have a £25 saving. However, if you are a Freedom member, it's actually £31.99. That makes it actually a why not deal, because that's the delivery cost. You do not pay PMP, and which means that if you're not a Freedom member, become one, because for £5.97 you will get, well, it's a piece of cake, first of all, to become a Freedom member, and second of it, thank you, Ben. He just wanted to put the pun in there. But also that means that you don't pay P&P on any purchases that you make while you are a Freedom member. So I need to tell you as well that over 60% of the stock has already gone. You have a FlexiBuy option to spread the cost in interest-free payments. Two of them are £31.45. Now that would be the delivered price now, and it's lower, £31.45. It's lower than the One Day Special, so you can get them, or both of them, plus the Welsh dresser, and the item number for the complete collection is 043916. Right, Paul, are you ready for the next step?
I am indeed, yes.
Perfect.
Right, okay. So this is where we got to earlier. So this is another step that the lovely Lynn has done for me. So Lynn's already added some of the detail into the cups. I showed how we just created the outline on the stage that I created. Okay, so now we can start to look at the other areas on the plate, on some of the other plates. So now if I go, I'm going to show you how to pop the design in here from the coffee pot.
Oh.
Okay, so when we look at Linda's design here, okay, you can see it's got a beautiful sort of geometric type pattern, but the actual pattern on the plate is a lovely little rose. Okay, so we can see you've got that lovely little rose on there. So we've replaced it using this plate here. So, see again, the thought that goes into it when Linda's designing this is madness. How it works, I really don't know. So what we're going to do now is we can pop that into place.
Of course, yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
and because we can see through the parchment, we can now start to sort of build up our design. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start off probably just about there, and we take our Groovy tabs and we hold it in place. See again, this is why the plate mate is key to the system, because what it does is it holds your parchment in place so you can lift it up, check what you're doing, and if you think, oh, I missed a bit, I've missed a little dot here or a little dot there, then you can pop that back into place and carry on again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take my Groovy guard just to contain that area, and it gives me that focus. And then we're going to start to just trace out the design. See?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it changes the look of the cup. So you can go really, see, I love this particular design. It's so, I think it's quite fresh and funky.
It is, yeah. And you could colour it in different colours from the back, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could do sort of like a kaleidoscope of different colourways.
Yeah.
So then we're gonna just, but it's amazing when Linda does her designs, and anybody else from the design team, they come up with the beautiful designs, and we put them on the machines. The girls in the office, they work their magic, they convert the illustrations so that it's ready for a Groovy plate. And then we get the Groovy plate and we have to test them to make sure everything works.
Yeah,
and sometimes you'll look at a design and you'll think, that's really not going to work, it's too detailed. But the magic of the Groovy system gives you, it's amazing the detail that we can get on a Groovy plate. And when you're tracing it out, it's so achievable to be able to do that. You see, and then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move that down, and then I can line that up and then continue with the design.
Oh, so you can make it perfect.
Yeah, so you just find an area in order to be able to carry it on, you see. So again, it's getting that confidence to be able to look at what you're doing, you see.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it just it starts to appear and sort of come to life. There we go, got that one. So what you would do, you'd carry on and sort of build that design up. But let's have a look at some of the flowers on there. Now on this particular one, on the coffee one, you've got beautiful daisies, you've got the love hearts on there. But what Linda's done is she's taken the pansies from the plate we first started with that gave us that beautiful frame.
Yeah.
And then she's taken the rose from the stack of cups. So when we have a look, see, so we've got the rose here
I see.
that's been created. So you put your rose in, and then you just move it around, and you build up your bouquet of flowers. Okay, so let me bring that in onto this camera so you can really sort of see. Look at that.
Oh,
there we go. If I hold that up there, maybe a bit too high. There we go. So you've got that beautiful, and that's just the same rose, but just moved around to create that bouquet. And it's the same with that beautiful, the beautiful pansies overflowing
Yeah, perfect.
in the top cup. Yeah?
Yeah. Oh.
So, let's jump ahead. How are we doing for time?
We have about 13 minutes left.
13 minutes, right, okay. Wow, doesn't the time fly?
I know, right?
Okay.
TV
So,
is magic
here we go.
with time.
It is magic. So, there we go. So we've got this beautiful composition now, and you can see if I overlay this onto the piece, you can see how we're starting to build up our design. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
And then the next bit would be to put our beautiful bunting in with this beautiful droplet of hearts.
Yeah.
So again, it's all about the personalisation. So where do we find that bunting now? Okay. The bunting is just one tiny element on the Welsh dresser.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
You got it.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. So the Welsh dresser is an A5 plate, so that won't go into the plate mate that comes in the starter kit. So we've got the calligraphy plate mate, which houses our A5 plates. Okay. So if I go this way, we can see this in a little bit more detail. So it's the same principle, it's just a plate mate that holds the larger plates to give you that same concept of being able to work in areas to build up your design. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to turn it around so I can have a look at this. So we're just going to take, for example, this little bit of the bunting here and start to build up the design again. So there's so much crammed onto these plates that it's madness on when you have a look at it on what you can do.
Yeah. I mean, I especially love the fact that the plates can be circle doilies or circle elements. I mean, I'm just thinking a beautiful card just made with those plates in there that you can color and make them look like circles or flowers even. I mean, there's so much potential. And I love that you have got some books as well in the Welsh dresser, because you could create a library even with the Welsh dresser.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's all those different, there's those books on there, whether they be cookbooks or novels. Yeah. So again, as you say, it can be just a complete bookcase, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
So you can see how easy it is to start to sort of build up the design.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. And again, it's the magic of the Groovy system that allows you to do that. See, and then what we can do, let's have a look where we're going here. So we're going to go, let me just have a look at that one. See, again, we're working on the back. So I'm just looking, so I need to put a piece over here to come round. So I need to work on this side. So where we're going, so there we go. So I'm going to go from that corner there. See, and you can pick and choose the different elements. So if I go, for example, that line there, and we'll pop that one in there, and then I'm going to slide it around. See, you play around with sort of like the angles to create the design. So clever.
Yeah.
And then we'll just follow that through there. Okay, and then so now we've got our bunting hanging in the corner. So when we have a look at Linda's piece here, you can see, there we go, I wasn't far off, was I?
No,
a little bit,
that's perfect.
You get the idea, don't
Absolutely.
you? So you can sort of see. But that, again, is just using the bunting. That's it. I mean, you've got this beautiful frame on here as well that you could stop at different levels. So it become a little bookcase, it become a full bookcase. It really is magical. Then the next thing we're going to look at is this beautiful medley of hearts dangling down. Now the hearts comes from the other type of little cupboard.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the biscuits. So we've got the biscuits, we've got the jam. Lovely biscuits on there.
Yeah, I love the biscuit tin. I mean, I love the actual physical thing, and that one as well. Both of them.
And the contents.
Absolutely, the contents. Yeah, we dunk it in Spain. We dunk them into the coffee or tea, but mostly likely the coffee. Yeah, for breakfast even sometimes.
So again, Yeah, so you've got these lovely little cups on here, and although they come with these particular designs, you can change the designs as we've just shown in those other cups as well. So if you think, oh, I want to have all the cups the same, then just adapt the design to work for you. Okay. Now, how do we get, when we look, we've got one heart here with one dangle, but what Linda's done is she's created this beautiful medley of hearts. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a template. So to start off with, this is just like stamping. If I turn this over to the front, if this was a stamp, like what Barbara was doing in the 2 till 4 show today, you would stamp that one first and then mask it over. Then you would stamp the next one and mask that one over. And then you would stamp that one. And what it does, it gives the illusion of putting them behind one another.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay. So again, I mean, for me, when you look at that, let me just get rid of that. When you look at that there,
So pretty.
that's just a card just on its own.
Yeah.
That could be for anything. It could be anything. You could put people's initials in there for like wedding invites.
Oh, that would be lovely.
So it's all about, isn't that gorgeous? And that's just using the heart and the dangle on that.
Yeah.
This is why you can get so much out of these plates. It really is. So we create our little template in order to get our positioning correct. Because again, if we go onto our card and we think, oh, don't like it, it doesn't look right, then we've got to start again. But by having this is our guide on how we can recreate that. So again, we take our piece, we're working on the back of our Groovy plate, and what we want to do is have a look where we want that to dangle. So we want that to dangle roughly about there.
Yep.
So what we do, because we can see through the parchment, is we line up the first heart we're going to pop in place. Okay. And then we'll tape that down. Let's make sure it sticks down. Take my little Groovy guard again, just to do. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to trace out the outlines of the heart, just so that you can sort of see. Well, actually, let's do that, because again, if you miss bits, you can always go back in afterwards. And it's quite visible because you can see the parchment turning white. Yeah. See? And then we go along. I just find this so relaxing.
It is, even for us watching. I mean, I'm completely in that zone. You know, it's just, there is something really satisfying, and I think it is even more when you do it. You know, when you are experiencing the transformation from the parchment to that white element is magical, and it's such a magical thing. So to be able to achieve it so easily with the Groovy plates is just, you know, it's fabulous. It's just so wonderful.
It has. I mean, the Groovy system has opened up parchment to a much wider audience, and it's also introduced it back to people that had to stop doing it traditionally because their hands couldn't sort of trace out a complete line. So the Groovy system has really helped reintroduce it to people. I mean, we've got ladies of 80, 90 years old using the Groovy system. It's amazing.
By the way,
and
Paul...
kids as young as...
Yeah, sorry. It's just that we have got just under 4 minutes left in the show.
4 minutes, okay, all right. Okay. I knew we'd never ever get this finished, and so Linda put so much work into this beautiful artwork, and hopefully I've sort of done it some justice to show how the system works. So again, when we look at Linda's art piece here, so I've taken it to that next level now of where I started to introduce some colour. I've done some picot cutting. So should I do just a little bit of colour down here?
Yes, that would be great.
Because we'll be covering picot cutting over the next 4 hours. But just to show a little bit of colour, just to show how that works. So that if people are new to this system and they're not into the picot cutting, they can still achieve this beautiful look.
Paul, sorry to interrupt you yet again. We will be back with you in 1 second, but 70% of the complete collection has now gone. We are not even at the end. Well, we are heading to the end of the first hour. The stock should last 24 hours, but it's not going to last because, of course, 70% of the stock already gone. Please do check out your baskets. Sorry about that, Paul, but I just wanted to make sure everybody checks out their baskets. Otherwise, they might miss out.
Absolutely. Don't apologise, Paola. Okay, so we're working on the back of the parchment to apply the colour. And for me, when I first started off, the safest thing for me to work with was to work with pencils. So we've got our beautiful pergoliners on the show. And in there, you've got 36 pencils, and you've got 16 of what we call a B pencil, which is a basic or a blendable pencil. Let me just show you those around to there. Okay, so they've got the writing on them that you can see. The blendable ones have got the white writing on, and the aqua pencils have got black writing on. But for me, what I love about the parchment and the pencils is they're a safety net for me. Because what it does, if I go wrong, I can adjust it. So to build up some colour on the back, all I'm going to do is just lightly work. I'm not putting any pressure on. I'm just putting a light covering of the pencil on the back. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't need to go in heavy because it doesn't serve any purpose. Yeah. Because the magic of the pencil really does sort of come to life when we use our Dorso oil. So this is sort of, if you've got like Faber-Castell pencils, you can use those as well. So this Dorso oil just allows the pencils to blend. So I'm going to take my blending pen and a nice clean nib.
Paul, we have got just under a minute till the end of the show. Is that okay if we take it away now? Or you want to show us?
I'll just show you very, very quickly.
Yeah, of course.
If I just go in and just do a little bit of, you can see how that colour starts to blend. You see? And we'll do some colouring in the 8 o'clock show tonight.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. No, time does fly, it really does.
It does,
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Paul. We'll be back at 8 o'clock together, so I'll look forward to that. Now, everybody at home, please do check out your baskets. 70% of the complete collection has gone in that first hour. If you want to grab some time for tea, some time for coffee, the parchment in peach and blue with those dual tones, and that Welsh dresser, well, you need to check out your baskets. Remember that if you are not a Freedom member, become one, because you are going to save more by becoming a Freedom member and then checking out the baskets with this amazing complete collection as a Freedom member. Now, remember also you have the Flexi Buy option, which means that you would be paying less for the complete collection today than you would be for just one of the options on the one-day special. But stay tuned because Yanis is next.